I sat up suddenly from the bed, my clothes soaked with sweat, my eyes full of confusion and despair. Where am I? When I saw the scene in front of me clearly, I couldn't believe my eyes. This was the apartment I lived in before the end of the world. Ding dong, my phone received text message reminders one after another. I took the phone from the bedside, and the time displayed on the screen was 9:32 on September 14, 2029. There were more than a dozen unread text messages, all about the news that the super typhoon Kaidao was about to land on the coast in the early morning of the 17th, with wind speeds expected to be 16 to 19, and heavy rains that would continue for several days. I was stunned for a moment. Didn't I die in that dark apocalypse? Could it be that I was unwilling to give up, so I fell into a nightmare when I was on the verge of death? Ding dong. Another new warning message came in, the latest time was 9:37. I twisted my arm hard, and the severe pain made me realize clearly that this was not a dream. I was really reborn, and I was reborn 3 days before the super typhoon that opened the chapter of the apocalypse. To be precise, there were only 2.5 days left. I was not happy about my rebirth. Instead, I felt endless fatigue. Typhoons, rainstorms, floods, extreme cold and heat, earthquakes, every level was like purgatory. What was there to live again? But now that I was back, was I going to sit and wait for death? No, absolutely not. I washed my face with cold water. I looked young and beautiful in the mirror, with collagen all over my face. I had not yet experienced the torture of the end of the world. Looking at myself in the mirror, I seemed to see a glimmer of hope. At this time, my eyes fell on the jade pendant on my neck. This was the one I had when I was born and abandoned in the hospital. Later, Yang Weizong took it away and gave it to the school beauty Su Mingyao. 3 years after the apocalypse, Su Mingyao was always exquisite, her clothes were spotless, her skin was white and rosy, as if she was still living in the midst of the flourishing flowers. Once, I was so hungry that I fainted, and I saw Su Mingyao licking an ice cream from the pendant. Thinking of this, I had an idea, took a razor blade and cut my finger, and dripped the blood on the pendant. The pendant suddenly emitted a strong light, and when I opened my eyes again, I was already in an apartment without a door. There was no furniture except for water and electricity. There were 2 bedrooms and a living room, about 80 square meters in size, about 3 meters high, and a 10 square meter black soil garden next to the balcony. A light and shadow timer was suspended in the living room, showing 1 hour 56 minutes and 13 seconds. Is this the secret of Su Mingyao's exquisite life? Did Yang Weizong cheat her of this space? I left the space and found that there was an image of a house in my mind. As long as I focused my consciousness, I could feel everything inside. In order to understand the function of the space, I used boiling water to test it and found that except for the balcony and the garden, other places had the function of keeping fresh. I tried to use consciousness to retrieve and store things and found that the timer would automatically decrement when I entered the space, and when I used my mind to operate it, the timer was in a stop state. Time was running out and I had no time to figure out the mystery, but I knew that I had to seize the opportunity to reverse the miserable end of my previous life after living again and having this space. I only lived for 3 years in my previous life, and I didn't know what disasters would happen next, so I quickly picked up my phone and searched the internet for the types of natural disasters. When I saw the densely packed answers, I almost fainted. Living is really too difficult. I put aside my extra emotions, took out a pen and paper, and started to make a list of supplies. I grew up in an orphanage, which seemed calm, but was actually turbulent and full of fighting. Growing up in such an environment, I gradually developed a selfish character and was born with a lack of security. When I was in elementary school, I started picking up cardboard garbage. In junior high school, I worked part-time, tutoring, doing homework, and cleaning toilets. As long as I could make money, I would do anything. With my own efforts, I ranked among the top in the high school entrance examination. Even though I was admitted to the medical department as a sophomore, I still had 5 senior high school students in my hands, and the tuition fee for each class was 200 yuan. I am a money grubber. I have tried everything from soliciting business, selling insurance, and being a prostitute as long as it is not illegal. Over the past decade, I have saved a total of 200,000 yuan in my bank account. I originally wanted to use it as a down payment after graduation and settle down, but now, all of this has come to nothing. The school has professional classes in the afternoon and I have to give extra lessons to students in the evening, but now none of this matters. I sent WeChat messages to parents, telling them that I was ill and hospitalized and would not be able to give extra lessons for a long time. I hope they can find a substitute in time and settle the fees. The tuition is settled half a month, and the parents are not short of money. 2 of them even sent me 500 yuan in red envelopes as a consolation, so I have another 6,000 yuan in my account. I did not forget to remind parents that the strongest typhoon in a century is coming, so remember to stock up on food and emergency medicines. Natural disasters continued, and the drug list alone filled 3 pages. Many drugs were not only expensive, but also not available in drugstores. I took a photo of the drug list and sent it to Zhang Chao, the salesman and childhood friend of the pharmaceutical company, with a message: a new rich customer needs it urgently, and it must be delivered tonight. Please give a bargain price. Zhang Chao replied immediately, received. In less than 5 minutes, he called me, Aining, this batch of drug list is so strange, are you sure you are not kidding? I didn't have time to talk nonsense with him, and said directly, the money has been transferred, and the other party has only one request, that they must see the goods tonight. After that, I hung up the phone and transferred him 50,000 yuan, with the note, more or less. There were too many supplies to prepare. I took the key and walked out. I accidentally saw the limited edition new AJ on the table, and I felt regretful. I have always lived a realistic life, but after meeting Yang Weizong, I felt like I was possessed by a demon. In order to pursue him, I moved out of the dormitory and rented an expensive school district house. I also went to the specialty store in the early morning to queue up to buy him AJ. My own shoes never exceed 300 yuan, but I bought him limited edition new shoes worth more than 8,000 yuan, and I spent it without hesitation. What was the result? He accepted the gift, took the pendant, neither accepted nor rejected my confession, and even brought the school beauty to eat up my food storage during the typhoon. During the 3 years of natural disasters, he never lent a hand to me. When I was beaten and slaughtered by the devil, he actually watched coldly. If I had known this, I would not give him AJ even if I fed it to the dog. This time, I want to see if he and Su Mingyao can still live so brightly without my food storage and space. The super typhoon lasted for half a month, followed by 3 consecutive months of heavy rain, and the whole city was soaked in water. Although the 18th floor where I rented was not soaked by water, life was still miserable. After leaving the community, I filled my stomach at a breakfast shop on the street, and then rushed to the car dealership to rent a van. The first stop was the AJ store. The clerk was very surprised to see me returning the goods. After all, this was a limited edition new model, and many customers were scrambling to get it, so it was not difficult to sell. I didn't care about that. I returned more than 8,600 yuan. This money was enough for me to buy rice, flour, oil, and grain for 2 or 3 years. What's the point of having a man? Then, I drove to the door and window street and ordered 2 of the thickest stainless steel doors with 3-bar locks, which were guaranteed to be unbreakable even with a sledgehammer. The total cost, including installation, was over 6,000 yuan. In order to save time, I measured the dimensions before leaving. The store owner was originally worried about the size, but after learning about my neighborhood and apartment building, he readily agreed. He had received a lot of business there and was confident that he could install it the day after tomorrow if it was urgent. Across the street was a glass shop. I chose the thickest explosion-proof glass, which cost 600 yuan per square meter. It was also scheduled to be installed the next morning. I secretly swore that in this life, no one would dare to break into my home and bully me easily. After paying the deposit, I rushed to the largest outdoor goods store in the city. At this time, the industry was in a state of internal competition, and this store was having a clearance sale at a huge discount, with some items even as low as 80% off. It was a great time to pick up bargains. I picked out 2 assault boats, 4 rubber boats, an earthquake and fire first aid kit, a tent, a fire axe, a climbing rope, a telescope, a radio, a waterproof flashlight, a large capacity solar charger, etc. Life-saving supplies cannot be sloppy, I only want good quality. Seeing that I was a big customer, the store owner enthusiastically recommended jackets, sleeping bags, etc. to me. Today we have a promotion, all discounts, the quality will definitely satisfy you. I asked with a look of disdain, do you have cold-resistant clothes for -60 or 70 degrees? The store owner was shocked. "We are in the South, and we can wear short sleeves in winter." I said calmly, "I will go to the Arctic to do scientific research soon." Seeing that I didn't seem to be joking, the store owner immediately contacted his colleagues and told me, "We have polar cold-proof clothes and mummy sleeping bags, which can definitely withstand the use of combined use, but the price is relatively expensive, and the goods are in other provinces." The colleague opened an online store, and the reviews seemed good. The store can send express delivery immediately, and it is guaranteed to arrive tomorrow afternoon. I ordered 2 sets of each, which cost more than 6,000 yuan. In this outdoor goods store, I spent a total of 12,000 yuan, pulled a full truck of goods, and put them into the space when no one was paying attention. Speedboats need diesel, but diesel is not sold to private individuals. I went to a car repair shop to buy a fuel sucker and a barrel, then went to several nearby gas stations to fill up the car, then drove to a place where there were no people and no cameras, and used the fuel sucker to suck the oil into the oil barrel. After several trips, I got 500 L of gasoline. The end of the world is too chaotic, and all kinds of bloody and violent incidents are frequent. I rushed to the security supplies store and said to the boss, "Boss, I want to go to America." The boss heard it and took out the best goods at the bottom of the box. "The scenery over there is unique, you can't save money." I took 3 sets of anti-slash and anti-stab suits and 2 sets of bulletproof vests, and drove to the largest clothing wholesale market in the suburbs without taking a breath. I bought all the clothes I could think of and might need, including down jackets, military coats, cashmere sweaters, thermal clothing, scarves, gloves, socks, snow-resistant snow boots, lightweight sports shoes, thermal shoes, and slippers. I didn't care about the brand, I just cared about the quality. I spent 12,000 yuan at the clothing wholesale market, and then I rushed to the daily necessities wholesale mall next door. Here, I bought air conditioning quilts, down quilts, especially large quilts, 3 of each weighing 8 jin and 10 jin, and asked to pack them all in compression bags. Shampoo, shower gel, washing powder, sanitary napkins, paper towels, toothpaste and toothbrushes, thermos, lighters, rubber hot water bottles, etc. I bought 20,000 pieces of warm baby alone, which is a good thing to save life in extreme cold. I also found that there are e-commerce companies selling rare things, glass kerosene lamps and waterproof and windproof lanterns, which are antiques from the 1960s and 1970s. I bought 5 of each and asked the store, "Do you have kerosene?" The store said yes, but it is not easy to sell, and only 100 L is in stock. I bought all of them and asked the store to send wicks, which are much more durable than candles. In addition, I also took alcohol stoves, alcohol blocks, portable gas stoves, and thought that there was electricity in the space, so I took a few induction cookers. Insecticides, disinfectant water, drinking water purification tablets, floral water, etc. I bought everything I could think of, and spent a total of 20,000 yuan. Next door is the fruit wholesale market. I bought about 20 kinds of fruits, including apples, pears, watermelons, kiwis, bananas, cantaloupes, star fruits, blackberries, grapes, etc., and another 6,000 yuan was gone. It was already dark when I came out of the wholesale market. I saw several missed calls, all from Zhang Chao, who left a message on WeChat saying that the goods were ready. I drove to the downstairs of his company and saw more than 20 large cartons of goods, including antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodine, alcohol gauze, etc., and even tetanus vaccines. These are life-saving drugs in natural disasters. Although it cost more than 40,000 yuan, it made me feel much more at ease. Zhang Chao transferred 2,000 yuan of commission to me and said, "You want too many kinds of medicines. Many medicines are not available. I will ask my colleagues to adjust the goods." I sat in the driver's seat and said to him, "I will deliver the goods first, and I will treat you to a big meal in a few days." Then I reminded him, "A strong typhoon is coming soon, so you should prepare more oil and grain at home." Zhang Chao didn't take my words to heart at all. There have been more than a dozen typhoons this year, and each time there was a lot of thunder but little rain. He felt that this time would be no exception. I put the medicine into the space, and then went to the food street near the university town and ordered barbecue, beer, and fried rice noodles. The food street was crowded with young students and couples. Their youthful faces were full of vitality, and they had no idea that the natural disaster was coming. The barbecue was not ready yet, and I was attracted by the red charcoal fire. Suddenly, I remembered an important thing. I almost forgot the charcoal, coal briquettes, and liquefied gas tank. I immediately asked the boss for the contact information of the sellers of charcoal, briquettes, and liquid tanks, and called them one by one, hoping that they could deliver the goods to my door tomorrow. But unfortunately, these stores were all in low-lying areas, and the relevant departments ordered them to move the goods, so they had no time to go in the next 2 days. The 3 stores happened to be in the same area, so I didn't have time to eat barbecue and drove over immediately. Charcoal is cheap but takes up a lot of space. I looked at the space and only needed 500 kilograms of smokeless, high-temperature charcoal. I also asked the store to send a charcoal stove and igniter. A bottle of liquefied gas can burn for 2 months. In case the space loses power, I asked for 10 bottles. Honeycomb coal is durable, but this year there is a power shortage in the country, and coupled with trade sanctions with the kangaroo country, coal prices have skyrocketed. A briquette costs 2 yuan. I gritted my teeth and ordered 2,000. It was almost 9 o'clock when I got back to the apartment. I took a short break and went into the space to sort out the messy supplies. In order to save as much space as possible, I piled all the liquid bottles, coal briquettes, and charcoal in the kitchen. I removed all unnecessary outer packaging of all supplies, packed all fluffy items in compression bags, and piled them up layer by layer to the roof. I really couldn't help spending money. I spent more than 120,000 yuan in total during the day, just enough to fill up the small room and the kitchen, which is expected to occupy about 50 cubic meters. But just when I had finished cleaning up, I was kicked and fell out of the space. I was stunned. I tried to go in again, but found an invisible barrier blocking me. The space swallowed my supplies. I was shocked and quickly checked with my consciousness. The space was still there, and the supplies were still there. I tried to take the things with my mind, and there was a coal ball in my hand. I scanned around with my mind and found that the light and shadow timer was at 0. I suddenly realized that I could only stay in the space for 2 hours. 2 hours, well, it's better than nothing. After taking a shower, it was already past midnight. I checked my space and saw that the new 2 hours had been credited to my account, which made me feel a little relieved. I lay in bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep, so I had to take melatonin to survive. But I slept very uneasily. I dreamed that I was chased and hacked by the gang, and the blood-stained knives slashed at me heavily. I woke up and broke out in a cold sweat. It was 5 in the morning, and it was still dark outside. I went into my space to look at the stored supplies to calm myself down. This helped me calm down. I didn't continue to sleep, but took my car keys and headed to the largest agricultural wholesale market. It was just daybreak, and there was a lot of traffic outside the wholesale market. I went to the vegetable section to buy fresh goods that were still covered with dew. Winter melon, pumpkin, lotus root, red and white radish, eggplant, beans, bitter melon, celery, tomatoes, etc., all needed 100 kilograms each, and potatoes and sweet potatoes needed 200 kilograms. Ginger and garlic each needed 100 kilograms, which can be used for planting and seasoning. You know, in extremely cold weather, a bowl of ginger soup may be able to bring people back to life. I looked and bought, and except for green leafy vegetables, I didn't miss anything else. In total, I spent about 4,000 yuan. It was almost 9 o'clock when I had breakfast, and there were fewer people in the wholesale market. I compared prices and stocked up on staple food. I bought 100 bags of 50 gene rice, 50 bags of 50 gene flour, 500 gene white flour, egg noodles, rice noodles, and sweet potato noodles, 200 gene soybeans, red beans, mung beans, black beans, peanuts, etc., and 50 barrels of soybean oil, peanut oil, and sunflower oil. It cost less than 30,000 yuan, and I bargained with the boss's wife and asked her to give me 3 bags of rice. These alone are enough for me to eat for 30 years. While the boss was preparing the goods, I went to the condiment area next to it. I ordered 10 barrels of 20L/barrel each of soy sauce, vinegar, and white wine, 30 kilograms each of star anise, fennel, cinnamon, pepper, and pepper, 300 kilograms each of brown sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar, and 3,000 kilograms of 1 kilogram salt. Food is very important in the end times, but salt is more important. The body cannot support itself without salt. In the 3rd year of the end times, I saw someone exchange 1 bag of salt for 30 kilograms of food. 3,000 kilograms of salt does not take up space at all. When resources are scarce, they can be exchanged. If there is no space, I really want to stock up dozens of tons. After loading the goods, I drove to a secluded corner without surveillance, put the supplies into the space, and then went to the frozen area. I needed 10 large boxes of steamed buns, flour rolls, red bean paste buns, quicksand buns, brown sugar buns, and siu mai. I was worried that the meat would be poor in ingredients, so I asked for 200 kilograms of quick frozen dumpling skins to slowly kill time when the flood came. Then, I went to the dry goods area: mushrooms, velvet antler mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, fungus, kelp, seaweed, red dates, dried vegetables, melon seeds of various flavors, etc., and more than 10,000 yuan was gone. When I got to the meat section, I found the stall that delivered to the school canteen. The boss was particularly enthusiastic when he saw me. "What do you want, Xiao Jiang?" It was extremely hot before the typhoon came. There was not much meat left on the stall, and the meat was not fresh at this time, but the price was very fair. I asked for 200 kilograms each of pork belly, 1 knife cut, lean meat, ribs, beef, mutton, and rabbit meat, 100 chickens and ducks, 50 geese, and pig and beef offal such as large intestines and rice intestines. The boss asked in shock, "Xiao Jiang, are you kidding?" I explained, "My relatives are having a wedding, so the price is cheap." The boss smiled and said, "Need I talk about our relationship? This business will not make money for you, and it will be 30% off. Buying meat is very expensive. Pork has only dropped in the past 2 years, but beef and mutton have not dropped, so it is most cost-effective to find acquaintances to buy goods." It was about 30,000 yuan in total. I did not bargain, but I made another request: 2 bone-chopping knives and pig butcher knives. Self-defense weapons are essential, but I have no time and no connections, so I can only cram at the last minute. The boss was scared. "Why do you need these?" I comforted him and said, "Don't worry, it won't kill or burn anyone anyway." Thinking about the profit and friendship, the boss readily agreed. Next, I went to the fish stall and asked for 100 fish, which I only gutted but did not chop, and came back to get them after they were killed. I also ordered 3,000 chicken eggs and 1,000 duck eggs, thinking that the natural disaster might end someday. I also ordered 2 plates of chicken, duck, goose, and quail eggs, all of which were fertilized eggs, and bought a small household incubator. Thinking of the space garden, I went to the seed store to get vegetable seeds, all of which had a short growth cycle, including lettuce, rapeseed, water spinach, and chicken feather vegetables. The seeds were very cheap, and 500 yuan was enough for decades of food. There were only 10 square meters of black soil, but 2 balconies could be used. Jiang Ning's vegetable-growing DNA was awakened, and he bought planting pots, hoes, shovels, and cultivation soil. With expectations for the future, she ran to the fruit tree seedling area and bought dozens of trees, including apple trees, grapes, raisins, oranges, tangerines, etc. She wanted 3 plants of each type, all of which were many-year-old seedlings. Meat is a consumable. As the natural disaster continues, not to mention ordinary people wanting to eat fresh meat, even the big guys don't have the resources. Jiang Ning bought a pair of breeding rabbits. Rabbits can be fed with vegetables and reproduce very quickly, which can definitely meet her meat needs. Jiang Ning likes to eat braised food and cold dishes. He needs 200 kilograms of frozen chicken and duck feet, and 100 kilograms each of duck intestines, duck kidneys, chicken hearts, etc. I feel really bad about spending money like water, but when I think of the supplies piling up in the space, I feel an indescribable sense of satisfaction and confidence. The whole day was spent in the agricultural product wholesale market. When Jiang Ning came out, the streets were brightly lit and bustling with people. The most exciting part of the day had just begun. Jiang Ning walked to the restaurant and had a great meal of braised spare ribs, steamed meatballs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He did not forget to pack up the leftovers to take away. It was still early when I got home, so I busied myself tidying up the space. I filled up the large room, put vegetables and fruit tree seedlings in the living room, and raised rabbits on the balcony. Jiang Ning was careful and exited the space when there were 10 minutes left on the timer. As soon as she left the space, 2 breeding rabbits were kicked out, thrown to the ground with a thud and almost died. Jiang Ning. First I felt depressed, then I felt ecstatic. It seems that the space not only has a time limit, but other living things cannot stay there as long as she is not in it. This means that no one else can take it away. I was in a good mood, so I sat down to check for gaps and bought everything I could think of. The balance in my account was around 20,000 yuan. There was only space left for the living room and the bathroom. If she wanted to survive an extreme natural disaster, there was still a lot to prepare, and she didn't plan to continue stockpiling supplies that would take up a lot of space. Open the food delivery app, and you will see more than 20 dishes from those restaurants with excellent reputations that you wanted to eat but couldn't afford before, including braised prawns, Hakka salted chicken, stuffed tofu, dompa pork, etc., and you need 10 servings of each. There are dozens of kinds of food, including fried dough sticks, xiaolong bao, fried dumplings, hand-pulled pancakes, beef patties, pan-fried buns, grilled skewers, braised food, roast meat, milk tea, etc. I spent more than 10,000 yuan, and in order to ensure the fresh taste, I chose to pick up the goods in the store at an agreed time. Although I am very tired, I still want to see the last prosperity of the city. We received a notice this afternoon that in order to cope with the upcoming strong typhoon, the school will temporarily close for 3 days. The specific time for resuming classes will be notified separately. The students cheered and invited their friends to go out for a night out and celebrate before the typhoon arrived. The southern coastal areas experience more than a dozen typhoons every year, and every time I look forward to classes being suspended and holidays. This time, my dream finally came true. The same was true for Jiang Ning, but they didn't know that this time it was serious and they would never have to attend classes again. While eating barbecue and drinking beer, she continued to pick up goods everywhere with mixed feelings. After coming back, Jiang Ning always felt that he had missed something very important, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. What was it? Once 12 a.m. passed, the timer updated to show 130 minutes remaining. This means that time can accumulate. Jiang Ning was ecstatic. Don't underestimate every minute and every second. It might save your life at the critical moment. She decided that she would never enter the space unless there were special circumstances, and save her time for use in times of extreme cold or earthquake. With food in hand and space to protect their lives, they can't help but feel more confident about the impending natural disaster. I had a dreamless night and was woken up by a phone call the next day. The guy who was installing the stainless steel door had arrived. "Beauty, your house has a stainless steel door. There have been some thefts in the neighborhood recently, so we need to install something of good quality." The master didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The top and bottom locks are safe, but they require drilling holes in the roof and floor. Aren't you afraid of damaging the house? It doesn't matter. Safety is the most important thing. The landlord went to work in another place, and there was no news from him until the house collapsed in the earthquake, so renovation was not a problem. The people installing the explosion-proof glass arrived one after another, and both sides were busy, with electric drills making their sound from time to time. In order to avoid disturbing the neighbors on the weekend, Jiang Ning spoke in the group and sent out red envelopes. Open the app and continue to order food online until you spend all your money. It took less than 2 hours to install the door and glass. Jiang Ning paid the remaining balance and felt relieved as he looked at the impregnable apartment. The phone rang and I thought it was the food delivery man, but it turned out to be Yang Weitsong. "Aining, today is my birthday party, when will you arrive?" On the other end of the phone, Yang Weitsong's voice was gentle and sunny, accompanied by the lively laughter of many people. Jiang Ning sneered, "Okay, you wait." He obviously likes Su Mingyao but keeps her hanging on purpose, just because he wants her surprise gift and the golden finger. Su Mingyao's sweet and tender voice could be heard through the phone. In the previous life, he came to her door, but Yang Weitsong ignored him the whole time. But this time, he came to her and licked her. Jiang Ning was alarmed. How did Su Mingyao know that her pendant had space? Judging from Yang Weitsong's attitude, he probably didn't know this secret and it was Su Mingyao who instigated him to make the call. After taking the key, Jiang Ning went downstairs. Yang Weitsong lives on the 8th floor, and there were noisy sounds coming from the room. Jiang Ning went straight downstairs without any hesitation. The weather is still hot and humid, but the forerunner of a strong typhoon has arrived, and whistling sounds can be heard from the streets from time to time. The latest text message reminder: the typhoon is expected to arrive at 9 o'clock tonight. Jiang Ning was shocked. How come it was ahead of schedule? She went to the school library and found some medical books so that she could continue studying during natural disasters, as well as martial arts and spiritual books. The huge library was submerged during the flood, and countless valuable books disappeared. Jiang Ning felt sad just thinking about it, but he was powerless to do anything. She avoided the camera, piled the book she wanted with other books, and put it into the space without any other effort. Stealing books is wrong, but the library will soon be flooded and countless books will be destroyed. Books are the product of human civilization, and she cannot take them all away. But if the natural disaster ends someday, she can donate what she took from here. Yang Weizong called again, and Jiang Ning blocked him without saying a word. I left school and went to a large supermarket. I took the elevator to the top floor parking lot and walked around carefully before coming down. Faced with a wide range of goods, she did not buy anything. Instead, she walked around the second floor several times and then drove to other places. The car rental company called and said that the company would be closed early due to the typhoon and the car had to be returned before 3 p.m. Jiang Ning agreed verbally, but when he returned the car it was already 4 o'clock. The typhoon was howling and blowing everywhere. The boss was a nice guy and returned the 2,000 yuan deposit after checking that there were no problems. Natural disasters do not happen overnight, but give a buffer period of time, which unfortunately humans did not catch. Jiang Ning kept the cash for self-defense and did not continue to squander it. Back at the apartment, I took out my computer, tablet, and mobile phone and kept downloading information, including various movies and music, life skills, food recipes, offline maps, disaster first aid, etc. A logistics message suddenly popped up on the shopping app, and Jiang Ning suddenly woke up from her dream. She had forgotten the polar cold-proof clothing she had purchased online. It should have arrived yesterday evening, but the boss did not ship the goods in time, and the courier was delayed, so the goods have only just arrived at the courier collection point. She called immediately, and the courier station replied that the typhoon had arrived and they could not deliver the goods now. They would have to wait until after the typhoon passed. If it was really urgent, she could come and pick it up before 6 o'clock. At this time, there was a loud whistling sound outside the window, and the trees in the community were shaking wildly. When a typhoon or heavy rain comes, the express delivery points will be flooded, and without polar cold-proof clothing, it is impossible to survive in temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees Celsius. No one accepted the order on the taxi app, so Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and rushed downstairs, scanned a shared bicycle, and pedaled hard to the delivery point. The 2-kilometer distance was so strong that I couldn't even open my eyes, and a lot of garbage and cardboard were blown into the sky. Sweating all over, Jiang Ning rushed to the express delivery point with disheveled hair. Delivery is delayed during typhoon days, and express deliveries are piled up everywhere. Jiang Ning didn't even have time to catch his breath, he rolled up his sleeves and turned the pages desperately. Fortunately, the package was big enough and I finally found it after searching for more than 10 minutes. The typhoon outside is getting stronger and the sky is so gloomy that if you don't know, you would think it is night. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and left with the large express package. Just as he was out of the door, a typhoon suddenly hit him and Jiang Ning was blown away. In a flash, the man standing next to the car loading goods reached out and grabbed her. The man's lower body was very stable and he pulled the embarrassed Jiang Ning back. Jiang Ning hurriedly thanked him, but his voice was blown away by the typhoon. The man glanced at her and said, "A typhoon is coming. It's not safe for you to hold the package." Unexpectedly, the strong typhoon came so quickly. Jiang Ning had no choice but to return to the store and keep refreshing the taxi app, adding red envelopes and rewards. However, there were still 300 people queuing ahead, and no driver was willing to accept the order. The man picked up a lot of parcels and filled the entire Hummer. Seeing that she looked anxious and wanted to leave, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Where do you live?" Under the light, Jiang Ning could see his appearance clearly. He was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, and looked to be in his early 20s, with neat short hair, a sharp jawline, and a hard and cold face that looked like it was carved with a knife. She is very tall, at least over 185 centimeters, with a pair of long legs. Jiang Ning thanked him again, and the men looked indifferent. It's just a piece of cake. I live in Jinrong community. Can you give me a ride? I can pay for the fare. The men nodded and opened the car door. The back seat was packed. Jiang Ning opened the front door and found a little girl sitting on the passenger seat. She looked about 4 or 5 years old, with a timid white face, wearing a pink dress, and looking at her with eyes like black grapes. The men said, "Daodu, let your sister hold you. The end of the world has come. Who still cares about being photographed for violating traffic rules?" Jiang Ning held Dodo on his lap and stuffed the express package at his feet. The wind was howling, but the Hummer was driving steadily. The gloomy sky was filled with broken branches and the iron shed roof was rustling as it was lifted up. On the street in the distance, a girl in a dress hugged a telephone pole tightly and shouted for help from her mouth shape. Natural disasters officially begin. 2 kilometers is very close, and it only takes a few minutes to reach the community gate. Jiang Ning handed over 2,000 yuan to thank him for saving people and breaking the law. The men said in a stern voice, "No, it's on the way." Seeing that he didn't want to accept it, Jiang Ning didn't make a fuss. When getting off the car, he reminded him, the typhoon may cut off water and electricity. You can stock up on some rice, flour, oil, and grain while there's still time. He pushed open the car door and ran into the community holding the express delivery. Raindrops as big as beans fell down. Jiang Ning wiped his face in embarrassment and walked out of the elevator. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, he saw Yang Weitsung and Su Mingyao standing in front of the apartment door. The two of them must have waited for a long time. Yang Weitsung showed impatience on his face, but the school beauty Su Mingyao smiled sweetly and looked pure and elegant in a white dress. "Why did you come back just now?" Yang Weitsung said impatiently, "We have been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing the two people, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of the bullying she had suffered in the end times, and how they watched coldly as she was slaughtered by the devil. Her mood instantly became bad and irritable. You can't blame others for your stupidity in your previous life. If you still want to suck blood and steal the golden finger in this life, then just wait. They will experience twice as much despair as she did. Jiang Ning looked indifferent. What's the matter? She had always been very enthusiastic towards him, but now she was turned cold. Yang Weitsung was choked and asked subconsciously, "Why didn't you come to my birthday?" "I don't know you well, why would you go?" She was obviously pursuing him and had long said that she would give him a gift he liked. Of course, he didn't come for the gifts, but Mingyao was interested in her and wanted to get to know her. Su Mingyao looked at Jiang Ning and said with a smile, "Junior." Jiang Ning said coldly, "I don't know him, don't yell." Su Mingyao was a little embarrassed, even though she raised her sweet voice. "Today is the senior's birthday, we are all alumni, so let's get together." Her birthday passed at noon, and she was dragged to the 8th floor just to get the golden finger. "Are you deaf?" Jiang Ning said sarcastically, "Didn't you hear me say we weren't familiar with each other? What does his birthday have to do with me?" I didn't expect her to be so mean. Yang Weitsung was embarrassed. "Jiang Ning, what do you mean? You and her are wearing couple rings, but you keep inviting me to your house. Are you trying to have the best of both worlds? Don't be so delusional. I don't have that intention towards you at all." Yang Weitsung was so angry that he said angrily, "Mingyao, let's go." Su Mingyao didn't want to leave, Aining, "Actually it's like this, we came here to celebrate the senior's birthday, but we encountered a typhoon and couldn't go back. Can I stay at your place tonight?" "You are sick, you are not familiar with it." Yang Weitsung warned with a dark face, Aining, "Be careful with your words. That's how I talk. Don't mess with me if you dare." Yang Weitsung took Su Mingyao with him and wanted to leave, but she refused to leave. She gritted her teeth and forced a smile, Aining, "The pendant you are wearing is so beautiful. Where did you buy it?" Jiang Ning took off the pendant and asked, "You want it?" Su Mingyao's eyes lit up, "Can it be transferred? I really like it." Jiang Ning let go and the pendant fell to the ground. She raised her foot and stomped hard a few times, and the pendant quickly broke into pieces. After being bound to the space, the pendant lost its original luster and became dull, and was no longer of any use. People are evil. If you don't destroy it in front of her, who knows what Su Mingyao will do. Your liking makes me sick. The pendant was destroyed. Su Mingyao was shocked and stunned, and screamed in fear. Yang Weizong was very angry because his girlfriend was bullied and spoke harshly to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's face was fierce. Get lost, don't get in my way if you dare. Yang Weizong's face turned pale, and he dragged Su Mingyao away in a rage. Jiang Ning then opened the stainless steel door, entered the house and couldn't wait to unpack the express. Polar cold-proof clothing is very thick, soft and warm to wear. Mummy sleeping bags are made of several layers of down sewn together. The quality is absolutely excellent. You can rely on them to survive an extreme cold. The wind was howling outside and the sky was dark. After closing the doors and windows, Jiang Ning took out a large white plastic bucket to collect water. After filling it up, he did not forget to put a few buckets in the toilet in the space. With the typhoon and heavy rain approaching, the community will soon be without water and electricity. No matter how loud the storm was outside, Jiang Ning kept busy in the kitchen, washing rice, cooking, washing vegetables, and cooking. Braised pork, stewed chicken with mushrooms, boiled fish, and stewed beef brisket with radish. Each pot is very large in portion and is put into a stainless steel vegetable bowl prepared in advance and placed steaming in the space. As the typhoon and rainstorm just arrived, every household stocked up on food and had to prepare strong-flavored dishes as soon as possible. In the future, they would not dare to cook casually to avoid attracting attention. Steaming buns, dumplings, and steamed rolls with the gas stove and induction cooker at full power, and not stopping until the early morning. Change out of greasy clothes, take a hot shower and fall into bed. I was half asleep and was woken up by the sound of an electric drill. Jiang Ning opened the curtains. The sky outside was gloomy, with a typhoon and heavy rain roaring. I thought it was still dark, but when I opened my phone it was already past 9 in the morning. WeChat bombardment continues, with over 99 unread messages in the community and class groups. Many people are celebrating the arrival of Typhoon Kaidao. Office workers finally don't have to work 996, and students can go home for the holidays. Many people in the group posted pictures or videos of the typhoon disaster, including green trees uprooted, luxury cars smashed, and a tornado that hit a steel factory building and cut it in half. Many people began to realize that something was wrong and complained that they had not been able to stock up on food. They said that when they rushed to the supermarket after get off work, all the vegetables were gone and the only thing left on the shelves were pickled cabbage and instant noodles. The sound of the electric drill continued, and it seemed to be coming from next door. Jiang Ning was a little confused. There were 3 households per floor in the apartment building, and the other 2 households were completely unoccupied. In the previous life, the flood reached the 2nd floor. The residents who were forced to move out did not wait for rescue, so they took advantage of the empty rooms and pried open the doors to move in. They lived in peace at first, but as food became increasingly scarce, his eyes became more gloomy and calculating, and he secretly pried open Jiang Ning's door in the middle of the night many times. This time she bought a fire axe, and she would chop it down as long as they dared to pry it open. There was not only the sound of an electric drill, but also what seemed to be the voice of a child. Jiang Ning opened the door and walked out, only to see that the door of 1801 was open, with a brand new stainless steel door next to it. A young man in light-colored casual clothes was drilling a hole in the wall. Hearing the door open, he turned around. Jiang Ning looked surprised. "It's you." Jiang Ning never expected that not only did a new resident move into room 1801, but also a young man who helped out at the express delivery point. The other party was slightly surprised, nodded at her and continued working. The man has a handsome and cold appearance, tall and lean build, with muscles faintly visible under his clothes, and he looks extremely explosive. Jiang Ning felt his scalp tingling, and after saying hello he quickly returned to his room. This life is different. Not only did the typhoon come earlier, but new neighbors also came. What normal person would install 3 stainless steel doors in a row? It would be best if we could live in peace, but we must still be vigilant. It is true that the other party acted bravely, but after all, it happened before the natural disaster. With the moral decline in the end times, who can guarantee that he will keep his original intention? I locked the door, brushed my teeth, washed up and had breakfast. The sky was a little brighter but still very gloomy. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony. The fierce typhoon howled like ghosts and wolves and kept hitting the walls, and the heavy rain made the explosion-proof glass crackle. In just one night, the streets were flooded by rain, many vehicles were soaked, and vehicles in low-lying and fast-flowing areas were directly washed away by the flood. The rain blocked my sight, and the distance was gray and gloomy, and I couldn't see clearly. The sky was getting darker and darker, like a pair of invisible dark hands, compressing the entire city in its palms and crushing it hard. Come back to Add Pictures, the surrounding weather on March 24, 2023, do you feel the oppression of natural disasters? Jiang Ning held a telescope and stood on the balcony, looking down at the city. The city roads were flooded, the dark clouds were getting lower and lower, and the vortex of the water dragon connected the sky and the earth. The rapid rotation sucked in the rain, trees, cars, etc., as if it was going to swallow up everything in the world. Tornado. Jiang Ning was extremely shocked. He watched helplessly as the tornado instantly cut off the viaduct and lightning struck the trees, causing a fire, which was quickly put out by heavy rain. Were there tornadoes in your previous life? Jiang Ning had no impression. He always felt that many things were different and seemed to be heading for a worse direction. The phone kept ringing with messages, but she was annoyed by the noise, so she turned off the internet and went into the kitchen, busying herself with washing and cutting. It takes a lot of time to blanch the frozen chicken and duck feet to remove the blood, take out various seasonings to make braised dishes, and process the pork and beef offal. Jiang Ning had no appetite due to too much cooking fumes, so he simply made tomato and egg noodles for lunch. When I turned off the range hood, I could vaguely hear a child crying. She didn't care, packed up the garbage and threw it out the door. Just as she was about to go back to her room, she heard crying coming from next door. I have only studied medicine for 1 year and can't even be considered a novice, but I know more than others. The child's crying is not right. After hesitating for a moment, she knocked on the door of 1801, Daodu. The 3 stainless steel doors were too thick. Jiang Ning knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard the door click. After fiddling around for a long time, he finally opened the door, revealing a timid face full of tear marks, vomit at the corners of his mouth, and an abnormal flush on his face. Why is Daodu crying? Jiang Ning touched her head and found it was extremely hot. Clear mucus kept coming out of her nose. It was a cold and a high fever. Where's your father? Brother is gone. The voice was hoarse and she kept wiping away tears with her little hands. Brother doesn't want Daodu anymore. Also, it seems she was abandoned. Looking at the 3 solid stainless steel doors, Jiang Ning touched her head to comfort her. No, he might have gone out for something and will be back soon. Why don't you go to your sister's house first? The 5-year-old sick child was extremely afraid of the unfamiliar environment, but she remembered her sister in front of her and nodded hesitantly in agreement. After taking Daodu home, Jiang Ning measured his temperature and found it was over 39 degrees. He then found some cold medicine suitable for children which contained antipyretic ingredients. After feeding her the medicine, I wrote a sticky note and stuck it on the door of 1801 because I was afraid her parents would worry. Listening to the roaring typhoon outside, Jiang Ning couldn't help but become curious about the people next door. Wouldn't it be a death wish to go out in this kind of weather? The typhoon was accompanied by thunder and lightning from time to time, and there was no signal on TV. Daodu was seen curled up on the sofa, looking extremely frightened and uneasy. Jiang Ning couldn't help but think back to his childhood. He saw other children being loved by their parents, but when he was sick he could only curl up in bed and cry with his pillow, feeling abandoned by the whole world. I don't know how to take care of a child, so I can only take out my tablet and play the downloaded cartoons for Daodu to watch. The cartoon is really attractive, and the listless Daodu seems to be more energetic. Jiang Ning sat next to her and browsed his phone. Several avatars flashed, including Yang Weizong. Aining, I had a bad attitude yesterday, please don't be angry. I was really looking forward to you coming to celebrate my birthday, but you didn't come, so I felt so disappointed. He looks like a decent human being, but I didn't expect his bones to be so soft that he couldn't even last one night. That's right. There are so many people celebrating his birthday, and there should be 7 or 8 of them still at home. The party only has snacks, beer and cakes. They don't even know how to cook, so where does the food come from? Even if we had instant noodles and biscuits, they wouldn't be enough to feed so many mouths. Jiang Ning checked the time. It was sent an hour ago. It turned out that he was just begging for food because he was hungry. She ignored several people who applied to be her friend after Yang Weizong sent her messages. 2 parents of their children who were taking tutoring classes sent her messages, saying thank you for reminding them to go to the supermarket in time to buy food, otherwise their family would have gone hungry. One of them even sent a red envelope to express gratitude. Jiang Ning didn't click to receive it, and even if he did, he wouldn't have the chance to spend it. Continue to browse the group messages. Some are showing off their seafood feast, some are eating hot pot and drinking Lafite while listening to the typhoon, and some are opening their big refrigerators to show off their stockpiled goods. There were many people competing with each other, and some even played word games, without realizing how much they would pay for their actions. After half a month of typhoons and heavy rains, even if the country wanted to provide rescue, the harsh reality of the environment did not allow it. Once food shortages endangered their lives, these people would become the first targets of plunder. Where there are people who are sharing their experiences, there are those who are seeking help. There are quite a lot of people there. Almost all of them are young people who make a living by ordering takeout. They usually spend lavishly and never cook. They have a lot of clothes and facial masks at home, but no food. I went to the supermarket yesterday and all the instant noodles were sold out. Is there any kind-hearted person who can show some pity? I didn't get any either. I bought 2 packs of flour, but I didn't have a pot at home. Someone took the lead, and many people followed suit. Someone actually invited a beautiful woman to his home for hot pot, but unfortunately they were not in the same building. There were many people coming to watch the fun, but few were willing to help. Until someone suggested exchanging items, offering a 5-pack of facial masks for a pack of instant noodles, someone quickly responded. There were too many messages. Jiang Ning scrolled down quickly and saw a forwarded video. A car was swept into the flood. Firefighters risked their lives to rescue it despite the typhoon, but were instantly swallowed up by the flood peak that broke through the dam upstream. There are many videos like this, some showing successful rescues and some showing total defeat. Jiang Ning was feeling depressed and was about to quit the phone when Yang Weizong popped up again. Without blinking, blocked it. In less than a minute, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. You can tell with your toes that it belongs to Yang Weizong's classmate or friend. If she had the chance to do it again, Jiang Ning refused to be a sucker and would consider herself a loser if she was given only a grain of food. I turned off my phone and found Dowda sleeping on the sofa, curled up in a ball, feeling uneasy even in his dreams. I took my temperature and the fever had dropped to 38 degrees. Don't show off your wealth. As long as Dowda is around, I can't continue to cook delicious food. Jiang Ning ate the messy tomato and egg noodles and found them extremely delicious. There is an escape window on the balcony, and the rest are all covered with frosted window stickers. Light can come in, but outsiders cannot see the situation inside clearly. Jiang Ning took out the planting pots and culture soil, and took out a few pounds of potatoes. He cut the ones with buds into pieces, mixed them with wood ash and stuck them to the cut surfaces, and then planted them in the pots. I planted about 20 pots and put them all in the balcony. Then I planted a few pots of garlic, onions, lettuce, spinach, Chinese cabbage, water spinach, etc. Take out the hollow hanging hook and hang the used planting pots on the iron railings. As long as you take care of it carefully, you can achieve vegetable freedom. Before I could wash my hands, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. The voice is unfamiliar. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Yang Weizong's classmate. Haha, it looks like you are really hungry. Jiang Ning, you usually love cooking, can you give us some food? It's okay to buy from you. We'll pay double, no, 5 times, okay. The friend request has been approved. I will transfer the money to you now. I say, we are all friends and we will meet again in the future. Do you have to be so extreme? The noise wasn't particularly loud through the 2 stainless steel doors, but the voices outside were getting more and more unpleasant, and he even kicked the door in anger. Jiang Ning took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen door, opened the door suddenly and chopped it with the knife. Who kicked it? There were 3 boys standing outside, and they were happy when they heard the door open. They all knew that Jiang Ning was licking Yang Weizong, and they could let anyone go hungry but not let their idol go hungry, right? The snacks were all eaten up last night. They had gone hungry for 2 meals in the morning and at noon, so they really couldn't hold on any longer. Now they only had a few bottles of beer left, and the more they drank, the hungrier they got. Yang Weizong said that Jiang Ning was very strange and had a habit of hoarding things. Many things she had past their expiration dates could not be finished, and she lived like an old grandmother. They had laughed at her behind her back many times, but they didn't expect to run into her now. Before they could say anything, they saw a kitchen knife coming at them. They were so scared that they dodged to the side. They immediately flew into a rage and said, "Jiang Ning, are you crazy?" Jiang Ning blocked the door with a gloomy expression. "Get lost, I don't have a son as shameless as you." Everyone was stunned, and when they reacted, they cursed, "Jiang Ning, what do you mean? Since I'm not your mother, why should I care about what you eat and drink?" Jiang Ning was furious and pointed a knife at them. "If you kick the door again, I'll chop you up and make snacks for you." Having survived the apocalypse for 3 years, she has fought and killed people and witnessed the worst of human nature. Seeing her murderous look, they were shocked to the point of their scalps tingling. "We are all friends, and it's not like we won't pay you. Don't say there's no food in my house. Even if there is, I'll feed it to the dogs instead of giving it to you. What are you talking about behind my back? Do you really think I don't know?" Jiang Ning looked around at them. "If you look down on me so much, why don't you come looking for me if you have the guts? How come you've become so weak after 2 meals of hunger?" Everyone's face turned red and they were shaking with anger. "Tell Yang Weizong to stop hugging the school beauty and looking for me for food. You are a gigolo and you still want to act noble. Aren't you a slut? If he dares to come after me again, I will report it to the school forum and the community group and see if he still has the shame to do it. You have guts. It's just 2 meals of skipping meals. A man should still have some dignity." Besides, Jiang Ning was madly holding a knife and his eyes looked like he was going to kill someone. He was probably really stimulated by the relationship between Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao. Let's wait and see. He left in disgrace after saying some harsh words. Jiang Ning said nothing, but chopped the wall with his knife, scaring them so much that they ran away. After this angry speech, I guess they won't dare to come for a while. Jiang Ning closed the door and found Dao was woken up. With tears in her eyes, she wanted to cry but didn't dare to, so she curled up on the sofa and shivered. This child is not in good condition and has probably been deeply hurt. Throwing the kitchen knife back into the kitchen, Jiang Ning slowed down her voice and said, "Don't be afraid, Dao. Those were bad guys. Sister chased them away." I touched her forehead and found that the fever had subsided. Hearing her stomach growling, Jiang Ning asked, "Do you want to eat?" Dao nodded, then shook her head. "Where's my brother?" 1801 hadn't come back yet, so Jiang Ning made an excuse to go to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge from the space. Dao was very hungry. He glanced at her while eating, as if he was afraid that she would suddenly get angry. Being so sensitive, there must be family disharmony. He rubbed her head gently and handed her a lollipop. "Thank you, sister." Dao is very well behaved and sits quietly on the sofa. Jiang Ning opened his phone and scrolled through the latest news. He saw Yang Weizong asking for help in the group. Yang Weizong is handsome and sunny. He ranks among the top students in school. He is good at pretending to be popular. In addition, many students live in the community, so beautiful girls will quickly respond to his messages. "I have bread and a self-heating pan here. Brother, you can come and get them if you need them." Clicking on the beautiful girl's profile picture, it turned out to be the tenant who lived on the 12th floor. Jiang Ning had a vague memory of her. She seemed to be from the accounting department. She was petite, pretty and cute, and was also Yang Weizong's bootlicker. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. There is nothing to say. But she probably didn't expect that it wasn't just Yang Weizong who went there, but a large group of people. This is a swarm of locusts. When they pass through their territory, not a blade of grass will grow. Jiang Ning had seen her carrying vegetables back home, so she should cook on a regular basis and have some food stored at home. If she was alert enough and came to her senses after being beaten twice, she would be able to stop the loss in time. She thought about it and also sent a message about being hungry in the group. If you don't have enough face, no one will pay attention to you. Then, I asked for 20 yuan in exchange for instant noodles or bread, but no one responded. A typhoon was raging outside the window, the old glass of the neighboring apartment building shattered, the strong wind rushed into the house, and the water on the street was getting higher and higher. It turned out to be a strong typhoon that occurs once in 100 years. Many people were a little panicked, and the group was no longer as lively as it was in the morning. Dowda fell asleep again, and Jiang Ning covered her with a blanket for fear that she would catch a cold. There were continuous knocks on the door. Dowdu. Only after confirming that it was 1801 did Jiang Ning open the door. 1801 was wearing a raincoat, all wet, holding the sticky note she had left on the door. Is Dowdu at your house? Jiang Ning nodded. Dowdu has a cold and a fever. He cried until he vomited and almost choked on his esophagus. I gave him some medicine and his fever has gone down. You can take him home and continue to take the cold medicine. 1801 was anxious and surprised. Are you a doctor? A little bit. 1801 came in and touched Dowdu's forehead. I thought he was going to take her away, but 1801 suddenly said, "Excuse me, my name is Huishan. I just moved here last night. I don't have anything at home. The typhoon probably won't stop for a while, so I have to go out and get some things. Can Dowda stay with you for a while? I'll come pick her up in the evening." Jiang Ning was surprised. Can we go out in such a strong typhoon? There's nothing at home, just be careful. Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment and then agreed. He would be safe only if he had stored food. It's better to go out and do it than to target her. 1801 glanced at the living room and said, "Thank you for taking care of Dowda for me." "As you should. You helped me yesterday, too." Jiang Ning was a cautious person and put away the stockpiled goods early, leaving only humble winter melon, pumpkin, and cabbage in the kitchen. Huishan nodded and left. The food plan was delayed, so Jiang Ning turned on the light in the bathroom, took out the unwashed pig intestines from the space and continued to work on it. However, halfway through, there was a sudden power outage. After closing the door, she slipped into the space. The electricity in the space did not go out, and in addition to ecstasy, I also had more faith in the dark end of the world. People's hearts are unpredictable. Even when facing children, Jiang Ning was extra cautious and cooked cabbage noodles in the evening. People with a cold cannot eat eggs, so she added a piece of ham, and Dowda ate it with gusto. After getting used to it, Dowda was not so timid anymore. Sister's cooking was delicious, but brother's cooking was ruined. 1801 was only in her early 20s, so it was normal that she couldn't cook. Seeing that she had a good appetite, Jiang Ning gave her another half bowl. It was completely dark before 6 o'clock. Although Jinrong community is located at a relatively high altitude, the accumulated water still reached the gate of the community. The group was still lively, but there were obviously fewer people showing off their food. The raging typhoon and power outages finally made them feel scared, and tension was spreading. Jiang Ning raised the price of the instant noodles to 30 yuan, but still no one said anything. Firstly, they are neighbors. If they are blinded by money, it will be awkward to meet them in the future. Secondly, they are also afraid and have taken precautions against this kind of horrible weather. The power went out and the whole city fell into darkness. The bright lights of the past could no longer be seen, and an invisible sense of unease followed. Jiang Ning closed the curtains and turned on the solar light. Dowda was scared and subconsciously grabbed the corner of her clothes. I don't know how to take care of children, so I can only continue to play cartoons on the tablet. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, 1801 came back. Wearing a dry casual outfit and carrying a bag of things, he said, "Jiang Ning, thank you for taking care of Dowda." The stuff was quite heavy: a bag of potatoes, 2 heads of cabbage, 2 kilograms of noodles, a box of cold medicine, an alcohol stove and solid alcohol tablets. Huishan reminded, "There's a power outage, and there may also be a water outage, so you'd better stock up." Jiang Ning thanked him and accepted the gift after a few hesitations. After he left with Dowda, I immediately closed the doors and windows, turned on the gas stove, and cooked braised pork intestines, and spicy and sour pork intestines. Sweet and sour pork ribs, and corn soup, flame-drunk goose, stir-fried beef with green peppers. I was busy until late at night, and when I came out to throw away the kitchen waste, I found water stains on the corridor floor. The water-stained shoe prints disappeared at the entrance of 1801. Going out during the day and going out late at night. The 3 stainless steel doors store things day and night regardless of the danger, not only reminding her to store water, but also the things she sends are all famous. Back in the room, Jiang Ning fell into deep thought. This 1801 was not simple. It was a little cool due to the rain, and I slept very comfortably. It was still dark outside, and Jiang Ning continued to sleep. When I got tired of sleeping and opened my phone, it was already past 10 in the morning. She walked to the balcony. It was dusty everywhere outside. The sky and water were connected, and it was hard to tell where the boundary was. There was a faint noise coming from downstairs. Jiang Ning looked down and found that the water had already flooded into the community, and the residents on the first floor had just been flooded. There was a power outage yesterday and the group was much quieter, but some people still posted pictures showing that the water had already reached the ankles of a group of residents. The alarm phone call could not be reached, and even if it was answered, it was useless because the duty point had been flooded. The residents were moving their belongings upstairs in a hurry, cursing and swearing. This place is close to the university town, and there are very few vacant houses. Those that are not lived in will be rented out. Some smart people have already asked in the group who can take them in temporarily. It's usually okay as neighbors can help each other, but now not only is there a power outage, but even the gas is cut off when I wake up in the morning. If rescue can't come in, who dares to take in others? It is easy to invite gods but difficult to send them away. What if they come in and never leave? Housing is a problem, and how to solve the problem of food. What I fear most is helping others and causing enmity, and the group becomes silent. The residents on the first floor are depressed, but they can't block the corridor, right? The rainstorm and typhoon continued. How could we live in a wet corridor? Adults could tolerate it, but how could children? Many people were unwilling to give up, so they searched up one level at a time, knocking on doors one by one to ask. If it really doesn't work, you can just pay and stay in a hotel. The residents either don't say anything or their houses are full and there is really nothing they can do. The door was knocked again. Jiang Ning was surprised at the speed of the first floor. Who knew it was 1801? He had just woken up as well, and his expression showed a trace of fatigue. I've changed the door at my house. Is it okay to install the old one on the stairs? Jiang Ning was more than happy to help. The two worked together to install the old door at the entrance of the stairs leading to the 18th floor. Although he said he was helping, 1801 did all the work. Jiang Ning just helped a little and got a key in return. When the resident on the first floor came up, he saw that the door at the stairs had turned green, so he turned around and walked downstairs, cursing. Jiang Ning was listening to the noise upstairs. This was a good idea as it saved him a lot of trouble and danger. This door has temporarily kept me out of trouble, but that may not be the case in the future. I'll install her door as well when the time comes. Everyone is not stupid. If two doors are installed at once, they can tell with their toes that there is food stored on the 18th floor. Once they come in droves, no amount of doors will be able to stop them. It's not too late to take it out when it gets extremely cold. The natural gas was cut off, so Jiang Ning dragged out the gas cylinder from the space, fiddled with it for a while before installing the stove, closed the doors and windows and continued frying, stir-frying, and cooking. Even if the smell overflows, it will be washed away by the rain. But it was very uncomfortable. The kitchen was damp, greasy, and like a sauna, and Jiang Ning was covered in the smell. But if we don't do it now, we will never dare to open fire in the future. After eating a spicy hot pot, I was sweating all over and felt refreshed from the spiciness. The water level continued to rise and was already half a calf deep. To avoid anxiety, Jiang Ning turned off his mobile phone, took a comfortable nap, and then entered the space to open up new areas. Seeing the pitifully low number on the timer, Yu rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Time is life. The hoe was so powerful that blisters soon appeared on his two white and tender hands. 10 square meters may not look big, but it is very tiring to turn it over. After turning the ground and smoothing it, Jiang Ning divided it into 4 grids and scattered different vegetable seeds in each grid, not forgetting to also scatter a few eggplant seeds, green peppers, cucumbers, etc., which could be planted in the corners later. There is only so much land, so we must use it wisely and not waste it. The time in this space is synchronized with that outside, but it seems that there is no season. She thought about it and planted a tangerine tree and some old grape seedlings in the corner. No matter how hard I tried, it still took me 2 hours. I felt so heartbroken. After leaving the space, I found that the water had stopped and the internet was intermittent. It felt like the whole world was about to come to a standstill. The water in the space did not stop flowing, and Jiang Ning filled it up and continued. The 3 households on the first floor occupied the corridors on the second, third, and fourth floors respectively, which made the original residents feel very upset, but thinking that it was not easy for everyone, they didn't say anything. But soon someone couldn't help it anymore, and threw garbage everywhere, and knocked on the door from time to time and asked to go into the house to use the toilet. Due to the water outage, there is no way to flush the toilet, so residents can only find ways to get water from the balcony. They are unwilling to let outsiders in. The angry residents on the first floor relieve themselves in the corridor, and when the water becomes smelly, they continue to move upstairs. It seems that they are not going to let others have an easy life just because they are not having one. There were many conflicts at once, and noisy sounds could be heard from the stairs from time to time. There was also a fierce fight in the group, filled with resentment and violence. There was no trace of the harmonious atmosphere before the typhoon. Jiang Ning's phone kept ringing. Yang Weizong, who was unwilling to give up, kept applying for friends. He would send text messages if his phone was blocked. Even Su Mingyao came to join in the fun. The latest news, Aining, listen to my explanation, Mingyao and I are just ordinary friends. It is estimated that there is not much food left on the 12th floor, which is why Yang Weizong is so persistent. It seemed that he must have had food on his own, for if there had not been a door installed on the stairs, he would have rushed up long ago. Jiang Ning was browsing the group messages and saw a girl on the 12th floor asking for help, either by bartering or paying money. The water, electricity, and gas were all cut off, and there was no news of rescue. I finally got through on the phone but was told to wait in the building and not go out. I never got through again. The meteorological department predicted that the typhoon would pass through in 4 to 5 days. Now it is the 5th day and not only has it not stopped, it is getting stronger and stronger. Several more households in the community had broken glass, and the house was in a mess. An old man fell to the ground and had a sudden heart attack. Trapped by floodwaters, with rescue calls unreachable, panicked family members cried in the group for medicine. Is there any medicine for heart disease? My family has run out of it. Quick-acting heart pills will also work. Help! Save my dad. The voice was desperate, hysterical, and helpless. Jiang Ning had a stockpile of quick-acting heart-saving pills, but the patient was in building 15, several hundred meters away from her apartment building, and the message was sent an hour ago. Standing on the balcony, I could vaguely see something floating in the water. Looking through the telescope, it turned out to be a dead body. The guy in the group said he was from building 3. He had been hungry for 2 days and wanted to risk running out to find something to eat. However, he was unlucky and before he could swim out of the community, he was struck by lightning and hit a tree, electrocuting him to death while he was in the water. Was there one in your previous life? Jiang Ning had no idea, as her cell phone had run out of battery by then, and she was so hungry that she had to drink rainwater to fill her stomach. Looking at the strange world outside, I felt very depressed, but when I turned around, I saw green sprouts coming out of the plant pot. The sown seeds broke through the soil, revealing yellowish-green tips. The new life unexpectedly healed Jiang Ning's mood. He squatted down and stroked the breeding rabbits in the cage that were eating feed, and found that the female rabbit seemed to have gained weight. I reached out and touched my stomach, which was hard and bloated. Pregnant. I must have been pregnant when I bought it, but I didn't see it at the time. The gestation period of meat rabbits is 30 days. Judging from its belly, it might be born soon after the typhoon ends. Jiang Ning was so happy that he couldn't help but reward them with 2 carrots. At noon, I had a spicy hot pot, drank pineapple beer, and watched TV series. I ignored everything outside the window and felt indescribably relaxed physically and mentally. Just as I finished washing the dishes and was about to take a nap, Douda came over and knocked on the door, 3 long knocks and 1 short. The cold is gone and the little guy is in high spirits. The little tuft of hair on his head is twisted and crooked, which is obviously the work of 1801. The red apple was handed to her, and she smiled innocently. "Sister, this is for you." "Thank you." Jiang Ning didn't want any, and taught him, "Doudu, keep the good things for yourself. Don't let others see you while you are eating, or they will snatch them away." Such a child who is ignorant of the ways of the world will make the beasts glare at him in the last few years. Not for anyone else, only for my sister. Douda was no longer shy and held up the apple stubbornly. "We have a lot at home." Jiang Ning. "It's so broken, I don't know how 1801 is kept alive." "I won't tell anyone else." Douda covered her mouth and promised, "I'll only tell my sister." Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Jiang Ning had no choice but to accept it and gave her 2 candies in return. WeChat rang. It was Zheng Weili who sent, "Aining, the water has flooded more than half of the first floor. If it floods to the second floor, would it be convenient for Lu Yu and I to stay there for a while?" Zheng Weili is from the sports university, the champion of the National College Sanda Championship, and Lu Yu's live-in girlfriend. Lu Yu, Zhang Chao and Jiang Ning are all orphans and grew up together. Lu Yu was sickly and Zhang Chao was weak, yet they still teamed up to bully her. They only became obedient after being severely beaten. Zhang Chao lacks love and only looks for his sister to talk about love. Lu Yu feels insecure. He is a boy with a feminine appearance, like a porcelain doll. He has been chased by girls since he was a child. However, he fell in love with Zheng Weili, a girl with a masculine appearance. He fell in love with her at first sight and flirted with her, saying that he felt particularly safe when she held him while sleeping. Zheng Weili loved him very much, holding him like a treasure and holding him in her mouth for fear that he would melt. The 4 of them get together occasionally and their relationship is pretty good. My cell phone ran out of battery in my previous life, so I insisted on keeping the internet on in this life, just waiting for Zheng Weili. "Sister Weili, the landlord's stuff has taken up 1 room, and I can't move out, but 1803 is empty. You and Lu Yu can move in, but you have to be quick. If the second floor is really flooded, I'm afraid someone else will take it away." After waiting for a long time, the other side replied, "Okay, keep an eye out for me. Typhoon plus heavy rain, and occasional thunder and lightning. We will only take risks when we are left with no other options." Zheng Weili was just asking in advance. She is naturally positive and optimistic. Now only half of the floor has been flooded, and it may not reach the second floor. In fact, the flood not only reached the second floor, but Jiang Ning couldn't reveal this because the house was empty anyway. When it's time for dinner, 1801 comes to find Doudu. Unexpectedly, Douda didn't want to leave. "No, I'll have diarrhea if I eat the food my brother cooked." Huishan looked embarrassed and said, "I made it according to the recipe today. My brother said the same thing yesterday." Douda was scared of being tortured. "Sister's cooking is delicious." Now even Jiang Ning was embarrassed. "My family only has plain boiled noodles, what's good about it?" Huishan was not used to her, Doudu. He had cold and handsome features, and exuded a cold and distant aura that made him difficult to approach. When his face sank, he looked even more murderous. Doudu instantly wilted, lowered his head and followed him away obediently. When they reached the door, Huishan turned around and said, "Jiang Ning, the garbage in the corridor has not been cleaned up by the property management. How about discussing it?" The garbage hadn't been collected for several days and it still smelled bad even with the lid closed. Jiang Ning was still thinking about finding an opportunity to deal with it, but 1801 brought it up first. The public environment was not negotiable, and the two quickly reached an agreement to dispose of the garbage first. From then on, each household would handle their own garbage and not put it in the corridor anymore. The property management was shut down and residents from other floors were throwing garbage down. Jiang Ning had no objection of course, and he held his nose and threw bags of garbage down. Zheng Weili might move here, and Jiang Ning mentioned this to 1801. 1801 has no objection, but there are only 2 keys. None of this is a problem. The key is that Zheng Weili is a good fighter. She rescued her many times in the apocalypse and once even gave her 2 kilograms of noodles. In such a harsh environment, she was able to give away life-saving food. Her character can still stand the test. Unfortunately, we never saw each other again, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Even if there is no shortage of food, it is wishful thinking to survive in the sin-ridden apocalypse alone. Especially those girls who live alone and look weak will be the first to be targeted by those who are out of money and food. No matter how strong you are, you can never defend yourself against it. She wouldn't mind having a partner if the opportunity arose. Zheng Weili is the person she wants to find and repay, but she will also remain vigilant at the same time. I went home to take a shower and change clothes. I have made a lot of strong-smelling food in the past few days, and all of them together are enough to last for 4 or 5 months. In the next few days, I can make light-flavored food, like dumplings, noodles, 8 treasure porridge, mung bean paste, etc., and then I will stop cooking completely. The typhoon continues, the rainstorms have become less frequent, but the water level is still rising. 2 days later, the entire first floor was flooded. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony and saw several people risking their lives to swim out of the community. The terrain here is higher and the water flow is not very fast, but it is different outside. For those who swim out, whether they can swim back depends on luck. Zheng Weili sent a message saying that she had decided to move here immediately. She and Lu Yu lived in Unit 3, which was only about 50 meters away from Jiang Ning's building. I was a little worried, so I watched through a telescope. About half an hour later, an inflatable rubber boat appeared in the water. There were things on the boat. Lu Yu was wearing a disposable raincoat and sitting on it paddling. Zheng Weili was soaking in the water, dragging the rubber boat and swimming forward. Jiang Ning carried the garbage downstairs and planned to pick up the 2 people on the 2nd floor. When I went down to the 12th floor, I happened to see Su Mingyao coming out of 1202. She was wearing a polka dot skirt that didn't fit her. When she saw Jiang Ning, her eyes lit up, Ning. It's only been 5 days, but she has lost her former goddess aura. Not only has she lost weight, but her face also looks pale. Jiang Ning ignored him and continued going downstairs carrying the garbage. Ning, are you angry with me? Su Mingyao followed, her voice sweet and delicate. If I did something wrong, you can point it out. Jiang Ning warned with a dark face, stay away from me. Unexpectedly, she acted as if she didn't hear me, and followed me diligently. Ning, actually Senior Yang and I are not the kind of relationship you think. We just get along better. I think we have a good relationship. Jiang Ning stopped and threw the garbage in his hand over. Do you not understand what I'm saying, or is there something wrong with your brain? Su Mingyao didn't have time to dodge and was hit directly. The goddess's expression suddenly turned pale, and she asked angrily, what are you doing? Su Mingyao, I don't care if you guys take advantage of other people's things, but don't set your sights on me. These words made the girl in number 1202 standing at the door look unhappy, and her mood was like a roller coaster. What did I plan to do to you? The goddess couldn't help but say, we are alumni, we just greeted each other when we met. You don't want to be with me, but you're like a pug that can't be driven away. You add me on WeChat every day, what do you want if you don't want to eat shit? You. Su Mingyao blushed and started to yell, your house is piled with stuff until it grows hair, and other people are starving. Why don't you use the food to help those in need? What a good trick to divert trouble. Jiang Ning took out the kitchen knife hidden in his clothes and chopped it towards her face, which eye of yours saw that there are so many things in my house that they are covered with hair. They are like leeches, sucking the food from one buyer and looking for the next one. Who wouldn't be hungry? Why should I give you the food you need to survive? Why should I spread my legs just because you are so shameless? In the extreme cold alone, she had followed several men, using the stolen space to smuggle their supplies, which allowed her to live a glamorous life in the dirty and filthy apocalypse. As to whether she did it voluntarily or Yang Weizong asked her to do so, it is unknown. In the end times when order has collapsed, it is not uncommon to exchange one's body for food. Su Mingyao screamed and stepped back, bumping into the wall in fear, her face pale and her whole body shaking. She never expected that Jiang Ning would chop her with a knife. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a moment. The noise was so loud that the neighbor who heard it opened the door. Jiang Ning ignored their looks and continued walking downstairs. He heard Su Mingyao burst into tears. During the delay, Zheng Weili swam over in the typhoon and rainstorm. People are vulnerable in the face of major disasters. It was only a distance of 50 meters, but it almost cost me half my life. Jiang Ning pulled Lu Yu up through the window, followed by several backpacks and luggage bags, then the rubber boat, and finally Zheng Weili, who was soaking in the water. The residents on the second floor were also busy moving. Life was difficult without water, electricity, and gas. Even if they had rice, flour, oil, and grain, they could not make a fire to cook. Some used liquor as fuel, some chopped up furniture and used it as firewood, and some were so hungry that they ate raw rice and had diarrhea. Seeing several sturdy bags thrown in from the window, many people's eyes sparkled, especially when they saw the rubber boat. An old lady came over and asked with a smile, "Why are you carrying so many things when you move? What are they?" There was a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of calculation. Seeing that she was about to take action, the breathless Lu Yu quickly put the thing at his feet to prevent her from touching it. Not letting her touch the luggage, the old lady tried to grab the rubber boat. "Young man, we have been stuck here for a few days without food or water. Can you lend us the rubber boat so we can find something to eat outside? No one can let the children go hungry." The rubber boat is a life-saving tool, so how could Lu Yu agree to it, but the old lady reached out to grab it. Being pulled by the ant, the frail Lu Yu almost fell down. In a hurry, he pulled out the air valve and the rubber boat deflated. "What's wrong with you, young man? Why don't you help everyone who is suffering?" Zheng Weili was dragged up by Jiang Ning. Seeing her boyfriend being bullied, she became angry and pushed the old lady forward. "What are you doing?" Her hand was so strong that the old lady took 5 or 6 steps back and bumped into the wall, almost rolling down the stairs. The 2 sons of the auntie rushed over and said, "If you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. Why are you hitting me?" He immediately raised his boxing hand to hit Zheng Weili, wanting to take the initiative and teach her a lesson. Seeing that it was a man, Zheng Weili was not polite at all. She punched him left and kicked him right, and the 2 of them fell down the stairs and fell into the water on the first floor. The old lady was about to cry when she saw her 2 sons fall into the water. She had no time to throw a tantrum and just rolled over and crawled into the water. Other onlookers began to criticize, "Is it necessary for you to hit someone just to ask? Everyone is jealous. Now that the rubber boat has been borrowed, can it be returned?" Jiang Ning had anticipated this situation, otherwise he would not have brought a knife with him. Zheng Weili grabbed the kitchen knife and pointed it at them, shouting, "Whoever touches my things, try it." He had short hair and a hoarse voice. At first glance, you might think he was a man. But he knocked down 2 of them with one move. They were unwilling to give in and had the desire but not the courage. They kept shouting but no one dared to come up. There was no need to argue. Jiang Ning picked up the bag and led the 2 of them upstairs. Lu Yu was unhappy, and Zheng Weili was also in a bad mood. A typhoon and rainstorm not only turned the whole world upside down, but also shattered people's 3 views, leaving everyone with green faces and fangs. Seeing the stainless steel door on the 18th floor, Zheng Weili was stunned for a moment, aiming, "You are really awesome. My neighbor installed it, and I took advantage of it." Lu Yu had dark circles under his eyes. "If we had known, we would have moved. I haven't even slept well these past few days. Some people stayed with me, some used the toilet, and some even pried open my door in the middle of the night." Jiang Ning asked with concern, "You guys haven't run out of food, have you?" "We were really lucky. Before the typhoon, someone placed an order with the wrong address, and the supermarket sent several large bags of goods to us. 2 bags of 10 jean rice, several bundles of noodles and rice vermicelli, pickled vegetables and fermented bean curd, a portable gas stove, solid alcohol blocks, a rubber boat, and a solar charger." The order was placed anonymously, but before the 2 of them could figure things out, the typhoon hit. "I usually eat in the school cafeteria or order takeout, and occasionally I cook instant noodles. If the wrong goods had not been delivered, she and Lu Yu might have starved to death." 1803 Without a key, Jiang Ning thought of finding a tool to pry the door open, but Lu Yu took out a strangely shaped hook from his pocket and fiddled with the keyhole for a few minutes. It opened. Jiang Ning was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. "I suddenly felt that the 2 doors in my house were unsafe." Zheng Weili smiled and said, it's not a problem that there is no way in. He has been tinkering with it at home for 2 days. 1803 has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and is quite spacious. The furniture is covered with cloth, but when you uncover them, you'll see they're all top-quality furniture. The owner must have money to spare for not renting it out. It is illegal to trespass into someone's house. Zheng Weili felt uneasy and discussed with Lu Yu, "We are only staying here temporarily. Try not to touch their things and restore them when you leave." They chose a room with less furniture and started cleaning it, with Jiang Ning helping out. The house is pretty good, except that the balcony has no glass, but is surrounded by invisible stainless steel wire, so water is everywhere. A little bit of rice is a debt of gratitude, and a big bit of rice is a debt of resentment. Jiang Ning saw that there was still a bag and a half of rice, but the noodles and rice vermicelli had been mostly eaten, and they could barely hold on until the typhoon was over, so he gave up the idea of helping them. She prepared a copy for Lu Yu and Zhang Chao respectively, but fearing that it would be too eye-catching and arouse suspicion, she only gave them the basic standard. How far they could go from then on depended on themselves. After cleaning up everything inside and outside, Jiang Ning saw that the two were exhausted, so he said goodbye and went back to the house. Being neighbors means visiting each other, so she hid things that shouldn't be there and had a hearty meal at noon. Cordyceps flour chicken soup, braised spare ribs, stir-fried water spinach, and a piece of Chilean watermelon. When I woke up from a nap, the internet was down. Once the network was disconnected, I completely lost contact with the whole world and loneliness overwhelmed me. Feeling depressed, Jiang Ning started exercising. She has good physical fitness and joined several clubs in college, including Taekwondo, Tai Chi, and military boxing self-defense. She learned Sanda from Zheng Weili. It is diverse and not refined, but the advantage is that the understanding is good. I trained repeatedly for 2 hours, sweating profusely and feeling exhausted, but I also felt an indescribable sense of comfort all over my body. If you want to survive and live better than others, you must constantly improve yourself. Jiang Ning made a plan to spend 2 hours every day exercising, 3 hours studying Chinese medicine, and another 2 hours teaching himself basic surgical knowledge. There are hundreds of books stuffed into my space, all of which I cheated by getting from the school library. I can slowly study them over the next few years. She also picked up a psychology book and started studying it as quickly as possible. Apart from those who died in various natural disasters, there are actually not many normal people who can survive the apocalypse. Most of them commit suicide, self-mutilate, or seek revenge on society. Jiang Ning also had mental problems. Irritable, anxious, depressed. So, I prepared a lot of antidepressants this time, hoping that I won't need to use them. The glass was sealed tightly, but it was still damp in the room. Jiang Ning bought a lot of large compression bags, put away unused clothes and bedding, and hung wet clothes on the balcony of the space to dry. The black soil is very mysterious. Although the time is synchronized with the outside, the growth of vegetables is much better than outside. The potato pieces in the planting pots have sprouted, and the grapevines are also showing signs of sprouting. After coming out of the space, Jiang Ning found some thick plastic boards, covered each sewer, and then pressed them on with stones. There are many cockroaches on rainy days, especially in the late stage when the infestation is endless and they can easily crawl up from the sewers. When the flood comes, flushing the toilet is very difficult. It's okay for those on the upper floors, but the residents on the second and third floors were already cursing in the group before the internet was cut off, saying that shit was spraying out of their toilets, and asked those upstairs to have some sense of public morality and not flush things downstairs. In fact, those on higher floors are not feeling well either. Although they can flush with water, the stench keeps rising and it is equally irritating. Just in case, Jiang Ning prepared a lot of black plastic bags to deal with physiological problems. But when she thought about throwing it downstairs, she held back and planned to go into the space to solve it. Just as I was about to start cooking, Zheng Weili knocked on the door. After a day's sleep, the two of them felt much better. Zheng Weili came over with alcohol. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to have everything he needed. He even grew vegetables and raised rabbits on the balcony. She was almost shocked. Aining, no wonder Lu Yu said you could survive if you were thrown into the desert by yourself. She loves to stock up and grow things, there is nothing to hide about this, but many things need to have a source. I'm lucky too. A few days before the typhoon, I got an order from Zhang Chao, a rich second-generation man who was addicted to apocalyptic games. He asked me to prepare a lot of medicine for him, and when he delivered the goods, he also gave me a big survival gift pack. She ordered several items, including an inflatable boat and an earthquake first aid kit. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu were extremely shocked. After hearing what you said, it feels like the world is really going to end. It wasn't just the two of them who thought so. In fact, in the first few days after the typhoon hit, posts online went viral. I have lived for almost 20 years and have never experienced such a big disaster. Moreover, it is not only the southern coastal areas that have been affected. The key is that there has been no news of rescue so far. Who would not be scared? Lu Yu wondered if the rich second generation had gotten the news in advance, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? In the building where he lived, there was a young man living alone who suffered from depression. After being without food for a few days, he developed mental problems and jumped from the building and drowned. What is the difference between the current situation and the end of the world? He suddenly asked, "Are you in touch with Zhang Chao?" Jiang Ning shook her head. She converted the commission from buying medicine into supplies, placed an anonymous order online and had the goods delivered to her door. As for the follow-up, he had to rely on himself. Zhang Chao is very loyal and spends money generously when he goes out to parties. As a friend, he is impeccable. But he was too lacking in love, and he only looked for older people when he fell in love. He would get angry at anyone who tried to persuade him. Later, Jiang Ning gave up the idea. He has found a new girlfriend. Lu Yu's smile was a little forced. She is more than 10 years older than him, divorced and has 2 children. Her daughter is 10 years old and her son is 8 years old. It's obvious that the woman is a gangster. She just wants to make a living. Jiang Ning was speechless. Is he looking for a girlfriend or a mother? Who knows? Lu Yu looked tired and sighed quietly. Everyone who comes out of an orphanage will have some problems. He was the same, and was mocked as a gigolo. It was not the first time that Zhang Chao fell, but he never complained or regretted anything. It was hard for Jiang Ning to judge, because didn't he also stupidly lick Yang Weizong in the past? Everyone has a choice, all we can say is be happy. I never saw Zhang Chao until I died in my previous life. I wonder if he survived the cruel apocalypse. The two were chatting in the living room when Zheng Weili suddenly shouted from the balcony, "Hurry, hurry, tornado." Jiang Ning walked out, only to see that she looked shocked and panicked. Her eyes were as big as copper, and she even forgot to breathe. Following the direction she pointed, I saw a huge tornado appear in the gloomy sky. No, it's a twin tornado. Jiang Ning's breathing became tight and he quickly picked up the telescope to look. At the same time and in the same place, tornadoes with similar appearance but opposite rotation directions spun madly like giant crushers. Wherever they went, trees were uprooted, rooms collapsed, and cars were thrown into the sky like toys. Even the floodwaters in the sky were continuously sucked in. The two tornadoes approached each other quickly, and the high-speed rotating airflow was like countless sharp saw teeth, crushing all obstacles wherever it went. Ah! Zheng Weili exclaimed and covered her mouth subconsciously. The two tornadoes collided violently, fighting and merging at the same time, cutting and smashing a skyscraper, then swallowing it up and disappearing without a trace. The 30-story skyscraper completely disappeared in less than a minute. The fused tornado went berserk again, smashing things everywhere like a naughty child in a bad mood, without considering the consequences at all. This was the first time Jiang Ning had witnessed a double tornado in his life. Its destructive power was more than twice that of an ordinary tornado, but fortunately it only lasted half as long. But in just a dozen minutes, it can turn the city into a mess. Jiang Ning stared at the disappearing skyscraper without blinking. She wasn't sure whether there had been a double tornado in the previous life, but she was very clear that the skyscraper was not destroyed. She had even gone inside to look for supplies during the extreme cold, but unfortunately it had already been looted by the survivors, leaving only ruins and devastation. But now, it was destroyed. Starting over again, Jiang Ning's confidence came from the supplies stored in the space and the accurate prediction of natural disasters, but now things have changed. The tornado disappeared from sight. Even though Zheng Weili was usually optimistic and cheerful, she couldn't breathe at this moment. The cold hand tightly grasped Jiang Ning. A Ning, is this still a typhoon? This world is so strange, as if there is no chance to return to the prosperity before the typhoon. The twin tornadoes not only devoured and destroyed skyscrapers, but also the area surrounding that area was a mixture of commercial and residential areas, and was the most densely populated area in the city. Is there any chance those people will survive? Lu Yu looked solemn, and said with emotion, this time, the typhoon named Mingji is really like a kitchen knife. It feels like it is going to chop this city into pieces. As he spoke, he hugged his girlfriend tightly and rested his head on her shoulder. Don't worry, we were lucky to escape. If we really can't escape one day, we didn't see anything terrible, and we might be taken away without knowing it. Due to his upbringing, Lu Yu has a somewhat negative personality, which is why he fell in love with Zheng Weili at first sight. He was beaten black and blue in the ring, but he was still happy when he came off the stage. She is a sunflower, always warm and sunny. But now she couldn't laugh, and Lu Yu felt a little distressed. Tornadoes have occurred frequently in recent days, and this is not the first time the two have witnessed them. Zheng Weili hugged her boyfriend back and said, if we are unlucky enough to hit one, would you really be willing to die? It's no use being reluctant. At least we'll die together. Jiang Ning, whose mouth was filled with dog food. What did she do wrong? Natural disasters are terrible enough, but they are also poisoned by displays of affection. Zheng Weili is a boxer, with solid muscles all over her body. Not only is her waist thicker than Lu Yu's, but even her thighs are stronger than his. The scene is so incongruous that it hurts Jiang Ning's eyes. Just when I was about to remind the two to show off and go home, I heard a heart-wrenching cry from the building opposite. Jiang Ning lived on the top floor. When he looked up, he saw a woman standing on the rooftop, holding a child of 4 or 5 years old in her hands and holding another in her arms. The woman, with her hair disheveled, stood in the rain and shouted hysterically, "You, Chu, are a bastard. I will never let you go even if I become a ghost in my next life." The 4 or 5-year-old was so scared that he cried loudly. The rain was hitting him so hard that he couldn't even open his eyes. He desperately pulled his mother back and said, Mom, I'm scared." Zheng Weili was frightened by the scene before her eyes. Is she going to jump off the building to commit suicide? And she's taking her child with her. She opened the escape window, stuck her head out and waved to the other side. Hey, be positive, the typhoon will pass. You have 2 children, they want to live if you don't. You can't be so selfish. There was heavy rain and wind, and Zheng Weili's voice was blown away. This scene in Building 2 was seen by many people hiding at home. They all shouted towards the rooftop, hoping that the woman would wake up. Then the woman ignored him, dragged the child and jumped down. Someone from Building 2 ran to the rooftop to rescue them, but was too late and had to watch the mother and her 2 children fall. Splash, a splash of water a foot high. The child was struggling in the water. Help, Mom, help me. Lu Yu covered Zheng Weili's eyes to prevent her from seeing the cruel scene again. The double tornadoes just now took away countless lives in an instant, but after all, they were too far away to be seen clearly, and the visual impact was far less than what was happening in front of us. Zheng Weili didn't understand. It was just a typhoon. How could she not survive? Even if she has lived enough as a mother, her child's life has just begun. Why should she deprive him of it? The water surface returned to calm and the typhoon roared in again. Lu Yu closed the escape window and pulled the stunned Zheng Weili back to the living room. Jiang Ning was fine, as she had seen much bloodier and more cruel things in her previous life, and the stories became more and more inhumane as time went on. Without a strong will, not everyone can survive. I know that woman just now. It's true that she's a gigolo, but Lu Yu has seen all kinds of life in the orphanage, so she can obviously bear it better than Zheng Weili. Her husband has a mistress outside. Not only did she secretly give birth to a child, but he also used the family savings to buy a house and a car for the woman outside. Before the typhoon, there were some middle-aged ladies talking downstairs, and he overheard a few words. The woman jumped off the building in despair with her child. Not only was she betrayed by her husband and lost both her life and money, but it was estimated that the men didn't even come back for the typhoon. Not to mention a woman raising 2 children alone, even he and Zheng Weili were exhausted. In addition to natural disasters, there was also ugly human nature. She was probably jumping because she really had no way to survive, and she couldn't bear to let her children suffer in the world, so she had to seek relief in this way. He looked confused. Will this natural disaster ever really end? It seemed like he was asking Jiang Ning, but also like he was asking himself. After 2 consecutive disasters, Lu Yu and Zheng Weili were extremely depressed and went back to the next room. Jiang Ning closed the door, listened to some soothing music, adjusted his mood, and took out some stewed beef brisket with radish, braised chicken with mushrooms, and stir-fried lettuce with garlic. I found a light-hearted comedy and watched it to kill time while eating. The typhoon continued and the sky became gloomy before dawn. I don't know how 1801 taught him, but Dao comes to knock on the door almost every day, and he is very punctual recently, always coming after lunch. Sister, can I see Xiaobai and Hui? She tied her hair into a bun today, tilted her head and smiled at Jiang Ning, then stuffed the egg in her hand into hers. A child's pure and clear smile can heal a bad mood, and his black grape-like eyes are like the brightest stars in the sky. Dao likes rabbits and often squats on the balcony to watch them. She even named the 2 breeding rabbits. The balcony was sealed with glass and the cage was padded with cardboard. The rabbit was still clean. Jiang Ning carried it to the sofa for her to play with. Xiaobai is pregnant. You can't touch its belly. Dao's eyes sparkled. Are you going to have a baby? After getting the answer, she hugged Xiaobai and giggled, can I keep the baby? Meat rabbits reproduce quickly, and some can have more than 10 rabbits in a litter. Jiang Ning may not be able to afford to raise them. If your brother agrees, I can give you one. When she heard that she needed her brother's consent, her little face suddenly fell and she couldn't hide her disappointment. Judging from her clothes, 1801 took good care of her and gave her new clothes every day when it rained. But Dao seemed a little afraid of him. Indeed, 1801's facial features are cold and distant, which may be a bit scary for children. Inadvertently, Jiang Ning saw bruises on her arms and was immediately surprised. There were bruises not only on the arms, but also on the legs, waist, and even the forehead, which was shocking. Dao, what happened to your injuries? My brother beat me. Dao lowered his head and stroked the rabbit. I knew that 1801 was cold, but I didn't know that he had violent tendencies and was a child abuser. Looking at Dao's expression, it seems that she is used to being beaten. No wonder she runs to her place every day. Is she trying to avoid her perverted brother? Why did he hit you? Although it is someone else's family affair, child abuse is really excessive. Jiang Ning didn't ask about her past, but from her usual observation, her timid and withdrawn eyes, as well as her somewhat flattering personality, all reminded her of her unpleasant childhood memories. Dao, is he your biological brother? That's why she didn't reject the child. My brother taught me how to box. Dao rubbed his bruised arm and smiled sweetly at her. I didn't dodge and got hit, and I also fell accidentally. Jiang Ning then realized that Dao had been practicing boxing these days, for up to 5 hours a day. Sister, let me show you how to box. Without waiting for Jiang Ning's consent, she walked to a spacious place and posed. She was originally a weak and shy little girl, but she suddenly became fierce as she started to move. She raised her head, straightened her waist and tightened her stomach. She was like a completely different person. She was performing military boxing, her movements were standard and powerful, her posture was particularly sharp, and her eyes were fierce and bright. Jiang Ning was stunned. It's actually better than hers. Children need praise. Jiang Ning praised them a few times, and Dao was very embarrassed. Sister, you are so nice. Her brother never praised her, no matter how well she did. There were too many bruises on his body, obviously he had been tortured harshly. What does it mean to train 4 or 5-year-old children with such high intensity during a typhoon? 1801 didn't appear in the previous life, but now he's doing all these mysterious things. Could it be that he knew the end of the world was coming, so he trained Dao so strictly so that she would be able to protect herself in the future? Dao's movements are very standard, and this is not something you can just learn from videos. Being sensible at this age, Jiang Ning did not make hasty inquiries, nor did he let his guard down. Even though Dao comes here often, he never rummages through things or asks for food. You can tell he is well educated and he never comes empty-handed. She took out the medicinal wine she had soaked earlier, rubbed it on the bruises and pushed them away, soaked them in hot water at night. After the walk, Douda kissed the rabbit and left reluctantly. There has been a lot of noise downstairs these days, with people quarreling, cursing, and even fighting over disagreements. The bad weather and harsh living environment made everyone angry. The original residents on the 9th floor exchanged insults with the residents on the 2nd floor who were crowded in the corridor for a long time, and they almost came to blows with knives. When they woke up in the morning, the people on the 9th floor discovered that their house had been broken into and the few remaining food items had been taken away. The typhoon has no end in sight. This is life-saving food. Who the hell is this beast? The residents on the 2nd floor were crowded at their doorstep, either asking to borrow a pot or the toilet. If a thief really came in, it would be impossible for them not to notice. The two families were dissatisfied and pushed and cursed at each other, and the noise lasted for a long time before it stopped. It was not only the 9th floor that was broken into and robbed, but other floors also happened from time to time. Even if the homeowner was awakened, he could not see clearly in the dark because of the lack of lights, and the robbers were masked. It's not just one or two people, but a group of people robbing. Even if there were people living in the corridor, they didn't dare to move at all facing the gleaming knife. Their eyes were complicated and dark, and even flashed with a gloating look. They deserved to be robbed. It was because they had stored food and were unwilling to give it up, forcing others to rob them with knives. Now it's fair, just starve. Others who heard the cries for help also didn't have the courage to come out to help. They could only push refrigerators or sofas to block the room and beg them not to break in. For a while, the apartment building was filled with smoke and chaos. Some of those who had been robbed put on masks and used knives to rob others. Evil is growing wildly in the hotbed of typhoons and rainstorms. Jiang Ning adjusted his work and rest schedule. He went to bed after dinner when it got dark, set the alarm for 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and then got up to do various physical training. After only 2 days, I heard noise coming from outside. She pressed her ear to the door and found that someone was secretly picking the lock. These past few days have been very chaotic and crazy. During the day, several groups of people came and knocked on the door at the stairwell, asking if there was any food to borrow. The children were almost starving. After being trapped for 10 days, with no water, electricity, or gas, who would still have food left? Even if you have it, if you give it to this family and not to that one, they will be so hungry that they will swarm over and divide it up. Taking out the butcher knife from the space, Jiang Ning put on night vision goggles, opened the inner door carefully, and then pushed open the outer door at lightning speed. Someone was trying to pick the lock outside, but unexpectedly it would be suddenly knocked open. The one holding the single hook had his mouth covered before he could even scream, and his abdomen suddenly felt a sharp pain. Jiang Ning stabbed him several times, pushed him away and walked towards the second one. The man swung the flashlight over and saw the bloody knife in her hand. He was shocked and tried to run away subconsciously, but Jiang Ning threw him to the ground by grabbing his collar. There were 4 people in total who were trying to pry the door open in the dark. The other 2 turned around and ran away, but one of them suddenly bumped into a shadow. Before he could even make a sound, his neck was twisted off. Before he even had a chance to fall to the ground, his body was thrown out of the window. Jiang Ning looked up following the sound and saw a tall shadow killing people and disposing of the bodies skillfully. While being surprised, he slashed the knife towards the second person's neck. The man covered his neck tightly, opened his mouth but couldn't shout, and his body kept struggling. The rumors spread in the apartment building that 1802 had a lot of food stored, and that she was not only beautiful but also lived alone. They came here in the dark not only to get food, but also to have sex with her. She is a college student, and her skin is so white and tender that it could drip with water. But he never imagined that such a pretty girl was actually a devil. Jiang Ning pulled off the man's mask and found out that he was the one who moved to 1803 in her previous life and later pried open her door many times. This is the evil of human nature. Even if he had the chance to do it all over again, he would still choose to do evil. Jiang Ning sneered and stabbed the knife into the man's heart without hesitation. She stood up with a knife in hand, looking warily at the man not far away. The vision was not clear at night, but judging from his figure, he seemed to be 1801 centimeters. Huishan walked over, dragged the dying man on the ground to the window, and threw him out. Seeing her standing still with a tense and solemn expression, he whispered, "You are not wrong. Keeping such a person will only bring disaster." Is this to comfort her? He didn't seem surprised by what happened tonight. He killed calmly and disposed of the body calmly, without any ripples in his deep eyes. Jiang Ning guessed his identity. Judging from his temperament and posture, he was either a soldier or a policeman. But now it seems that he is more like a cold-blooded killer. No matter who he was, at least he didn't threaten her for the time being, and he even helped kill people and dispose of the bodies. Jiang Ning nodded, agreeing with him. If we really let them go, I don't know how many people will suffer. She wiped the blood off her face and cleaned the corridor with a mop and rag, while 1801 repaired the damaged door lock at the staircase overnight. The two of them didn't say anything and went back to their rooms. Jiang Ning went into the space and took a bath, soaking the bloody clothes and then washing them clean. Having experienced all the bloodiest things, she lay in bed extremely calmly and fell asleep quickly. When we woke up the next morning, the water level had risen a lot again. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, eating fried dough sticks and soy milk for breakfast. The fried dough sticks are golden and crispy, and the soy milk is rich and mellow. Eating them is particularly enjoyable and even makes your mood better. The water was littered with household garbage and garbage bags of various colors soaked in the water. Several corpses were visible to the naked eye and were drifting away to an unknown place with the flood. While having breakfast, I saw several people jumping into the flood and swimming out. Without exception, they all went out to look for food in the typhoon and rainstorm. Someone goes out every day, but Jiang Ning has never seen anyone come back. Maybe there was, but she just didn't see it. There was another banging sound at the stairs, but Jiang Ning ignored it and brushed his teeth and rinsed his mouth to remove the smell left by the food. It was almost noon when Zheng Weili came over and said, "Aining, there are more and more people knocking on the door. We have to be careful these few days." Zheng Weili listened for a long time at the stairs in the morning. Last night, a girl living alone on a lower floor had her door broken into in the middle of the night and was also bullied by others. With his face covered, no one knows who he is. You and Lu, you should also be careful, our floor is not safe anymore. There was some noise last night. Jiang Ning wondered why Zheng Weili didn't notice it, but when he saw the marks on her neck, he no longer understood. I overdid it and fell asleep. The water, electricity, and gas are all out of service, and there is no entertainment to kill time, so why not just do more exercise? In the end times, natural disasters occur frequently. It is difficult for adults to survive, and it is a disaster for women to get pregnant. Jiang Ning was embarrassed. How could she, who had never eaten pork, remind him? It was really hard to start, so she had to ask in a roundabout way, "Sister Weili, I think you have a competition next month." "Yeah." Zheng Weili looked melancholy. "I don't know when this horrible weather will end. It delayed my training. I can only practice blindly in the house. Yesterday, I was so itchy that I used Lu Yu as a sandbag." She also fantasized about taking part in the competition. She should have taken measures so that she could remind them once they had completely accepted the end of the world. When returning to the room, Jiang Ning glanced at the closed door of room 1801. In the early morning, without waiting for the thieves to come upstairs, Zheng Weili knocked on the door. When Jiang Ning opened the door, Zheng Weili was unarmed and Lu Yu was holding a knife, and the door of 1801 opened at the same time. Faced with the residents of the 18th floor who all showed up, the lockpickers felt guilty at first, but then they became confident and threatened, "Hand over the food if you know what's best for you, or I'll use the knife in my hand to hurt you." Jiang Ning said coldly, "Who said we have food? That's nonsense. Why did you install the door when we have nothing to eat?" The leader waved the knife in his hand. "We are almost starving to death, but you are all so frivolous. You eat all your food behind closed doors and don't care whether we live or die. How can you be such a human being? Stop talking nonsense, hand over your stuff and I'll spare your lives." In fact, Jiang Ning only ate until he was 80% full at each meal because his energy was consumed by a lot of training, and there was no need to avoid contact with people, but everyone else was hungry and had pale faces. The spirit, energy, and vitality cannot be hidden even if you want to. This group of people are so hungry that they have lost their moral principles. Talking to them is like talking to a cow. Jiang Ning was too lazy to talk nonsense. Okay, come up and grab it if you can. After saying that, he winked at Zheng Weili. Even though there are only a few people knocking on the door, there are probably many more hiding in the dark. If we don't make an example of them today, they will keep coming in the future. Zheng Weili received it and subconsciously protected Lu Yu behind her. Seeing the people on the 18th floor were so arrogant, they kicked open the stainless steel door and rushed up with knives raised. Jiang Ning turned sideways and slashed at the leader with a knife. Zheng Weili had been feeling depressed since she witnessed the mother and her 2 children jumping off the building. Seeing this group of bastards, she felt like hitting someone. She quickly dodged and punched the men in the abdomen. The men tumbled down the stairs, hit the door hard, and fell to the ground unable to move. 1801 stood there without moving and directly removed the man's arm. For a moment, screams were heard from all floors, and it was particularly eerie and terrifying in the dark night. Jiang Ning slashed several times, avoiding vital parts every time, but blood kept spurting out, spilling on the floor, shockingly. There were 6 people in total, 3 of them were chopped and injured, and the other one had his arm broken and was beaten to death by Zheng Weili, while Lu Yu didn't even have a chance to fight back. Jiang Ning stood at the stairs, holding a bloody knife and asked, "Do you want food or life?" The leading man covered his bleeding arm and wailed angrily, You are breaking the law by killing people." Breaking the law. Jiang Ning pulled off their veils. He couldn't remember their names but he had met them before. 2 of them were active members of the community group. They usually led glamorous lives, but they covered their faces and did evil things during natural disasters. She took out her phone to take pictures of them. You can call the police, and they'll arrest whoever they see. They didn't expect the 18th floor to band together. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. They had to give in under the circumstances. We have no other way to survive. We have no choice but to do this. Anyway, you haven't suffered any loss. Just pretend nothing happened and let us go, okay? He was so arrogant just now, but now he is such a coward, falling to his knees and begging for mercy. If they were just targeting Jiang Ning, they would just kill him secretly, but today's action was a group operation aimed at deterrence. She looked at 1801 and Zheng Weili. Both of them had no objection. You are lucky today, but you may not be lucky next time. Get lost. The noise was so loud that no one on any floor dared to open the door. Jiang Ning and others did not clean up the blood on the ground, but just closed the door and went upstairs. Lu Yu had just witnessed 1801's fierce skills and wanted to take the opportunity to get to know him as a good neighbor. Hello, my name is Lu Yu, and I just moved here a few days ago. You are so skilled, what do you do? Huishan, with a paralyzed face, walked to the door before answering, guess. Lu Yu. Zheng Weili saw through it and pulled her boyfriend, let's go back. It's obvious that this kind of person is not from the underworld, so his identity is probably not simple. It's easy to get into trouble if you ask around. The deterrent effect was very good, and no one dared to knock on the stair door for several days. Jiang Ning opened the curtains early, but the typhoon was still roaring and slamming against the doors and windows, giving people the illusion that the whole building was shaking. The typhoon arrived early, and it has been 15 days already, but there is still no sign of disappearing. The fears have come true. Not only have natural disasters escalated, but it is unclear whether they will end. But life must go on, and we should live one day at a time. Xiaobai's belly was very big and his appetite was quite amazing. When Jiang Ning used some vegetables to tease him, he found blood stains on the cardboard. I touched its belly and saw that it looked restless, so I felt like it was about to give birth. The new life created by natural disasters can be raised and made into spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit, braised rabbit, dry pot rabbit chunks, and cold mixed hand-shredded rabbit. Just thinking about it makes one drool. Soon, the first baby rabbit was born. Very good, it looks only a few centimeters, not much bigger than a baby mouse. When Dowda came over, Xiaobai had already given birth to 6 puppies. She secretly took out 2 wilted cabbage leaves hidden in her pocket and said, Xiaobai is pregnant, eat them quickly. There are 10 cubs in total, with a total of 12 mouths, which makes Jiang Ning worry about how to feed them. Eating feed alone is not enough, but there have been typhoons and heavy rains for half a month, the sky is very gloomy, and the vegetables on the balcony have turned yellow due to lack of sunlight. If it hadn't been secretly put into the cheating space, it would have withered long ago. The plants in the space are growing amazingly, and the lush green color is pleasing to the eye. This morning I couldn't help but pull some cabbage, washed it, and made boiled noodles with it. I grow it myself and it tastes extremely delicious. The 2 fruit tree seedlings are also alive, especially the old grape tree, which has already sprouted. Jiang Ning told himself that everything was moving in a good direction. Taking care of rabbits, exercising, reading, and sleeping in, my life is quite fulfilling. She developed a new habit of listening to the sound of the wind outside every day when she opened her eyes. If you listen more, you will become half an expert. On the 18th day, the wind seemed to sound strange. Jiang Ning went to the balcony in her pajamas. The typhoon still looked strong, but the wind was obviously starting to weaken, while the rain was increasing. The second floor was completely flooded, and the water spread to the third floor, causing chaos in the corridor. The hand-pulled pancake I had in the morning was filled with fried eggs, ham, vegetables and tomato sauce. It was still crispy and warm when I took it out of the box, and the aroma spread on my taste buds. Jiang Ning made more than 100 of them and stored them in the space, which could last for a long time. It tastes good, but a bit oily. She filled another cup of honey grapefruit tea and drank it while flipping through her sophomore year pharmacy book. There was a knock on the door around 10 o'clock. I thought it was Jing Weili, but it turned out to be 1801. Jiang Ning was a little surprised. He had always been a recluse and kept silent. Even though Dao often came to her, she had hardly said a few words to him. Suddenly, she became alert. Huishan's stern face showed nervousness. Dao is sick, can you cure it? Jiang Ning was surprised. What disease? Fever, vomiting, diarrhea, and nonsense. If you are sick, you still have to go to the hospital, but you can't go out during the typhoon and rainstorm. Jiang Ning said in advance, I can help, but I only know a little bit. Don't put your hope on me. Thanks. Considering that he killed someone and dumped the body, Jiang Ning reluctantly agreed, went back to the house, took out a folding fruit knife and put it in his pocket. The first time she stepped into 1801, she found the 3-bedroom apartment to be quite spacious, with good lighting and layout. The living room was furnished with old-fashioned furniture, and was kept clean and tidy, much better than her doghouse. Nowadays, there are not many boys who can do housework. Looking up, I saw the balcony glass, the newly installed 2 layers of tempered glass, plus the 3-layer stainless steel door. The whole house was like a fortress. Well, it turns out that she has not opened up her mind. Jiang Ning retracted his gaze and came to Dodo's room. Dao not only had a fever but also had a rash. His 2 bright black eyes were dull and lifeless. Sister. He took her temperature, felt her pulse, and examined her bruised body. The medical skills are very plastic, but they are enough. Jiang Ning looked at 1801 and said, Dao is weak. Appropriate exercise can improve physical fitness and increase immunity, but don't overdo it. I don't know how 1801 trained Dao, but judging by the bruises all over her body, it must have been a complete disaster. The short-term, high-intensity training caused her body to have a stress response, which not only weakened her immunity but also disrupted it. If she caught a cold, wouldn't she be vomiting, having diarrhea, and having a rash? I knew he couldn't take care of children, but I didn't expect him to be so bad. After learning the cause of Dao's illness, Huishan blamed himself and said, it's my fault for not taking good care of Dao. When he saw the horrific bruises on his sister's body, he was a little overwhelmed. Dao never complained of being tired every day. When he rubbed the bruise on her forehead, he smiled and said it didn't hurt. He took the medicine box, which contained a lot of medicines. Jiang Ning, which ones do you think can be used? If there is no other option, you can only take the risk and go to the hospital. Jiang Ning looked through the medicine box and was surprised that he had so many medicines prepared, most of which were for children. The disease is relatively simple, and the right medicine will do. Jiang Ning found medicine to treat the cold and gastrointestinal problems, and at the same time applied a navel patch to Dao. Wait until Dao recovers, and take care of his body first, and then proceed step by step. Unable to bear the sight of the bruises on her body, she went home and poured half a bottle of herbal wine for injuries and sprains. Apply it 4 to 5 times a day. More massage will have a better effect. Huishan thanked him. Beans are easily bumped, and I happen to have some medicinal herbs here. Can you help me see which ones can be used to make wine? Even though he doesn't know how to take care of children, he has a lot of things stored up. He took out 2 large bags of Chinese medicine from another room, all of which were individually packaged to prevent moisture. Jiang Ning selected more than a dozen products, all of which are good for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Put them in glass jars, add 1 liter of liquor, seal them and use them for half a month. Seeing Korean ginseng, she picked it out and said, "You can also make a cup of this. When the weather is cold, drinking half a sip will not only warm your body but also replenish your blood. But children should not drink it. Rock sugar soaked in white wine is also a great choice. It can not only reduce internal heat, but also nourish the kidneys and blood." I won't say any more. If a disciple teaches his apprentice, he will starve to death. Dowda fell asleep quickly after taking the medicine, but he kept talking nonsense from time to time. The sick child is pitiful, with tears hanging from his eyelashes, and his pale mouth keeps murmuring, "Mom, I want Mom, Dad." Huishan sat beside the bed, gently wiping her tears, and comforted her with a guilty tone. "Don't be afraid, Dowdu, your brother is here." From the look in his eyes, I can tell that he loves his sister, but his methods are wrong. As soon as I reached the door, 1801 called me and handed me a bag of noodles. "Thank you for treating Dowdu." Instant noodles only cost a few dollars before the natural disaster, but in the apocalypse they can help people live several more days. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate and accepted it with peace of mind. When she got home, she took out a glass jar and mixed rock sugar with white wine. I only knew how to teach others, and I forgot about this. In extremely cold weather, sitting by the fire with a cup of wine is incredibly cozy. She also took out a few pounds of grapes, washed them and put them on the balcony to dry, so that they can be used to make fruit wine. After leaving the space, I could clearly feel that the typhoon had changed again. Not only did she notice it, many people noticed it, and some even shouted and cheered from the windows. They couldn't contain their excitement and felt that the disaster was about to end. Being in a good mood, Jiang Ning took out a portion of boiled fish and served it with fragrant and soft rice. I couldn't bear to throw away the plastic lunch boxes after eating. Although it took up a lot of space, these are non-renewable resources in the future and can be reused after washing. I was having a nice nap when I was woken up by the roar of a motor. There were speedboats and firefighters wearing orange life jackets. The typhoon hasn't stopped yet, but its momentum is weakening quickly. You can still drive carefully to avoid the wind and waves. For 18 days, we lost contact with the rest of the world. Just when people were running out of food and ammunition, the dawn of hope finally came. The moment they saw the speedboats, many people broke down and cried, "Rescue is here, the government has not given up on us, woo-oh." They cried and laughed at the same time, feeling both helpless and excited, and kept wiping away their tears. There are only 3 speedboats, but they are everyone's hope for survival. The horn sounded, and the firefighters comforted the people in each apartment building. "Don't worry, we will not give up on anyone who needs help. We will go to each building one by one, simply pack up the necessities, and give priority to the elderly and children." This time, the transfer and rescue was only for the users on the lower floors who were flooded, but many residents still rushed downstairs and surrounded the firefighters. "Comrade, our house is still there, what should we do if we have no food or drink? My family has been hungry for 3 days, relying on the rain to survive. Can you send some food over?" "Yes, how come you come here empty-handed? Doesn't the government provide us with aid? We are all taxpayers. How can we support you without our taxes?" The more people there are, the more chaotic it becomes, and the more outrageous the problems become. The initial gratitude turns into resentment, and they seem to be determined not to let you leave unless you give them an explanation. Zheng Weili asked Jiang Ning to go downstairs together to check the situation. All the noodles were eaten. Although there was still a bag of rice, the gas was used up and now there were only a few blocks of alcohol left. In order to save fuel, soak the rice and put it in a thermos every day, then pour in the boiling water, tighten the lid and simmer it before drinking. Not only that, the weather was humid and her clothes didn't dry, so she developed gynecological diseases. If possible, Zheng Weili and Lu Yu want to go to the shelter. The food and accommodation will definitely not be good, but at least they will be well fed and have hot water, right? The typhoon and heavy rain far exceeded the forecast of the meteorological department. Even our third floor was flooded. I'm afraid it will be more severe in other places. Jiang Ning dashed her hopes. All the food is submerged in water. How much of it is still above water? At this water level, the gymnasium and library are also submerged. The relevant departments can only requisition hotels or office buildings as rescue sites. With so many people squeezing in, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating are all problems. The typhoon is over, but the heavy rain is not, and the flooding will continue for several months. In the previous life, many low-level residents moved to shelters, but they came back and squeezed into the aisles within 2 days. They said that everywhere was overcrowded, and there was no place to eat or sleep, let alone a place to stay. There were people robbing, stealing, fighting, and it was a mess. The government not only had to carry out disaster relief, but also had to send people out to find food. In the end, they couldn't find any and had to salvage it from the water. However, the food would go bad if it was soaked in water for so long, so it was good enough to keep the people 30% full. Zheng Weili felt heavy-hearted, but she still decided to go down and take a look. What if there was good news? Jiang Ning didn't go. She went next door to see Daodu. The condition has improved, which makes the half-baked doctor in a good mood. An hour later, Zheng Weili came back dejected. The fire department only responded to the residents affected by the flood, and they were not aware of the large-scale rescue. Jiang Ning encouraged her, "It's okay. If God doesn't save us, we have to save ourselves. We have to rely on ourselves." That's right. There was no point in being discouraged. Zheng Weili rekindled her hope. The typhoon has stopped. Maybe the rainstorm will stop soon too. There must always be hope when you are alive, right? But the rain not only didn't stop, but it got heavier and heavier, and the sky became very gloomy. By 5 o'clock in the evening, it was dark, but the typhoon had basically stopped. Except for the sound of speedboats going back and forth, the whole city fell into a terrifying silence. Jiang Ning ate early and then set the alarm to go off every hour starting at 10 p.m. At around 1 a.m., the fire brigade evacuated all the trapped people overnight. The Jinrong community was extremely quiet, with only the sound of rain. I took out the anti-slash and anti-stab clothing and put it on. The fabric felt similar to that of an autumn coat. I scratched the sample cloth hard with a blade and found that it was not cut. The quality was excellent. Jiang Ning felt cold, so he put on his coat, then a raincoat, then quietly opened the door and went downstairs. There were no residents in the corridor anymore, but it was full of garbage and smelled terrible. Go to the third-floor window and climb onto the narrow extension platform. Take out the rubber boat in the dark and climb up. Put on the waterproof goggles and lithium battery mining lamp, and paddle into the distance. The rain was heavy and the water was flowing fast. The whole city had been completely changed beyond recognition. Only the high-rise buildings were still above the water, which made it look very unfamiliar. Jiang Ning was well prepared. These days, he not only observed the water flow, but also engraved the iconic buildings along the way in his mind. Despite this, it was still difficult to move in the rain, and it took almost 2 hours to get to the large supermarket before the typhoon. Although the supermarket only has 2 floors, the terrain is relatively high and the floors of the supermarket are much higher than commercial residential buildings, so the flood only barely reached the 2nd floor. After some effort, I successfully beached the rubber boat in the driveway. After folding up the rubber boat, we walked along the driveway to the rooftop parking lot. The parking lot is very wide, with densely parked cars. Most of the car logos are luxury cars, such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Ferrari, and Lamborghini. There are many wealthy people in Fengcheng. It should be that the wealthy people in the surrounding area were afraid that their luxury cars would be flooded, so they drove their cars to the rooftop parking lot before the typhoon. Jiang Ning held a flashlight and scanned the rows. My eyes were drawn to a large RV. From the logo, I knew it was a luxurious RV worth tens of millions. The body and glass were bulletproof, the tires were explosion-proof and wear-resistant, and most importantly, it was a dual-purpose oil and electric vehicle with a foldable solar panel on the roof. Energy is scarce in the last days, and gasoline is a military-controlled product that not everyone can get. An RV is a mobile home that can be used not only for traveling but also for long-term residence. The car in front of her satisfies all her fantasies. Jiang Ning took out an electronic jammer from the space. This was the latest black technology, and she spent a lot of money to buy it on the black market. The jammer was attached to the car door, and the button was pressed for a few minutes, resulting in a few chirps, and then the sound of the car locks loosening. After successfully unlocking the car, Jiang Ning opened the door. The RV is very large, with a kitchen, living room, bathroom, and 2 rooms. It even has a washing machine and the interior is extremely luxurious. There were few items in the car, and judging by the decoration, it should have been newly purchased not long ago. I didn't expect that the natural disaster would benefit others. Jiang Ning was very satisfied and took advantage of the darkness to store the car into the space. Without rushing into the supermarket, she took out the oil pump and oil barrel and emptied the fuel tanks of other cars. The fire door on the top floor was locked. I took out a large pair of pliers and cut it off, then walked down the stairs. Coming out of the fire door is the clothing area on the 2nd floor. The water has almost reached up to the knees and many clothes are soaked in water. As the space was limited, Jiang Ning collected some clothes from the women's clothing area and then ran to other areas. Next is the discount promotion area, selling various brands of paper towels, Happy Fat House water, moon cakes, potato chips, melon seeds, bath products, etc. On the opposite side were household appliances. The refrigerator, air conditioner, and washing machine had all been soaked in water. She picked out some small appliances from the shelves, such as a yogurt machine, an ice cream machine, a bean sprout machine, a small frying pan, etc., and threw into the space those that she thought might be used in the future. Next was the daily necessities area, where I selected some high-end air conditioning quilts and down duvets, and threw sheets, quilt covers, and pillows in there, as well as various types of sports shoes, Martin boots, etc. Various brands of skin care products, facial masks, eye creams, essences, etc. Then come to the tobacco, alcohol, and tea counters. There are Matai, Wuliangye, XO, Martell, red wine, beer, cocktails, and countless brands, some expensive and some cheap. These are all good things in the end times, and they will be hard to find at high prices in the later period. After collecting the glass on the counter, Jiang Ning took out a window breaker, shattered the glass, and fished out the glass soaked in water. All the expensive cigarettes of various brands were bought out, but it was a pity to waste those that were soaked in water. Luckily the tea leaves were sealed and all on the shelf. Westlake Longjing, Pu'er, Tiguanyin, Xinjiang Maojian, no matter how cheap or expensive they are all non-renewable resources and none of them should be kept. This area alone takes up almost 10 cubic meters of space. But it doesn't matter, she cleaned everything before coming out, and moved the planting pots on the balcony, the vegetable and fruit trees in the living room, and the charcoal in the kitchen to the apartment, freeing up about 150 cubic meters. The floodwaters are rising fast and these things will be submerged before daybreak. If the volume of space could be increased by 2 zeros, Jiang Ning would race against time to sweep the city. Instead of just watching their supplies sink, humans engaged in a more brutal battle for survival, hacking each other with knives for a piece of moldy bread. Reality is cruel, Jiang Ning can only take care of himself. She regained her composure and continued to race against the flood. Shampoo, shower gel, soap, sanitary napkins, disinfectant. Milk, yogurt, milk powder, alpaca milk, soy milk powder, oatmeal, lotus root powder, lotus seed and lily soup, white sugar, rock sugar, brown sugar, etc. The water level had risen to her thighs. She had no time to look at the brands, let alone be picky. She quickly scanned the shelves. Whether she liked the food or not, it was better than feeding the flood. Various canned foods, dried fruit snacks, chocolate, energy bars, biscuits, cheese, chicken legs, chicken wings, duck necks, beef jerky, mutton cubes, flavored dried tofu, spicy strips, bamboo shoots buns, etc. The space was filled at a speed visible to the naked eye. After buying a lot of noodles, Jiang Ning came to the fast food area, where there were instant noodles, river snail noodles, hot and sour noodles, and hot dry noodles. However, due to the typhoon, they were all snatched away and not much was left, especially the instant noodles with only the flavor of pickled cabbage. She was not polite, and she didn't mind the smell of feet. In order to survive in the previous life, I chewed tree bark and ate guanine soil, and in the end I could only use a tree stick to dig for the toilet. When I arrived at the seasoning section, I immediately stocked up on the essentials, including peanut oil, corn oil, olive oil, tea oil, and blended oil, as there was simply no space. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, and cooking wine, all in large containers that don't take up much space. Laoganma, olive paste, bean paste, fermented tofu, canned ganju, there are dozens of brands on the shelves. I scanned them all row by row. If you come across something you like to eat, take it out of the soaking water to avoid wasting it. Then came the various ingredient packages: boiled beef, sauerkraut oil, red oil hot pot, New Orleans chicken wings, and salt-baked chicken powder. I couldn't see many of them clearly when I glanced at them. The water level had risen to my waist. Even though I was wearing a raincoat, I still felt cold and it was very inconvenient to walk. But this is the last chance for a big shopping spree. It's better to grab more now than to fight with others for a bite to eat later, right? It's a pity that the first floor was flooded, otherwise there would be precious resources there. When the water level was almost up to the chest, you could already feel yourself floating, and most of the goods were either sinking in the water or floating on the surface. It became more difficult to collect supplies, but fortunately the space was already filled to capacity, even the toilet was almost full. Just as I was about to scoop up the puffed food floating on the water, a ray of light swept across not far away. Jiang Ning was surprised that there were actually people who bought for free. Shining the flashlight, she quickly hid behind the shelf, alert as ever. She didn't know how many people had come, and she couldn't move freely in the water. If they really fought, she might suffer a loss. Moreover, she had almost cleared out the important supplies on the second floor. If someone discovered the space, Jiang Ning couldn't afford to take the risk, so he took out a portable diving mask from the space and put it on his face, dived into the water and swam quietly towards the fire escape. The flood water poured into the one-piece raincoat, making the body feel extremely heavy. She held her breath while swimming and taking off her clothes. She floated up and took out her mask to breathe when she could no longer hold her breath. Judging from the sound, it seemed like only one person came. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief, pushed open the fire door with great force, and walked up the stairs to the top floor. Without turning on the flashlight, I took a break while catching my breath, took out some chocolate to replenish my energy, and waited until the dizziness disappeared before walking barefoot to the top floor. There was no one on the top floor, but the second floor was already half full of water. When leaving, Jiang Ning glanced at the Hummer he liked in the parking lot. It is the same model as the 1801 car. It not only has a high chassis and sufficient horsepower, but also has an extremely domineering appearance. It can directly knock ordinary SUVs away. It is a veritable chariot of the doomsday. Unfortunately, there was not enough space for it, so she chose a more comfortable and versatile RV. She patted the hood of the car, feeling as if her heart was being cut. It will be a pity that these cars will all be soaked and washed away by the flood soon. The water level rose rapidly and the current became turbulent, making it easy for the rubber boat to be washed away. Jiang Ning had no choice but to take out the speedboat. There were many obstacles underwater, so he didn't dare to drive too fast for fear of getting scratched. The whole city was plunged into darkness. The visibility of the waterproof mining lamp was limited, so we could only walk slowly in the water. Speedboats are easy to operate, but the noise from the motor can easily alarm others. Fortunately, the typhoon had just stopped and the government was actively carrying out rescue operations. Even if people nearby heard it, they thought it was the fire brigade's rescue. Jiang Ning did not return to the apartment, but raced against time to go to another place. The speedboat traveled 3 kilometers slowly in the dark for half an hour. A 6-story electrical appliance commercial building, the flood has already flooded the 3rd floor. Jiang Ning used a window breaker to break the glass on the 4th floor and climbed in, then went straight to the business store of a solar energy technology company. It was an event flyer she received before the typhoon hit. It was about the latest model of solar generators. She came to the store specifically to learn about them. They had efficient solar panels, off-grid power generation, and flexible industrial frequency inverters. They could both efficiently concentrate solar power and be quickly charged with AC power. Most importantly, they had a battery box that could hold up to 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. It's a full 100 degrees, and can power several air conditioners or heaters at the same time. Of course, the price is also very beautiful, 680,000. Jiang Ning didn't have the money to buy it, but he remembered the store. Compared to it, other generators are rubbish. After making sure that there was no one in the mall, she took out a crowbar and started prying the rolling shutter door. The storefront is not big. After prying open the door, you can go straight to the new generator placed in the center. The booth only had a battery box and an inverter. She pried open the warehouse at the back to look for spare parts and found another one of the same model, so she installed it without hesitation. Solar panels, brackets, and other accessories take up a lot of space, and the rest of the space is full, so they can only be placed on the balcony. I was afraid that the accessories might break, so I collected all the remaining ones. Seeing that there was still space on the balcony, I collected several mobile battery boxes. Although the storage capacity is much lower, it is already very good to be able to charge directly. The mall still has a lot of expensive appliances, but there is no room for them. It's already past 5 in the morning and we have to go back before daybreak. The water flow became faster and Jiang Ning drove the speedboat against the wind in the heavy rain. When she was almost at Jinrong Community, she turned off the motor and rode to the bottom of the building where the water flow was gentle, and took out the rubber boat in the dark. It was almost dawn and my vision was already blurry. Just as I rode to the window of the apartment building, I found an extra rubber boat. No, it's a speedboat. There were people on the speedboat, putting things in the window. Judging from his figure, he was a man, and he saw Jiang Ning when he turned around. There was no time to hide. Jiang Ning immediately became alert. However, there seemed to be a lot of things on the man's speedboat. These days, whoever has more supplies is less safe. Taking advantage of the blurred vision, she put her hands behind her, picked up 2 backpacks from the space, and paddled towards them. With this figure and height, no one else can be compared to someone who is 1801 centimeters tall. Even though he is wearing a raincoat and a mask, he can still be recognized at a glance. No wonder Dowdu is so white and tender, it turns out she buys it for free every day. We are in the same boat, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. 1801 also recognized Jiang Ning, who was wearing a mask, and nodded to her in the heavy rain. After putting away the speedboat, he reached out to help. Jiang Ning was not pretentious. He handed over 2 waterproof backpacks, asked him to help him, and then carefully put away the rubber boat. No one spoke, and they carried the child upstairs on their backs. 1801 had a lot of supplies and it would probably take several trips, so Jiang Ning helped him carry 2 bags. Back on the 18th floor, they looked at each other and turned around decisively, took out the key and quietly opened the door. Throwing down his things, Jiang Ning drank a bowl of hot brown sugar ginger soup, changed his wet clothes, and quickly took a shower and dried his hair. It was getting light outside and 1801 had already moved all the supplies. She cleaned the water stains in the corridor and then knocked on Zheng Weili's door. The 2 men thought they were being robbed and came out with knives. Jiang Ning handed over 2,000 yuan and said in a low voice, "The typhoon has stopped. You should get out quietly as soon as possible and don't let others find you." The supermarket on the slope of the university town has 4 floors and the terrain is relatively high. It should not have been soaked yet. I remember the boss's family lives in the supermarket, so it's possible that the store will be open for business. No matter how expensive it is, just buy something filling and edible. When I came back, I deliberately went around and saw from afar that the lights of the supermarket were on and there were several speedboats parked outside. This disaster was unexpected. Supermarkets and wholesale markets were all flooded, and it is very likely that even the country's grain storage bases in the city were flooded. Almost all the food is underwater. Even if the military and government want to rescue, they can't do anything without rice. So, there was no rescue at all. The outside world soon became chaotic, with people smashing and looting everywhere, just to survive and get enough food. Jiang Ning remembered very clearly that in his previous life, this supermarket was expropriated and taken over by the government. It opened early with limited purchases, and citizens were paid in cash on a first-come, first-served basis. In the age of electronic payment, who still has the habit of using cash, and how many people will withdraw cash before a typhoon? Therefore, those who cannot come up with the money but want to survive can only resort to violence to rob. The police carry sidearms, but who really dares to shoot at hungry citizens? Who are they going to shoot with just a few bullets? There are people everywhere, and they don't want to commit crimes, but a lot of money is just numbers, either in the bank or in Alipay, and they can't take it out. Jiang Ning didn't get the news until the afternoon. He swam to the supermarket holding a plastic bucket, but found that everything had been snatched away. There were shocking bloodstains on the floor and walls. Zheng Weili woke up and asked, "Can the supermarket really open?" "I'm not sure, but it's better than waiting." Jiang Ning urged, "You should go earlier. By the time they wake up and come to their senses, there will be no place for you." Zheng Weili woke up as if from a dream. She went back to her room with Lu Yu, changed her clothes and came out, "Aining, let's go together. I still have a bag of rice at home, so I won't go this time." Jiang Ning made an excuse, "Besides, if we all leave, what if someone comes to our house and robs us? You guys spend all your money, and if you buy more, you can give me some." "Yes, we'll be back soon." Zheng Weili was confused. Aining had already paid, so how could she have the nerve to ask her to go out? "I'll lend you the money. If you buy anything, we'll split it in half. Guys with self-defense, be safe." It was almost dawn, so Jiang Ning urged the two of them to go downstairs. "I've already reminded you that how much you can grab depends on the lives of the two people." After locking the door, Jiang Ning didn't take time to rest and started to tidy up the crowded space. The solar energy storage boxes were all left in the space, and the other accessories were moved to the large room in the rental house. Pour out a bunch of supplies scavenged from the supermarket, remove the outer shells that take up too much volume and excessive packaging, then sort them out and stuff them into large plastic bags or seal them in cardboard boxes. There is space for important supplies, and unnecessary items like snacks can be placed in the rental house, which will then allow for the creation of dozens of cubic meters. Jiang Ning transformed into a compression genius, concentrating on sorting out more than 100 cubic meters of precious materials. I don't know how long she can live. These supplies should be enough for her to eat until the day she dies of natural causes. But who knows what will happen in the future? If conditions permit, who doesn't want to live a better life and have more food, drink and fun? It's always a good idea to plan ahead. She was so crazy that she even didn't spare the RV, and she packed up a batch of essential supplies to fill the space inside. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already past 9 o'clock. It felt like the downstairs was particularly lively. The typhoon stopped, but the rain got heavier. The threat was reduced, and the young people who could swim crossed the sea. Some went out carrying buckets or wash basins, some put on lifebuoys, and some held wooden boards. Fengqing is a land of fish and rice in the south. Although its industry has developed rapidly in the past few decades, there are still many mulberry-based fish ponds in the suburbs, crisscrossing water networks everywhere, and many local people living in the village have wooden boats. Some people rowed wooden boats into the community to look for family members or relatives who had been missing for a long time. Some villagers even carried out the dragon boats from the ancestral hall and formed groups to look for people or supplies. There are rubber boats and speedboats, but they are very rare. After all, this is not a water city. Who would have such things at home for no reason? Jiang Ning calculated the time, stood on the balcony and stared at the situation in the community, looking for Zheng Weili and Lu Yu from time to time. About half an hour later, a rubber boat of familiar color appeared with something on it. Just as I was about to go downstairs, several men suddenly swam out from Building 3 and swam straight towards the rubber boat. They moved quickly, but the two reacted quickly too. Lu Yu paddled desperately while Zheng Weili raised the paddle and hit them on the head. Jiang Ning took the knife and went out, but unexpectedly the door of 1801 opened at the same time. Huishan was wearing casual clothes, his expression still indifferent. "I'll go with you." Many people have their eyes on the 18th floor, and they all understand the principle of mutual dependence. Jiang Ning didn't refuse, and the two hurried downstairs. The water had already reached the 4th floor, and many people gathered at the stairs trying to find a way out. watching Jing Weili's rubber boat getting closer and closer, especially with the supplies on board that could keep people alive. One by one, their eyes were full of resentment, anger, and even hatred, and they gloated over the two people being robbed. This is human nature. What we worry about is not the lack of wealth but the inequality of wealth. We are all in disaster. Why are you so glamorous while others can only starve to death? Not only did they not help, they even wanted to wait for the two to get close before robbing them. Jiang Ning brought two knives, a butcher knife in his left hand and a boning knife in his right hand. He pushed the crowd away with a cold face and stood by the window, refusing to let anyone in. The two sharp knives, stained with dried blood, frightened everyone so much that they took 2 steps back. Some people were dissatisfied and were about to lecture him, but Huishan also stood over. The two men stood symmetrically, one on the left and one on the right, like cold-faced evil spirits. Jiang Ning looked around at the crowd, taking in their expressions, and said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. If anyone scolds me or dares to come up to steal my things, I'll chop 1 for each one, and 2 for each one." Everyone in the building knows the great reputation of the 18th floor. They are all bad guys. These beasts enjoy good food and drink and are not willing to share it all. Last time they were robbed, several of them were hacked and stabbed, and one of them died from excessive blood loss. Yesterday someone secretly reported the incident to the firefighters, but they were only responsible for rescue operations and said that the matter was not their responsibility and that we could call the police after the flood receded. Seeing Jiang Ning's attitude, no one dared to speak for a moment. "I'm afraid that if I say something wrong, this crazy woman will really chop me down." Jing Weili was no pushover and knocked over several men. The two of them finally swam under the window. Jiang Ning was on guard against the people in the building, while Huishan helped move things. 2 bags of 20 caddies rice, 1 bag of 10 caddies flour, some noodles and wet-dried vegetables, 2 packs of candles, 3 large boxes of alcohol blocks, fermented black beans and chili sauce. It's not much, but it was paid for with my life. Lu Yu was so tired that he could not stand steadily, and Jing Weili was stabbed on the arm, with blood staining her clothes. The crowd of onlookers looked greedy and calculating, but no one dared to step forward to grab it. Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao were mixed in the crowd, their expressions full of complexity and hatred. The two wanted to get close to him, but they knew Jiang Ning would not pay any attention to them. Some people still couldn't help themselves and asked to borrow the rubber boat, saying they could pay to rent it. The 4 men ignored him and went upstairs with their things with fierce looks on their faces. A woman's curse was heard behind me, and many people followed suit, scolding the people on the 18th floor for being cold-blooded, heartless and inhumane. Jing Weili was so exhausted and tired that she couldn't even speak. Back on the 18th floor, Jiang Ning found some iodine bandages and took some anti-inflammatory drugs. The wound was not very deep, so it was disinfected and bandaged. This time, both of them were frightened and their souls were still floating in the air. I thought the apartment building was messy enough, but who knew it was even messier outside. The two arrived early in the rain, packed up the rubber boat and put it in their bags, but then many people came. The traffic jam became more and more serious, and the place was packed with people. I finally waited until the supermarket opened. Not only has the price of rice and flour increased 20 times, but people are also pouring in, grabbing whatever they see, regardless of whether it's on the shelf or in someone else's hand. Without the internet, supermarkets only accept cash. Those who have cash are naturally happy, but those who don't have cash can only use gold necklaces and bracelets as payment. Payment is slow and complicated, so those who have no money can only grab and run. There were police officers at the scene who fired shots and the crowd was suppressed at first, but there were too many people without cash. There were only so many supplies, and soon the second wave came up, some rushed in to grab them, some tried to run away after grabbing them, and the scene became a mess. Everyone is afraid that the supplies they have snatched with great difficulty will be snatched away by others. Jing Weili and Lu Yu took advantage of the chaos to run outside, but the water was full of people, like dumplings being cooked in a pot. They kept rushing over, some trying to grab supplies, some trying to grab the rubber boats. No matter how good Jing Weili was at fighting, she could not beat 4 people with 2 fists. Not only did some of her supplies get stolen, her hands were also scratched, and what was even more abominable was that someone directly pierced her rubber boat. If it weren't for the stab-proof rubber boat, we wouldn't have had a chance to come back. The world was too unfamiliar, making Zheng Weili doubt human nature, and she leaned on Lu Yu tiredly. Jiang Ning didn't know how to comfort her. The end of the world had just begun. Before the two could catch their breath, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Wow, there was such a huge crowd of people. At first glance, there were at least dozens of them, so crowded that there was no room even for them to stand in the aisle on the 17th floor. Jiang Ning frowned. Are these people trying to rob? Zheng Weili fought hard to get the supplies back. They didn't dare to seek survival outside, but set their sights on the 18th floor. It seemed that they wanted to pick on the weak. I was tired and no one wanted to talk. I took the knife and went downstairs silently. 4 pairs of murderous eyes stunned everyone. They were afraid but unwilling to leave. They thought that dozens of people might have a chance of winning against 4 people, and they suddenly felt confident. A middle-aged man wearing glasses came out and said with a smile on his face, "Don't get me wrong, we have no ill intentions." Jiang Ning said coldly, "What's the matter?" "Hello, my name is He Xian. I'm the building manager elected by the neighbors. I want to discuss with you about organizing a group to go out and look for supplies." He smiled, but the 4 of them didn't say anything through the door. They could only explain awkwardly, "The government hasn't rescued us yet. Everything outside is in chaos. It's dangerous to go out alone to look for supplies. Even if we find them, they will be snatched away halfway. So we discussed it and decided to select those with good skills to go out together to look for them, so that we can look after each other. Do you have a boat or a dinghy? I'm here to discuss this with you guys." He Xian laughed awkwardly. "We're all neighbors, we're all so close, if there's a disaster we can look after each other, right?" The first half of this sentence is soft talk, but the second half is a threat. Jiang Ning was silent for a moment. "Wait a moment, let's discuss it." He gave the 3 of them a look, then walked to the window to discuss. "What are your plans?" Zheng Weili has a hot temper and cannot stand threats. If you want to steal the rubber boat, you have to step over her body first. It won't be a loss to drag a few people with you. Come on if you are not afraid of death. These guys are more cunning than thieves. How about lending them the rubber boat? Lu Yu was more rational. A wise man never suffers a loss. If we really push them to the limit, we will be the ones who suffer if so many people rush forward. Zheng Weili disagreed. "No, if we let them succeed this time, there will be no end to it in the future." Jiang Ning asked 1801, "What about you?" "I don't care, it's up to you to decide. It's impossible to find supplies together. Not to mention that we can't find much. Even if we do find it, with so many people, it won't even be enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Then we'll have to make plans again. Why not lend it to them and let them go out and find a boat?" Jiang Ning expressed his idea. There are many outdoor equipment stores in the city. As long as they go early, they may be able to find a speedboat or rubber boat. Then they won't just focus on the ones we have. "Aining, what you said makes sense, but it's so chaotic out there right now. If the rubber boat is stolen or damaged, what will we do in the future?" "You forgot, I also have a rubber boat." Hua Yishan said, "I have a speedboat." Lu Yu. Zheng Weili. After living a new life, Jiang Ning has a deep understanding of the good and evil of human nature. I don't want to give it to them either, but this stalemate is not a solution. It is safest for us to let them go out and find supplies. If people are really starving to death, they will completely lose their minds, and when it comes to a life and death situation, there is nothing they cannot do. Only then did Zheng Weili agree. Jiang Ning walked down and said to He Xian, "You don't have to look for supplies together, but I can lend you the rubber boat for a day. And I suggest you don't rush to find food, but find a way to find a boat first." He Xian had not expected that the people on the 18th floor would agree to go out together. He just used some strategy, first making a request that they could not possibly agree to, and then settling for the next best thing. He came here just to borrow the rubber boat. "Okay, thank you so much. But we're only borrowing it this time. What if you lose it or break it? We are all neighbors. Don't lie to me. Are there any neighbors like you who are so arrogant?" Jiang Ning said bluntly, "This is what we need to survive. Lending it is friendship, and not lending it is duty. Don't force it just because you have more people." If you really want to piss me off, I won't lose if I kill one, but I'll make a profit if I kill two. If you're not afraid of death, come and do it. Survival is human instinct. They are indeed numerous, but who would be stupid enough to die? People have been killed on the 18th floor. No one dared to speak for a while. He Jian looked at them, feeling extremely angry. Just now they were all talking big, but now they have become cowards. But now, he can only go ahead with it, because his wife and children at home are still hungry. He will take the lead in this matter, and relatively more supplies will arrive. Moreover, with him as the center, many things will be much easier to handle in the future. If it's broken, we'll just compensate you with another one. Words are not enough, written evidence is the proof. He Jian was angry, but after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and agreed, okay. It's just a broken rubber boat, so what if I don't return it after I borrow it? One day when the flood recedes, I'll report it to the police and I'll just compensate her with another one. After the deal was done, Zheng Weili went to write a document and both parties signed and sealed it. After getting the rubber boat, He Jian smiled like Maitreya Buddha, said a lot of nice words, and then signaled everyone to disperse. He Lo Zhang. Jiang Ning called him, you are the one who borrowed the rubber boat. If anything happens, I will only look for you. That's natural. Jiang Ning smiled at him, you live in 1303, you have a wife and 2 children, and your mother has some foot problems, right? He Jian was shocked and his face turned pale. His scalp tingled, and he quickly said, don't worry, we will protect the rubber boat. With so many calculating faces, how much supplies can a rubber boat retrieve? As long as the distribution is uneven, there will be chaos, so just fight among yourself. Back on the 18th floor, Zheng Weili returned 2,000 yuan to Jiang Ning. I wanted to pay, but the supermarket was too chaotic. We ran away with our things and didn't even have a chance to pay. Jiang Ning accepted the money and said, the order is in chaos now, but I believe the government will be able to control it soon. I will spend it when I have the chance. The money was not spent, but the suggestion was made by Jiang Ning, and Zheng Weili decided to split the supplies she got back in half. The money hasn't been spent yet, how can I take it from you? Jiang Ning refused directly. Besides, you risked your life to get it back. You can't calculate it like that. Without you, we wouldn't be able to grab the supplies, and even if we did, we wouldn't be able to bring them home. The two were determined, so Jiang Ning had to accept it. Finally, she had no choice but to ask for 2 packets of noodles, some alcohol cubes and dried vegetables, and refused to ask for anything else. After she left, Lu Yu discussed with his girlfriend, the guy in 1801 looks cold, but he seems to be quite loyal. We are being watched now, so we have to work together. And without his help today, we won't be able to keep our things. Zheng Weili agreed, how about sending something over? That way we can officially get to know each other, and we can take care of each other in the future if anything happens. Lu Yu packed 5 kilograms of rice and went to knock on the door of room 1801. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony and watched the rubber boat paddle out of the apartment building. 6 men were sitting on it, all holding sticks as weapons. People from other apartment buildings were jealous and some even wanted to come up and rob them, but they hesitated when they saw the sharp weapons in their hands. 1801 came over and knocked on the door. Do you know where I can get gas? Jiang Ning not only knows about it, but has also been there. I roughly know it, but that area is low-lying, and people were asked to evacuate before the typhoon came. There may not be people there now, and even if there are, they are underwater. The community is fully equipped with pipeline gas, and basically no one uses liquefied gas bottles. Portable gas and alcohol blocks are not durable. To put it bluntly, even if we find rice, flour, oil, and grain, we don't have fire to cook. Jiang Ning had space, but it would be easy to be exposed if there was no clear path. There are a few snack bars at the entrance of the community. I saw them using gas cylinders. How about trying to get them up there? Lu Yu came over immediately. What we lack most right now is not food, why don't we give it a try? But we have to be quick, if we wait until they come to their senses, there won't be even a dreg left. Huishan had no objection, and the few of them hit it off immediately. Seeing Zheng Weili go out, he frowned, now that they're gone, what if someone breaks into the house? This is a problem. We are not afraid of lighting the light in the front yard, but we are afraid of a fire in the backyard. Everyone discussed again and decided that each family would send one person, with Jingwili staying behind to look after the house and take care of Daudu, while Huishan would provide the speedboat and gasoline. Daudu was a little afraid of Jingwili, but she still nodded bravely. "Brother, you and sister should come back soon." Huishan touched her head and said in a soft voice, "Okay." So, while the main force was out grabbing food, the people on the 18th floor were looking for liquefied gas bottles during the peak hours. Lu Yu thought that if he found some extra food, he could trade it for other things if he was short of food. As soon as the speedboat's motor started, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Some of the thieves with unrepentant hearts actually dared to come, but the speedboat hit their faces so hard that they couldn't even see the back of the boat. Several snack shops were submerged in the flood, but they were not difficult to find as there were reference points at the entrance of the community. Jiang Ning took out a portable diving mask and a waterproof mining lamp, but the situation was a bit awkward. Lu Yu was too sick to go into the water, and even if he dived he didn't have the strength to pry the door open. The water was more than 10 meters deep, and prying the door open was time-consuming and laborious, and Jiang Ning's lung capacity was not enough. Huishan picked up the diving mask and said, "Let me do it." After putting on the diving mask and headlamp, Jiang Ning tied a rope to him and said, "The water is flowing fast. If there is any problem, pull the rope." After 1801 dived, the two did not dare to slack off at all. They picked up sharp sticks and kept alert to their surroundings, guarding against others suddenly rushing out to rob them. The flood was turbid. Lu Yu looked at something not far away and asked in surprise, "Aining, what is that?" Jiang Ning looked at the floating object that was getting closer and closer. When it got closer, he pushed it with a stick and found that it was a floating corpse. At first I was shocked and nauseated, but after seeing it many times I got used to it. When I came out, there were several bodies floating in the community. Jiang Ning calculated the time. 1 minute had passed, but the rope in his hand still did not move. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Jiang Ning pulled the rope twice, but there was no response. It's amazing for an average person to stay in the water for more than a minute. Even if 1801 is good at diving, 4 minutes is too long, right? She had a bad feeling and was about to pull the rope when the water surface made a rustling sound. 1801 surfaced. I checked several stores, all the doors were pried open, and the insides were emptied. Empty. Who is so awesome? Lu Yu was disappointed and said, "I can't find the liquid bottle, so I can't cook anything even if I have it." They were already fast enough, but they didn't expect to be overtaken by others. It seems that they are still too young and lack life experience. Jiang Ning glanced at 1801. These snack shops were submerged in water the day after the typhoon. Even if some shops were relocated, it was impossible for all of them to be pried open. The flood was turbid and the water was fast-flowing. It was impossible to succeed without a diving mask and good swimming skills. Unless, these stores were pried open when the natural disaster first struck. She had a vague guess. Now we can only try our luck at the liquefaction site and hope that the stores haven't all been emptied out. Now that I've come out, there's no reason to go back empty-handed. I can only try my luck at the liquefaction station. Jiang Ning took out his phone from a waterproof bag, found an offline map and pointed it out to the two of them. It's probably around this place. There seems to be a big banyan tree at the door. It is about 6 or 7 kilometers away from Jinrong community, which is not particularly far, but the place is a bit remote. After figuring out the location, the three of them drove a speedboat to the liquefaction station. The suburbs were full of bungalows, but now they are all submerged in water and look particularly empty. On the way, they met firefighters who were rescuing trapped people. When they saw the speedboat, they shouted with a loudspeaker, wanting to requisition it to transfer the trapped people. It's a flood that happens only once in 1,000 years, and there aren't enough rescue tools. Huishan ignored them and the three of them rushed through the flood. The city had become a vast ocean, and it was impossible to tell east from west and south from north. Jiang Ning observed with a telescope, looking forward and to the right, there is something green in the water. That should be the banyan tree. I slowed down and drove closer, and it turned out to be a banyan leaf. That tall banyan tree now has only the top of the tree left green. They got into the water and tied the speedboat to the banyan tree. Jiang Ning pointed in a rough direction, and Huishan put on a diving mask and dived into the water. After more than 2 minutes, Huishan floated to the surface and said, "We found it, but the liquefied gas station has rolling shutters and sliding iron doors. It's not easy to pry them open." As he said that, he asked Jiang Ning to take out the folding crowbar from his bag. Lu Yu. Why is he the only one who doesn't have professional equipment? Jiang Ning had equipment in his space, but the team couldn't take it out. When he saw that 1801's bag contained a simple diving mask, rope, and tying rope, he tied the rope and put on the mask without hesitation. "I'll go down to help. You keep an eye on the surroundings. If there's anything unusual, pull the rope immediately." Lu Yu nodded. "Be careful." The flood water was icy cold. Jiang Ning dived into the water and swam towards the liquefaction station with the help of the waterproof lamp, while taking out the pliers. Seeing a faint light in the distance, she swam over quickly. Hui stood deep in the water and tried hard to lift the rolling shutter door upwards, but the resistance of the water was too great. Jiang Ning leaned over and reached out to help lift it up. The four eyes met and the strength was directed toward one side. The rolling shutter door slowly moved upwards, revealing the sliding iron door inside. Huishan took the pliers from her hand, cut the chain on the door, and then worked together to pull the door open. It was very dark inside. Just as he was about to swim in, a dark shadow quickly came towards Jiang Ning. Huishan was quick to pull, and the black shadow passed over her head and swam quickly above the water. I swiped the flashlight over there and saw from its shape that it was a liquefied gas bottle. Not just one, but many liquefied gas bottles floated out from inside one after another, scrambling to float up. Jiang Ning subconsciously wanted to grab it, but then he remembered that it should be an empty bottle. The density of a filled liquefied gas bottle is not low, so it is not easy to float up. She pulled out a high-powered waterproof flashlight from her pocket, looked around in the darkness, and vaguely saw several bottles placed in the corner. I swam over and reached out to pick it up, but I couldn't lift it at all. Huishan was very strong. He picked up the liquid gas bottle and walked out of the house, pulling hard on the rope tied to his body. Lu Yu grabbed the rope and pulled it upwards, and the two of them quickly swam out of the water. Jiang Ning climbed onto the speedboat and worked together to carry the heavy liquefied gas bottle up. It seemed that the boss did not have time to move the rest. "You guys take them up there, and I'll bring the rest up." After taking a breath and resting, Huishan dived into the water again. The water pressure was too great, and Jiang Ning felt uncomfortable because of holding his breath. He sat on the speedboat and gasped for breath. Lu Yu looked around vigilantly with a telescope, and suddenly said nervously, "Aining, someone is coming." Jiang Ning stood up and saw a speedboat approaching quickly in the rain. "I can't see clearly, but there are at least 4 or 5 people." Lu Yu pulled the rope hard, and Jiang Ning looked for a weapon to defend himself. Huishan surfaced from the water, dragging the liquefied gas tank in his hand. When he came up, the speedboat had already approached. 6 burly men were holding sharp steel pipes in their hands. "We have contracted this liquefied gas station. If you know better, hand over what you have salvaged." "Brother, we don't have diving masks." The other one laughed wildly. "That's easy. Let them salvage them all and hand them over to us." "That's right. If you leave the speedboat and other supplies behind, we can consider letting you go. There is an azure dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, and all of them have big tattoos on their arms. You can tell at a glance that they are members of gangs. Especially when society loses order, it has become a world of gangsters." They didn't care about the 3 people's thoughts at all, as if it was already in their pocket. Lu Yu looked panicked, staring at them while holding the crowbar tightly. Jiang Ning reached into his pocket and said, "Okay, come and get it. Wait for me, little sister. The brothers will be here soon." A few people laughed obscenely and slowly approached in a speedboat, looking at Jiang Ning like hungry wolves. When they were less than 10 feet away, Jiang Ning was about to take out the thing, but Huishan's hands were faster and he banged twice. Huishan now had a nail gun in his hand, and it was a modified one. The speedboat deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The people with tattoos screamed in fear, and several of them lost their balance and fell into the water. The current was very strong and 2 of them were quickly washed away. There were also some who swam towards Jiang Ning and others, so she picked up a wooden stick and smashed it on their heads. "Ah, you stinky woman, do you want to die? Help, I can't swim." Huishan not only shot at the speedboat, but also shot at the people with tattoos. They wailed for a while, and the speedboat deflated and took in water, and everyone fell into the flood. Jiang Ning played whack-a-mole and smashed their heads without mercy. This kind of scum can be found everywhere, burning, killing, looting and having no humanity at all. If we beat them to death now, I don't know how many people will have a chance to survive. The stick was grabbed in the chaos, and the ferocious bald man swam over and tried to tear her into pieces. Jiang Ning pulled him over with all his strength and chopped him with the sharp knife without hesitation. Accompanied by screams, blood spurted out, and the man who let go due to severe pain was instantly washed away by the flood. Lu Yu was completely shocked, his body stiff as a sculpture. He knew Jiang Ning was a good fighter, and that even he and Zhang Chao could not defeat her together. But he did not expect that she was so cruel, chopping off someone's head like chopping a watermelon. The tattooed arms completely disappeared in the torrent, the vast sky and earth were filled with rain, and everything was washed clean. After resting for a while, Huishan continued to dive into the water. One person carries, two people lift, and they work together in the heavy rain and flood. I was lucky enough to find 12 liquefied liquid bottles in total, which can be used for a long time if divided equally. Surprisingly, 1801 also found 3 double-burner gas stoves from the liquefaction station. I don't know if it can be used if it's been soaked for too long, but I'll see after I take it back. The liquefied gas bottle is quite large and can barely fit in a speedboat, but the bottle is round and will fall into the water if it vibrates slightly. Jiang Ning took out the rubber boat from his big backpack, inflated it and tied it tightly to the speedboat, gave half of the liquid bottle to it, and then secured the bottle with a rope. Tired and exhausted, she took out 6 chocolate bars and shared them between the two to replenish their energy. After recovering his strength, he drove the speedboat back. Huishan and Lu Yu were in the front, and Jiang Ning was sitting on the rubber boat. Although it may seem difficult to retrieve the liquefied gas bottles, it is actually even more difficult to move them back safely. It would be strange if there were not so many of them that people would be jealous. What you fear will come true. On the road, I ran into people looking for supplies. My eyes lit up when I saw them carrying so many liquefied gas bottles. It's a pity that we only have a kayak and can't catch up even if we ride a horse. When they arrived in the city, they almost ran into a dragon boat race with 20 men on it. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was prepared and used a telescope to observe the surroundings, allowing 1801 to take a detour in time. After successfully returning to Jinrong community, 1801 did not slow down, but accelerated and drifted directly to a steady stop in the apartment building. Lu Yu was thrown into the water. "Wife, save me." When I got to the window, Zheng Weili was already waiting. The 4 men quickly moved the liquefied bottle into the building. Some people heard the noise and opened the door to see, but since everyone on the 18th floor was a living devil, although they were jealous, no one dared to have any bad ideas. When I was carrying it upstairs, I bumped into an old lady and asked, "Little girl, where did you get the liquid bottle?" "I fished it out from underwater." Jiang Ning didn't hide it. "You can try if you have the conditions. It's better to go out and get more money instead of always focusing on the small things on the 18th floor. After 4 trips, I finally moved everything." Zheng Weili pulled Jiang Ning into the house. I heard from Lu Yu that these were salvaged by Huishan, and he also provided speedboats and gasoline. How should they be distributed? Jiang Ning thought for a moment and said, "I suggest that we split it equally." "Will he be at a loss then?" He had extra speedboats and gasoline, but without Lu Yu and me, he wouldn't have been able to salvage the ship by himself, and you forgot to include yourself. If you hadn't stayed behind, who would have helped take care of his sister in the house? As soon as you left, someone else would have stolen the property. Zheng Weili came back to her senses and said, "You are very thoughtful, but will he agree?" "Ask him later. If he thinks he deserves more points, we can discuss how much is appropriate." It's not that Jiang Ning is greedy and wants to take advantage. Her space is not short of liquefied gas bottles, but teamwork cannot be absolutely fair. Huishan had indeed made a great contribution this time, so it was reasonable for him to take 2 or 3 more bottles, but what if he asked for 7 or 8 bottles? If you don't give it to him, he will feel unhappy. If you give it to him, you will be the one who feels uncomfortable. Next time it is her turn and 1803 contributes more, how should it be calculated then? Everyone has a different balance in their hearts, so it is impossible to satisfy each other. Sooner or later, conflicts will arise. It is better to set the rules from the beginning. Jiang Ning didn't want to make the relationship awkward with his neighbor, so he decided to wait and see what Huishan's attitude was. If we are compatible, we will come together. If we are not compatible, we will separate. After hearing what Jiang Ning said, Zheng Weili thought it made sense. If his demands are not excessive, we can continue to cooperate in the future. If his demands are too high, we can go out and find supplies ourselves and just maintain a nodding acquaintance. After the discussion, the two came to the corridor. Jiang Ning looked at Huishan and asked, "How do we divide these?" Hui gave her a deep look and said, "We should divide it equally among the 3 families. What do you think?" Zheng Weili and Lu Yu had no objection, so each family got 4 bottles of liquefied gas, so they wouldn't have to worry about using it for a year. Dauda was woken up, rushed out of 1803 barefoot, and jumped into Huishan's arms. "Brother." Her clothes were still wet. Huishan took a step back and touched her head. "Are you good?" "Good boy." Dauda looked up at him, eyes sparkling. "I listened to sisterly." After saying that, he pounced on Jiang Ning again. "Sister, I want to see the baby rabbit." Jiang Ning smiled, opened the door and let her in. After changing the wet clothes, I drank red dates and ginger tea to warm my body and lay on the sofa to rest. Around dusk, He Jian knocked on the staircase door and returned the rubber boat with a smile. "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for reminding us. We got there in time and actually found a few rubber boats." Jiang Ning ignored him and lowered his head to check the rubber boat. Seeing that she didn't say anything, He Jian smiled awkwardly and said, "I heard that you fished out a lot of liquefied gas tanks. I wonder where you fished them out." "In the water." "Which body of water?" "Liquefaction station." He Jian asked with a smile, "Anything else?" Jiang Ning glanced at him and said, "Why don't you ask me to give you a bottle?" "Look at what Miss Jiang said." "I was just asking." He pushed his glasses. "Anyway, thank you. If you have any problems in the future, just come to us. As long as you don't cause trouble, everything will be fine." Dissatisfied with the busyness downstairs and worried that Zheng Weili might not be safe watching the house, Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1801 and said, "I have a stainless steel door. How about installing it?" Huishan had no objection, and several people helped and quickly got it done. After closing the curtains and turning on the solar lights, Jiang Ning took out salt and pepper shrimps, grilled skewers, fried rice noodles and beer to reward his stomach. Leave a liquefied gas bottle in the kitchen for show, and use the mobile battery box when you want to cook. It's not too late to save other resources for later use when conditions do not permit. She tried it specially and found that all the battery boxes can be fast charged in space. It's really YYDS. I continued to sort and organize the goods I bought from the supermarket and was busy until late at night before I turned off the lights and took a break. Today is indeed tiring but quite fulfilling. There is no shortage of supplies in the space, but she has to improve herself and increase her survival experience in order to survive more severe natural disasters. The next day, things got busy outside. There are obviously a lot more speedboats and rubber boats on the street than yesterday. Whether it is because they have tasted the sweetness or because of survival reasons, many people cover their faces and come out to cause trouble. Without the internet and without surveillance, the darkest side of their human nature is completely aroused. There were all kinds of noises, ghosts howling and wolves howling, and there seemed to be gunshots. Gunshot. Jiang Ning pricked up his ears and realized that he had heard it correctly. The residents who came back were talking about it. Someone killed someone. The soldiers killed someone. That's right, after yesterday's chaos, the military and political departments adjusted their strategies in a timely manner and decided to send out troops to maintain stability. Unlike the police, the military will not hesitate to shoot, as their mission is to maintain national stability. Jiang Ning remembered that in his previous life, the army was dispatched and a group of evildoers were executed with iron-blooded methods, which stabilized the situation. She peered outside through the telescope and sure enough, she saw the green military figures on the speedboats patrolling with live ammunition. The occasional firecrackers rang throughout the morning, and the world felt a lot quieter. The gas stove soaked in water couldn't be lit, so Luyu took a lot of time to dismantle the portable gas stove and replaced several parts before finally fixing it. He was very happy to have found a sense of value and offered to repair it for Jiang Ning in 1801. The two invited Jiang Ning to dinner and said they wanted to thank her for finding them a house to stay in. Braised dried vegetables and lao gan ma fried shredded potatoes. The potatoes were brought by Jiang Ning. They had already sprouted, so I dug them out with a knife and then rinsed them with hot water. The dish was simple, but Zheng Weili and Luyu almost had tears in their eyes. It was the first time in the past 20 days that the two of them had eaten delicious and soft rice and taken a comfortable hot bath. It feels so good to have a full stomach, it makes me feel alive. Aining, if it weren't for you, we would have been squeezed together in the shelter. Zheng Weili clinked glasses with boiled water and said sternly, "It's a little simple today. When we get back to normal, I'll treat you to a good meal at a 5-star hotel." "Okay, if there's a chance." While eating and chatting, Luyu said, "With the arrival of the army, the situation outside has become much more stable. I heard that the government has transferred supplies to the department store, and citizens can buy them in limited quantities according to their needs. Shall we go there tomorrow?" "Go, and hurry up. By the way, many people dived underwater to salvage supplies today." Luyu continued, "It was close to our largest supermarket, and it was packed with people. But it was too deep, and ordinary people didn't have any equipment. I heard that several people were washed away. Some good divers did fish some out, but most of them were broken, and they just couldn't bear to throw them away." Zheng Weili sighed, "If Aining hadn't reminded us, we would be hungry now. The department store opens at 8 o'clock, and several people set the alarm for 6 o'clock. After a quick tidy up, I left at 6:30. If 1801 didn't go, the task of looking after the house would naturally fall on him. It was only dawn at 6:30, but many people had already gone out, and it took an hour to get to the department store. Going directly into the water world from the 4th floor, it was wet everywhere, and looking up it was filled with human heads. The mall is on the 6th floor, but the line has already stretched to the 4th floor. I heard that some people came to line up last night just to get a chance to enter. There were soldiers patrolling with live ammunition at the scene, and due to yesterday's iron-blooded tactics, although the scene was noisy, no one dared to mess around. The three of them hurried to line up. As time went by, more and more people came in. The doors open at 8 o'clock sharp, and 50 people are allowed in at a time. They are only given 5 minutes and the venue is cleared on time. Purchase restrictions are extremely strict, with each person only being able to purchase 2 kilograms of grain, which can be purchased with cash using an ID card. 3 hours in line, 5 minutes shopping. In such an empty shopping mall, you not only need to rely on your hand speed but also your foot speed. The three of them discussed and decided that rice and noodles were the most filling, and that instant noodles and snacks should never be touched. People in the south eat rice, and flour is difficult to preserve in humid weather, so Jiang Ning chose rice, while Zheng Weili and Luyu ordered 2 kilograms of each. 100 yuan per caddies. Don't think it's too expensive, you can't buy it even if you have money. The quality of rice is very average, but it's good to have it. It will only become more and more expensive in the future. Later, paper money will be obsolete and even too hard to use for wiping butts. Fengqing has a large population, and the rice and flour will soon be sold out. The government will release them later, but they will all be salvaged from the water and dried. Don't say that spoiled food is bad for your health, you can't even get it if you want it. 2,000 yuan is not a lot of money, so Jiang Ning decided to spend it all. Zheng Weili was afraid that the rubber boat would break down, so she thought about buying another one as a backup, but she didn't expect it to be priced at 10,000 yuan. Lao gan ma, dried vegetables, and the like also increased in price by dozens of times. The cost and risk of a trip were too high, so the three of them pulled together a few items and spent the 2,000 yuan, leaving little left in their pockets. There are more and more people lining up outside, but there is not much rice and flour left in the mall. When going down the stairs, I inadvertently saw Yang Weitsung and Su Mingyao also in line. They were holding hands and looking particularly close. The girl from number 1202 was in the back. She was so thin that her eyes were sunken and she looked listless. Looking at her, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of himself in his previous life. When he saw Jiang Ning, Yang Weitsung subconsciously let go of Su Mingyao's hand and smiled as he opened his mouth to say hello. Jiang Ning turned his face away indifferently, pretending not to see it. Come out of the mall and leave in a rubber boat. Seeing that it was still early, Lu Yu reminded, Zhangchao is quite close here, why don't we go check it out? We were in touch the day after the typhoon hit, but there was no news after that. Jiang Ning thought about it and agreed. Apart from being blind with women, Zhang Chao doesn't have many vicious points as a friend. She had been helped by Zheng Weili in her previous life, and she had only two friends, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, since she was a child. If conditions permitted, she would still lend a hand. It took me an hour to get to the community where Zhang Chao lived, and I found the 8th floor based on my memory. After knocking for a long time, a woman's voice came from the room. Who is it? Looking for Zhang Chao. There is no such person. You have found the wrong person. The three of them helped Zhang Chao when he moved, so it is impossible to find fault with them. Judging from the woman's voice, she doesn't look young. She should be middle-aged. Mom, who is it? A boy's voice came from the room. Stranger, you found the wrong door. Jiang Ning frowned, feeling like something was wrong. But no matter how hard we knocked on the door, the person inside ignored us and ended up disturbing the people next door. Seeing the old lady open the door, Jiang Ning hurried over to ask, Grandma, does Zhang Chao live next door? The old lady had a complicated expression and shook her head at several people, refusing to say anything. Lu Yu had a bad feeling and took out 3 or 2 rice from his bag. The old lady hesitated for a while before letting the 3 people in. Are you looking for that gentle and funny boy? Lu Yu nodded quickly. The young man is a good person, but he is quite confused. He led a wolf into the house and was chased out. The old lady shook her head as she spoke. When the typhoon first hit, the woman brought her parents and 2 children here, and it was the young man who took the risk to pick them up. At the time I thought they were siblings, but he was kicked out after just a few days. Lu Yu. Jiang Ning. Zheng Weili clenched her fists. He banged on the door several times, but the woman refused to open it. Eventually, he had no other choice but to stay in the hallway. He was not picked up until the day of the rescue. The shelters were divided into areas, and the trapped people in the community were taken to Fengqing Hotel for resettlement. Lu Yu couldn't imagine how Zhang Chao had survived these past 10 days. How could there be such a hateful woman? What should I do now? He was so angry that his liver ached. Thinking of what happened to Zhang Chao, Zheng Weili was furious. Beat him up and kick him out. Even though Zhang Chao acted stupidly, he was the one who helped stockpile the medicines that Jiang Ning needed, which not only provided a complete range of medicines but also saved money and effort. As a friend, Jiang Ning couldn't just stand by and watch, especially since Zhang Chao had taken a brick for her when they were children fighting. They hit it off immediately. Zheng Weili kicked the door and shouted, Listen, everyone inside. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. However, it was the air that answered her. Jiang Ning took out a crowbar from his bag and handed it over. Zheng Weili is very strong and the crowbar makes loud noises when prying. Who are you? A voice suddenly came from behind. A couple in their 50s or 60s came up the stairs holding the hand of a little girl of 8 or 9 years old, carrying a heavy rubber boat bag in their hands. When Jiang Ning saw the bag, he recognized it at once as the one he had bought anonymously for Zhang Chao. This brand is professional grade, but most people would choose to buy ordinary ones. In other words, this family not only sucked Zhang Chao's blood, but also took over the supplies she bought. Jiang Ning walked over, grabbed the girl by the collar and dragged her to the door. If you don't open the door, don't blame me for beating your parents and your daughter to death. She even took out a knife, which frightened the girl so much that she started to cry, Mom, Mom. The couple rushed over, stamping their feet and shouting, Murder, murder. Shout, shout as hard as you can, let everyone in the building know that you are occupying my place and forcing me to death. It is impossible for a woman alone to drive Zhang Chao out. This family is in collusion. Although the girl is only 8 or 9 years old, she is already very sensible. Children in the last days can smile at you and stab a knife into your heart at the same time. The purer the smile, the dirtier the heart. They may not want to, but they are too hungry and hunger will make them make a choice. Don't ask Jiang Ning why she knew this, she had been stabbed. The door finally opened, revealing the sallow face of a middle-aged woman. She shouted fiercely at the 3 men, "What are you doing? You said you don't know Zhang Chao. If you make trouble again, I will call the police." Zheng Weili punched over. The woman was knocked to the ground, her face covered in blood and several teeth missing. The boy in the house screamed and picked up the water cup on the table and threw it at her. The furnishings in the house and the clothes in the closet all belonged to Zhang Chao. The boy pounced on him fiercely. Jiang Ning slapped him and then slammed him against the wall. Regardless of what the adults are like, the 2 children are raised well. But they were able to survive only by eating and drinking from Zhang Chao. Not only were they ungrateful, they even drove the owner of the house out in order to save another mouth to feed. When he came up, his face was fierce and he showed no remorse. What does this mean? He knew about it, even participated in it, but he had no shame at all. The woman screamed at the top of her lungs, and the couple jumped up and down like they were putting on a big show, but it was a pity that it didn't work at all. Everyone else was starving to death, so how could they have the time to care about other people's lives? Zheng Weili is an experienced boxer and knows where to hit the woman most painfully without putting her life in danger. After a few punches, she was beaten so hard that she couldn't even scream and was thrown out of the door like a dead dog. She stared at the couple coldly. "I won't hit the elderly, but if anything happens to Zhang Chao, I will bury your whole family with him." The house was in a mess. There were only a few kilograms of rice and 2 bags of salt left in the gift package that Jiang Ning had sent, but the oil was hardly used. Lu Yu packed everything into the bag, collected some of Zhang Chao's clothes, and packed away any urgent items. The old woman relied on her status as a woman and rushed over to compete with Lu Yu fearlessly, but was kicked down by Jiang Ning. "He doesn't hit old people, but I do." After searching their bodies for the keys, Lu Yu locked the door and at the same time took away the rubber boat. There was no way to survive without the rubber boat, and the old man refused to let go until Jiang Ning took out the bloody butcher knife. The family was frightened, their faces turned pale and they were forced into a corner, trembling. Jiang Ning stared at the middle-aged woman. "You, the Black Widow, are quite vicious." After saying that, he grabbed her by the collar, dragged her up, and threw her out of the window. "Ah! Lu Yu! Zheng Weili!" The 2 old people held the child and cried loudly, but Jiang Ning went downstairs without blinking an eye. They left in a rubber boat, while Black Widow struggled to swim not far away. What a pity, he can actually swim. Let Zhang Chao decide how to deal with it. If you continue to act stupidly, there is no need for even your friends to save you. After all, it is the end of the world, and no one's life is more important than your own. Lu Yu discussed with Zheng Weili and decided to look for him at Fengqing Hotel. Jiang Ning had mixed feelings, but thinking of the brick that Zhang Chao had taken for him, he acquiesced. When we rode to Fengqing Hotel, it was overcrowded and the staff were surrounded by trapped citizens seeking refuge. The municipal system was paralyzed, the water surface was littered with domestic garbage, and there were starving victims with no hot water and even less food. A pungent smell was everywhere. Lu Yu squeezed out with all his might, and finally came out panting for more than half an hour. Accommodation is divided into sections. Zhang Chao should be on the 14th floor. I couldn't ask more specific questions. After all, there were thousands of people crammed into one hotel, and the network and electricity systems were all paralyzed. Jiang Ning's ears were buzzing from the noise. "Let's find a way." The hotel is very large, with dozens of guest rooms on each floor, and the corridors are particularly dark without lighting. But even though it was dark, there were many people in the corridors on each floor, and you could easily bump into or step on them if you weren't careful. After climbing to the 14th floor, Jiang Ning took out a flashlight. She thought that a room with 5 or 6 people was already overloaded, but unexpectedly there were more than a dozen people crammed into it. The sheets and quilts were dirtier than rags, and there was a dirty, pungent smell everywhere. It was so dirty that Zheng Weili almost vomited. Isn't this environment too bad? There is nothing we can do about it. There are so many low-rise buildings and large-scale factories employ thousands of people. The relevant departments have already done their best. I thought I would have to knock on each door, but there were too many people in the house and the air was not circulating because it was too crowded, so all the doors were open, and many people even went to the corridor to breathe. As soon as the three of them came up, they were soon stared at by countless pairs of eyes. Although it was dark, Jiang Ning could sense a lot of malice. If the army had not been dispatched, and there were armed people maintaining stability downstairs, and if they had not dealt with several waves of troublemakers in the shelter, the three of them would not have dared to come in. Even so, we dare not slack off in the slightest. I searched room by room and saw many lifeless and numb faces. Zheng Weili was in a heavy mood, but there was nothing she could do except sigh in her heart. After searching more than 20 rooms, I finally found Zhang Chao. He stood by the window, staring blankly at the rain outside. He was not fat to begin with, and now he looks even thinner, and his clothes are so dirty that you can't tell the color. After all, they grew up together and wore the same underwear. Lu Yu recognized him immediately, Zhang Chao. He called out several times before the person at the window turned around and stared blankly at the person at the door. Zhang Chao looked at the three of them, and after a long while he pulled the corners of his stiff mouth together, trying to laugh, but it looked uglier than crying. He was in a terrible condition, covered in dust and oil. Men's emotional expression is very different from women's. Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili did not go in, and Lu Yu went in to talk to them. He didn't say anything specific, but just said that we knew he had come to Fengqing Hotel when we got to the community. The shelter environment was too bad, so Lu Yu asked him to come to Jinrong community. We live next door to Aining now. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. You can move in with us. We can talk about other things later. Jiang Ning called Zheng Weili to the window at the end of the corridor and asked, "What are your plans?" In fact, Zheng Weili didn't want to be disturbed by outsiders, but now is a special moment, and friends still need to help each other. If it weren't for Jiang Ning, she and Lu Yu would have had to stay in the shelter. Lu Yu is actually quite sentimental. He only has you and Zhang Chao as his friends. Besides, everyone has difficulties. The flood will eventually recede. Let him live with us. The food at home is enough to last for 2 or 3 months. If it doesn't work, we can find another way. Zheng Weili is a simple person who doesn't think too much before she speaks or does things. Moreover, she firmly believes that the world will recover. The two were chatting by the window, and Lu Yu and Zhang Chao walked out of the room. Zhang Chao walked up to the two of them and said with a stiff smile, "Weili, I'm sorry to bother you." Zheng Weili patted him on the shoulder and said, "We are all friends. Just treat us to a good meal after the flood recedes." After going downstairs and leaving in a rubber boat, Jiang Ning handed a bag of biscuits to Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao thanked him, tore open the package and gobbled it up, with mist at the corners of his eyes. Lu Yu also contributed the remaining rice ball. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. What's the big deal?" Jiang Ning was even more miserable in his previous life. Nothing is easy in this end times. Back at Jinrong community, everyone was exhausted. Jiang Ning took out 2 kilograms of rice and other things he had bought from the supermarket and said, "Zhang Chao, don't say I took advantage of you. When the flood recedes, you have to pay me back 100 times. Give me 1% more points when you place orders in the future." The snobbish face, the teasing tone, but it was still the familiar Jiang Ning, who didn't dislike him at all. Zhang Chao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'll give you a 2% increase." "What about me?" Lu Yu was particularly dissatisfied. "You have to take care of Weili and I's morning tea for a year." "Okay, leave it to me." Jiang Ning opened the door, went home, changed his shoes, put on his pajamas and fell on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Unlike Lu Yu and Zheng Weili, Zhang Chao, who is in charge of sales, has much greater insight. She has to keep the secret of the space and not let anything slip. No one went out for the next 2 days. Apart from reading and training, Jiang Ning stayed in the house to sort and organize things. He was so tired that his waist almost broke. Finally, he finished clearing out all the goods that he had cleared out from the supermarket, and the supplies were piled up to the ceiling. The big room is locked and the key is hidden in the space. During this time, Zheng Weili came over once, and during the conversation, Jiang Ning asked Jiang Chao, "How is he now?" "He hardly talks and sleeps in his room all day." Zheng Weili had a bad feeling. He must have been hurt too deeply by that woman. Reality is so difficult. Do you think he will never recover? He always acts so desperate after a breakup, but he's fine these past 2 days. Jiang Ning rummaged through the cabinet and took out a bottle of white wine. "This is the last time I got him an order. It was a bonus his company gave to a client. He gave me a portion. Let him drink it and he'll be fine." Men always need to vent. Even though Zhang Chao is an orphan, coming from a place like that, his ability to withstand stress is stronger than that of ordinary people. Zheng Weili thought about it and accepted it, and said worriedly, "The typhoon has been gone for a few days, why is the rain still not stopping?" Not only did it not stop, it continued to rise, making people feel suffocated and panicked. Who knows? It might rise to the 18th floor someday. Zheng Weili. It's really scary. I slept in the next day and there was a knock on the door. Zheng Weili came over and called for help. Zhang Chao drank a whole bottle of white wine last night and was drunk all night. He came back to life this morning. I asked you to come over to discuss something. After changing clothes and shaving, Zhang Chao looked much cleaner. He looked at everyone with a stern expression. "I think the end of the world has come." Jiang Ning started to shudder and couldn't help but look at him. "Don't you think it's unusual?" Zhang Chao sat upright and began to analyze the situation. This is an unprecedented typhoon. The heavy rain is like a leak in the sky. I heard a lot of news in the shelter that the government went to the grain and oil wholesale market day and night to salvage supplies. The bread or rice balls we eat are made from those grains. Even if we don't farm, our country has enough food to last for 2 years. Why do they have to fish out spoiled food from the water for us to eat? And they only give us 1/3 of the food, and try to dry and store the rest. Lu Yu was surprised. It rains heavily every day, and the food can't be transported in at all. No, don't underestimate the power of the country. Zhang Chao said firmly, if only the southern coastal areas were affected, the national rescue would have arrived long ago, unless. This is a national disaster, even a global disaster. Before the internet was cut off, Zhang Chao followed the news and browsed forum posts. Many places in other provinces were affected by the disaster. If 2 catastrophes break out at the same time, what else could it be but the end of the world? Even if the flood recedes one day, it will be impossible to return to normal in a short period of time. This is why the government is rushing to salvage and store supplies. After hearing what he said, Zheng Weili and Lu Yu also felt uneasy. There are many people salvaging these days. How about we go out and try our luck? Zhang Chao looked at Jiang Ning. "Ning, what do you think?" "The water is too deep, even professional divers have difficulty operating it, let alone ordinary people without equipment." Jiang Ning directly denied it. "Even if we are lucky enough to fish it out, we may not be able to bring it back. Why don't we try to find a way out of the water?" "But the mall has already been cleared out, so it's not our turn." Jiang Ning reminded, "We don't have to look for food. As long as we have something that others don't, we can exchange it for food when the time comes." Lu Yu understood that he had to get there before others and avoid the peak hours, but what should he look for? Medicines. Zhang Chao said, "Now everyone is looking in the mall and underwater. We can look in the office building. Office buildings are all companies and basically have no supplies." Lu Yu shook his head. "There were people sweeping offices in our apartment building yesterday. Almost all the office buildings in the city have been swept. My company's office building is located in a remote area, where the river network is complicated. Even with a rubber boat, it is impossible to get through at this current water level. Some people have speedboats but no gasoline, so they can only wander around the city." Jiang Ning agreed. "Zhang Chao and I are familiar with the place, so we can try our luck. If we can find the drugs from his company, our lives will be much better in the future. The company is not a warehouse, but it has an exhibition hall. The number of medicines will not be too large, but it will be a big gain for small groups. Moreover, it seems that there is more than one pharmaceutical company in that office building. Even though I stocked up in advance, it was only 50,000 yuan. Who would complain about having too much medicine? A pill can save your life at a critical moment. So you have to act quickly, because by the time others have caught their attention, it will be too late for them to get a chance. After hearing what the two said, Zheng Weili and Lu Yu became anxious. Why don't we discuss it with 1801? He has a speedboat. Without further ado, Lu Yu knocked on the door of his good neighbor in the end times. When he learned that he was going to find medicine, Huaishan thought for a moment and agreed. It's still the same old rule, Zheng Weili still brings the baby to guard the base camp. Although Zhang Chao proposed the theory of doomsday, Zheng Weili still had her own concerns. She didn't want to believe it from the bottom of her heart. After hesitating for a long time, she said, "You are going out mainly to find survival supplies and medicine. As for other things, you can consider them on your own if you need them." I didn't explain it clearly, but those who understand will understand. Jiang Ning understood and quickly continued, "If we find medicine and survival supplies, we'll share them equally. If an individual has other needs, they won't count. But it's best not to take up too many group resources. It's better to talk it out so that everyone has no objection. One speedboat and 3 rubber boats can carry a lot of supplies back. The only worry is that someone will get there first." It was 20 kilometers to Zhang Chao's company, and the 4 of them boarded a speedboat and traveled in the rain. My guess was correct. The water flow became more complicated as we got to the suburbs, and the wind started to blow. Even the best sailors couldn't control the wooden boats and rubber dinghies. Huaishan had good skills and crossed the complex waters steadily. In the gloomy weather, he saw several tall office buildings standing on the water. Zhang Chao pointed in the direction, and the 4 of them approached the office building. Through the glass on the 5th floor, they saw the office soaked in flood water. The office is quite tidy. It probably hasn't been raided yet. He took out a hammer and hit the glass hard, and the flood rushed in. After the water flow calmed down, several people went into the office building and put away the speedboat. Fortunately, the huge office building has not been raided yet. Everyone had a clear goal and walked up the stairs to the 12th floor, where Zhang Chao worked as a pharmaceutical company. Using steel pliers to cut off the lock, Zhang Chao was the first to arrive at his workstation. He was relieved to see several large cartons piled up behind him. I was supposed to deliver the goods to the pharmacy that day, but the typhoon came and they notified me to delay the delivery, so I took the goods back to the company. The goods delivered are very diverse, including anti-inflammatory and antibacterial products, rheumatism treatment products, cold medicines, etc., dozens of items. The pharmaceutical agency is not big, with only a dozen people in the sales department. There were all kinds of medicines in the exhibition room, including those for treating the 3 highs, lowering blood sugar and blood lipids. The quantities were not large, but the variety was so large that I bought through several large cartons. Jiang Ning suggested, "We have limited space. If we remove the outer packaging and only take the medicine, we can save at least 3/4 of the space." "Sure. Anyway, I know the uses of all kinds of medicines. I'll sort them out for you when I get back." They unpacked the packaging bags while Jiang Ning searched the workstations, finding coffee, biscuits, various snacks and pastries, tea for men, scented tea for women, and self-heating pots. There were only a few of them, but we would not let them go even if we made the mistake of killing them. There are more tea rooms, all with drinks, milk tea bags, mineral water, etc. all moved out. Even the express deliveries left at the front desk were not spared. As long as they were useful, they would be opened and taken away. They don't need it, so they secretly fill up the space. The medicines filled 2 large travel backpacks, 1 meter high, which was a great harvest. After hiding the other supplies, several people took the medicine to the 15th floor. There are 3 pharmaceutical companies in the office building, all of which are given priority for collection. The second company also had a lot of medicines. Zhang Chao looked at the big refrigerator in the exhibition room and said regretfully, "This company mainly sells vaccines. These are all good things, but it's a pity that we can't take them away." Through the glass, Jiang Ning saw several vaccines, including smallpox, tetanus, rabies, meningitis, HPV, influenza, etc. The refrigerator comes with a battery that can be used continuously for a month after a power outage, but once it is taken out, it cannot be preserved at room temperature. Jiang Ning glanced at it twice and said nothing, continuing to collect supplies. After sweeping the 3 pharmaceutical companies, the rubber boat was filled to the brim. At around 1 p.m., a few hungry people sat down to eat. They bought a deluxe self-heating pot, coffee, milk tea, and various internet-famous snacks. Listening to the rain outside the window, eating the hot and delicious self-heating pot, the aroma fills the office building. It feels like a beautiful thing in life. We have enough medicine, but we don't have enough food. There are several live streaming companies run by internet celebrities in this building. Let's try our luck. Just do it and keep prying. Unexpectedly, the first company was a cosmetics and skincare company. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were not interested, but Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. All the major brand skincare products, cosmetics, lipsticks, facial masks, and luxury creams are piled up everywhere. Jiang Ning was not polite and picked the expensive ones and threw them into his bag. Lu Yu wanted to bring something for Zheng Weili, so he also picked a few things. The men were not interested and were only looking for some survival supplies, so they headed to the second internet celebrity company. Ning, hurry up, we'll wait for you upstairs. As soon as they left, Jiang Ning swept them all into the space. Bad luck, the second one was selling women's clothing, all kinds of clothes, skirts, shoes, bags, etc. Lu Yu picked out a few pieces for Zheng Weili, and Jiang Ning also picked out several pieces. The third store finally sold food, but it was snacks, including beef jerky, mutton jerky, nuts, various breads and pastries, internet-famous drinks, and even ice cream assassin. Unfortunately, they all melted in the refrigerator. These take up space and are packed in several large black plastic bags. By the way, even the garbage bags in the cleaning room are not spared, they are very useful. Time flies, and it would be too inefficient to continue sweeping like this. Jiang Ning suggested collecting the waste on separate floors, which can save time and improve efficiency. There are a total of 15 floors on the water surface. Jiang Ning is responsible for 3 floors, and the 3 men are responsible for 4 floors each. Jiang Ning was assigned to floors 12 to 15, and she decided to sweep from the 15th floor downwards. I went to the 15th floor and returned to the pharmaceutical company I had just visited, and collected all the vaccines in the refrigerator. The space can keep food fresh, so it doesn't matter how long you keep it. As time was running out, she started with big companies and immediately fell in love with the Fengqing branch of a well-known home appliance company. The product exhibition hall is very large, with air conditioners, washing machines, refrigerators, smart rice cookers, and all kinds of fashionable home appliances full of technology. The country will build bases in various places in the future. I heard that some of the conditions are very good, and there are solar generators in the space. Jiang Ning decided to choose a few of his favorite ones, just in case they are useful in the future. It doesn't matter if you don't need it, just throw it away. A 6-digit double-door refrigerator, a 5-digit air conditioner and washing machine, a multifunctional air conditioning fan, an automatic cooking pot, an ice maker, an electric rice cooker, a bread maker, a soy milk maker, a cordless vacuum cleaner, a dryer, etc. Jiang Ning likes to cook but doesn't like to wash dishes, so he decisively bought a few dishwashers. These take up a lot of space. Fortunately, the space was cleared out in time. Big companies have good welfare benefits. The tea room is filled with many things, not to mention milk, snacks and drinks. There are also a lot of grains, red dates, lotus seeds, shark fins, and birds' nests. I guess they are here to entertain customers. Unfortunately, all the fruits are rotten, and only a pile of wilted lemons are left. There is a bakery next to the tea house, which makes snacks for employees. It has a lot of milk, flour, cake flour, eggs, condensed milk, dried fruits, etc. There was red wine steak in the refrigerator, but unfortunately the steak was also bad. Jiang Ning had no shortage of these, and he didn't want to take up Lu Yu, Zhang Chao and the other survival resources, so he packed all the useful ones into bags. The workstation is not left out either. Useful items are kept, and those that are inconvenient to remove are thrown into the space, such as wires, sockets, some daily tools, various books, etc. When I opened the package, I found 2 pairs of ice skates. Thinking that they might be useful in extreme cold, I threw them into the space. He dragged out 2 large parcels from under the workstation and saw that the items were not marked on the express slips, so he cut them open with a knife. Wow, 2 big boxes are full of condoms. 2 large boxes, with a total of 3,000 items in total. Jiang Ning raised his head and glanced at his workstation nameplate, Wang Meng. Cheers to the brave warriors who are invincible in every battle. Jiang Ning had never eaten pork, but he knew that this thing was hard to come by at a high price in the last days, and it would definitely be in great demand if used to exchange for supplies. Stop new life and care for women. He threw it into the space without hesitation, but then he thought of something and grabbed a few handfuls and stuffed them into a black plastic bag. I don't have the exact number, but there should be dozens. After sweeping the 15th floor, I moved on to the 14th floor. In such a large space, there was only one technology and information company. There are hundreds of workstations, and it's impossible to see the end at a glance. The boss probably made a lot of money, and the employee benefits were very good. The tea room was full of good stuff, including all kinds of expensive snacks, a self-heating pot for those who worked overtime, and the refrigerator was filled with steaks, pork chops, and lamb chops, and Jiang Ning almost vomited from the smoke when he opened the door. After sweeping the tea room, she walked towards the boss's office. I guess he is a domineering boss with a unique personality. His office alone is several hundred square meters, including an office, reception room, lounge, and personal collection hall. Are today's bosses so willful? They set up a collection gallery in their office. The impregnable collection hall piqued Jiang Ning's interest. He used all his strength to pry the door open and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. Facing the door is an antique display cabinet with a tang sword hanging in the center. The scabbard has ancient patterns and is luxuriously silver-plated. Jiang Ning took it down and drew his sword. The blade of the tang sword was shining with a cold light. It felt heavy in his hand but not too heavy. He knew at first glance that it was a good thing, more convenient and easier to use than a butcher knife. He raised his head and chopped the wooden box, and it was as easy as cutting tofu. This is not just a knife, it's a magical weapon. There are many antiques on the antique shelf, including blue and white porcelain vases, het boxes, glazed plum bottles, apple vases, tripod-shaped stoves, and inkstones. Jiang Ning didn't know much about this, but anything that was collected by a domineering CEO and placed together with the tang sword definitely couldn't be a cheap item. Judging from the traces, it has been eroded by a long period of time. Gold in troubled times, antiques in prosperous times, these priceless cultural relics are not even worth a piece of bread in the end times. However, it looks quite pleasing to the eye and you can take it home as a decoration. It doesn't take up any space anyway. There are several paintings and calligraphy hanging on the left side of the antique shelf, all of which are from famous ancient calligraphers. Any one of them is worth at least 7 or 8 figures. However, Jiang Ning saw a lot of Matai liquor piled up in the corner. The 1982 5-star brand yellow glazed porcelain bottle has a market price of up to 150,000 yuan per bottle, and there are exactly 10 bottles. Feitian brand from 2002, 6 bottles per box, each box worth 70,000 yuan, all 10 boxes are full. 10-year-old Feitian brand, 12 bottles per box, 80,000 yuan per box, a total of 50 boxes. This is no longer wine, but a work of art. Jiang Ning thanks the boss and scans all of them into his space. The willful boss has a wide range of hobbies and his collection is even more varied. In addition to diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe mechanical watches, he also has professional high-end diving equipment, MTUE brand, which is the most expensive limited edition. Jiang Ning searched for this when he was buying a diving mask, and the one in front of him is worth 980,000 yuan. The flood would last for several months, and there was no telling whether the natural disaster would recur, so she accepted it without hesitation. A transparent glass cabinet contains a 5-star golf club. Jiang Ning once worked at a golf course during the summer vacation and knew that this golf club cost as much as 180,000 US dollars, which is equivalent to 1.08 million. All the things in the collection hall were emptied out, even the antique shelves were not spared, so that they could be chopped up and used as firewood when it gets extremely cold. In addition, there is a safe in an inconspicuous corner. The things inside the safe that can be placed in the collection museum must be very important. The lounge has a kitchen, a large fresh-keeping refrigerator, foie gras, wagyu beef, caviar, black truffles, golden abalone, Iberian ham, 1982 Lafite, steak, salmon and more. Not only is the refrigerator full, it also has its own battery, so all the ingredients are kept fresh. Jiang Ning didn't want to say anything except thanking the boss, and stuffed the ingredients and the refrigerator into the space. The Tang sword and golf club are the best weapons in the end times. Jiang Ning didn't want to hide them, so he put them in a bag and hung them on his shoulders. There are a lot of supplies on the 14th/15th floors, and she collected them very carefully. Not only did she rummage through the boxes and cabinets, but no express package could escape her clutches. The 13th floor is relatively mixed. It is a high-tech incubation base with a wide variety of new startup companies. The incubation base is quite poor, so poor that one has to wear their pants inside out, and there are really no supplies to be found. Jiang Ning was panting with exhaustion. He ate a few energy bars and continued to pry the door open. A nanofabric company, with a small-looking storefront, displays all kinds of clothing fabrics. In the glass display cabinet in the center of the sample room hangs an ordinary yet confident silver-gray autumn coat, priced at 198,000 yuan. Even robbery is not like this. Is it so easy to reap the consumer's IQ tax? Driven by Chi Xin, Jiang Ning came closer to take a closer look. Nano-thermostatic clothing keeps the temperature at 25 degrees forever. In response to this, Jiang Ning broke the glass with a hammer and took the clothes in his hand. The fart has a constant temperature and there is no change when it is placed on the arm. However, it feels extremely soft and smooth, and it feels like it's not sticking to the skin, a bit like silk fabric. Rub it and smell it, it's quite breathable. Jiang Ning wanted it. Just for the price of 198,000 yuan, he at least took it back to try it on. If it wasn't the end of the world, she wouldn't have the chance to wear such expensive clothes. I collected all the fabrics and also found 10 pieces of constant temperature fabric in the sample warehouse, which would be great for making underwear. We had only searched half of the 13th floor when Zhang Chao had already finished his work and came over to help. Seeing the Tang sword and golf club on her back, his eyes almost popped out, and after a while he gave her a thumbs up, "You're awesome." It was just shit luck, I bumped into him. It was already dark, so they had to speed up the process. Jiang Ning urged him to move the supplies downstairs and load the rubber boat. Zhang Chao was exhausted, but he still did as he was told. It was difficult to collect information in the dark, and Jiang Ning was so tired that he couldn't straighten his back, but in order to have a better life in the end times, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Not long after, Lu Yu also came to help, and they all harvested a lot. After asking, it seems that it is impossible to load 3 at a time, and the supplies are very heavy, and the speedboat probably cannot tow them. He sent Lu Yu to help move the supplies, then took out the packed speedboat from the space and carried a 5L barrel of gasoline. After she found a clear path, she would have her own speedboat. There weren't many supplies on the 13th floor. Jiang Ning dragged the heavy box out and said, "Lu Yu, look what I found." "A speedboat, ha 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 ha." Lu Yu's eyes dropped in shock. "Aining, you are so lucky, aren't you?" "Yeah, it was probably bought by a water enthusiast. I didn't expect it to be a bargain for me." Poor acting. It was dark, and Lu Yu couldn't see her expression clearly. He shared with Zhang Chao who was moving things. Chao, Aining found a speedboat. In this way, there are 2 speedboats and 3 rubber boats on the 18th floor, which means considerable assets. There's just too little gas. I don't think it can go very far. It's okay. We'll find a way to collect gasoline then. We can go wherever we want in the future. The 4 of them carried all the supplies to the 5th floor. After cleaning out a building, there were quite a lot of supplies. Not to mention 1 trip, even 2 trips wouldn't be enough to move everything. Everyone ate the high-calorie self-heating pot and briefly talked about their respective collection situations. Putting aside the miscellaneous snacks and drinks, Jiang Ning collected the most grains and cereals, and Zhang Chao swept a Tibetan product agency and bought hundreds of kilograms of yak jerky, rhodiola rosea, saffron, matsutake, cheese, and so on. Lu Yu found a few bags of wuchang rice, and Huishan found a wine agency and bought dozens of boxes of wine. To sum up, the most popular one is mineral water. This is a necessity that cannot be thrown away. After all, it is not a good idea to always drink rainwater. After discussion, they decided to take back the medicines, meat, wine, rice, grains first, and then the indispensable instant noodles, spicy noodles, bread, etc., and leave the mineral water and beverages for last. In addition, everyone took some of what they needed. The assault boat belongs to Jiang Ning, and the others are a tang sword, a golf club, and skincare products. Lu Yu took some clothes and shoes. Zhang Chao collected electronic products, game consoles, watches and the like. Huaishan carried a rag doll, children's books, paper and pen, and it was obvious that they were for Daodu. Everyone knows the number, so try to occupy as little public information as possible. While moving things to the rubber boat, Lu Yu chatted and said, "I found a seed store, but unfortunately the seeds were sprayed with pesticides and cannot be eaten. Otherwise, we can move them back just in case." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes stared at him. What happened? Zhang Chao didn't know what to say. The whole world is flooded. If we really face the end of the world, seeds will be more expensive than medicine. Lu Yu then realized that he had made a stupid mistake. Shall we take it back? Isn't this nonsense? He and Huaishan continued to load the goods, while Jiang Ning and Zhang Chao ran upstairs to move them. When I went up, I was shocked to find that it was the base of a certain Long Gaoka company, whose founder was the great man who ensured that the Chinese people had enough food to eat. The base is not big, and most of the crops are new hybrid rice, with a total of about 500 to 600 kilograms of several varieties. In addition, there are many hybrid vegetable varieties, as well as hydroponic technology and nutrient solutions. It was so valuable that Jiang Ning didn't even miss any of the information, and the 2 of them moved it back and forth several times. On the last trip, she deliberately walked a few steps slowly and put the laboratory computers into the space. There were all precious documents and materials in it, which might be of great help in restoring civilized society in the future. By the time we finished, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. 1801 speedboat had 2 rubber boats tied to it, while Jiang Ning's speedboat had 1. After they estimated the power and load-bearing capacity of each other, they sailed towards Jinrong community in the dark. Jiang Ning was driving the speedboat, while Lu Yu was sitting beside him keeping watch with a telescope. The telescope has night vision function, which can be used to observe and avoid obstacles in time, as well as to guard against sudden robbers. It was fully loaded with supplies and was moving very slowly. When they arrived at Jinrong community, the 2 of them tacitly turned off the engine, adjusted the mining lamp to the dimmest setting, and paddled together back to the apartment building. Almost everyone is asleep at this point, but you still need to relax because there are too many supplies and you have to walk barefoot to avoid making any noise. Zheng Weili came down to help, and it took almost an hour to move things back and forth before she finished. Fearing that Zheng Weili could not hold on, Huaishan asked Jiang Ning to stay, and the 3 of them had to go back to the office building to finish moving overnight. The supplies piled up in the living room of 1803 looked particularly messy, but it gave people an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The 2 of them had no time to rest. They took a stool and sat down to sort the things. Those that could be divided equally were divided into 4 parts, and those that could not be divided were placed aside. The second trip did not complete the loading, and there were a lot of drinks and mineral water left, so 1801 and Zhang Chao made another trip. By the time everything was carried to the 18th floor, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Everyone distributed the supplies overnight. Jiang Ning took a lot of medicines, grains, beef, wine, 10 kilograms of wuchang rice, a dozen boxes of mineral water, 7 or 8 boxes of milk, 2 large sacks of snacks and fast food alone, and a lot of miscellaneous things. In short, you don't have to worry for half a year. The only trouble now is bringing back the seeds. Everyone knows that the seeds are precious, but except Jiang Ning, no one else knows. Moreover, it is too humid during heavy rains, and if it is not stored properly, it will go bad quickly. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you let me keep it and see if I can make hydroponic vegetables? I'll teach you then." It's not that she is greedy, but natural disasters occur frequently in the end times. Both high and low temperatures are not suitable for plant growth. There is no suitable opportunity for planting at all, and the seeds will rot if they are covered for too long. Space can preserve things, and she really wants to preserve these precious things. If researchers can develop suitable places for planting in the future, they can donate them anonymously. After all, there was only 10 square meters of black soil, and she would never be able to plant all the seeds she had prepared until she died. Others had no objections and helped move the things into her house. Aining, whether we can achieve vegetable freedom depends on you. I'm just trying, I can't guarantee success. I was so tired that I fell asleep right after taking a shower. Staying up late is harmful to the liver. Even if you wake up at noon, you still feel groggy. After eating junk food all day, I woke up with a dry mouth and tongue, and even my anus couldn't stand it. Jiang Ning took a portion of rice, steamed spare ribs, and wok-fried vegetables. He felt indescribably satisfied after eating them. At the end, he also had a bowl of medicinal chicken feet. It was delicious. After eating and drinking, I entered the space, but was almost scared to death when I saw the scene in front of me. Damn, whose space is this? Jiang Ning was shocked by the scene before her. The supplies were still hers, but the space had become larger. A 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment turned into a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. No, it's not just 3 bedrooms and a living room, the area has also become larger. The master bedroom is about 5 square meters larger, the second bedroom is 2 square meters larger, and the living room, toilet, kitchen, and balcony have all become larger, with the extra room amounting to about 10 square meters. What surprised her even more was that the garden doubled in size, from 10 square meters to 20 square meters. What does that mean? Not only are vegetables free, but fruits are also free. She immediately got a ruler to measure it, and found that the total area was about 50 square meters, or 150 cubic meters. In addition to being surprised, Jiang Ning was also puzzled. How could the space suddenly become larger? Is it because it's full? No, it didn't get bigger last time. I almost stuffed it to pieces. There must be some other unknown reason. I can't figure it out, so I just figure it out slowly. As the space becomes larger, will the time we can spend in it increase every day? She looked at the light and shadow timer excitedly. She had saved up for more than 20 days, but after deducting the time she had spent, there were only a pitiful 36 hours left. It was really sad. Statistics are taken every day, but the time does not increase. There is no choice but to continue picking the flowers. Roll up your sleeves, move things around and organize the space, filling up the extra space in the master and secondary bedrooms. As I was cleaning up, I always felt something was wrong. It was not until they moved the boxes of Mount I that Jiang Ning suddenly realized where the antiques and antique display cabinets he had collected last night were. I looked around and confirmed that it wasn't there. Mount I, diving suits, watches, and safes are still there, but the antique calligraphy and paintings are gone. Could it be that these ancient things have spirituality, which is why the space is expanding? It should be. After all, the pendant she wore was also made of top-grade jade. But the antique shelf is not the same, so why did it disappear as well? Jiang Ning was sitting on the sofa, pondering the secret of the expansion of space, when Zhang Chao came and knocked on the door. Perhaps the hunger during the typhoon was too severe, and he now has a strong sense of crisis about food. The 2 sets of supplies for 3 people are consumed very quickly. When I woke up and saw that the water level had risen again, I became even more certain that the end of the world had really come. We only searched the office building of my company yesterday. There are 2 more next to it. Why not take it down as soon as possible? It's better than giving it to someone else at a lower price. Originally he wanted to fill up the apartment and the space and then trash it, but now there are 150 extra cubic meters. Jiang Ning suddenly became interested. There is no shortage of food, but having food alone is not enough to survive in the apocalypse. It is a crime to possess a treasure, but perhaps having food in hand will make you die faster. Items like the Tang sword and golf club she found yesterday can help her better protect herself when facing vicious demons. If she ever falls into the water, the diving equipment might be able to save her life. Furthermore, if we find more spiritual objects, perhaps the space can be expanded. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning readily agreed. So Zhang Chao went to knock on the door of 1801 again. 1801 had no objection, and everyone packed up and set off immediately. Although low-key, it still attracted other people's attention, and the looks they gave him were very complicated. Jiang Ning understood. No matter how careful he was still discovered last night. So what? I got it back with my own ability. The water flow in the urban area is relatively stable. In order to keep a low profile and save gasoline, I did not turn on the motor but paddled away. Unexpectedly, I was still spotted. To leave the community, you have to pass through buildings 8 and 9. The muddy flood suddenly pulled up a thick rope. 1801 reacted quickly and used the paddle to block it, otherwise several people would have been tripped. If the motor is turned on, both the people and the speedboat will be overturned and fall into the water. While I was distracted for a moment, several men suddenly jumped out from Building 8 and Building 9, holding weapons in their hands, and swam quickly towards the speedboat. This group of people clearly want to do something big. Jiang Ning stood up, drew out his tang sword with a dark face, and chopped hard at the men swimming towards him. Ah! With a shrill scream, the man's arm was chopped off and his blood dyed the flood red. Killing just one person won't be enough to suppress the enemy. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate and chopped at his head. If it hadn't happened today, she wouldn't have known that the 18th floor was being targeted by so many people. Even though it was only a joint effort from buildings 8 and 9, there were probably many more people hiding in the dark watching the fire. The people on the 18th floor have been treated as fat sheep. As soon as they fail or show cowardice, they will swarm up, rush to the top floor and divide up all the supplies, and even Zheng Weili and Dowda will die. So, there is no way out. As long as you are soft-hearted, you will fall into an abyss from which there is no escape. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were almost in poor health, but they also suddenly realized it. The world has changed. It is no longer a world of law and order, but a world where the strong prey on the weak. Those sharp weapons can kill people if they are stabbed down. They cannot just sit there and wait to die. The two men raised the oars and smashed them on the heads. Whoever doesn't want to die, come here. Jiang Ning kept swinging his knife, and the water near the speedboat turned red. The injured people with broken arms screamed and struggled, but were soon washed away by the flood. 5 or 6 were injured, and the remaining ones were so scared that they turned around and ran away. Thinking of the misery of his previous life, Jiang Ning's eyes turned red and he said coldly, "Catch up. Can't let them go." Zhang Chao and Lu Yu paddled desperately, while Huishan took out a nail gun. He was a very accurate shooter. Even if those people fell into the flood, he could still shoot them one by one. Completely annihilated. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao panted, "Are we going back now?" "No." Jiang Ning cleaned the tang sword. "If we go back now, we will be exposed as a coward. It's not okay to tell them that Sister Weili can't do it. The next time we go out, they will rush to the 18th floor." Lu Yu was extremely nervous. He knew Zheng Weili was good at fighting, but how many could she beat with her bare hands? Jiang Ning is right. Let's go and come back quickly. Although he was nervous, Lu Yu still gritted his teeth and paddled away. After leaving the city, the speedboat started its motor and roared towards the suburbs. Halfway through the walk, I noticed a speedboat coming towards us. Jiang Ning looked through the telescope and saw that the person standing at the bow was Yang Weizong. Su Mingyao was there too, as well as the boys trapped on the 8th floor. Behind the speedboat was towing an inflatable boat filled with supplies, and several people had proud smiles on their faces. As two speedboats passed each other, Yang Weizong gave Jiang Ning a sarcastic smile. Jiang Ning doesn't care, he will be dealt a heavy blow in the end times. However, she had a vague bad feeling that today's trip might be in vain. It wasn't long before the premonition came true. In less than a day, the remaining 2 office buildings were looted. There were broken glass holes everywhere, the desks were tilted, and there were messy footprints everywhere. It seems that there is more than one wave coming to sweep. Zhang Chao was very upset. "It's too late, there's nothing left." Jiang Ning said calmly, "That may not be the case. It just depends on what you want. If they eat sparingly, their supplies will definitely be enough to last for half a year. By that time, the flood will have long passed and the world will have entered the extremely cold purgatory of the end of the world. When the coldest temperature is -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, food is not the most important thing. Only by resisting the cold can you save your life. She reminded him cryptically, since we're here, why don't we get some firewood back? We can't waste the gasoline for this trip, right? Luyu was stunned for a moment. We don't lack gas, why do we need firewood? Can gas fire dry clothes? Zhang Chao almost hit him on the head. The weather this year is so abnormal, who knows what will happen in the future. The gas will run out one day, so it's always a good idea to stock up. Yes, Whaley's clothes are always not dry, pick some up and take them back to dry. Several people looked up and saw that everything was in a mess, and the office was almost entirely made of plastic. Occasionally, they saw a wooden desk, but it was made of sawdust powder and a large amount of glue. It was not fireproof and produced toxic gases. The same thing happened in the other office building. Only some leftover fast food, a few boxes of mineral water, and a small amount of wood were found. Several people returned to the building where Zhang Chao's company was located. There were still many signs of intrusion, but the situation was much better. They must have come in and found that the buildings had been raided, so they hurried to the other two buildings to grab things. Jiang Ning guessed correctly. The further up you go, the fewer traces there are. She suggested searching again in an alternating manner. After all, everyone focuses on different things, so there might be things that they haven't noticed. Jiang Ning searched the one that Luyu had flipped through yesterday, while Zhang Chao swapped it with 1801. Yesterday I was looking for medicine and food, but today my goal has changed. There are 150 cubic meters more space, and Jiang Ning, who has a strong sense of crisis, always wants to fill it up. Books that can enrich the spiritual world, exquisite vases in the boss's office, wooden desks, wardrobes, jade ornaments in bookcases, and mop sticks in the cleaning tool room. Men are not as talented as women when it comes to collecting. Jiang Ning found a lot of missed snacks, and he searched through the express deliveries again to find suitable clothes and shoes. She found a jade company with an empty counter but no signs of damage. After walking around, I found that the person in charge's office was closed. It was another solid door. I took out the tools and pried it open. There were 4 safes in the office. There should be jade inside. Jiang Ning put them all into the space, and also found some tea, cigarettes and alcohol, and used the tang sword to chop up the office desk and chair. At a certain sports brand's representative office, only the sizes suitable for team members were kept and taken back for distribution, and the rest were swept into the space without leaving any. A company was probably planning a team-building event, so the administration department had several large boxes of barbecue charcoal and some camping tools. After climbing 4 floors, Jiang Ning returned to the live broadcast company that sold clothes and received another batch of clothes, as well as women's underwear and bras that men were embarrassed to touch. And last night the home appliance company quietly went to buy a batch of electrical appliances that might be useful in the future, including a high-end massage chair worth tens of thousands of dollars. She would sneak in at different times wherever the other 3 people had swept, collecting whatever she saw that could be used until the extra 150 cubic meters of space were filled. In order to facilitate transportation, all the pure wooden furniture was dismantled and cut into similar lengths, just enough to fit 2 speedboats and 3 rubber boats. We came back early this time, and it was just after 9 o'clock when we finished moving and dividing. After what happened today, the 18th floor has become notorious, and the residents of the apartment building feel creepy when they see a few people there. They did not hide and carried the wood upstairs. I closed the door and entered the space immediately. The safe was firmly placed in the corner. The living room, balcony, and toilet did not become larger. Could it be that the Jade Company is selling fakes? Unwilling to give in, I opened the door of the master bedroom. Ah, there is an extra bathroom, about 10 square meters. The safe cannot be opened, but there should be a lot of jade artifacts. However, it can only be expanded by 10 square meters. It seems that the conditions for upgrading are still very harsh. It doesn't matter, she can keep looking. Gold, silver, and jade are not valuable in the last days, so you can exchange them for other things when the time comes. I was awakened in the middle of the night by a loud noise and shrill screams downstairs. This was common in the end times, so Jiang Ning turned over and continued to sleep. I sleep until I wake up naturally, have 2 red bean paste buns and steamed buns for breakfast, and drink a bottle of milk and I feel full. The weather was bad and the vegetables turned yellow. Jiang Ning diluted some nutrient solution and poured it on the vegetables as a last resort. When I used my consciousness to check the space, the timer still only increased by 2 hours, which was slower than a snail. With 10 extra square meters of black soil, she plans to continue growing vegetables. She will stock up first, saving enough for 2 or 3 years before growing other vegetables. Of course, fruit seedlings that grow slowly can be planted first, and those old seedlings will definitely produce a harvest next year. The physical fitness during this period has been significantly improved, and 15 minutes was saved in plowing the soil and sowing. 15 minutes can save a life in harsh conditions. As soon as I came out of the space, Luyu knocked on the door outside. Jiang Ning opened the door and was shocked to see him with a bruised face and nose. Who beat him? Luyu was a little embarrassed. It's because Zhang Chao and I are in poor health. Weili has been training us since last night. She was reluctant to touch him before, but now she is training him to death. Luyu knew that the world had changed, and he could no longer always rely on Weili and Jiang Ning to protect him. From now on he has to be a man and stand up to protect his woman. Well, you guys really need practice. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered something and went back to the room to get a black bag. I found it in the office building. I thought you and Sister Weili could use it, so I kept it. Seeing what was inside, Luyu looked embarrassed, then smiled and said, "Thanks, I was just looking for this." Almost forgetting the main thing, he asked with a smile, "Do you know what happened last night?" "I don't know." He was soundly asleep. Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao were robbed. Luyu couldn't stand Yang Weizong using several boats to fish for Jiang Ning. Fortunately, she got out of it in time. We brought back supplies in such a high-profile manner yesterday, but someone set a fire on us at night. Yang Weizong rented room 802. The 2-bedroom apartment could not accommodate so many people, so a few people were also crammed into room 1202. The gang grabbed 1202 first. If Yang Weizong and others hadn't rushed over after hearing the news, Su Mingyao would have been almost raped by several men. The people were driven away, but when they returned to the 8th floor, they found that all the supplies in the house had been taken away. Jiang Ning was surprised, lure the tiger away from the mountain. Nowadays, robbery also requires intelligence. Most of their supplies were on the 8th floor, but the speedboats and rubber boats were not taken. Jiang Ning smiled. It was not that the food was not robbed, but that group of people wanted to grow leeks and harvest them slowly one by one. One of them was slashed, and he just now had the nerve to knock on the door, hoping that you would help treat him. As a result, no matter how loudly they shouted, no one on the 18th floor responded. There was another incident. 2 people from other apartment buildings came this morning. They wanted to pay their respects but were chased away by Weili. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The people on the 18th floor were just trying to protect themselves, so how did they become a criminal gang? As they were chatting, Zhang Chao, who also had a bruised face, came out and asked, "Are we still going out today?" "I don't want to go out anymore." "You can go out if you need me. I'll just look after the house." Everywhere had been swept, and now she couldn't find what she needed if she went out. Moreover, Zheng Weili and Luyu had been brainwashed by Zhang Chao's apocalyptic theory, and they always felt that something was missing, and they began to feel a sense of crisis. After saying hello, the 3 of them went out with the rubber boat, both to collect supplies and to gather information. Just after noon, 3 more people came to pay their respects. Jiang Ning was annoyed and wrote a notice and posted it on the door, "No alliance." Not to mention those who have ill intentions, she doesn't dare to let her guard down even against Zheng Weili and others. After all, people's hearts are the most unpredictable in the last days. Not to mention friends or colleagues, there are many people who even eat their own children in the darkest times. If the day ever comes when they break up, she will withdraw without hesitation. There is no shortage of food, clothing, or daily necessities. As for other desired supplies, they cannot be collected for the time being, so I should first think about how to expand the space. Without the 3 of them around, Jiang Ning completely let loose, taking out pickled pepper chicken feet, squid shreds, cold dishes, and braised duck intestines, and passing the time while enjoying the food and reading a book. It's still early, so take out the meat filling that you have mixed in advance and wrap the wontons. I was wrapping and watching TV series at the same time. I stocked up thousands of wontons when I heard Jing Weili and the other two coming back. I brought some wood and 2 stainless steel doors taken down from the mall. Compared with Jiang Ning's and 1801's doors, Lu Yu really didn't feel safe. He took the size and searched for a long time in the mall before he finally pried it back. After a lot of hard work, I finally completed the transformation of 1803. An extra door was installed on the stairs. If you want to go to the 18th floor, you have to pass 3 levels. Watching Lu Yu applying cement, Jiang Ning asked curiously, "Where did you find it from?" "I passed by a building under construction and climbed in to grab 2 bags." The 3 of them decided to go again and get some glass to install on the balcony as it was too humid due to the daily rain. Jiang Ning reminded, "Make it of better quality, so that the glass won't explode when the typhoon comes back." Lu Yu deeply agreed and told Zhang Chao about the broken windows of several houses in the community. After thinking about it for a day, Jiang Ning still felt that the expansion of space was related to spirituality. The reason why the antique display cabinet disappeared may be related to the material of wood. Good wood takes dozens or even hundreds of years to grow. For example, golden nanma takes thousands of years. The museum was flooded, and the ancient artifacts have been salvaged or moved in advance by the relevant departments. Gold, silver, jade and other artifacts will be easier to find after the flood recedes. Now only the wooden path remains. Wood. Jiang Ning suddenly came up with an idea. I wanted to find good wood, but there was none in shopping malls and office buildings, and the museums had been flooded. But there is another place where you might be able to try your luck. Fengcheng is the world-renowned largest furniture production base. The International Furniture Expo Center built in Kongal Town has become a 4A-level landmark building, and the Global Furniture Expo is held on schedule every year. This year is the 30th anniversary of the exhibition, and it is unprecedentedly grand. As early as half a year ago, overwhelming advertising was launched through various channels. Jiang Ning recalled carefully that the original date of the exhibition should be 3 days before the typhoon. The exhibition will last for half a month, so it is not over yet. What will it be like to have an exhibition center that brings together the world's top furniture? Jiang Ning doesn't care. After all, foreign furniture rarely uses wood, but this may not be the case with domestic retro furniture. She had seen an advertisement in which a large furniture company advertised a bed made of 1,000-year-old red sandalwood, as well as a complete set of furniture for the house, with a starting price of 9 figures. In recent years, Chinese people have become more and more culturally confident, and a retro furniture trend has emerged. In order to attract attention, the exhibition center used its connections to borrow a piece of ebony as the treasure of the exhibition. Not only ebony, but also many valuable woods, such as huanghuali, old mountain sandalwood, rosewood, etc., were also taken to the exhibition center to take the opportunity to promote furniture culture to the world. Jiang Ning has to go and act immediately. The expo center is built in Kongal Town, about 40 kilometers away from the urban area. The water flows along the way are complicated, but it is still worth a visit. Zheng Weili and the other 2 went out to collect building materials. Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1801 and said, "I'm going to go out for a walk." 1801 had no objection. "Be careful." I went downstairs carrying the bag containing the speedboat, and coincidentally ran into Su Mingyao on the 17th floor. She came up with Yu Qingqing from 1202. The corners of Su Mingyao's eyes turned red, and tears came, aining, Aegean is injured, and only you can save him now. Please do me a favor and save him. Jiang Ning treated her as air and went downstairs with a cold face. Unexpectedly, Su Mingyao kept pulling, aining, "We are schoolmates, you can't just stand by and watch someone die." Her voice was so loud and her crying attracted the neighbor on the 17th floor to open the door. Jiang Ning drew his sword and slashed forward. Su Mingyao screamed and dodged, and half of her waist-length black hair was cut off and fell to the ground. Before she could come to her senses, Jiang Ning kicked her to the ground. She was in tears, shocked and stunned. She stared at Jiang Ning, who was like an executioner, with her eyes wide open, and even forgot to cry. Jiang Ning stepped on her chest and refused to let go. "If you want to run into my gun, I don't mind sending you to see the King of Hell." He kept stepping on it and pressed it to death, with an extremely cold look in his eyes. Su Mingyao felt like her ribs were about to be broken, and her face turned pale from suffocation. Yu Qingqing took 2 steps back. Jiang Ning, Mingyao just wants you to save Jian. If you don't want to save him, then forget it. Why do you have to hurt him? She's mentally ill. Are you mentally ill too? Jiang Ning glanced at her coldly. The 18th floor is not a hospital, and I am not a doctor. You have a speedboat, why don't you send the injured to the hospital? You have to find me, who has only studied Chinese medicine for a year and doesn't even know the basics. Do you think everyone else is stupid? Yu Qingqing was stunned and explained, but our speedboat is out of gas, and it's raining so hard. Then you can just watch him die. Why are you putting the blame on me? Jiang Ning showed a mocking expression. You two are really friends. You don't want to take risks, and you don't want to be condemned by your conscience, so you want to shift the responsibility to me. Yu Qingqing was a little stunned when she said that. Jiang Ning had indeed only studied medicine for 1 year, and the first year was basically all theoretical knowledge, but Su Mingyao was very sure about it, and even they thought so she subconsciously felt so as well. Now that I think about it, it really is putting people in a difficult position. How about you lend us your speedboat so we can take Jian to the hospital? If you want to be a saint, then do it yourself. Jiang Ning walked up to her and taunted her. You've been badly tricked, so you want to drag me down with you. Yu Qingqing's face turned pale, as if she had been struck by lightning, and her eyes were extremely complicated. Ignoring her weak spot, Jiang Ning continued walking downstairs. When we reached the 6th floor, Yu Qingqing suddenly chased us down and said, "Stop." Jiang Ning continued to move forward. Yu Qingqing was indignant. You knew they had bad intentions, why didn't you warn me? Who are you to me? Jiang Ning asked back, why should I remind you? If you are so kind, why are you only willing to give food to Yang Weizong when there are so many hungry people in the group? He brought a group of people to your house, you could have refused, why not? Did you really not notice it, or were you trying to win his favor? Now that you realize this, why do you still hang out with them? Looking at Yu Qingqing, I realized how stupid I was in my previous life. Why not tell her? Because it's useless to tell her. No one is stupider than anyone else. Everyone has their own calculations. She had also noticed this in her previous life, and she wanted to win his favor but was embarrassed about it. With delicious food and drink served to her and Yang Weizong saying a few sweet words to her, she felt so happy that she wanted to give her heart to him. If a stranger suddenly jumped out at this time and said that he had bad intentions and wanted to eat up the whole family, and that the end of the world was coming and they should save food, I'm afraid that before Yang Weizong could even say anything, she would jump out and call that person a lunatic. Which love brain doesn't feel this way? So, why did Jiang Ning say it? Besides, Yu Qingqing saw their true colors, but she still pretended to be stupid and joined them. What good is that? I didn't. If you had reminded me earlier, I wouldn't have taken out the food. Yu Qingqing was unwilling to face her own mistakes, and her voice was a little tearful. Why are you so cruel? Why didn't you tell me earlier that Yang Weizong was a beast? As he spoke, tears began to flow and he couldn't stop crying. Jiang Ning reminded, you'd better cry louder, he might be listening upstairs. Yu Qingqing was startled and subconsciously covered her mouth. Look, they are still in collusion. No one can wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep, and Jiang Ning has no responsibility or obligation. We boarded the speedboat and headed towards the expo center in the heavy rain. In view of the unknown dangers, Jiang Ning put on a life jacket and the diving equipment was on standby in the space. But she was brave and drove the speedboat quite well, avoiding several whirlpools in a row. Staying calm, we drove over 40 kilometers for more than an hour and saw the huge and artistic exhibition center standing in the flood from afar. Fengqing has many rivers and water networks. Several rivers converge at the expo center alone. Next to it is a provincial ring road and an overpass, and transportation is convenient. The more such places are, the more complicated the water flow is. Jiang Ning was alert and saw several whirlpools in front of him. He immediately accelerated and rushed over. Accelerate suddenly, turn a corner and drift forward. It was shaking so badly that I almost got thrown out. Fortunately, I managed to keep my balance and made it to the expo center after making a big detour. Although the expo center has only 12 floors, the exhibition hall is tall and looks grand and majestic. Jiang Ning floated around and didn't see anyone inside or any broken glass. According to the industrial layout, Kongal Town is centered on furniture manufacturing, with factories dominating the surrounding areas. Commercial residences are on the other side of the river, and even their shadows cannot be seen in the heavy rain. Looking around, there was flooding all around, with only the expo center standing out from the water. The glass is so thick that it cannot be broken with a hammer. Jiang Ning used a window breaker and it took several attempts to knock it down successfully. As a 4A tourist attraction, the expo center covers a large area. Unfortunately, the magnificent hall has been submerged in the flood, but looking up you can see its magnificent momentum. The darkness swallowed up all the brightness, and now I could only look at the various fashionable furniture around me by the light of the flashlight. The intricate waters protect the expo center very well. Or maybe the exhibition center did not have the survival supplies the survivors needed. In any case, it had not been damaged before Jiang Ning arrived. There are furniture everywhere, and there is nothing they can't make, except what you can't imagine. Chinese, European, American, African, Korean, modern, postmodern, classical, neoclassical, pastoral, cyberpunk. Furniture from all over the world gathers together, and the design creativity is even more colorful. There is nothing they can't make, except what you can't think of. Jiang Ning did not rush to take action, but went straight to the furniture museum on the top floor. The power was out at the expo center, and it was pitch black everywhere. The space was so empty that only the sound of footsteps could be heard. There was no elevator and it was very tiring. I climbed up to the top floor after many twists and turns. My feet were so tired that they were numb. An entire floor is filled with historical exhibits, including picture exhibitions, real object exhibitions, various types of wood, and ancient furniture that is either broken or complete. Holding a flashlight, he walked through the exhibition areas for about half an hour before finally reaching the center. A brown-black piece of wood, about 4 meters long, with an irregular and mottled shape, appeared in front of Jiang Ning. This is ebony. After being buried underground for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, the erosion and wear and tear have formed plant mummies that look like wood but are not wood, and like stone but are not stone. The spirit of all trees, known as the fossil of wood, there is a legend that 1 ounce of ebony is worth 1 ounce of gold. Jiang Ning couldn't estimate its value. After all, no matter how precious it couldn't fill his stomach and was worthless to the survivors. The ebony was covered in transparent glass, so it was not easy to take it out. Explosion-proof glass will not break no matter how hard you hit it with a hammer. Jiang Ning put on a mask and took out a chainsaw from the space, and the harsh sound continued. After some effort, I successfully sawed open the explosion-proof glass, and a fragrant smell wafted into the air. You know what, ebony smells really good. There is no time to waste, quickly put this treasure into the space. Continue with the electric saw. There are all kinds of furniture woods, such as Nanhai Huanghuali, agar wood, small leaf red sandalwood, etc. The valuable ones are covered with glass, while the others are separated by cordons and tourists are prohibited from touching them. Jiang Ning couldn't tell which ones had spiritual energy, so he just threw them all into the space. As I walked, I finally saw the Qiangong bamboo bed made of red sandalwood. Meticulously crafted, magnificent and impeccable. It looked a bit eerie in the dark. The house is too large, and the living room is almost completely occupied by the RV, so there is no room for a large bed. She could only roll up her sleeves and take it down. After dismantling, throw in the matching tables, chairs, benches and dressing tables, all thrown into the space without leaving any space. There are also many ancient furniture made of other materials, such as hu tables, taisher chairs, chaise longues, and many others that cannot be named. To be honest, my hands were sweating when I smashed the display case glass, even though I had several layers of masks on my face. It was the end of the world due to natural disasters. If it were peacetime, she would probably have to go in and step on the sewing machine until she died. Banging and hitting, even using wooden sticks. Jiang Ning was so tired that he was sweating all over and felt dizzy. I found a place to sit down and rest, took out some chocolate to replenish my energy, and drank a can of Red Bull. When I feel a little better, I turn off the flashlight and slip into the space. There were a lot of old furniture scattered around the space, but most of it had disappeared. Jiang Ning was shocked by the scene in front of him. The living room was about 30 square meters larger and had a spiral staircase that led to the second floor. The rooms, kitchens, and bathrooms are all bigger, and the master bedroom even has a dressing room. After counting, I found that there was an extra bedroom and a study. Yes, now there are 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and a study. The spiral staircase only reaches the top of the wall. It seems that there is still room for further expansion. What's even more shocking is that the black soil garden was only 20 square meters last time, but now it's 300 square meters. Jiang Ning made the right bet, the ancient and spiritual wood really works. Thank you Ebony, thank you Rosewood, and thank you all the elves who have dedicated themselves to this space. As for those that were not recognized by the space, she had no intention of throwing them away. They could be used as firewood when it became extremely cold. This trip was worth it, and I estimate that we have an extra 400 square meters, or 1,200 cubic meters. After leaving the space, Jiang Ning went to the next level. The 2 floors were filled with Chinese-style furniture, and there were too many things to store, so she could only go by her own instincts and pick out the expensive ones and throw them into the space. Throw them all in the garden, stacking them up layer by layer. If the space can be eaten, eat it. If not, you can find a chance to replace it later. With 1,200 cubic meters added at once, Jiang Ning felt much more confident. As long as the stockpiling didn't kill him, he would just stockpile as much as he could. The 8th floor has a service hall, screening room, more than a dozen restaurants, cafes, bakeries, and convenience stores, which should be a place for tourists and guests participating in the exhibition to rest. All the meat and vegetables were spoiled, but in order to accommodate the guests of the expo, the restaurant had prepared a lot of inventory in advance. There were tens of thousands of kilograms of rice, flour, and grains alone, more than 300 barrels of oil, and a rich variety of products, as well as various seasonings, tea, wine, and beverages. We even found 20 unopened bottles of top-quality caviar and 30 bottles of Lafite red wine in a high-end Western restaurant, all still within their shelf life. The refrigerators for storing precious ingredients have their own power storage boxes. The 3 large refrigerators are full of steaks, lamb chops, foie gras, Tanya blue lobster, Parmesan cheese, etc. Unexpectedly, the unexpected harvest was so big that Jiang Ning took away even the refrigerator. We accept all products from convenience stores and bakeries except those that are expired or moldy. The coffee beans, sugar, milk, and even the coffee machine in the cafe were taken away. After sweeping everything away, the supplies alone increased by more than 100 cubic meters. After touring the 8th floor, I discovered a large maintenance and supply department with 2 high-power generators. For such a large exhibition center, there might be a power outage, and the generator should be used for emergency purposes. To run the generator, you have to use diesel. Jiang Ning searched the engine room but did not find any diesel. Jiang Ning pried into the warehouse of the maintenance department supply department and finally found diesel in a room. 160L/barrel, there are 30 barrels in total, which means 4,800 liters, or about 4 tons. It happened to be an international exhibition and we encountered a once-in-a-century typhoon. It was impossible to stockpile only this little diesel in order to make emergency preparations for power outages in advance. So she pried open all the places she could, and sure enough, she found 2 other rooms also filled with diesel, totaling 12 tons. Both the speedboat and the RV can run on diesel, which is enough for her to use for a long time. In a fit of excitement, she put them all into the space. There are actually several solar panels in the space, but who can choose? They want them all. Pick up the tools, dismantle the generator as completely as possible, and pack it up together with the tools and accessories from the maintenance department. On the 7th floor and below are modern furniture of various styles, and Jiang Ning continues to collect them as he walks. In fact, she prefers modern furniture. The designers have fully considered the pain points of those living in small spaces, and many of them have folding functions. With an extra 1,200 cubic meters of space, Jiang Ning collected whatever he could get his hands on, being extremely willful. Bed, latex mattress, sofa, wardrobe, TV cabinet, bedside table, chair, bench, rocking chair. Sit down and take a rest when you are tired, and check your space in time. Later, only a part of the wooden furniture collected disappeared. It seems that the merchants are still very cunning and most of them are selling dog meat under the guise of sheep meat. The space is definitely a treasure appraisal machine. Going up the spiral staircase, there is a new living room, but everything else remains unchanged. I scanned all the way up to the 5th floor. Except for the ones I could enjoy, I chose durable and sturdy ones for the rest. There was no need for fancy things in this doomsday, otherwise, when I took them out for replacement, it would easily arouse suspicion. I spent too much time at the expo center and took out my phone to find that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We left in a speedboat and found 2 commercial houses under construction on the way back. Thinking of the tragic scene of collapsed houses and broken walls everywhere caused by the great earthquake, she hesitated for a moment before driving the speedboat over. The commercial housing has been completed and is in the decoration stage. Many materials have been moved to the floor. Jiang Ning uncovered the waterproof cloth, sand, cement, lime powder, glass doors and windows, tiles, waterproof coatings, etc. Due to different progress of decoration, the materials piled on each floor are slightly different. Sand is easy to get, so there is no need to waste space. It is difficult to regenerate the others, and even if the government rebuilds them later, not everything can be produced. Jiang Ning walked upwards while collecting things into the space and piled them all in the black soil garden. She found that since the 2nd floor of the space was built, the height of the garden had changed and was now the same height as the 2nd floor. This change means that the usable area of the garden increases from 900 cubic meters to 1,800 cubic meters. Fortunately, building materials don't take up much space, so we collected all that we found. The garden cannot be preserved, so Jiang Ning did not forget to collect the waterproof shade cloth and cover the cement lime powder waterproof coating. After packing up my things, I suddenly thought of the safes placed in the space. So take them all out and pry them open. The alarm sounded shrilly, so she plugged her ears with earplugs and gradually pried open the safe door. The 4 safes in the jade shop are empty. It seems that all the space has been swallowed up. Then, someone tried to pry open the boss's personal collection, and a gun unexpectedly fell out. Can this be collected? As expected, all domineering CEOs love to challenge the criminal law without exception. In addition to the pistol, there were 2 boxes of bullets, a total of 200 bullets. Even in the end times, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to possess it. This was a pleasant surprise. Although Jiang Ning had never touched a real one, her school had a shooting club that used rubber bullets, so she was pretty accurate in shooting. With this thing, I can sleep more peacefully. Thank you again for your contribution. Now there is only one safe left, which was found in Badeo's office. This shouldn't be contraband, right? I just pried it open and found the box was full of papers. No, it's money to be precise. 10,000 per stack, a total of 100 stacks. 1 million, all in brand new bills. This was something Jiang Ning had not expected. If she had received this money before the natural disaster, she might have been using it to sow. Although the banknotes have not been invalidated, they have depreciated greatly, but it is better than nothing. The money was put into the backpack and the safe was thrown into the flood. The 18th floor could barely be considered a team, and it was not easy to go out alone. Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone to check the offline map to see if there were any other places worth visiting nearby. There is a commercial science and technology museum, but it is in the neighboring Yueching. Yueching is the provincial capital, but the commercial science and technology museum is built in the suburbs, only 20 kilometers away from Kongal town. Apart from continuing to expand the space, she doesn't have anything specific she needs now, so don't even think about ships, airplanes, or anything like that. She can only walk around and see, maybe she can pick up something useful. After deciding on the route, head to the Yueching Commercial and Technology Museum. There was vast ocean everywhere and it took us almost an hour as we were not familiar with the route. Only 2 floors of the Science and Technology Museum were still above water. There are many people in Yueching, and the Science and Technology Museum has been searched countless times. It is a mess everywhere. Almost all the materials that could help them survive have been moved away. When I was about to leave after walking around, the flashlight accidentally caught an orange ball. It is round like a ping-pong ball, with exceptionally bright colors and a diameter of about 3 meters. Is this an escape pod? Jiang Ning once accidentally saw a video of an escape cabin designed to protect against earthquakes and tsunamis. I picked up the brochure on the ground and found that she had guessed it right. It is made of 3 layers of metal shell materials that have passed aerospace-grade tests. It can not only withstand external impacts from sharp objects, but also withstand high temperature and high pressure environments without deforming, and has extremely strong protective capabilities. The escape cabin is also sturdy. With high-energy welding technology and the design of seat belts and shock-absorbing seats, people hiding in the escape capsule feel safe. The latest upgraded version on display includes GPS positioning system, oxygen, lighting, and other equipment, drinking water and food. The storage of drinking water and the amount of food are determined by the internal space. A single-person escape chamber can store enough food for 5 days, while a chamber for 5 to 10 people can store enough food for half a month. The single-person model has a diameter of 0.8 meters, and the one in front is about 3 meters high, so it should be the largest one. Jiang Ning opened the cabin door and found 6 shock-absorbing seats. The space is quite spacious, and you can stretch your arms and legs. It has a mini toilet processor and a water bubble at the bottom that allows you to float when you fall into the water. There are many enclosed compartments around it, which should be used to store daily necessities, and it has a medical first aid kit. When an earthquake or tsunami strikes, you can hide inside and isolate yourself from the disaster outside. Wait until the disaster stops, trigger the emergency signal device, and wait for rescuers to arrive. Judging from its placement, there should be a single-person escape pod, but it has been moved away. But the one in front of us is so heavy that even several people working together cannot lift it. Jiang Ning tried to push it but couldn't, so he put it into storage. Maybe he could use it when an earthquake happens someday. I came here today and I feel like I have found a treasure. It was already late, so Jiang Ning evacuated decisively. When we returned to Jinrong community, the sky was gloomy and it was almost dark. Just as I was about to enter the community, I noticed a group of people making a scene not far away, and there were also fierce dog barking sounds. The vision was blurry and Jiang Ning took out a telescope. I saw several men and women standing on 2 rubber boats, holding wooden forks and iron rods in their hands, and hitting the windowsill extending from the 5th floor continuously. A wet dog stood on the windowsill, baring its sharp fangs and barking at them madly. "Quick, kill it, and we'll have meat to eat tonight." The men and women seemed extremely excited, constantly waving their weapons, causing the dog to dodge in panic, but they refused to admit defeat and confronted each other fiercely. The natural disaster was so sudden that no one had time to prepare. All the food was soaked in water and many people starved to death. Nowadays, seeing a dog, even if it is skinny, can make people have a good meal, right? This is meat, who wouldn't want it? Everyone's eyes glowed green, and they couldn't wait to eat it alive. Jiang Ning didn't want to care at first, but the moment he saw the dog's face, his whole body trembled. It's Coke. She was the one who chose this name. Cola was abandoned by his owner and sold to a dog meat restaurant. When he was about to be slaughtered, he suddenly resisted and bit the owner and escaped. With nowhere to go, it wandered around the university town, often staying near the snack bars across the street from the community, and was often driven away by the shop owners. At that time, Jiang Ning was reselling dog food, and every time he saw it, he would scatter some dog food or throw a sausage at it. The only difference between a dog abandoned by its owner and a baby abandoned by its parents is that humans have orphanages, while stray dogs will be killed once they are caught. At first it was very cautious and very resistant to Jiang Ning's approach, and would wait until she was far away before eating. After gradually becoming familiar with her, although it was still wary and resistant, it would stick its head out from behind the tree and secretly watch her. Later, I fell in love with Yang Weitsung and always racked my brains to get close to him. I even gave up the dog food business, so how could I think about Coke? When we met again, it was already extremely cold. Jiang Ning didn't know how it survived. All its hair had fallen out, its body was covered with frostbite and pus oozing, and it was so thin that only a skeleton was left. But even so, when he saw her being bullied by a few bad guys, he still rushed up without hesitation and bit them madly. If it hadn't pounced on her, the baseball bat would have come down on her head. In order to protect her, Kiki was beaten to death with sticks, and his dog mouth that was biting the man's wrist never loosened until his death. She was alive, but it was beaten to death and cooked and eaten. After she was reborn, she looked for it nearby several times but couldn't find any trace of it. Just think about how ridiculous it was. She was so devoted to Yang Weizong, but he watched her being beaten to death by the devil. But the stray dogs she occasionally fed protected her with their lives. Cola. When they met again, Jiang Ning burst into tears. Without any hesitation, she rushed over in her sharp boat, Coke. The Malinois standing stubbornly on the windowsill couldn't help but brighten his eyes when he heard the sound, and subconsciously looked over in the direction of the sound. He was distracted and was hit hard by a stick, letting out a shrill scream. He turned his head, leaped towards the attacker, and started biting him madly. The rubber boat shook violently, and Coke bit the attacker's body. People nearby came to help and sticks flew down. It dodged left and right, jumping nimbly. The stick instead fell on the person being bitten, causing him to wail miserably. The other rubber boat came over, but because the current was too fast and they couldn't control it, the two rubber boats collided with each other, and two people lost their balance and fell into the water. Ah, help, help me. Before they could react, Coke leaped forward and rushed towards the oncoming rubber boat. The Malinois has strong jumping ability and can knock people down heavily. After just a few rounds, 3 people fell into the water and 2 were successfully bitten. One of them took out a knife and stabbed it hard. Jiang Ning drove his speedboat and crashed into the rubber boat, flipping it over. He made a sharp turn and said, Coke. Coke pushed hard with his front and back feet, and his skinny body jumped 3 or 4 meters away, landing steadily on Jiang Ning's speedboat. The motor roared and the flood splashed up. By the time they struggled to climb onto the rubber boat, there was no sign of the speedboat. The sky was gloomy and they couldn't even see the woman's face. Not only did we fail to eat the dog meat stew, but several people got injured. What bad luck. Everyone kept swearing. The speedboat rushed into the residential area and stopped downstairs of the apartment building. Jiang Ning's vision was blurred by the rain. She couldn't wait to reach out to hug Coke, but Coke stepped back, his eyes full of vigilance and precaution. It was in very bad condition, with blood coming out of its mouth, most of its hair falling out, and a lot of scars on its body. It can be seen that this is not the first time that we have been surrounded by humans. In the end times, there is nothing you can't do to survive. Not to mention stray dogs. Before the typhoon, many people in the community kept pets, and the pet owners treated their pets better than themselves, but now, where are the pets? Jiang Ning didn't dare to think about how it survived all this time. Cola, don't be afraid. Jiang Ning tried to comfort it, we will live together from now on. As long as I have something to eat, you won't be hungry. However, it still stayed away from her and did not relax its guard at all. Jiang Ning didn't even have the chance to get close to it, let alone touch it. After thinking for a while, she took out a sausage from her bag, tore open the packaging and threw it over. Even with delicious food in front of him, the hungry Coke remained alert. He slowly approached and sniffed it, then swallowed it in one gulp and continued to stare at her. Jiang Ning tore 10 pieces of sausage before he could barely touch its head. Faced with her invitation to serve, Keela was unwilling and wanted to jump into the flood and swim away. The stray dog is not only very wary but also has a high IQ. It knows very well that this is human territory and it will be stewed in an iron pot if it enters. That's how those stupid fellows died. Jiang Ning had found it with great difficulty, so how could he let it go? He quickly took out another chicken leg. Then he took out some dog food from his backpack and showed it to him. Cola, as long as you follow me, you will always be full. The dog food was swept up from the supermarket. She was racing against the flood, so she swept up whatever she could get her hands on. When she came back to clean up, she discovered that a lot of dog food and pet canned food were smuggled in. I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I thought of mixing it in feed to raise rabbits. I didn't expect that this was prepared for Coke. Coke's eyes were fixed on the bag of dog food, as if he was lost in some memories. Jiang Ning was holding the bag of dog food, and his mouth was drooling when he heard the sound. Finally, it succumbed. Jiang Ning successfully brought it ashore. His hard heart was like melted chocolate, smooth, sweet and fragrant. In this dirty apocalypse, she finally stopped walking alone in the darkness and found a partner with whom she could share life and death. Wow, dog, there's a dog. Grandma, I want to eat dog meat. As soon as I entered the apartment building, I was quickly spotted with a dog, and I was immediately tempted to kill it and eat its meat. Coaxfur stood up, his teeth bared, and he entered an attacking state, his eyes full of murderous intent. Jiang Ning drew his knife. Whoever wants to eat my dog, stand out. Everyone was shocked. When did they start having a dog on the 18th floor? Bastards, they don't even have food to eat, yet they dare to keep a dog on the 18th floor. Give the food to the dogs and don't give it to them. Soon, anger welled up in my heart. Nonsense, this is a stray dog from outside. Someone with sharp eyes recognized Kaylee. It often lies across the community. I've seen it several times. Yes, I've seen it several times, and it almost bit my child once. Hit it and share it equally. Jiang Ning raised his knife and smashed the trash can beside the corridor into pieces. If you want to eat meat, you have to ask my knife if it agrees. Thinking of her chopping people's heads like splitting watermelons, everyone took a few steps back in fear. But some people still refused to give in. Little girl, this dog is not yours, you can't be so overbearing. It's with me, so it's mine. It's not easy for everyone. How about this? I'll kill it and give you half, and we'll divide the rest. The others nodded. This is a good idea. Let her take the lion's share, and we can just drink some soup. I don't like eating dog meat. Jiang Ning sneered, and chopped the man who made the suggestion with the knife in his hand. Your meat should be good. Ah. The man was so scared that he took a few steps back and fell to the ground with an unknown liquid oozing out of his pants. She really dares to kill people. Fortunately, the blow didn't hit any vital parts, but my arm was cut and bleeding. Now, no matter how unwilling they were, no one dared to ask for the meat. They could only watch her take the dog upstairs. Just when he forced away those who wanted to eat dog meat, Yang Weizong unexpectedly ran into the gun again. Jiang Ning, you are so cold-blooded. He rushed out of the room and shouted angrily at Jiang Ning, are you satisfied now? Ajian is dead. The other people stood at the door, staring at her sinisterly, with no intention of dissuading Yang Weizong. Without waiting for Jiang Ning to speak, Kaylee pounced over and bit Yang Weizong's leg. Yang Weizong was totally unprepared. He let out a deafening scream and smashed the stick in his hand towards its head. Coke jumped away flexibly, and the dog's eyes were full of killing. This is the beast. It was so dirty and smelly and full of lice that the shit shoveler threw it into the dog meat restaurant. It was because of this beast that Jiang Ning stopped feeding it dog food and ignored it from then on. The dog held a grudge and pounced on him again. Yang Weizong was so frightened that he kept waving his stick. Jiang Ning swung his knife and forced him back a few steps. Aining, you hit me for a dog. Yang Weizong was very angry. His embarrassed face showed a bit of ferocity. Are you crazy? It's just a dog. It's a dog, but you're not a person. You're right to kill Ajian. The train of thought of this kind of person is really amazing. Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. Did I cut Ajian? Yang Weizong. Is it me who didn't take him to the hospital and watched him die? Yang Weizong was choked and looked ugly. If you were not cold-blooded and unwilling to help us, you would not lend us money. Do you want to have some shame? Jiang Ning looked at them coldly. If I were you, if I still had some blood in my veins, I would take a knife and fight the people who injured Ajian. Killing one is revenge, and killing two is profit. In the end, you are all cowards. Not only did you not dare to come to seek revenge, but you also blamed me for his death and specifically picked on women to bully. Do you think living like a gigolo is so good? Who the hell is a gigolo? How much money do you eat for free? Don't you know? Jiang Ning taunted. Also, who gave you the courage to jump back and forth in front of me? After he finished speaking, he stabbed Yang Weizong's thigh with a knife. Yang Weizong screamed and fell to the ground. The others rushed over to help him up. Jiang Ning, let's talk it over. You've gone too far. Jiang Ning walked upstairs. This time I stabbed my leg, next time I'll stab my heart. Cherish your chance to live. No one dared to rush forward, and their faces were full of resentment. Su Mingyao, whose hair had been shaved, stood behind the door, her nose crooked with anger. What a bunch of useless trash. As soon as he reached the 17th floor, Jiang Ning was shocked by the scene before him. The door at the staircase was covered with hedgehogs. To be more precise, there are countless iron nails welded on the door, and the tips of the nails are facing outwards. Not just one door, but all 3 doors. Not to mention people, even mice can't get in. 3 men and 1 woman were busy with the welding, sparks flying and emitting dazzling light. Seeing her coming up, Zhang Chao took off his protective mask and said, "Aining, how about taking a look at our fortress?" When they were looking for materials, they found acetylene for welding in the building, and brought back steel bars and nails. They turned the 18th floor into an indestructible fortress so that they could sleep peacefully at night without having to worry about someone breaking in. Jiang Ning didn't know what to say about Zhang Chao and Lu Yu's creativity except giving them a thumbs up. It is said that there are supplies on the 18th floor. It would be strange if Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao did not contribute to this. Instead of worrying about it, it is better to build layers of hard protective shell. 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang, perhaps this is the strength of this team. Jiang Ning was very happy, at least she couldn't come up with this idea. "Wow, you brought a dog back." Zhang Chao's eyes sparkled, and he said excitedly, "Lu Yu, we'll have stewed dog meat tonight." Coke turned around decisively, he was tired, didn't want to love anymore, and left. Jiang Ning squatted down and tried to comfort him, then said to Zhang Chao sternly, "This is my dog. If you dare to touch its hair, I will stew you first." "When did you get a dog?" Zhang Chao was surprised. "It looks like a stray dog." "Is it the stray dog at the entrance of the community?" Lu Yu felt a bit like it. In the past, Aining often fed it. "It saved my life before." Jiang Ning said solemnly, "I didn't bring it back for you to eat. If you dare to take it, I won't be polite." We searched the office building and brought back some yak jerky, Chinese sausages and ham sausages. Although Zhang Chao and his friends ate sparingly, they were not particularly greedy for meat. It was just that in this special environment, many people slaughtered their pets for food, so who would waste precious food to raise a dog? Food, something that can save lives, yet so many people starve to death every day. Not only Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, but even Zheng Weili couldn't understand it. Hua Yishan said something surprising, "This horse dog has a good physique. If it is well trained, it will not be a problem to deal with 2 or 3 adults at the same time." "You have good vision." Jiang Ning couldn't help but look at him with admiration. It was just surrounded by 7 or 8 people outside, but they didn't get any benefit at all, and they even overturned the rubber boat. Weak chicken Lu Yu. Weakling Zhang Chao. This dog is very human-like. The way it stares at them is creepy. We are all dog lovers and we firmly resist eating dog meat. Zhang Chao was the first to give in, Aining, tell it not to look at me like that. So scary. Zheng Weili understood her feelings, but as a friend she still advised, Aining, if it were any other time, I would definitely support you, but now is a special period, and most of the food has been soaked in water and spoiled. We just reacted quickly and stockpiled some, but your share can only last for 6 or 7 months at most, and we don't know what the future will hold. The key is that large dogs like these consume a lot of food, so you must think carefully. Don't regret it when the day comes when you are out of food, because then no one will be able to help you. To me, it's not a dog, it's a family member. Jiang Ning gently comforted the uneasy Keilei, if the supplies are gone, you can find them again. I won't abandon them. Zheng Weili and the others are not nosy, she just needs to think it over carefully. Bringing Coke into the house, Jiang Ning took out dog food from the space and soaked it in goat milk. I bought the goat milk from the supermarket. She disliked the smell and couldn't get used to it, so now it's just right for her to drink Coke. After finishing a large bowl of dog food, Cola's shrunken belly finally swelled up. It stood in front of the sofa, staring at Jiang Ning, and tears suddenly flowed from its eyes. There was no defense, and there was a little more expectation. Its crying completely broke down Jiang Ning, who was sitting on the sofa. She hugged Coke and cried, crying for the fear and unwillingness, loneliness and despair of her past life. The dog's head rested on her shoulder, making a whining sound. Keilei was crying too, crying that she didn't abandon her like the last one did. Not only did she give him a hug, but also gave him delicious food. Is it going to trust humans again? Woohoo! The man and the dog hugged each other and cried for a long time. After crying, Jiang Ning no longer felt confused and afraid. I was reborn and stockpiled supplies simply because I wanted to live longer. But now it's different. We not only need to live well and long, but also protect our Coke. Calming down, she began to examine Coke's body. It was covered with shocking new and old wounds, and had serious skin diseases, with dense ringworm spots of all kinds, and its head was black, making it look extremely ugly. Jiang Ning fed it some anti-inflammatory medicine and found a shaver to shave off all the dog's hair. Disinfect the wound with iodine and then sprinkle it with Yunnan Baiyao. Without stocking up on pet medicines, Jiang Ning rummaged through the medicine box and found a plaster with similar efficacy, which he gently applied on Coke's body. Cola didn't resist, but always wanted to lick it with his tongue. It was so skinny that it was just skin and bones. It looked even more unsightly after the hair was shaved off. Jiang Ning found his number 7 jersey and put it on it. He stroked the dog's head and said, "When I fatten you up, you'll be handsome." Jiang Ning was not worried about supplies. The space was enough for her and Coke to eat until they died. Besides, there was also a black soil garden for planting. The ground was damp and there was no doghouse, so I threw some cardboard on it and found a dirt-resistant lazy sofa in the space. Without being taught, Cola knows that this is his doghouse. So soft and comfortable, I finally have a home. It lay in its nest and fell into a deep sleep, feeling tired. Jiang Ning carried a large backpack, knocked on the door of 1801, and then gathered at 1803. In front of everyone, he opened the heavy backpack. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were shocked and counted repeatedly, 1 million. Jiang Ning nodded. I went out for a walk today and found it in the cashier's office of an office building. If this happened before the natural disaster, it would be strange if several people were not excited and crazy, but now facing a thick pile of money, they feel extremely depressed. Now we have money but can't spend it. The price of rice has risen to 500 yuan per caddy, and the purchase is limited to 1 caddy per day, and it has to be salvaged from the water and dried. It's edible, but it's hard to say whether it will kill people. How do you spend so much money? You'll even grow hair if you hold it in your hands. Jiang Ning gave them a warning. It's good that we can still buy food now, but we may not be able to buy it in the future. You can't buy it now. Lu Yui asked for information. It sounds good that there is a purchase limit, but in fact, the amount released every day is very small. Many people who line up in the middle of the night can't buy it. However, there are people reselling grain outside, which is also salvaged from the water and dried, and is already selling for 2,000 yuan per kilogram. How ironic. 1 million yuan can only buy 500 kilograms of food. Is there any way? The government is catching speculators and confiscating their property once they are caught, but not everyone has the connections. Money will only become less and less valuable. Nowadays, more and more people are bartering. We never know when money will become worthless. We have to find a way to spend it tomorrow. If we can't buy food, how can we spend it? We buy whatever the department store sells. Jiang Ning led the way to the extreme cold. It's October now. We used to wear short sleeves, but now we have to cover ourselves with blankets when we sleep. If the rain doesn't stop until winter, how are we going to survive? However, the 3 life idiots said, "Okay, let's go shopping at the department store tomorrow and take whatever we can get." 1801 remained silent, his deep eyes showing no emotion. This person seems to be in a group, but in fact he is cold and alert. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts with just one glance, which gave Jiang Ning a bad feeling. After leaving 1803, Jiang Ning was about to enter the house when Wei Shen suddenly asked, "Jiang Ning, can I discuss something with you?" "Please go ahead." "I used to be a special police officer, but I moved here after retiring due to an injury." Wei Shen explained, "When I receive a mission, I often team up with police dogs, so I have some experience in dog training. The Malinois you brought back is a new breed of police dog. This type of dog not only has good physical fitness, but also has better obedience and fighting ability. If it can be trained, its fighting power will be equal to that of several adults, which will definitely be beneficial to the 18th floor." Jiang Ning was surprised. At first he had indeed guessed that he was a military police officer, but after witnessing him killing people without blinking an eye, he gave up the idea. He was either a professional killer or a bodyguard who was paid to avoid disaster. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a special police officer. Judging from what he said, he had just retired. How could he kill people without blinking an eye? It's true that she is suspicious, but everyone has secrets. As long as he doesn't do anything to harm her, Jiang Ning won't ask around. She regained her composure and asked, "What are your conditions?" "Even though I know coke is not inferior, I still hope it can become stronger. After all, no one can resist the temptation of dog meat under the threat of death from hunger. So, coke is going to get stronger." Huishan's request was simple: "I will help you train the dog, and you teach Dauda to read." "Is this a requirement?" Jiang Ning was a little dumbfounded. "Dauda is smart and well-behaved. You can teach him yourself." Huishan looked unnatural. "I can't teach a cultured dog. Training a dog is much easier." Jiang Ning was a little embarrassed. "Okay, let's exchange." He helped her train the dog, and she taught Dauda to read. As soon as he opened the door, a dark shadow pounced over, its low humming sound revealing anxiety and uneasiness, and its claws kept scratching Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning stroked its head and said, "It's okay. I won't leave." The stray dog was difficult to coax, so I fed it a sausage. But it was still anxious. It followed Jiang Ning wherever she went, not allowing her to leave its sight. "Not only am I exhausted today, I'm also very hungry." The unexpected reunion with coke was really worth celebrating, so Jiang Ning took out steamed pork ribs, drunken goose, stir-fried pork with farm-style spices, and beer. Even though it's not hungry, the dog still stares eagerly and drools. Jiang Ning picked up some light pork ribs for it, and then ate and watched TV to relax. Kola was so greedy that he jumped onto the sofa and lay on her, pushing her shoulders with his paws from time to time. Seeing that Jiang Ning was unmoved, it ran to its own food bowl and took it from it. "Shit shoveler, food." What a clever ghost. Jiang Ning threw a bone to it and said, "Don't fill your stomach. You will have delicious food every day from now on. After dinner, I have to teach Coke to go to the toilet. Not only Coke, but also the pair of breeding rabbits and a litter of cubs." Even though the balcony was sealed with glass, it was still damp, which made the rabbit wilt very badly. It got much better after we put a lot of cardboard under it and moved it to the toilet. Once they are well trained, they are no longer afraid of people and start roaming around the house. When Kaylay saw the rabbit's eyes glowing green, he subconsciously pounced on it and tried to bite it. Jiang Ning quickly stopped him with a fierce look. "No. From now on, whether she and Coke eat meat or drink porridge depends entirely on them." Having been together before, Kola knew her temper quite well and could only endure the itching of his teeth. "I'm not hungry now, I'll bite when I'm hungry." Coke understands human nature. After teaching for more than an hour, he finished his job in a basket covered with a black garbage bag in the toilet. The rabbits, however, were not smart and could not learn no matter how she taught them, so she had to clean them up several times a day. Jiang Ning was tired. "Kola, the task of taking care of them from now on will be handed over to you. Be a sensible dog and help your owner with housework." It was already late at night when they finished, and Jiang Ning went to bed to rest, but Coke followed in with his nest. "Well, it's because he feels insecure, she understands. I woke up several times during the night, all because of the Coke. It is extremely sensitive to sound. It will get up at the slightest movement downstairs and stay in front of the stainless steel door without leaving." The long period of wandering life has also changed the dog's characteristics. It will not easily make noise to alert the enemy. Although it is just an apartment building, it houses all kinds of life and a lot of dirty and ugly things. At around 7 in the morning, I was woken up by the anxious Coke. When he opened the door, Yang Weitsung's classmates kept knocking on the door downstairs. "Jiang Ning, Atsung was stabbed by you yesterday and bitten by your dog. Now he has a fever. You have to take responsibility for this." Jiang Ning closed the door, washed up and had breakfast. A simple bowl of pork bone vermicelli and 2 steamed dumplings. Coke, half a bowl of dog food, and 4 steamed dumplings. Just as I finished cleaning up, Liu came and knocked on the door, preparing for today's mission, spending 1 million. In addition to taking care of the baby, Zheng Weili also has the task of looking after the dog. There is a sandbag in the corridor. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao brought it back for her. She can practice boxing when she has nothing to do. Don't use them as targets again. When I arrived at the department store at 9 o'clock, there was still a huge crowd of people queuing up. Unexpectedly, the staff's voice came over the loudspeaker, saying that today's food had been sold out and if anyone needed food, please come earlier tomorrow. I arrived at 12 last night, how come it's gone? I came to line up at 9 o'clock in the evening, but it was still not my turn. Suddenly there were cries of grief and public resentment was boiling, but what could be done? Now there are troops equipped with live ammunition, and even if we rush in, we won't be able to grab any food. Tired faces wandered around unwillingly for several times, but finally left in disappointment. 99% of the people who come to the department store come for food, and they also bring some other things along. The crowds left and the huge shopping mall suddenly became empty. Compared with last time, there were obviously fewer goods this time, and anything that could fill the stomach was sold out. They have introduced purified tap water, which costs 10 yuan per liter and requires you to bring your own water-filling tools. Thinking of the floating corpse in the water, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao suddenly lost interest. Most of the things in the mall are electrical appliances, clothes, quilts, and general merchandise, etc., and you can't spend the money even if you have it. There were still 2 rubber boats left, and Lu Yu was thinking of buying some as backup, but when he saw the price was 50,000 yuan each, he didn't dare to ask for the money. Jiang Ning had a clear goal, which was to prepare supplies for them to save their lives in extreme cold weather. She no longer needed it, but she had no way to give it to them, so she had to find a way out. The prices of scarce daily necessities have skyrocketed, but the prices of clothes, quilts, and the like have not increased much. After all, money should be spent where it is needed most, and they all want to save their money to buy food. While walking around, I actually saw a mink coat. The sable fur is longer than the knee, feels soft and is very warm to wear. I looked at the price, 49,999 yuan. There are both men's and women's styles, and the price difference is not much. Jiang Ning ordered 7 pieces at once, even including a coke, and then he would modify them after he bought them. Lu Yu's heart was bleeding after spending 350,000 yuan in one go. How about changing to something cheaper? If you don't spend it now, save it for toilet paper. In addition to mink coats, there are also warm cotton coats, down jackets, windbreakers, quilts, socks, boots, thermal underwear, etc., allowing them to buy whatever they want. It's a pity that there are no pet supplies, otherwise I would stock up for coke as well. As she was carrying them, a middle-aged man suddenly came over and whispered, "Miss, do you want food?" He has shifty eyes and you can tell at first glance that he is not a good person. When Jiang Ning was buying a mink coat, she noticed him following her and thought he was a pickpocket or robber, but she didn't expect him to be a grain dealer. What kind of food? Rice. Soaked in water. The middle-aged man nodded. There are also unsoaked ones, but they are twice as expensive. What's the price? The soaked ones are 2,500, and the unsoaked ones are 5,000. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, it's been soaked in water, how do I know if it will kill me if I eat it? Don't worry, young lady. We do business with integrity and never cheat anyone. As he spoke, he took out a handful of broken rice from his pocket. The color was dark yellow, but it didn't smell like anything. How many do you have? I have as much as you want. Jiang Ning calculated and deducted the expenses, 2,000 yuan per kilogram. I want 250 kilograms. A middle-aged man with food in his hands. Glancing at the men, Jiang Ning turned to Lu Yu and the others and asked them to try on the mink coats. There are only 10 in the mall. The style and size may not be suitable, but I really can't spend the money. Zhang Chao joked as he tried on the clothes, why do I feel like I'm being kept by a rich woman? Jiang Ning looked disgusted, sorry, you're not my type. The two of them joked around, and the men came up again, miss, if you really want it, we can discuss it. There were 4 people standing together, and he dared to follow them. He should not be a robber. Jiang Ning told them the story. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were very happy. They even grabbed a handful and tasted it. It feels almost the same as the ones bought at the mall. Don't worry, the quality is absolutely impeccable. The man was very excited to receive a large order unexpectedly. I only brought 5 kilograms with me. If you want, I can arrange it. The 4 of them went to the side to discuss, and Hui was deeply concerned. You can take it, but you have to be careful that they will cheat you. The safest way is to trade in multiple batches. After the negotiation, Jiang Ning came back and discussed with the men. I want 250 kilograms, but you have to pick up the goods separately, 50 kilograms per day, and we will trade at the entrance of the department store. The man was stunned for a moment. I can't make the decision, but I can ask you right away. Wait a moment. After saying that, he hurriedly left the mall. Jiang Ning set aside 500,000 yuan and bought everything he needed without spending it. In the end, he bought another mink coat to make up the difference. She brought a lot of compression bags and packed all her clothes and quilts after paying the bill. How many people were starving because they had no money or food, but the rich man squandered 500,000 in an instant. The cashier's eyes almost popped out, and he felt like he had met a spendthrift woman. As soon as he left the department store, the sharp-nosed monkey who was waiting at the door came over and said, "Our boss has agreed. We can trade." As he said this, he glanced not far away and saw a man wearing a mask and carrying a heavy snakeskin bag in his hand. They exchanged glances and walked to a corner where no one was. Huishan walked over to check, and only nodded to Jiang Ning after making sure that there was no problem with the quality. Jiang Ning handed the black garbage bag prepared in advance to the monkey, which contained 100,000 yuan. The monkey stuffed the things into the big backpack and checked it quickly. There are troops to maintain stability in the department store, and no one would be afraid of being shot. After the payment and goods were settled and the transaction time for tomorrow was agreed upon, the 4 of them immediately left on the speedboat carrying the food. There were a lot of supplies on the boat. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were alert to their surroundings, and Huishan took a detour to avoid crowded places. The detour is much longer, but the view is much wider, and you can immediately spot someone approaching. Lu Yu, holding a telescope, suddenly asked, "What is that?" Zhang Chao looked over and saw something floating in the distance. "Is it a corpse?" Jiang Ning took the telescope and stared at it for a while. "It looks like a pig." "Pig?" Everyone was surprised and looked carefully. "It's a pig, alive. There are actually live pigs. How long has it been since they last ate pork? If dog meat is not allowed, pork should be okay, right?" The speedboat slowed down and turned to approach the pigs in the flood. It really is a live pig, and its head is quite big. Pigs can swim, but they are no match for the vast flood and can only go with the flow. It was not afraid when it saw people coming, and even made an "oh-oh" sound, as if asking for help. Rowing the speedboat over and using the paddle to stop the swimming pig, Zhang Chao leaned over and grabbed the pig's front feet. The pig was struggling and squealing, but not particularly violently. It was probably tired from soaking in the water. Several people worked together to pull the pig up. The skeleton looked quite big, but it had lost a lot of weight due to hunger. It seemed to weigh more than 200 pounds. The pig lay on the speedboat, opened its mouth and gasped, "Oh-oh." Jiang Ning suddenly took out an electric baton from his bag. The pig let out 2 sharp screams and was knocked unconscious by the electric shock. "Lu Yu." "Zhang Chao." Huishan said, "Find a place to kill him. You can't take it back with you. If someone finds out, something terrible will happen." Zhang Chao came back to his senses quickly. "Why don't we go to the building where we are looking for building materials? There is no one nearby, and it is not too far from here." So the speedboat headed in another direction. About 6 or 7 kilometers away, there were several buildings under construction submerged in water. After parking the speedboat, the 3 men carried the pig ashore and Jiang Ning handed over the butcher knife. She did not participate in the slaughter of the pig, but went upstairs while they were slaughtering the pig. The higher you go, the more building materials are piled up, including a lot of cement bricks and steel bars. Jiang Ningka was not polite. The black soil garden had more than 1,800 cubic meters and he had to find a way to fill it up. Collect them all. Even though they are of no use now, they are essential materials for earthquake reconstruction. Anyone can come to this place, and there is no need to worry that Lu Yu and the others will suspect her. When I came down from upstairs, the pig had been slaughtered. 1801 was the surgeon in charge, with Lu Yu and Zhang Chao assisting, and they were discussing how to divide the pork. Except for Jiang Ning, everyone else is an idiot at cooking. 1801 is a disaster. Even though he kills people without blinking an eye, he can even burn porridge. They couldn't even cook the pork properly, let alone the offal, so they unanimously decided to divide the pork into 4 portions and give the offal to Jiang Ning separately. Jiang Ning was not polite either. Okay, I'll ask you guys to come over and eat when it's ready. 1803 asked for half a pig, and the remaining half was divided between 1801 and 1802. Huishan asked Jiang Ning, which half do you want? The upper half. In fact, there is more meat in the lower half, but the pig noodles can be braised and the head cover can be used to make soup. Huishan felt that he had taken advantage of her, so he cut off an extra portion for her. Jiang Ning saw it but said nothing. It was not convenient to do it at home, so she directed the cutting into small pieces and then packed them into black plastic bags so that no one could tell what was inside. Lu Yu was a little worried. If we eat meat, others won't notice, right? We are on the top floor, so if we need to float, we will float upwards. When doing so, we will close the doors and windows tightly. Even if some of it floats out, it will be washed away by the rain, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Lu Yu said happily, okay, let's celebrate tonight. Bad days have lasted too long, and it's time for something exciting. How about we cook them together? If we cook them separately, the smell will be too strong. Zhang Chao likes the hustle and bustle, and he wants to build a good relationship with the indifferent 1801. We are a family on the 18th floor. Lu Yu agreed. How about Aining be the chef? You are the best cook among us. Seeing that 1801 didn't object, Jiang Ning agreed. I have hot pot ingredients, why don't we just have hot pot? Everyone had no objection and their mouths watered when they heard about hot pot. Back at Jinrong community, the 18th floor caused a sensation again. The ship is full of supplies, which makes people jealous. But they have no other choice. Many people want to form a group with the 18th floor, but they don't accept any supplies at all. The 4 of them were well prepared. They stuffed rice and pork into their large backpacks, leaving only their winter clothes and quilts exposed. No matter how low-key you are, there are still many people suffering from red-eye disease. But so what? Everyone on the 18th floor is a bad guy, especially the girl with the knife. Don't be fooled by the girl's young age, she has a very dark heart. The people on the 8th and 12th floors were all her schoolmates. He stepped on the woman's ribs and broke her hair. The man was even more miserable. He was bitten by a dog and then stabbed with a knife. He was carried to the hospital in the morning. I can't afford to offend you. I really can't afford to offend you. He Jian's team just came back, covered in dust and dirt, but they only brought back some firewood. Everything that could be turned over had been torn to pieces, and even the moldy bread had been snatched away. Looking at the 18th floor where I had gained a lot, I could only sigh in despair. Why is there such a big difference when they are the same building? As soon as they reached the 18th floor, Coke rushed out from 1803 and kept throwing himself at Jiang Ning, whimpering and complaining. Shit scooper, didn't you say you wouldn't abandon the dog? You're lying to the dog. Daodu also rushed over and happily hugged her waist. Sister, Kaylay, and I were very well behaved today. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was about to say that 1801's little cotton-padded jacket was too windy, but she rushed to 1801 the next moment and said, Brother, Daodu missed you so much. As usual, everyone goes to 1803 to divide the spoils. Upon learning that they had brought back a pig, Zheng Weili was excited but also worried. The refrigerator can't be used, how can we preserve the pork? What about half a pig? We can't finish it in just a few days. We can't let it go bad, right? 1801 made a startling statement, I have a car refrigerator at home with a USB port. The meat should be able to fit in it, but the light is not enough and the charging is slow. It can barely last. Car refrigerator? She seems to have stored several in the space. Jiang Ning said quickly, the landlord seems to have one too. I'll go to his room and look for it later. The storage problem for the 2 of them was solved, but the 1803 one couldn't wait to get smelly, so Zhang Chao suggested, why don't you two eat ours first? Jiang Ning had no objection, but they still couldn't finish it in just a few days. Cut the fat and fry it in lard. We'll have hot pot tonight and cover the leftovers with salt. If it rains and the weather is cool, it can still be kept for a few days. Zhang Chao was very greedy. Aren't we going to eat lunch? You guys eat yourselves. I have to go out again to see if I can get some dog food or something for Coke. Lu Yu asked with concern, how about we go with you? No, just take care of the half-pig. Afraid that these life idiots wouldn't know how to fry lard, Jiang Ning reminded them, cut the pig skin separately, don't fry it with the fat, be careful of the oil bursting out. Huishan didn't know how to do it either, so he just quietly learned from the side. After returning home, Jiang Ning took a portion of shredded pork with fish flavor, filled his stomach, added medicine to Coke, and then prepared to go out. Coke bit her trouser leg. Was he going to abandon me again? Jiang Ning stroked its head and said, just stay at home and I'll go get some meat for us. The pig floated along with the current. She remembered that there was a large pig farm upstream. If it really came from the pig farm, there must be more than one pig. There are several mountains connected to the upper reaches of the river, and the pigs are very likely to swim over to seek refuge. There is not much pork left in the space, and now there is another Coke to raise, so Jiang Ning wants to try his luck. I wanted to go and come back quickly, but Coke wouldn't let me. Jiang Ning had no choice but to take it with him. After all, when it comes to finding prey, dogs are much better than humans. Coke didn't have a raincoat, so she took a plastic bag, cut a few holes in it, and put it over his head. Ugh, the design is so ugly that it hurts the eyes. Jiang Ning held back his laughter and took out his cell phone to take a picture of the dog wearing the plastic battle suit. A man and a dog went out and drove the speedboat towards Fengshan. Fengshan is not very high in altitude. At the foot of the mountain is Fengqing Park, where there are large lakes and scenic spots. Unfortunately, they are all underwater now. We found a flat place to dock, and when we were sure there were no people around, we put the speedboat into the space. There are stone steps and cement roads leading up the mountain. In order to save energy, Jiang Ning decisively chose the latter, paying attention to both sides of the road while walking up the mountain. In the jungle by the roadside, you can vaguely see pig manure that has not been washed away by the rain. Jiang Ning was secretly delighted, she was right. As they were walking, Coke suddenly shouted and wanted to rush forward. Jiang Ning covered its mouth and said, let's go into the village quietly, without firing a gun. Coke understood immediately and automatically switched to silent mode, pulled down its tail rope, and walked forward with its thieving eyes. Not far away, a pavilion appeared in front. Using a telescope, I saw that there were 12 pigs taking shelter from the rain in the pavilion. Pigs are omnivores and can survive by eating grass, but they must have been washed away for some time and the fat on their bodies has been starved away. When they saw someone coming, they wanted to leave, but after arching their backs a few times they were too lazy to move. Living things cannot be allowed in this space, so Jiang Ning took out an electric baton with the highest power, the kind that can kill people with a few more shocks. Walk into the pavilion and choose the nearest one. The pig fell to the ground with a thud before it could even wail. The pigs were frightened and ran out of the pavilion. Cola rushed to the front like lightning, drove them back fiercely, and bit those who didn't obey. Man, dog, and pig chase each other in the rain. She chased them, it blocked them, and they couldn't fly away. In less than 15 minutes, all 12 pigs were stunned by electric shock. Jiang Ning hit them several times in a row, and then put them into the space after making sure they were dead. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a good hunting dog, so I rewarded it with a salt-baked chicken leg. Coke, let's keep working hard and stock up on enough pork for a lifetime so that we can enjoy delicious food every day. Woof. It wants to eat meat. The man and the dog continued to search along the mountain. Coke took full advantage of the situation and took the lead in searching for prey. Pigs are social animals. Under the leadership of Coke, Jiang Ning quickly found the second group. This time there were 9 pigs, and their body shapes were similar to the previous ones. One man was chasing, and a dog was surrounding him, running through the jungle. Although the mountain is not steep, it is easy to slip when running. The people slipped, the pigs slipped too, but the dog was agile and skillfully ran towards Jiang Ning. 9 pigs, all captured again. Jiang Ning, who owns 21 pigs, walks with the wind. The third and fourth litters were found one after another, and a lot of lone pigs were killed. There were a total of 68 pigs in total, which could produce at least 10,000 kilograms of pork. We searched Fengshan twice but could not find any trace of the pig. It was already evening, and Jiang Ning walked down the mountain with Coke. As they were walking, the dog suddenly rushed out like an arrow and quickly disappeared into the jungle. Jiang Ning was worried about its danger and quickly chased after it. When she arrived, she saw Coke desperately digging the soil with his paws. Woof, woof. It barks fiercely, and its eyes are murderous. Jiang Ning looked around and found rabbit droppings. This guy often goes hungry and cherishes survival supplies more than her. He even doesn't let go of wild rabbits. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Jiang Ning searched nearby and indeed found a hole, which he quickly blocked with mud. Not long after, a gray shadow emerged from the cave and fled to the side. Coke chased after it like lightning, bit its neck and threw it to the ground. After a few rounds, the gray rabbit stopped moving. Then, he brought it back to take credit to Jiang Ning, meat. After enjoying the pleasure of stroking, he continued to reach back and took out another big gray rabbit from the hole. Keep digging. There are 3 medium-sized rabbits again, and a family of rabbits should be kept together neatly. Wild rabbits are not as good as meat rabbits and have no value in raising them. Besides, she and Kola have no shortage of meat now, so she just kills them and throws them away. On the way back, she deliberately went around to the place where pigs were slaughtered and collected all the construction materials piled up from several other buildings into the space. The space made the things disappear, and Coke was so scared that his eyes widened and he shouted, "Woof!" Jiang Ning stroked its head and said, "Don't be afraid, I can do magic." When we returned to the community, it was gradually getting dark. There were still countless pairs of eyes watching, and only when they saw that Jiang Ning had only brought back a bundle of firewood did they feel relieved. People on the 18th floor are not always so lucky. As soon as I went upstairs, Zhang Chao came out to greet me. "Why did you come back just now? Lu Yu and I were just about to go out to look for you." Jiang Ning was exhausted. I searched in several places, but I couldn't find any dog food or even a piece of hairy bread. The area around here has been turned upside down. It's not easy to find anything. Lu Yu was a little worried. I heard that some communities were robbed. We have to be careful even if we don't go out. After a few words, Jiang Ning went into the house, took off his raincoat, changed his clothes, and pulled the vegetables off the balcony. The vegetables grew much better after being watered with nutrient solution, but the leaves were still slightly yellowish, which is different from how they grow under normal sunlight. But it's good enough to be able to grow like this on a rainy day. Her stomach couldn't handle eating just meat, so she picked up a mushroom bag full of oyster mushrooms and elm yellow mushrooms and went to 1803. The 3 of them were amazed. Not only were there vegetables, but there were also fresh and plump mushrooms. Aining, you can participate in the Survival Challenge program. I was lucky. I bought a box of mushroom bags online when I just moved. I didn't expect that mushrooms would really grow there. There's nothing you can't figure out. As long as we follow Aining, we will never starve to death. The atmosphere was quite harmonious and several people were busy in the kitchen. Not long after, Weishan and Daodu also came to help, bringing 10 eggs and half a pound of noodles. "Aining, it has to be you at home," Zheng Weili said with a smile. "The 18th floor was very quiet when you were not here, but it's so lively now that you're back." The atmosphere was good, and Jiang Ning was in a good mood. "Everyone wait, I'll show you my skills tonight." 1 to 4, keeping the idiot group busy. Zhang Chao chopped pork ribs, Lu Yu washed lean meat, Zheng Weili picked green vegetables, and Daoda held onto the mushroom sticks. "Sister, I want to grow mushrooms too." The little girl was incredibly well behaved. Jiang Ning nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give you one tomorrow. Don't let it get spoiled." Daoda subconsciously looked at Weishan, as if asking for his consent. "Brother." Seeing the desire in her eyes, Weishan said, "Remember to thank your sister." Daoda jumped over happily and said, "Thank you, sister. Now I can grow mushrooms." Jiang Ning rubbed her head and said, "Take good care of it." Lu Yu almost cut his hand while cutting the meat, so Jiang Ning had to do it himself. He cut the meat into thin slices and marinated it with a little oil, starch, and soy sauce. The hot pot base is first stir-fried in a pot, then poured into a double-flavored pot and cooked. On the other side is a light mushroom soup with a few scallion roots and soaked dried matsutake mushrooms thrown in. 1803. The living room is very large. Everyone closed the doors and windows tightly and placed the mandarin duck pot on a portable gas stove. The rich and overbearing hot pot aroma quickly boiled. Several people sat around the hot pot, smiles on their faces, and they were drooling just by smelling the flavor. Put the ribs into the pot and blanch the marinated lean meat for 1 minute before serving. I'm so happy. Zhang Chao's tongue was burned. This meat is so tender and fragrant. The others followed suit and picked up their chopsticks. Dowda can't eat spicy food, so Hua Yishan picked up something non-spicy for her. Zheng Weili teased her, Dowdu, is Sister Aining's cooking skills as good as your brother's? Dowda looked at her brother carefully and smiled sweetly, brother's cooking is delicious too. Come on, everyone knows that Hua Yishan's cooking skills are inversely proportional to his appearance. He is even worse than Lu Yu, who is a gigolo. Where's the coke? Zhang Chao turned around to look for it. Jiang Ning said while eating, at home. Call it over, it's one of our members now. Zheng Weili likes the dog very much. Cole is very capable. He knows immediately if there's any movement downstairs, as if he has super hearing. It is extremely energetic. Not to mention Lu Yu, even Zhang Chao together are no match for it. With it guarding the house from now on, we can finally get a good night's sleep. Dowdu also likes coke, and everyone agreed to call it over. Those who will be required to divide the work and cooperate with each other in the future cannot be treated specially. Jiang Ning was somewhat moved. Okay. Open the door and let Kola come over with the food bowl. Dowda picked up the ribs in the bowl and secretly stuffed them into its mouth. The two little ones can't eat spicy food, so they can only eat the ones from the mushroom soup, which is delicious and sweet. Zhang Chao picked up a few cans of beer and said, come on, we finally had a good meal today, let's celebrate. Everyone had a can, Dowda drank Sprite, and Coke drank pork rib soup, woof. Lu Yu drank beer and sighed, if it weren't for the flood downstairs, who would have known it would be the end of the world just for our meal tonight? Zhang Chao created an atmosphere, looking forward, as long as we work together, every day will be a good day like this in the future. When the meat is almost finished, add kelp and winter melon. The winter melon was brought by Jiang Ning. It is durable and will not go bad for several months. The elm yellow mushroom is very fresh and leaves a long aftertaste in the mouth. The same goes for green vegetables. They become so tender once they are blanched in the soup. Several people hadn't eaten any vegetables since the typhoon, and now they tasted so good, as if they were starving ghosts. If it weren't for Aining, I would have forgotten what vegetables taste like. The nutrient solution we brought back is very good. It can help the vegetables grow quickly. We won't be short of vegetables in the future. This is good news and everyone is very excited. Green vegetables are delicious and make you feel good while eating them. They ate and talked, and in the end added a few more handfuls of noodles into the pot to fill everyone's stomachs. Even though they had stockpiled a lot of supplies, under Zhang Chao's constant admonition, Zheng Weili and Lu Yu did not dare to squander them. The three of them only ate until they were 70% full every day, and mainly ate porridge and noodles, and they were reluctant to even eat rice. I was so full after today's meal, it was so refreshing. It felt like a dream. When they woke up, the flood had receded and it was still the world they were familiar with. There was no end of the world at all. I dream every night, but I am still soaking in water both in my dreams and in reality. Today's meal allowed me to release all the depression that had been pent up in my chest. Only after I sorted it out can I muster up the courage to keep going. One day, this natural disaster will end and the good life we had before will be able to return. After dinner, I couldn't bear to throw away the hot pot soup, so I'll continue to cook noodles in the pot tomorrow. During this special period, it's good enough to eat something tasty. Who cares whether the nitrite content exceeds the standard? The fat has been refined and the oil residue is fried until golden and crispy. It weighs about 5 or 6 pounds and can be eaten for a long time. Zheng Weili took out the remaining dozens of kilograms of meat and asked, Aining, how much salt should be sprinkled on these? There is not a lot of salt, and if you use it sparingly it will barely last for a year. It would be a waste if you spread 2 or 3 pounds of it at once, but if you spread too little it will easily go bad. They were lucky to catch the pig this time, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to smell fresh meat in this apocalypse. But they couldn't eat too much, they had to plan for their future life. Seeing that the three of them wanted to store the meat, Jiang Ning spoke up, the landlord's car refrigerator is quite big. I'll go back and refine the fat. I think I can barely fit yours in there. I wanted to take one out of the space and lend it to them after it was aging, but they couldn't afford a solar charger at all. Zhang Chao and his friends were happy and wanted to help cut the fat and make the oil. In front of her, everyone is an idiot in life, but they all want to help her so as to avoid being despised one day. Jiang Ning didn't dare to ask them for help. No, I can do it myself. You guys should wash up and rest as soon as possible. When I get home, I throw away the dozens of pounds of meat, take out the multifunctional massage bathtub filled with hot water, plug in the solar power storage box, turn on the soothing music, close my eyes and rest. Coke dragged a food bowl full of bones and lay beside her, chewing on them. Perhaps because it had received recognition from other bipeds, it seemed particularly excited and its bones were chewed with a crunching sound. It is a dog's nature to guard food, but Kaylay likes the shit shoveler and specially left half a basin of bones for Jiang Ning. Woof. Jiang Ning really thanked it, eat it yourself. Throw a sausage over. The next day, I slept until I woke up naturally. 1801 went to the department store with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu to trade broken rice. The task was simple and I was too lazy to call Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning had delicious fried dumplings with Coke in the morning. He not only rinsed his own mouth, but also brushed the dog's teeth, and then carried the pig to 1803. Bring a bench and help Zheng Weili process the pig offal. Douda ran over to join in the fun. Sister, I'll help you. Jiang Ning was afraid that she would get her hands dirty. You play with Coke. After Coke arrived, the atmosphere on the 18th floor became much more lively. Any disturbance downstairs would escape its ears. What makes Jiang Ning even more relieved is that Coke is a man of principles. Douda secretly stuffed oil residue into the dog's mouth. The dog drooled but refused to eat. It stared at her with its watery eyes. Woo. Jiang Ning joked, it's poisonous. Coke was so scared that oil residue fell out of his mouth. Jiang Ning suppressed his laughter and said, it's not poisonous. I was just scaring you. Eat it quickly. The dog was angry and sniffed for a long time before eating cautiously. Zheng Weili, who was standing next to him, laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Coke is really smart. As long as you don't nod, I can hold back my greed. This is a vigilance bred by the tortures of life. Stray dogs not only have to face being driven away by humans and captured by urban management officials, but there are also many dog thieves who use all kinds of methods. If it didn't have some ability, it would have died countless times. However, Coke is indeed very clever and seems to be much smarter than before. He can completely understand what people say and can even help her discipline her. Dahui and Xiaobai are mentally retarded. They eat a lot and poop a lot, which gives Jiang Ning a headache and makes him angry. Coke was so arrogant that he bit it with his mouth, pressed it with his paws and rubbed it hard. I'll let you pee and poop anywhere. Then he bit her neck and dragged her to the toilet. Pull in front of me. Maybe animals are easy to communicate with. After being severely punished by Coke several times, Dahui and Xiaobai really learned their lesson. I woke up today and found them going to the toilet. There are still 10 little bunnies, and Coke has ways to deal with them. No matter who urinates or defecates anywhere, it will beat up the gray and white ones, baring its teeth and yelling at them, do you care? If you don't, I'll just have a bite. Coke beats the rabbit beats the cub, there is nothing that cannot be learned. My dog is so powerful. He instantly became the leader of the territory and had 12 more men under his command. 1801 the group came back around noon. Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili had already cleaned the pig's offal, pork intestines, liver, and cut some lean meat. They added some seasonings and marinated them into pork offal. The pig intestines were braised and cut into pieces. She has made clear arrangements for today's meals. For lunch, each person had a bowl of pork soup and stir-fried pork intestines with sauerkraut. Dinner, fried pork heart with onion, stewed pork belly with pepper. The rest of the miscellaneous things will be put off until tomorrow. The greens and onions are from Jiangning, and the rice, flour, oil, etc. are from 1803. 1801 is also not stingy. He always brings more or less food every time he eats, but he knows how much he is getting. None of them are calculating people, so they can get together. Zhang Chao ate with great satisfaction. Aining, you should just cook from now on. If we cook, it will just be a waste. Jiang Ning refused decisively. I don't want to be a housewife, but 1 or 2 meals occasionally is fine. Why did you come back so late after exchanging food? Zheng Weili asked with concern. Aining and I thought something happened to you. The food exchange went smoothly. Seeing that it was still early, I went to a nearby office building, but I didn't find anything. Zhang Chao talked about what happened today. The price of rice in the department store has increased again, and the quantity is getting smaller and smaller. The group of sharp-nosed monkeys who traded with us did not take advantage of the situation to rob us, and did not send anyone to follow us. They should still have some moral principles. Rice costs 2,000 yuan per kilogram. Ordinary people want to buy it but they don't have the money. How much can they sell in a day? And they still have to risk being caught. We are their big customers. Jiang Ning checked what he brought back today and found that the quality was about the same as yesterday. Several people had no experience. Aining, how do we eat this rice? Who would dare to eat something that was fished out from the bottom of the water? I couldn't make up my mind for a moment. Seal the bag tightly and take it out to eat when you are really short of food. Also, pay attention to whether there are any problems with this food. If not, you can mix some of it into your daily cooking. Lu Yu deeply agreed. Aining, you are really thoughtful. By the way, the sharp-nosed monkeys not only sell food, but also collect things from people. They can exchange them for tea, cigarettes, alcohol, or medicine. They have collected a lot of these, especially medicines. I heard that hospitals are out of medicine now, and even if they do have them, they are sold by the pill, and the prices have risen to an alarming level. With important supplies in hand, there would undoubtedly be more ways to survive, which made Lu Yu and the others feel relieved. How about we exchange some good rice for it? Jiang Ning disagreed. We've already spent 500,000 yuan, which is enough to attract attention. Don't let it get in the way. Food is in short supply, but medicine will be even more in short supply. We can exchange it for more food later. There's no need to be so anxious. After dinner, Jiang Ning left with 1801. 1801 asked, can we exchange today? It seems that he really can't wait to train the dog. Jiang Ning had no objection and squatted down to discuss with Go Zi. Cole, can this big brother train you every day from now on? The dog narrowed its eyes, full of vigilance and resistance, and took 2 steps back in dissatisfaction. The kings do not meet each other, and Guzi really cannot like 1801's aura. 1801, who was despised by the dog, was not discouraged. He bent down and said to Coke, you are very smart and your fighting ability is not bad, but the world outside is too bad now. You can only protect yourself and the people you want to protect by becoming stronger. Yeah. Jiang Ning stroked the dog's head to smooth things over. Coke, you will protect me, right? The dog's eyes wandered back and forth between the 2 people. It liked its current owner and the people on this floor. It just drank their pork soup. If it didn't become stronger, would it be thrown into the dog meat restaurant? After thinking about it, I gave in. The poor head rubbed against Jiang Ning's arms. It would protect her, and she couldn't abandon it. Don't worry, we are just separated by a wall, we can meet anytime. After returning to the house, he found half a bag of dog food and gave it to Huishan. Kola is smart and vindictive, and is particularly stubborn. If it behaves badly, don't hit it or scold it. Just tell me when the time comes. Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you think I am? One hand hands over people, the other hand hands over dogs. Dauda was very happy, but Kiki had a gloomy face. After the exchange, Jiang Ning returned to the house and opened Dauda's school bag, which was filled with a lot of children's enlightenment books, paintbrushes, etc. However, these things were pieced together and it was obvious that they were found at the last minute. Dowdu, have you ever been to kindergarten? Dowdu shook his head and dug his fingers into the water. No. The child, who is almost 5 years old, has never been to kindergarten. Dowdu was very happy at first, but he became listless when this was mentioned. Sister, am I stupid? Dowdu lowered his head deeply. They all go to kindergarten, but I don't. Not stupid, Dowdu is the smartest. Jiang Ning is not a teacher, but he has been tutoring and making money since junior high and high school, especially in the knowledge points of the 3rd year of high school, which he can recite by heart. She had never taught primary school students before, but it was not difficult for her. She flipped through some enlightenment books and started to make plans. She started with Arabic numerals, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. From 1 to 10, and then from 11 to 20, it not only teaches writing but also the rules of numbers. Dowdu has never been to school, but she has watched TV and communicated with people. At her age, she can learn things once taught and sits down obediently to do her homework. 1801 is rough yet detailed, with a pencil case and all the necessary accessories including pencils and eraser. In less than half an hour, Dowdu had memorized 100 characters. Jiang Ning rewarded her with a candy. Our Dowdu is really great. After math, it's Chinese, starting with Chinese characters and pinyin. Smart children are quick to understand, so after teaching, Jiang Ning assigned homework. He sat on the sofa and read information about hydroponic vegetables, hoping to figure it out as soon as possible. Dowdu didn't leave after finishing his homework. He played with Dahui and Xiaobai while reciting the pinyin divine song. Seeing that 1801 didn't come to pick up the people at the appointed time, Jiang Ning cooked instant noodles with ham, and the little guy was so happy. When I woke up from my nap, I could vaguely hear the sound of a dog running. When I opened the door, I found Coke running from the aisle to the rooftop stairs, performing an extreme round-trip exercise, as fast as lightning. 1801 stood at the door and gestured to it with a serious expression. Even if it wanted to be intimate with its master, it would run back and forth without stopping as long as 1801 kept making gestures. Jiang Ning frowned, afraid that he might have hurt the dog too much. After 50 rounds, they were finally allowed to stop at 1801. Kola was so tired that he stuck out his tongue, but he looked very excited. Don't worry, the Malinois is not only active but also has great endurance. It is no problem for it to run 50 kilometers a day. If you let it rest, it will only make it sick. After Huishan finished speaking, he squatted down and touched Kayleigh's head. Good dog. After the training is completed, you will be rewarded with a piece of jerky. Coke didn't want to eat it, but gave it directly to Jiang Ning. Shit shoveler, this is the food I earned, here it is. Jiang Ning was amused. Okay, I'll save it for you. Returning to 1801, we stood at attention and at ease. Today's training was officially completed. During the handover, Huishan asked, how is Dowdu doing? Dowdu is great. You have learned all the numbers below 100 in the alphabet. You can take the test whenever you want when you go back. Just when I was about to ask about Coke's situation, I heard a noise downstairs, and it was getting louder and louder. After standing at the stairs and watching for a while, it seemed like someone had returned from the shelter and wanted to set up camp in the hallway, but the original residents disagreed. As the flood water continued to rise, the shelter became more and more crowded. We couldn't eat enough, sleep well, and had to be on guard against theft at all times. It was indeed much more comfortable to live in the hallway. But how could the original residents be happy? The natural disaster was bad enough, but the corridor was also occupied by people, and everyone's eating, drinking, defecating and urinating there was really disgusting. It feels like there is a vicious wolf living outside the door, which may break in at any time. Who wouldn't be scared? After all, this kind of thing happened more than once before the typhoon stopped, and everyone has learned their lesson and will not do good deeds or be good people so easily anymore. No floor was willing to let the returnee live there, so they went up one floor at a time and soon knocked on the door on the 17th floor. The family members in 403 looked pale and thin, and were covered in dirt, which really made people feel uncomfortable. Haha, these guys are really powerful. We plan to push them to the 18th floor. 403 knew that all the people on the 18th floor were evil, but they were really forced into a corner and had no other choice. They knelt on the ground and cried and begged, "Let us live by the rooftop door, so we won't disturb you." "It's no use begging me." Jiang Ning would never open the door. The apartment building has a building manager, who is elected by everyone. If you have any problems, just ask him to solve them. If he can't even solve your little problem, he doesn't need to be the building manager anymore. The 403 family was not stupid and they understood immediately. He brought his entire family back to the 13th floor and refused to leave. "My family has lived here for more than 10 years. Who dares to chase us away today? It's fine if we can't live on the 13th floor. Let he, the building manager, come out and live wherever he arranges for us to live." 10 minutes later, He Jian rushed up and knocked on the door in a rage, saying that 403 wanted to live near the rooftop door on the top floor, and asked the person on the 18th floor to open the door. However, the only answer he got was the air. The 18th floor was eerily silent. He Jian almost kicked the door, but when he saw the sharp and hard iron spikes on the door, he could only swallow his anger. No floor was willing to give up, and 403 ended up living on the 13th floor. As the days passed, the flood grew higher. Under Jiang Ning's careful care, the ringworm on Coke's body scabbed over, the pork ribs disappeared, and with 1801's devilish training, it even had some faint signs of muscle. 1801 drilled a hole in the top of the corridor wall and installed a rope to train the horse dog's jumping ability. Wow, he ran up and jumped, easily reaching a height of more than 2 meters, and firmly bit the rope, swinging on the swing. As long as 1801 doesn't give the order, it will hold on tightly and won't let go. I have to admit that although 1801 has no experience in raising babies, he is a good dog trainer. Not to mention the ordinary command movements, his aura and eyes are. Why does it feel like Guzzi is becoming more and more similar to 1801? Strong aura and cold eyes. Just one look or one gesture and they can understand what each other wants to express. Jiang Ning felt jealous because 1801 kidnapped her dog. Jiang Ning felt jealous because Huishan had kidnapped her dog. Fortunately, Kola recognized his owner. After training, he would snuggle into her arms and carry the dog bowl every time he went out. There was no way. Even dogs were dissatisfied with Huishan's cooking skills, so Jiang Ning had to prepare dog food in advance. Looking at the reborn Kale, Zheng Weili looked down on Lu Yu and Zhang Chao. "Look at you, you are not even as good as a dog. Even though it rains all day long, no one is idle." Zheng Weili also trains these two weaklings every day. I don't know whether their physical fitness has improved, but Jiang Ning looked at their bruised faces and noses and felt that they were still quite capable of taking a beating. She tried it out of impulse, and the two men dodged swiftly. "Hey, you still want to hit us? No way. Smile in a mean way." Unlike the wailing and despair on other floors, everyone on the 18th floor has made progress. Even Daodu is making progress. He has learned Pinyin and is reciting the text about the crow drinking water. The hydroponic vegetables were successfully grown. Looking at the row of green lettuces on the balcony, Jiang Ning smiled knowingly. Hybrid vegetables have strong vitality. They grow very fast with the addition of nutrient solution and are much larger than ordinary vegetables. We observe carefully every day and have not found any pests so far. After finishing his work outside, Jiang Ning went into the space to cut Timothy grass to feed the rabbits. The grass was brought back by Fengshan, and a lot of weeds and saplings were also pulled out. Those that could be used were planted, and the rest were put aside. The garden was piled with countless furniture and building materials, but there was still a lot of black soil left. Jiang Ning did not use it to grow vegetables or grains. There was no shortage of these two things now, and planting was too time-consuming. 2 hours a day was not enough. What she lacked was not food, but time to live freely in space, so she planted fruit trees on all the empty land and spent almost no time taking care of it. Just came out of the space and found Coke scratching the door with his claws. When she opened the door, someone called her downstairs. Jiang Ning went downstairs and saw a young man supporting an old lady. "Hello, can you treat illnesses?" Seeing the old lady's painful expression through the iron fence, Jiang Ning said expressionlessly, "What's wrong?" "My grandma sprained her waist, but the hospital ran out of medicine, so they suggested we seek Chinese medicine and acupuncture." The young man's name was Zhong Ping. He looked elegant and handsome with a pair of glasses. He was very polite. I heard that you studied Chinese medicine. I wonder if you can help my grandma. I know a little about acupuncture, but I'm not very skilled. Are you willing to let me treat you? How could I feel at ease? The pain was so unbearable that even sitting or lying down became a problem. I couldn't sleep the whole night. Jiang Ning wanted to refuse, but then he changed his mind and said, I can treat you, but my medical skills are limited and I can't guarantee a cure. And I have to charge a fee. Can I buy on credit? Zhong Ping was a little embarrassed. My money is all in my card and I can't withdraw it. I promise to give it to you as soon as the flood recedes. Afraid that she would disagree, he added, you can calculate the interest. Jiang Ning refused, you can use food as compensation. Zhong Ping was in a dilemma as he didn't have much food left. Hearing about the request for food, Grandma Zhong quickly stopped her grandson and said, I'm already this old, I've lived enough, I don't want to be treated anymore. In fact, she is not that old, she looks to be in her early 60s. Survival is human instinct. Who would be willing to die? I just don't want to burden my children. Zhong Ping comforted his grandmother and discussed with Jiang Ning, can we use other things to pay for it? Yes, but it depends on the value. I have a mountain bike that I bought for 18,000 yuan, and I've only ridden it a few times. Jiang Ning nodded and agreed, okay. So Zhong Ping went downstairs and carried the mountain bike up, look, it's 90% new. The transaction was successful, equivalent to 10 treatments. Jiang Ning accepted the car, but did not agree to let Zhong Ping get in, come back in an hour and a half. Carrying the bicycle, helping Grandma Zhong up the stairs. Grandma Zhong was in great pain, but her attitude was still quite kind, thank you, little girl. You're welcome. I paid for it. Jiang Ning didn't let her into the house and examined her in the corridor. Lumbar strain and sprain are not serious illnesses, but it will take 100 days to heal the broken bones and muscles, which will indeed make people feel very uncomfortable. She found a soft and comfortable stool at the end of the bed and moved it to the corridor for Grandma Zhong to lie down. Seeing that she was in great pain, Jiang Ning poured some medicinal wine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis and gave her a massage. Although his technique was not very skillful, it made Grandma Zhong feel much more comfortable. After the tendons and veins are unblocked, take out the silver needles and start acupuncture. Jiang Ning had done this before in school, and with the review and consolidation during this period, he was not afraid at all and his acupuncture technique was quite steady. It's true, Grandma Zhong, who was suffering from the pain and hadn't rested for several days, fell asleep without realizing it. It was not until Jiang Ning pulled out the needle that she opened her eyes and woke up. She felt that the pain had eased a lot. Little girl, I didn't expect you to be such a good doctor. A back injury is not easy to heal, especially if it is caused by long-term dampness, so I told her to take good rest. There are painkillers and plasters in the space. Giving them to Grandma Zhong will speed up her recovery, but Jiang Ning did not waver. It's not that she feels sorry for the medicine, but if she gives this one and not that one, then everyone will know that she has the medicine. What will happen then? Little girl, can Grandma discuss something with you? Grandma Zhong took off the jade bracelet on her wrist and said, that bicycle is my grandson's favorite. Can I exchange it for this? The jade bracelet is of good quality and should be worth quite a bit of money. Jiang Ning was not greedy. Your injury cannot be cured even if you try 10 times. When the flood recedes one day, you can use the money to redeem the bicycle. When she heard that it could be redeemed, Grandma Zhong was relieved. In fact, the family's financial situation is okay, but young people don't have the habit of spending cash, so they are short of money. When I finished here, Zhong Ping came to take over. Seeing that Grandma's condition had improved a lot, I didn't forget to thank her politely. After everyone left, Zhang Chao opened the door and said, Aining, you are really good. Now you can practice medicine and make money. It's not a serious illness, just practicing. In the end times, one still needs skills to make a living, which is the fundamental reason why Jiang Ning did not give up learning. If he has to live in the base in the future, this will be the capital for survival. Lu Yu envied, you are good at choosing your major. I studied software programming, which is not even of any use at all. That may not be the case. Who knows, it might be of great use someday. Seeing the cheating Jiang Ning, Lu Yu felt a sense of crisis and turned around to fight Zheng Weili. If you can't apply what you've learned, at least you have to improve your physical fitness. The weather is humid and I feel particularly uncomfortable. Jiang Ning was doing physical exercise in the living room and was sweating profusely after 2 hours. There was a knock on the door, and Coke ran over and pushed the door open. Huishan came to get the Coke and saw Jiang Ning doing military boxing. He paused for a moment and walked in. Your movements are not standard enough. You should lift your punches higher. They are professionals and speak much more seriously than in the video. Jiang Ning did not refuse and raised his fist, like this. It was just a little bit short. Huishan came over and lifted her fist up. After a set of punches, he found a few flaws. Except for those in the army, it is rare to see girls punching with such vigor and vigor. Huishan felt itchy and asked, "How about a sparring match?" Jiang Ning was surprised. The other party used to be a special police officer. Could she not show off her skills? But this is not her character. Only by fighting with the big guys can she improve herself. Okay. In fact, Zheng Weili had wanted to challenge him for a long time, but she never found a chance to speak. Unexpectedly, she ran into this opportunity. After the greeting, Jiang Ning immediately started to spar with him without any hesitation. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger and will be ruthless in a fight. But in front of Jiang Ning, Huishan was like a master, able to achieve great results with little effort. No matter how fast or fierce her attacks were, he could always easily dodge and counterattack, forcing Jiang Ning into a state of embarrassment. After all, having lived in the apocalypse for 3 years, coupled with his unyielding character, Jiang Ning's competitive spirit was completely aroused, and his moves became less serious. They are all vicious tricks he learned by himself. Although they are not very mainstream, they are extremely effective when fighting against enemies in the end times. When Kaylai saw the two men fighting, he immediately took sides to protect the shit shoveler, and suddenly pounced on Huishan from behind, biting his clothes and pulling them back. A monkey steals peaches. Huishan was disturbed by Coke and failed to dodge in time, so he was robbed. His body froze instantly, and his handsome and stern face turned red instantly. Jiang Ning was also struck by lightning. She was at a disadvantage and fell into a desperate nightmare of being surrounded by people in the end of the world. She instantly became ruthless and subconsciously used despicable tricks. Hit it with one blow. The air suddenly became quiet and the atmosphere was eerily quiet. She quickly withdrew her hand, took a few steps back and turned away awkwardly. Sorry. Huishan was silent for a while before speaking. You did it very well. Don't do it to me next time. He dodged, but not completely. This kind of pain cannot be described in words. Jiang Ning was so embarrassed that she dug her toes into the ground. This trick was indeed useful. In her previous life, she had used these despicable tricks to dodge several blockades and successfully fight back. But he didn't expect that his momentary distraction would affect Huishan. Coke, who was taking sides, was also dumbfounded. Why didn't they fight anymore? Huishan walked out of the living room and stood at the door and shouted, Coke. Kiki tilted his head to look at Jiang Ning, and only after getting the shit shoveler's consent did he leave with the food bowl in his mouth. You did a good job just now. You must protect your master when you encounter bad guys. Huishan patted its head to show his approval, but I'm not a bad guy, I'm your teammate. Hearing what was said outside, Jiang Ning covered his face with a flushed face. How could they meet again in the future? Huishan said nothing and handed Daodu over. After teaching him, I sent him back and found that Huishan's door was locked and he had gone out with the dog. Just then, Grandma Zhong came up to treat the patient, so Jiang Ning asked Daodu to stay in the house and play. Halfway through the acupuncture treatment, Huishan came back with Coke and a bundle of bamboo in his hand. Even though there were outsiders present, he didn't say hello and walked into the room with a gloomy face. He must have been angry. After seeing off Grandma Zhong, Huishan came over to pick up Daodu, holding a black plastic bag in his hand. Coke caught it. Jiang Ning opened the bag and found a grass carp weighing 3 or 4 pounds. There are many mulberry-based fish ponds in the suburbs of Fengcheng, so it is not uncommon to find fish in the flood. What's amazing is that Coke can actually catch them. This guy is getting more and more outrageous. Do you like pickled fish or boiled fish? Jiang Ning wanted to apologize for his recklessness in the morning. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. It would have been better if she didn't mention it. Huishan's face turned red again, and his expression was extremely unnatural. It's okay, I'm fine. After a moment of shock, he said, Daodu and Coke can't eat spicy food, so pickled fish is better. After learning about the effectiveness of Coke, Zhang Chao and others gave it a thumbs up. My dog is awesome. Whether it's soup or meat, it all depends on Coke. Coke was proud of it. Woof. There hadn't been a dinner party for a few days, and Huishan wasn't a good cook, so he brought out 3 pounds of pork belly. You can't always fire at 1803, or people will smell it and be targeted. Jiang Ning couldn't move his troops well, so he moved his position to 1801. In order to show the sincerity of his apology, Jiang Ning not only cooked the meal himself, but also brought sauerkraut and bean sprouts. It's just that slicing fish fillets requires some knife skills, but it's not difficult for her and it's unlikely that others will dislike it. This is a live fish. Who can eat live fish nowadays? Unsurprisingly, Coke was praised to an unprecedented height. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu wanted to worship it. Why don't we take Coke out for a walk more often? Maybe we can catch more fish. Jiang would rather not agree. Just the two of them. Maybe they would even need the protection of the dog. Life outside is hard. If they see Coke, wouldn't their eyes light up? Kola, on the other hand, was very excited and started wagging his tail when he heard that he could go out. Jiang Ning lowered his head to fillet the fish while Huishan washed the pork belly beside him. Daoda loves pork belly. Last time I didn't cook it well enough and she got a stomachache. I'll cook it later and you can teach me, okay? Yeah, no problem. She was also curious about Huishan's cooking disaster. This was not the first time Daoda had a stomachache. After filleting the fish, I washed the chopping board and handed it to him. He then held the knife and pondered how to start. Cut horizontally, the size of a mahjong tile. With the instructions, things become easier and the cut can be made quickly. Even though Huishan's cooking skills were not good, he had all the seasonings, including garlic and ginger. Jiang Ning was patiently teaching him. Zheng Weili wanted to come in to help, but when she saw the harmonious scene in the kitchen and thought about the two of them taking turns to take care of the child, she felt that there might be some clues. It's not that she is sensitive, but Huishan is extremely cold to everyone. The only person he is more lenient with is Jiang Ning, and he has nothing to say to Kailei. So she was tactful enough not to go in and disturb them. Cut the pork belly, remove the blood, blanch it and drain it, then add oil to the pan and stir-fry the meat until slightly yellow. Jiang Ning stood nearby and gave instructions. He noticed that Huishan was a little nervous when he held the spatula. He couldn't help but wonder, why wasn't he afraid of killing people? Seeing her surprise, Huishan explained, when I was young, I was naughty and rushed into the kitchen to help. Hot oil poured on my arm. After that, I never went into the kitchen again. I only learned how to cook after bringing Daoda here. No wonder his cooking skills are so bad, it turns out he has a psychological trauma. After frying the sugar color, pour in the cinnamon, star anise and chili, add cooking wine and soy sauce, bring to a boil and simmer over low heat. Thinking of the embarrassment in the morning, Jiang Ning not only taught him the steps to cook pork belly, but also taught him how to cook some other home-cooked dishes. Huishan listened very carefully, but Daoda came to interrupt him. Brother can't remember, and he made a mess even when following the recipe. Huishan was stabbed in the heart. Daoda hugged her tightly and said, Sister, your cooking is so delicious. My brother and I want to eat your cooking every day. Huishan touched her head and said, Brother will learn it. He really has no talent for cooking and has difficulty understanding professional descriptions such as a little and appropriate amount in recipes. Daoda has become much more lively recently, thanks to you. After sending his sister out to play with the dog, Huishan asked Jiang Ning, not only can I not cook, I also can't take care of children. Can you tell me if there is anything I need to pay attention to with Daoda? There were some things Jiang Ning wanted to say a long time ago, but because he was not familiar with Huishan, he did not hide it anymore when he asked. Dowdu is good in other aspects, but there may be some problems with his personality. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Hui Yi frowned. Dowdu is timid and afraid of trouble. Jiang Ning shook her head. She has a people-pleasing personality. She seems to be afraid of others getting angry, so she will try to please them subconsciously. For example, I would give her eggs and Coke, and I would always peek at her when she was doing her homework, for fear that she would dislike and hate me. Not to mention her, even her own brother was afraid of him. In order to please Huishan, he injured himself while practicing military boxing and didn't say a word. This kind of child is sometimes very pitiful. Huishan was silent for a long time. Dowdu is my parents' second child. They died in a car accident 2 years ago, and I was working in another city and couldn't come back, so I had to leave Dowdu to my uncle to take care of. Dowdu used to be very lively and loved to laugh, but I didn't expect that he had become a completely different person when I retired and came back. However, I think she has changed recently and now dares to point out my shortcomings. Thank you for your correction. Jiang Ning had also suffered from this disease. He lived in fear in the orphanage, always trying to please others and make them see his strengths. Not only her, most of the children there did the same thing, but fortunately they later got out of the quagmire. Dowdu needs encouragement, but he needs to express his true emotions more, even if they are bad emotions. Now is the end of the world. If Dowdu's personality and world outlook are not adjusted in time, it will be very dangerous when facing outsiders. This is a huge project, and Huishan can only figure it out by groping his way forward. The braised pork is cooked over high heat and has a bright red color, rich flavor, and is soft, smooth, and fatty but not greasy. Who said he was a disaster in the kitchen? She finally made up for him. As long as the command is in place, Huishan is a good soldier, and he continues to teach him how to make pickled fish. 2 dishes are not enough for 6 people and a dog. Huishan took 6 eggs and 2 pieces of ham and continued to let Jiang Ning teach him. Zhang Chao and others were impressed by his wealth. Isn't this guy too well equipped? They may be envious, but the issue of material things is too sensitive and they won't be stupid enough to dig into the matter. Misunderstandings or rifts are the most deadly things in the last days. He is willing to share, so they should be content and grateful. There were 3 main dishes and a dish of stir-fried bean sprouts. Everyone was so satisfied with the meal that not even a drop of soup was left. Aining, how did these bean sprouts grow? The hydroponic vegetables are not edible yet, and Zheng Weili is craving for them. She won't die if she doesn't eat them for a few days, but only those who have been to the toilet know how it feels. She was scared, but luckily Jiang Ning, the encyclopedia, lived next door. It's easy. It can be made with water. Jiang Ning did not hide it. We harvested a lot of mung beans and red beans in the office building. If we use them to sprout, we will have enough to eat for a long time. After explaining the general steps, he did not forget to report the good news: the hydroponic lettuce will be ready for harvest in half a month. I will teach you how to grow it after this crop is harvested. Zhang Chao savored the taste of the braised pork, unwilling to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Do you think we can still find supplies if we go further away? It will only get harder in the future. Jiang Ning encouraged them to prepare for a rainy day. I've been reading medical books recently and don't have time to go out and collect supplies. You can go out if you have time. It feels like it's getting colder these days. It would be nice to get some firewood. Lu Yu joked, if I were aining and didn't go out, I could support myself with my medical skills. We received another patient today. The child was rolling on the ground in stomach pain, but the parents didn't have a speedboat to take him to the hospital, so they went to the 18th floor to find Jiang Ning. The child has a bad stomach because he drank unclean rainwater. The parent had food in his hand, but he didn't dare to show it. Finally, he took off the gold ring on his finger and gave it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning carried the child upstairs and refused to let the parents follow. After acupointment massage and acupuncture, the pain was relieved a lot. I reminded the parents to boil the water before drinking it, and if possible, it is best to use water purification tablets. I threw the gold ring into the space, and after a while I found that it had been eaten. This made Jiang Ning more determined. He could collect supplies by practicing medicine, so there was naturally no need to take risks outside. Some supplies in the space could also be collected in this way. The flood continued and life went on as usual. Huishan finished the dog training task and saw Jiang Ning opening the door sweating profusely. Want to practice? Well, of course she wants to fight with a master, but isn't he afraid of being picked? Okay. He wasn't afraid of being ruthless, so why should she worry? Huishan learned his lesson and said, Daodu, take Coke out to play. Jiang Ning had tidied up the living room, put away unnecessary things, and it still looked quite empty. The two of them started sparring, and this time both of them were much more rational. Knowing that he was a big shot, Jiang Ninka didn't hold back and attacked the man's vital points, with some of his moves even involving feints. Surprise flashed in his deep eyes. You learn a lot of different things. She was not good at anything and her moves were irregular, depending on the situation and the time. In her previous life, she learned a lot of ruthless moves in order to survive the apocalypse. During the sparring, Huishan could sense her aura. She was completely different from usual. It was quite similar to the day when she chopped off someone's arm, with a sense of ruthlessness. He was somewhat appreciative, and while practicing with her he pointed out the shortcomings of her movements and helped her adjust them. Do you also exercise on your own every day? Jiang Ning gained a lot. How about we exchange ideas? After 2 hours of sparring, she was better than he thought. Huishan was sweating and said, okay. When Daoda came the next day, he even brought his rations, noodles and eggs. Jiang Ning gladly accepted the free coaching offer. By the time Huishan brought the Coke back, the egg and vegetable noodles were already ready. The yolk of the egg is a bit loose, and it will probably go bad in a few days. Sitting down to eat noodles, Jiang Ning reminded 1801, if there are not many, eat them up as soon as possible. If you can't finish them, make them into salted eggs. Salted eggs have a fishy taste, but they can be stored for a long time. Hui thought deeply, how to make salted eggs? Wash the eggshells with strong liquor, wet them and roll them in salt, then wrap them in plastic wrap and seal them in a plastic bag. Jiang Ning ate and chatted. Also, Daoda has eczema, you need to give her some medicine. He brought back a lot of medicine, but the outer packaging was all opened. Huishan didn't know which one to use. Thank you, could you help me find it later? Jiang Ning cooked the meal and Huishan washed the dishes. There were so many kinds of medicines, and she searched for a long time before finding one. She applied it to Daodu and said, don't scratch it with your hands. If it gets broken, it will leave scars. Sister, you are so kind, just like my mother. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Coke beside him whimpered and said he wanted to apply it too. The dog is good in every way except that he is extremely jealous and he never changes no matter how hard he tries. Whenever Dahui and Xiaobai sat on the sofa and squatted beside her, Keela would immediately come over and push them down, then snuggle into her arms. Even if it has a good relationship with Daodu, it will still squeeze over and nurture Daodu. It took all kinds of stroking of the dog's head to coax the jealous king into changing his mind. When I left, I saw Huishan struggling in the kitchen, rolling the eggs and dipping them in salt, wondering if it was too much or too little. As expected, no one is perfect. His appearance and skills are impeccable, but he really knows nothing about life. Jiang Ning went into the kitchen, picked up the washed eggs, wet them in the white wine bowl, rolled them in the salt bowl twice, and then wrapped them in plastic wrap. It can be eaten in a month. Just as I was about to take a nap, there was a knock on the door. 1801 and 1803 were going out, and even Daoda had to put on a raincoat. Huishan wanted to take the two out for training. Seeing Kaylai was so excited, Jiang Ning thought about it and didn't refuse. Wait. She went back to get her makeup box, picked out a dark color and applied it on Daoda's face. There is nothing wrong in letting Daoda see this cruel end of the world as soon as possible, but she is too fair and tender, and it would be easy for her to be targeted if she goes out like this. After smearing and painting Daoda's face until it was all pale, Jiang Ning was satisfied and stopped. The dog's face comes over and it wants to draw too. It's a picture of a ghost, with an ugly brown and black face. Kola, whose self-confidence was hit, snorted angrily and left with the trainer without looking back. After waking up from a nap, Jiang Ning prepared to give Grandma Zhong acupuncture. Grandma Zhong took out a baked sweet potato wrapped in several layers of cloth from her pocket and said, Xiaoning, my waist feels much better. Thank you so much. The sweet potato was still warm, but Jiang Ning didn't want any. I paid for the treatment. You can keep it for yourself. Food is life, and she will not deprive others of their chance to survive. Grandma Zhong wanted to make friends with him, so she insisted on giving the card to Jiang Ning. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door downstairs. I appreciate your kindness. Jiang Ning asked her to keep it. If you really want to give it to me, I can use sweet potatoes to pay for the follow-up treatment. The man knocked on the door downstairs, and when there was no response for a long time, he yelled, "Little girl on the 18th floor, I'm here to see you for treatment. Please open the door." Look at this powerful voice, what disease could there be? Jiang Ning was annoyed by the noise, so he went downstairs and asked coldly, "What's wrong?" A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s smiled when she saw her coming down. "Dr. Jiang, right?" "I'm not a doctor, just a medical student." "Dr. Jiang, I have a headache and a fever. Could you please take a look at me? I charge for medical treatment." When she heard about the charge, the middle-aged woman's smile froze. "What? I just have a headache and a fever. Just give me 2 pills. You go to the department store to buy things for free." Jiang Ning was too lazy to pay attention to her. "I don't have any medicine here, and I can't cure your illness." "No, no medicine. Can you give me 2 injections? You can get acupuncture, but I'll give you 5 kilograms of food each time." "What? Acupuncture doesn't cost you anything, so why do you need 5 kilograms of food?" The old lady jumped up in anger and said, "Little girl, this is not the way to behave. We are all neighbors and we should help each other. Not only did you collect so many good things but you also asked for our survival food. You are too cruel." Jiang Ning opened the door and drew his sword. "Say it again." "You, what are you doing? Are you going to kill someone?" The aunt was frightened and stepped back quickly. "I have someone in the police station. If you dare to touch me, I will make you pay for it." It was so noisy that it made my ears buzz. Jiang Ning raised his knife and chopped over. "Ah, murder, murder on the 18th floor, what a heartless person. You keep yelling, keep yelling. Look at you, you're full of energy, your waist is round and your butt is thick. You're fat all over. Are you here to cause trouble because you're full?" Jiang Ning remembered her. She came from another place to look after her grandson. She was selfish and loved to take advantage of others. She would pick up things from the trash cans in every building and even ask for the unfinished drink bottles in other people's hands. "You're talking nonsense." The old lady's face turned pale in an instant, and her voice became noticeably weaker. "I don't have anything to eat at home. We've been out of food for a long time. The family did stockpile a lot of food. When the typhoon first hit, she went door to door to borrow food and got a lot of things. Who would have thought that she would be exposed? She had heard that there was medicine on the 18th floor and came up there to get some, but she didn't know that the man named Jiang was so difficult to deal with." The old lady's voice became noticeably weaker. "We really don't have any food. If we had any, we would have used it to exchange for your medicine. I don't mind what you have, but if you dare to hit on me again, don't blame me for prying open your door." Seeing the cruelty in Jiang Ning's eyes, the aunt was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. She dared not make any more noise and hurried downstairs to hide her things. "Not only did I not get the medicine, I also did something stupid. Now I'm in trouble." Back upstairs, acupuncture continued. "Xiao Ning, this woman's words are harsh, don't take them to heart. Grandma Zhong chatted with her, she lives downstairs from me, and she loves to take advantage of others. She often brings her child to my house to eat and drink for free. The children were not raised well. When they saw something good, they would grab it and refuse to let it go. Later, I didn't let them into my house. By the way, you should also be careful with the girl who lives next door to me. She always says bad things about you. The one whose hair was cut off. Grandma Zhong lives on the 12th floor, so she must be referring to Su Mingyao. Yeah, he was asking me about you in a roundabout way, asking me if I had any medicine." Grandma Zhong is not confused. She knows that she has ulterior motives. I told her that you don't have medicine, but she didn't believe me. She has also led those people astray. They seem to have a deep prejudice against you. Having lived her whole life, Grandma Zhong has experienced everything. Xiao Ning, this disaster has hurt people and has corrupted their hearts. I know you are a capable person, but you still have to be careful when you go out. Having died once, how could Jiang Ning not be on guard? She is very selective about the patients she treats and she won't treat everyone. In her previous life, she saw the darkness of human nature in this building. She was willing to treat those who had a clear conscience, even though many of them died later. Thinking of Su Mingyao, Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes. Grandma Zhong, what did she say about me? It wasn't said directly, but it was insinuated. It implied that you had something. Grandma Zhong remembered another thing. She also deliberately chatted up the handsome guy in your building, but unfortunately the guy ignored her. Chatting up Huishan. She is so young, but she has so many thoughts. She is really good at using the honey trap. She deliberately sprained her ankle and fell in front of the young man. The young man was very decent and walked away without even glancing at her. Grandma Zhong was not only talking about Su Mingyao. Several pretty girls in the apartment building did the same thing, some even exchanging their bodies for food. For a pack of instant noodles, she can have sex with 2 or 3 men at the same time. Alas, how could this world be like this? Zhong Ping was also harassed, but fortunately she was strictly disciplined and she didn't dare to do anything wrong. Zheng Weili and others returned when it was almost dark, bringing back a lot of firewood and dragging a large cylindrical stainless steel water tower behind them. Kailei was a strong man. He dragged a big branch upstairs, and then followed Dowda, who was carrying firewood. Sister, open the door, we are here. The dog was very excited and kept jumping into her arms, making Jiang Ning wet all over. Dowda had scratches on his face, probably from falling or being scraped, but his eyes were particularly bright when he smiled. She leaned over and whispered in Jiang Ning's ear, Sister, there's meat. Kailei found it and my brother beat him. Oh, no wonder the dog looked so proud. It turned out he was waiting for a praise. I stroked the dog's head and gave it a kiss. After receiving the sweet kiss from his owner, Kola was so excited that he turned around in circles and almost peed. Dowda was not to be outdone and hugged her arms. Sister, it's so scary outside, there's water everywhere, the house is flooded, but Dowda is not afraid. Yeah, Dowda is great. Jiang Ning gave each of them a candy as a reward and went downstairs to help carry firewood. The water tower was very large, and it took 3 men to carry it up and place it directly on the rooftop. After packing up the speedboat and rubber boat and going upstairs, Zheng Weili opened her large backpack and took out a plastic bag containing a snake and 2 hares. We went to a faraway place, where there are villas halfway up the mountain. They were already completely flooded. Ashen wanted the water tower, and we were going to come back after we finished it, but Kailei ran up the mountain. Fearing danger, several people hurriedly chased after it and found it fighting with a snake. Huishan was quick-witted and swift-handed, and he chopped off the snake's head with a military shovel. Everyone was very happy to get the snake weighing several kilograms, but Coke was still reluctant to leave. Unable to defeat the dog, the group walked into the mountain while picking firewood, but Kiki was digging a rabbit hole. Aining, you have definitely found a treasure. This is not just a dog, it's a spirit. Jiang Ning smiled. Kola has been wandering outside for many years, and his ability to survive is much better than ours. Zheng Weili was amazed. I have never seen such a smart dog. It even jumped up the tree. If it weren't for Brother Shen, we would not be able to control it. It didn't even want to come back after dark. Gluttony is a dog's nature. Only a dog that has experienced hunger will have the urgent desire to stock up on food. Thinking of the pig it killed last time, it was no longer willing to come back. It would be strange if it didn't run away into the mountains. Jiang Ning did not go out, but he made great contributions in guarding the house, while Guzi made great contributions in hunting, so they decided to divide the things equally. She didn't want to take advantage of this, but Zheng Weili and others disagreed. Kola is also one of us. We can't treat him differently. He has contributed as much as we have. If you feel bad, you can cook and we will help you. In the end, Jiang Ning did not take charge of the cooking, but instead served as a military advisor and taught Huishan his cooking skills. The snake is skinned and gutted, then stewed in a pressure cooker with a bowl of black beans. The 2 rabbits were fat, one braised and one spicy. Have some stir-fried vegetables and some mixed grain rice, and everyone will be so satisfied. Aining, we plan to go again tomorrow. Zhang Chao asked, do you want to join us? The wealthy people in the villa complex have already moved away, so there is no need to think about food or anything like that, but many of the furniture are made of pure wood and can be chopped up and brought back. In addition, it is a good idea to put the water tower on the roof. They decided to get 2 more and install one in every house so that they don't have to go through the trouble of collecting rainwater from the balcony. Huishan suddenly spoke up, there are quite a few water towers over there. Why don't we get a few more back? When the rain stops one day, it won't be that easy to restore the water supply. We need to make a water storage plan. Zhang Chao and others were stunned for a moment, then agreed with his opinion. He and Jiang Ning have strong survival abilities, and they can't go wrong if they listen more and do more. Jiang Ning had no objection. Weili, we have to keep one person. Who do you think would be a good choice? Zheng Weili doesn't like staying at home. She is bored staying at home every day. I'll go, but I have to bring Coke with me. Woof, the dog echoed. I'll go too. Daodu excitedly raised his hand, I can help pick up firewood. Huishan wanted to let her get in touch with the outside world. Okay, but you can't cry. Don't cry. Daodu rubbed his butt, brother, I didn't cry even though I fell today. Therefore, everyone decided to replace Jiang Ning to stay at the base camp, and let Coke fight in her place. I was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night when suddenly there was a loud noise downstairs which lasted for a long time. Jiang Ning was woken up and saw Kiki lying motionless in the doghouse. She turned over and continued to sleep. She was still lying in bed in the morning, and the dog excitedly pulled her quilt. Shit shoveler, clean it up quickly, it's time to go out to work. Jiang Ning yawned and got up, fed the dog chicken breast mixed with dog food, took out the ointment to apply on the ringworm and then put on the raincoat. Don't show off your wealth for lunch, so have some vegetarian dog food and white porridge, put them in a thermos and put them in your bag. Coke opened the door holding the bag in his mouth, not forgetting to look back at her. It seemed as if it was saying, shit shoveler, I'm going out to earn food, so you stay home and don't run around. Jiang Ning was amused and went forward to hug it, okay, be careful and don't be too aggressive. Huishan's door opened, and Daoda came out wearing a raincoat, sister, I want a hug too. It was estimated that Huishan had had a heart-to-heart talk with her. The little girl became more and more brave in expressing her emotions. She even greeted Zheng Weili and others one by one, which was completely different from the timidity and fear when they first met. The dog walked at the end, and never forgot to look back at her, a little reluctant to leave. The only difference is that after training with Huishan, he obviously has more responsibilities. Jiang Ning closed the door and went to the balcony. After a while, he saw several people and a dog paddling away in a speedboat. As soon as they left, He Jian's team followed in rubber boats. Not only He Jian but also Yang Weitsung and others followed, as well as people from other apartment buildings. Unconsciously, the 18th floor became a weather vane. They were puzzled. They all went out to look for supplies, but why did the people on the 18th floor always come back with a full load, while they couldn't even find firewood? Why is there such a huge difference in how people are treated? Never mind, I can't beat them and I can't join them, so I can only find a way to keep up. Jiang Ning counted and found that there were quite a few people following him quietly. Although she was being targeted, she was not worried that Huishan would get rid of them. After breakfast, I continued to read medical books. Around 10 o'clock, Grandma came up for acupuncture. After several days of treatment, his back injury has improved a lot and he no longer needs his family's help to go upstairs. Grandma Zhong was in a good mood and held Jiang Ning's hand tightly. Xiao Ning, the Su family had a thief break into their house at night. It's really retribution. It's the same old lady who came to Jiang Ning to ask for medicine last time and threw a tantrum. Late at night, someone broke into the house and knocked him unconscious with a club. All the food in the house was taken away. She woke up and threw a tantrum, and in the morning she went to He Jian to make trouble, demanding that every house open their doors for her to search. Even if He Jian had 10 times the courage, He would not dare to organize people to search, especially when he heard how much food the Su family had lost. He almost vomited blood. There were more than 200 kilograms of rice, flour, and grain alone, as well as a lot of oil, bacon, sauerkraut, and so on. It's probably a false report. Who would hoard so much stuff at home? Grandma Zhong shook her head repeatedly. Those who had lent her food out of kindness were furious. They rushed over to fight her, saying that she was the most heartless person and deserved to have her door pried open. Jiang Ning was listening nearby. You should be careful too. Grandma Zhong said, my family doesn't have any food. We only eat lunch now, and we're only half full at most. It was soon noon and the person still hadn't returned. It shouldn't take long to drag the water tower. Jiang Ning was a little worried about Coke and wanted to make a phone call, but there was no signal. Every 15 minutes, I would watch from the balcony. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Huishan's shadow finally appeared. She counted them carefully and found that not only were all the members there, but the dog was also standing in the front of the speedboat, like a triumphant warrior riding the wind and waves. Go downstairs to help. As soon as the speedboat approached, Jiang Ning realized something was wrong. Except for Huishan, everyone else looked very tired. Dowda had tears in his eyes and his little face was extremely pale. He was obviously frightened. No one spoke, and the three men moved the water tower in tacit understanding. Jiang Ning put away the speedboat and went upstairs carrying the firewood. Zheng Weili was walking in front of her and stumbled and almost fell. Jiang Ning couldn't free his hands, so he used his body to push. The two continued to go up. Zheng Weili walked in a strange posture, obviously her foot was injured. Jiang Ning has a sensitive nose and can faintly smell blood. Is it possible that there will be a gunfight this time? There are countless pairs of eyes in the apartment building. Now is not the time to show weakness. Once people find out that the 18th floor is in trouble, many people will pounce on us like mad dogs. Gritting her teeth, Zheng Weili returned to the 18th floor and placed the firewood in the corridor, her expression full of pain. Jiang Ning helped her into the house. What's wrong? Zheng Weili's calf was injured and the blood dyed the gauze red. It was neither a knife wound nor a gunshot wound, but a bloody hole. Zheng Weili felt great pain and said, it was a wild boar that hit me. Jiang Ning frowned, you guys went into the mountains again. What else can we do if we don't go into the mountains? Zheng Weili smiled bitterly. Everything that can keep us alive is soaked in the water, and people are starving to death outside every day. When we went out today, we saw someone throwing corpses from the upstairs, and there were more than one. We can barely hold out for 7 or 8 months, but supplies are becoming increasingly difficult to find. What will we do in the future? Dismantling the water tower is secondary. Today our main goal is to go to the mountains. They climbed over several mountains, and Kola lived up to everyone's expectations by finding a litter of wild boars, which numbered as many as 5, and all of them were quite large. After unanimous discussion, they decided to take action. Jiang Ning was worried for them. Wild boars are not like domesticated ones. They are very aggressive. It is very dangerous, but wild boar meat can save people's lives, so we have to fight even at the huge risk. Jiang Ning took out gauze and iodine, and searched for surgical instruments and sutures. The wound is too big to stop the bleeding. Should we send you to the hospital, or should I sew it up for you? It's not a serious wound, just help me sew it up. Zheng Weili didn't take injuries seriously, as she often got hurt while boxing. Besides, there was no medicine available at the hospital, so she might as well get treated at home. Jiang Ning had some anesthetics in stock last time. He first disinfected the wound, injected anesthesia to block the pain, and then began to suture. It was my first time sewing for someone, but I had practiced with pork countless times before, so I was pretty steady. Lu Yu, who was standing next to him, was so scared that his face turned blue. He tightly held his girlfriend's hand and said, Aining, Weili's life is in your hands. Zheng Weili pushed him and said, you hurt my hand. Zhang Chao rolled his eyes, stop showing off your affection. Not only Zheng Weili was injured, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were also injured, but they were just scratches and not serious. Huishan's arm was scratched and bleeding, but he comforted the frightened and crying Daodu as if nothing had happened. It was raining and the forest was slippery. Zheng Weili killed a wild boar with her bare hands, but was gored by its tusks. Kailei was very brave and cooperated perfectly with Huishan to kill the remaining 4. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu also helped, but they were not on the same level after all. If Huishan hadn't come to the rescue, Zhang Chao would probably have been in danger today. As a result, Huishan's arm was scratched. Dauda did not participate. She was tied to a tall tree by Huishan and was completely frightened and cried by the fierce battle under the tree. After stitching up Zheng Weili's wound, Jiang Ning continued to treat 1801. There was a cut, which was not particularly deep. After disinfection, I had 10 stitches and took painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs. Everyone sat down to discuss how to deal with the wild boar. Without a refrigerator, there is no way to store food at home. How about making it into barbecued meat? Lu Yu suggested. We brought back a few boxes of charcoal last time. Jiang Ning rejected the idea. Roasting meat jerky consumes too much charcoal. Besides, how long will it take to roast 5 pigs? By then, the whole neighborhood will be filled with the smell of barbecue. Do you still remember the sharp-nosed monkeys? Zhang Chao thought quickly. They not only sell things, but also collect things. We are short of food now. How about exchanging wild boar meat with them? Last time we traded 5 times in a row. The other party was quite trustworthy. This method is good. Maybe you can try it. A few people stuffed a pig into the water tower and had already slaughtered it into 4 large pieces. The wild boar meat was taken out of the water tower. The skin was thick and the meat was dark red with almost no fat. Jiang Ning disagreed with bringing the whole pig over. First cut off a few pounds to test the water. Don't tell us how much we have. If we can reach an agreement, we should trade in batches. 2 people were injured, and Zhang Chao and Lu Yu volunteered to go to the department store to look for the sharp-nosed monkey. In the end of the world, who can always take care of whom? How far you can go depends entirely on yourself. Jiang Ning did not stop them and told them to be careful. Dauda was frightened, but fell asleep after being comforted. Huishan carried her back to the room to sleep. Zheng Weili told Jiang Ning about the situation at the villa halfway up the mountain. This time, 6 water towers were dismantled, and a lot of pure wooden furniture was collected, as well as 2 unused gas cylinders. We must find a way to get these back as soon as possible, otherwise they will soon be sold to others. The wild boar is hiding in the mountains. We probably won't be able to find it for the time being. An hour later, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu came back. We have found out that the leader of the sharp-nosed monkeys is surnamed Qin. They are willing to exchange grain for pork, but they are taking advantage of the situation to rob. 1 pound of wild boar meat can be exchanged for 2 pounds of broken rice, but 1 pound of new rice can only be exchanged for 1 pound. I brought 5 pounds of meat and exchanged it for 5 pounds of new rice. Jiang Ning took a look and saw that it was good quality rice. Are you not being followed? No, we drove a speedboat and even went in a circle on purpose. They really want this batch of meat. They said they want new rice instead. It's all vacuum-packed and has the latest expiration date. Huishan was called over, and everyone discussed the deal. Jiang Ning agreed to exchange meat for rice, which seemed to be a bit of a loss, but Zheng Weili and her team had no means to preserve wild boar meat, and many people couldn't even buy rice, so how many people would buy meat? Compared to meat, rice is more filling and more delicious. 5 wild boars, if slaughtered, would have an average net weight of 200 kilograms, which could be exchanged for a lot of food. However, they still wanted to save some meat, so they decided to only exchange 4 heads. The wild boar was divided into 4 parts, 2 for 1803, 1 for 1801, and the coke part was given to Jiang Ning. Wild boar wood is great for barbecue and can also be used to make chili meat sauce, which can be stored for a long time without going bad. However, whether it is grilling meat or making meat sauce, it is not only time-consuming but also has a strong smell, so it is best not to do it on the 18th floor. The smell is one thing, but even if you close the door and cover your mouth it's unbearable. Huishan suggested, the villa complex has been vacated, why not finish it there and then come back? Jiang Ning just had this idea. Others had no objection. So the 3 men packed the wild boar meat into bags and big backpacks, then got on a speedboat and set out to trade. Don't forget to bring Coke too. Meeting at a department store, both parties avoided the crowds and traded in the silent flood. They are wary of each other, fearing that the other side will rob them, which is most suitable for open floods. 202 kilograms of wild boar meat were exchanged for 202 kilograms of new rice, and the transaction was agreed to be carried out again at 7 o'clock in the evening. The three of them brought the rice back. Jiang Ning had already packed up the things, including the frying pan, salt, seasonings, crushed chili peppers, and items for the overnight stay. Worried that Jing Weili was not safe, he asked Lu Yu to stay as well. Seeing several people coming down, He Jian smiled and blocked the stairs. Where are you going? It's tiring to run around, how about we give you a hand and bring you back in one trip? Several rubber boats followed us in the morning, but we were still left behind. He went out every day, but the supplies he brought back were getting less and less. The team members were becoming more and more dissatisfied, and they often made fun of him and compared him with the people on the 18th floor. It's just a few bundles of firewood. You don't need to worry about it, Mr. He. Jiang Ning smiled wryly. Our temple is small. If we bring back a few bundles of firewood, I'm afraid there won't be enough for each of you to share one stick. Look at what Xiao Jiang said. It's just a matter of helping each other between neighbors. How can I ask for your things? Then we dare not agree to it. Seeing that he was so shameless, Jiang Ning didn't hesitate. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, right? I have already borrowed the rubber boat. You are not going to borrow firewood as well, are you? He Jian was choked and his face turned green. Don't let these stubborn guys fall into his hands. The villa halfway up the mountain was quite far away, and it took the speedboat more than an hour to get there, and we were almost at the intercity junction. If you ignore the flood beneath your feet, it is indeed a beautiful natural oxygen bar. Amid the lush green forests, elegant and unique villa complexes can be vaguely seen. The low-lying areas have been flooded, and the floodwaters in the slightly higher areas have already flooded into the front yard. Everyone has been evacuated. All the collected supplies were concentrated in the tallest villa, which was filled with furniture, water towers, several unused gas cylinders, a few scattered boxes of charcoal, etc. Huishan and Zhang Chao went to the mountain to move wild boars, while Jiang Ning cleaned the kitchen to make brine. Grilling raw meat is too slow. It is much easier to put it in a pot to marinate off the moisture and then grill it on charcoal fire. After the wild boar was brought back, Huishan cleaned it and cut it into thin strips according to Jiang Ning's request. When the time was right, he carried a wild boar and took Zhang Chao to trade. After the two left, Jiang Ning asked Cope to stand guard at the door, and took out the solar energy storage box, shredder, induction cooker and other equipment from the space. To braise meat in an induction cooker, pour the chopped lean meat into the pot, add seasoning and chili, and put it on the gas stove and stir-fry continuously. In order to extend the shelf life, the meat sauce is fried very dry and smells particularly fragrant. It was almost 9 o'clock when the two came back. 2 large pots of meat sauce had been prepared, and the thinly cut meat pieces had all been braised and placed in a basin to drain the juice. After hearing Cope's warning, Jiang Ning put everything that shouldn't appear into the space. Zhang Chao saw that most of the work had been done, and he almost dropped his jaw in shock. Aining, aren't you too efficient? That's right, don't you see who I am? Jiang Ning started to make a fire and grill the meat. How was your deal? At the place where we slaughtered the pigs last time. We'll try to deliver the remaining 2 tomorrow morning. After harvesting several hundred kilograms of new rice, Zhang Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Once this job is done, I won't have to worry about the next 1 or 2 years. Order should be restored by then, right? Jiang Ning agreed, maybe. After enduring the extreme cold and waiting for the flood to evaporate and fade away, the country's base will be established. If they are willing to go, I believe there is still a way to survive. The three of them sat around the charcoal stove and put the drained braised meat on the grill. It's true, most of the water in the meat evaporates, so it grills very quickly. Zhang Chao took a bite and said, so salty. The weather is too humid, so salty food can be preserved for a long time. Teach them how to grill meat. Jiang Ning braised the pork elbow, pork face and skull. After they were done, they took them back to the 18th floor and heated them up before eating. Smelling the aroma of meat, Zhang Chao couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He picked up the elbow and started to eat it. Finally, the whole pot was served, and the 3 people and the dog ate it with steamed buns, which was especially delicious. Zhang Chao is greedy and mean, such good cooking skills will never be given to me in the future. Jiang Ning glanced at him and said slowly, "It's not you anyway." Hua Yishan ate quietly without saying anything but glanced at her subconsciously. Woof. The dog, unwilling to be lonely, ran over to join in the fun. "Shit shoveler, look at me." Jiang Ning stroked its head and said, "No one is cheap, I'll just live with Coke. Don't mess around." Zhang Chao said meanly, "You can't cross species." Jiang Ning gave the order, "Coke, be fierce to him." The dog immediately pounced on it, baring its teeth and wanting to spray it to death. Zhang Chao quickly begged for mercy, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Brother Go, please spare my paw." Hua Yi coughed coldly. Instead of letting go, the dog scratched him with its claws. After a hearty meal with laughter and noise, we continued to barbecue in the night. A pound of raw meat can be roasted into half a pound of dried meat. A full bag contains about several dozen pounds, plus several dozen pounds of meat sauce, braised pork elbows and noodles, braised pork bones, etc. It was already past 3 in the morning when they finished, and they still had to conduct transactions in the morning, so the 3 of them simply stayed in the villa. The beds are still there, just change into your own sheets and clothes. With the dog keeping watch at night, the few people slept especially soundly. When Jiang Ning woke up, Hua Yishan had already completed the transaction, exchanging 4 wild boars for more than 800 kilograms of new rice. I cooked a pot of noodles and ate and drank my fill before leaving. Back on the 18th floor, Jiang Ning called Hua Yishan, "Let me take a look at your wound." He was the one carrying the banner, but he never said a word. Hua Yishan followed him into the room. Jiang Ning wanted to examine him, but he was too tall. "Sit down." Without waiting for Hua Yishan to sit back, Gozi took the seat first. Hua Yishan sat on the sofa. Jiang Ning lowered his head to check him and found that the wound was bleeding. "Why didn't you tell me yesterday?" "Not seriously. Daodu is still young, don't take it lightly. With a lack of medical care and medicine, and frequent soaking in water, he can easily die if he gets an infection and fever." Jiang Ning disinfected and bandaged the wound again. "Don't touch water for the next few days." One was sitting and the other was standing, a little close to each other. The dog stared at him with its eyes dimly, its head tilted first to the left, then to the right, and suddenly it squeezed over and stretched out its claws towards Jiang Ning. "Its paws need to be bandaged too." Jiang Ning burst out laughing, "Go away and stop causing trouble for me." 860 kilograms of rice, 72 kilograms of dried meat, 30 kilograms of meat sauce, and other miscellaneous items. Jiang Ning took Gozi's share and stopped participating in the affairs of the villa halfway up the mountain. He concentrated on reading and exercising at home. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu ran for a few days and brought back all the water tower and firewood. There was a construction project at a villa halfway up the mountain, so the 2 of them brought back a lot of water pipes and studied how to install the water tower on the roof. Daodu was frightened and wilted, but children have short memories and he was happy again after a few days. Hua Yishan's injury has not healed, but he comes here to practice every day. He used one hand, making it difficult for Jiang Ning to use his full strength, for fear of winning unfairly. As he was young and in good physical condition, he met the criteria for stitches removal in just 5 days. Zheng Weili's condition was more serious and her stitches were not removed until the 10th day. After the wild boar hunting incident, Zheng Weili no longer thought about sparring with Hua Yishan, as his skills were not something she could surpass. It took 2 days to install all 7 water towers. 1803 was divided into 3, Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan each got 2, and they can be used by turning on the tap. Jiang Ning uses space water, but he still pretends to do so every day. Before we knew it, the flood had lasted for 2 months, the second crop of hydroponic vegetables had been planted, Xiaobai seemed to be pregnant again, and the first litter of rabbits had grown to more than 1 kilogram. Zheng Weili is a person who cannot stay still. She goes out from time to time when her injuries are almost healed. Jiang Ning became more and more lazy. He pushed it away every time and completely fell into the lying down mode. Huishan, who had been working like a machine, also took a break. In addition to the daily dog training courses, he would set aside 2 hours to practice with Jiang Ning, and then it was time for cooking. He was impeccable in other aspects, but had no talent in cooking. Under Jiang Ning's training, his cooking was just so and not at all delicious. Not bad, congratulations on your graduation. Although it's quite unscrupulous, Jiang Ning really wants to eat alone. There are a lot of delicious food stored in the space, but they cannot be taken out in front of Huishan. Huishan had nothing to say in return, so he handed her a walkie-talkie and said, "You can contact me if you have any questions in the future." Jiang Ning was stunned. Why didn't she think of stockpiling this? Maybe at that time I never thought that there would be a day when we could form a team. Thank you. This is much more convenient. If there is something, just let me know. There is no need to run around and knock on doors for a long time. Huishan didn't come again. Jiang Ning and Gozi had a big barbecue and drank some happy fat house water. They felt really happy. When I woke up in the morning, the intercom buzzed, and then a voice came from next door, "Jiang Ning, are you going to teach Dao today?" "Up, around 10 o'clock. Why don't you come over?" Huishan suggested, "When you give Dao questions to do, I can teach you the art of investigation and infiltration." Reconnaissance and infiltration techniques are serious killing techniques, and they are silent killings, including swiping the neck from behind, hitting the throat with a fist, twisting the neck, rushing and knocking the neck down. By the way, America's most famous kneeling neck technique, I can't breathe. It's pure reconnaissance and infiltration. Jiang Ning immediately became interested. Thinking that his living room was not big enough for him, he readily agreed, "Okay." Reconnaissance and infiltration is close combat, involving physical contact and wrestling. Huishan laid the anti-fall mat on the ground, and the first move he made was the neck-twisting move that Jiang Ning had seen that day. He stood behind Jiang Ning and approached her suddenly like lightning, one hand reaching out to her fair and slender neck, the other touching her jaw. Jiang Ning subconsciously wanted to resist the fierce momentum, but he came close to her and attacked her popliteal fossa, holding her neck and jaw firmly with both hands. With just a little force, her head would be moved away immediately. The sense of crisis instantly made Jiang Ning fall into the memory of being on the verge of death in her previous life. She couldn't die at the hands of those ogres. Just as he was about to fight back, a voice came from above his head, "Jiang Ning, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." Steady, low, yet sonorous and powerful. Jiang Ning shook off her confused thoughts and found Huishan touching the joints on her neck. "Focus and don't let your mind wander." The memory of the end of the world was too tragic. Even if everything started over again, she was still very resistant to physical contact with men. Jiang Ning kept taking deep breaths, telling himself not to confuse time and space. What he was doing now was to improve himself. Only by becoming stronger can no one bully you. Huishan had noticed Jiang Ning's abnormality last time, and he withdrew his hand in time. "I didn't mean to offend you." "Sorry, it's my own fault." Jiang Ning adjusted himself and forced a stiff smile. "Come again. Reshuffle the cards and everything is different." Huishan started again, touching her neck and telling her the joints and force points. He really twisted her neck, but he didn't use much force. After teaching the key points, the two exchanged identities. However, Huishan was too tall, and it was a dream to twist his neck. Jiang Ning is 167 centimeters tall, which is not short, but Huishan thinks he is about 190 centimeters tall, a head shorter than him. Huishan sat on the folding bench and said, "Let's start." This was the first time Jiang Ning touched a man, and she touched him so carefully. She slid her fingers along the bone of his neck. "Here." Not feeling it right, Huishan grabbed her hand and moved it to the side. His jawline was sharp and it was easy to pry it open with both hands. Jiang Ning studied medicine and had researched the human body structure. After eliminating the psychological barriers, he twisted Huishan's neck for half an hour. Dao finished his homework and opened the door, and Coke jumped out. Seeing the poop scooper twisting the trainer's neck for fun, it instantly became playful and shouted, "Woof!" He rushed forward and thrust hard into Huishan. "Shit shoveler, come and twist its neck." Can a dog's neck be twisted? Able. The dog kept making trouble and the class could not continue. Hui squatted down and touched the dog's neck. Coke had a strong sense of prevention and sensed his ill intentions, so he subconsciously bared his teeth. Huishan frowned and gave an order, stand at attention. Coke put away his playful mood and listened carefully to the instructions and took his position. But the body resists. But when Jiang Ning touched it, its body became as soft as a pool of water, and its tongue stretched out long and kept pouring on her. Come on, come the shit shoveler. This dog seemed to be not serious, so Jiang Ning took it to 1803 for isolation. The dog is important, but she also has to race against time to improve. Now is the end of the world. No matter whether it is the people in the apartment building or the survivors outside, countless people are becoming increasingly evil in their hearts under the cruel environment. If she wanted to survive, she had to get ahead of them. As the class continued, Jiang Ning quickly learned how to twist his neck in various postures. She has a high level of comprehension and can quickly draw inferences from what she has learned. After picking up the dog from 1803, Jiang Ning had a simple meal of fried rice noodles, then sat on the sofa and took out the human skeletal structure diagram to study it carefully. Which bone would be killed with one blow? If which acupuncture point on the body is hit, the body will feel sore, weak and powerless in a short period of time. These are all fatal moves. Woof. Jiang Ning came back to her senses and realized that the dog was in a bad mood. Not only did it refuse to eat the dog food, but it also pointed its butt at her. Hey, who made my Coke angry? He quickly put down the medical book, came over and hugged the dog to comfort it. My Coke is the cutest. Humph, turning away and ignoring him arrogantly. After stroking the dog's head for a while and taking out a braised chicken leg to coax it, the dog finally forgave her and moved its neck closer to her. Come on, keep twisting. Jiang Ning then understood that this was why it was angry. What a jealous dog. Cola, no matter who I meet or who I get along with, you will always be the most important one in my heart. This is what an insecure dog is like. Jiang Ning hugged it in his arms and said, it will become more and more difficult to survive in the future. The 18th floor is not a safe island. I know you want to become stronger to protect me, but I also want to become stronger to protect you. Let's become stronger together and protect each other forever, okay? Coke tilted his head, not quite understanding. He blinked and placed his paw on her hand. What a warm dog. A sausage as a reward. In the afternoon, Huishan practiced Coke for 4 hours, doing all kinds of biting, grabbing, and scratching, and increased the number of stair parkour to 80 times. When the training was over, the dog lay in the doghouse, so tired that he stuck out his tongue. After thoroughly studying the human skeleton and acupuncture points, and then learning the reconnaissance and infiltration techniques from Huishan, it would be a piece of cake. Huishan was extremely surprised. He had never seen anyone with such a high level of comprehension. However, within just a few days, she had mastered all of them, and was even able to use them unexpectedly during sparring, making it difficult for him to be distracted. Huishan was generous and not only taught reconnaissance and infiltration techniques, but also fighting techniques, close combat, etc. Especially in close combat, the two men wrestled on the anti-slip mat, and for a while they were tangled up in a knot and unable to separate. This is a battle, both of them are competitive and full of momentum, as if they want to kill each other. A pair of dog eyes were watching closely from the side, and as soon as Jiang Ning was at a disadvantage, it would pounce on him and take sides. Dauda was so anxious that she wanted to cry, brother, sister, please stop hitting me. She likes her brother and her sister, so which one should she help? Finally, Dauda held on to Coke and wouldn't let go. Woof. Let it go. Seeing the shit shoveler being pressed down by Huishan, Coke bared his teeth with a fierce look on his face. Let it go, it's going to fuck him. Dauda couldn't hold it back, and Coke jumped on it. In the end, with the help of Go Zi, Jiang Ning won unfairly. Huishan was not angry at being betrayed by the dog he trained. Instead, he patted its head and said, very good. If someone bullies her in the future, you must protect her. Kayley had just gotten angry, and Jiang Ning was a little worried, were you bitten? No. Huishan praised, dogs can distinguish between good and bad better than humans. Coke knows his limits. Jiang Ning also thought that this was right. Dogs could sense the aura emanating from humans. Huishan had no ill intentions, so he was not attacked. As the days passed, Jiang Ning's strength improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Upon learning that she was sparring with Huishan, Zheng Weili also became ruthless and practiced with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu every day, and wailing sounds could be heard from 1803 from time to time. After being beaten so many times, Zhang Chao's skin became thick and tough, and Lu Yu's slim waist completely disappeared. Now that they are better, the two who got beaten up are full of confidence. Aining, how about we have a sparring match? Jiang Ning smiled, okay. 1803 was also covered with a non-slip mat. Jiang Ning faced off against two opponents alone. Zheng Weili acted as the referee, and Daodu and Keilei acted as spectators. Zheng Weili whistled, 1, 2, 3, start. Bang. Bang. Jiang Ning fell sideways and hit his stomach with his knee. The movements are clean and neat, and extremely cool. The two men fell gloriously and wailed on the skid pad. And then, nothing happened. Zhang Chao held his stomach, tears streaming down his face from the pain. You have no moral principles. Jiang Ning looked indifferent. It's the end of the world, who would talk to you about martial ethics? Thinking of cheering for her sister, Daoda didn't expect the beginning to be the end. Daoda was a little overwhelmed and ran home. Brother, sister beat up both brothers with one punch. I used the tricks my brother taught me, they are so cool. Zhang Chao was beaten. Lu Yu was beaten. How can there be such a big difference in how people behave? They don't care about face. Zheng Weili was very angry. It's fine if you can't beat me, but you can't even take a single move from Aining. Nothing more to say, she is just too kind. From today on, no matter how many laps Coke does on the stairs, they have to do it without missing a single lap. The two men's faces turned pale. How could they compare with the dog who ran 80 laps a day? It's fine if you can't beat Aining, but now you want to lose to Keilei too. No, Coke is not an ordinary dog, it is a super abnormal dog. It's only been a short period of time and even muscles have grown. Zheng Weili didn't care. As long as she didn't die from the training, she would train until she died. The 18th floor is in full swing, but more and more people are jealous of the units. 18th floor out, they are jealous. If you don't go out from the 18th floor, they will be even more jealous. You haven't been out for so long, so you must have a lot of supplies. They were starving, but there was a faint fragrance on the 18th floor. But no one dared to fight alone, so they all went to find He Jian and forced him to go to the 18th floor to negotiate and hand over some supplies. He Jian would never do anything that would offend others, but going hungry was not a solution. The children in his family all looked like big-headed babies. Building manager, let's talk to them first. If they don't give us face, we can find someone from outside to take down the whole thing. That's right. How can they be so wicked? We drink rainwater every day, but they eat delicious food upstairs. They roasted lamb the day before yesterday and had hot pot yesterday. Do they want us to live? Roast his sister. He Jian cursed in his heart. He was on the 13th floor and couldn't smell anything, so how could someone living on the 7th floor smell anything? Adding fuel to the fire without even finding a legitimate reason. He is not so stupid as to be fooled by these people. If he really manages to steal the supplies on the 18th floor, the people on the 18th floor will be the first to take revenge on him. However, there was really no way to survive outside, so we had to find a way inside the building. If we want to do it, let's do it together. He can't bear the consequences alone. He Jian adopted the old method and decided to rush in. There are so many people in the entire apartment building, could they all be killed on the 18th floor? In the evening, Jiang Ning had just finished sparring with Huishan and walked out sweating profusely when he heard someone knocking on the door downstairs. The man was wrapped tightly, with only a pair of eyes showing. He stuffed a piece of paper through the crack of the door and said, "It's dangerous. Be careful." After saying that, he turned around and left in a hurry. Although he was wrapped from head to toe, Jiang Ning still recognized his voice, Zhong Ping. He came to tip off that He Jian and the people in the apartment building were trying to force the people on the 18th floor to hand over the supplies. Everyone gathered at 1803. Jiang Ning took out the letter and asked, "What do you think?" Zheng Weili was angry. "Come if you want, why are you afraid of them? Supplies are life. Who would give up the chance to survive? Although He Jian only wants a portion, he will give it to him this time. What about next time? And the next time?" Not to mention Zheng Weili, even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu disagreed. Coke also disagreed, showing his sharp fangs. "Woof! Who dares to steal its food? Go." So, the 18th floor voted unanimously to reject it. Want supplies? They are dreaming. If I'm not mistaken, they should come up tomorrow. Everyone knows that this kind of thing will become commonplace in the future. Even if they don't come, people from outside will come in and rob. No one wants to live on the edge of a knife, but this is the end of the world, a cannibalistic end of the world. Everyone go back and prepare, there will be a tough battle tomorrow. After returning home, Jiang Ning took out the stab-proof and slash-proof clothing from the space, and then measured the size of the dog. She didn't know how to make clothes, so she could only try to make some modifications to give Coke the best protection. The dog naturally doesn't like being restrained, but fortunately, in order to treat its skin disease during this period, I forced it to wear clothes after applying medicine, and it has finally adapted to it. Not only does it eat well, but it also gets enough nutrition. It is no longer skinny, and its newly grown hair is shiny and smooth. After being trained by Huishan every day, he is now just a dog with muscles. After touching it, I found that it has grown a lot. It took me 2 hours of taking it apart and sewing it, and I finally finished making the anti-slash and anti-stab clothing for the dog. I felt it needed more, so I deliberately made it a little wider. In order to adapt in advance, I opened the door and let it parkour. Well, she does have some talent, and the clothes do not restrict the dog's flexibility at all. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Coke went to sleep until dawn. Suddenly, he became agitated and looked like he was ready to fight. When I opened the door, I heard a knock on the door downstairs and He Jian was calling out to me in a hypocritical and polite manner. Jiang Ning ignored him and prepared breakfast for himself and Coke. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, and hand-pulled pancakes. After eating, remember to brush your teeth and rinse your mouth, then start working. He Jian's voice became hoarse from shouting so earnestly. Since the people on the 18th floor refused to communicate, don't blame him for taking a hard line. Pry the door open. Hearing the building manager's words, everyone's eyes sparkled with greed, as if the 18th floor was a mountain of gold and silver. As long as the 3 doors were pried open, they would be able to eat and drink their fill and never have to worry about anything in their lives. God knows how long it has been since they had a full stomach. This kind of pain is too torturous. It's the same end of the world, so why is the 18th floor so glamorous while they live worse than pigs and dogs? For a moment, everyone was outraged and wanted to chop the people on the 18th floor into pieces. Just as I was about to pry it open with the tools, I suddenly heard a door opening upstairs. The stainless steel door covered with iron spikes slowly opened, followed by the sound of steady footsteps. For some reason, everyone's throat tightened and they became unconsciously nervous. Someone had been killed on the 18th floor, they saw it with their own eyes. Here it comes, a pair of slender and straight legs and a sharp tang sword. The people on the 18th floor are really cruel. They actually sent that ruthless girl to lead the charge. They are simply beasts. The second one is said to be the national Sanda champion among college students, who can blow someone's head off with one punch. Look, this is professional Sanda gear, the gloves are bigger than a casserole. Next came 2 men, one with a baseball bat and the other with a mace. The mace was a modified wooden baseball bat filled with rusty sharp nails. If you get hit by a stick, you will definitely go to hell if you don't get tetanus. The last person to appear was the representative of height and appearance from the 18th floor, with a neat and tidy crew cut, a stern and handsome face, wearing cool gray casual clothes, and his hands in his trouser pockets. It seemed like he wasn't here to fight, but to relax on the weekend. What's even more infuriating is that the dog is here too. These beasts said they had no food, but in just a short time they managed to feed the stray dogs fat and strong. As they were filled with righteous indignation, the people became more greedy and they regretted it. They shouldn't just want 1/3, but all of it. They want all the supplies on the 18th floor, including this dog. Now is the end of the world, and dogs are supposed to be eaten by humans, but they ate the food that should have belonged to them. After I clean up the ones on the 18th floor, I'll use them to make dog meat stew. Everyone was rubbing their hands in anticipation and secretly drooling, as if victory was already beckoning them. However, when He Jian saw the equipment on the 18th floor, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. They were unwilling to give up the food. He Lozhang, what do you mean by bringing so many people to pry open our door? Jiang Ning looked around at the huge crowd crowded in the corridor on the 17th floor. There were no old, weak, women or children there. All who showed up were men. They either carried weapons openly or hid them in their clothes. One building, all kinds of people. Some have rosy complexions, while others have pale faces. No matter what their circumstances were, they all set their sights on the 18th floor. Jiang Ning looked at their faces one by one, and sure enough, he found the shadows of Yang Weizong and others in the crowd. Haha, he has lost weight, his eyes are full of hunger for food, his face is pale and he looks decadent, there is no trace of his former cool image of the school idol. Seeing the 18th floor putting on such a posture, He Jian felt uneasy and said with a smile on his face, Xiao Jiang, we are here to discuss something, why are you making such a big scene? Jiang Ning was too lazy to play Tai Chi, there is nothing you want on the 18th floor. Even if there is a little bit, we paid for it with our lives. Don't even think about it. Look at what you said. We really have no other way to survive, so we came here to borrow food from you. Although he had more people on his side, He Jian did not want to use force, so he retreated and said, in the face of great difficulties, we must unite as one, those who have food should contribute food, and those who have strength should contribute strength, so that we can survive, right? During this special period, we decided not to abandon or give up. We gathered all the supplies together, and we would eat and drink together in the future, so as not to let anyone in the building starve to death. Everyone else has already paid, so you guys on the 18th floor can't get any special treatment, right? Listening to his high-sounding words, Jiang Ning sneered, what if we don't hand it over? If it doesn't work, we can borrow 1/3 of the grain. We will pay it back after we get through this difficult time. He Jian's expression froze, and he tried to put on a smile. If you don't believe me, we can write an IOU. No. That meant there was nothing to talk about, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Relying on the fact that they were in large numbers, someone took the opportunity to threaten them. Building manager, why waste time talking to them? Just pry the door open and charge in. Yes, pry the door open. They were the ones who were cruel first, don't blame us for being unjust. Xiao Jiang, I urge you to think about this. We are all in the same building, so there is no need to make things so awkward. He Jian was secretly happy, but he pretended to be in a difficult situation. It's not like you don't have supplies, so what's wrong with giving us some? If they insist on eating alone, even if I agree, they won't agree. It's really hard for me to do this. Jiang Ning said, come on, if you want to pry the door open, come here. I'll pry it open if I want. Am I afraid of you? The man with the crowbar was so hungry that he pushed against the door. Jiang Ning did not draw his knife, but took out a weapon from his pocket and pointed it at the man's head through the iron fence. If you move again, I will hit you. Ah, a gun, she has a gun. There were exclamations from the crowd. Then, they all stepped back, fearing that the bullets would hit them. He Jian's face turned pale. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Ning looked around coldly, what are you going to do? Let's talk nicely. He Jian's heart was beating wildly with fear, don't be impulsive. Jiang Ning smiled, don't worry, I've never been so calm as today. It's a plastic toy gun. A voice suddenly sounded among the huge crowd. He deliberately pinched his throat, making it hoarse and low. Jiang Ning pointed out the name and said, Yang Weizong, if you are a man, come out. Why are you hiding in the crowd and pretending to be a bear? Yang Weizong was so angry that he tried his best to hide himself and even wore a hat, but he was still recognized by Jiang Ning. He walked out with a sullen face and angrily accused, Jiang Ning, I didn't expect you to become like this today. You are so selfish and self-interested. It's not like you don't have food. What's wrong with sharing some to help everyone? What's wrong with me being selfish? Jiang Ning curled his lips and sneered, I don't steal or rob. I find all the supplies by myself. You're not like me who sells your ass for food and always thinks about what's in a woman's bowl. In the end times, the most important thing is to stay alive. What's the value of face? How much is dignity worth? At first it was a woman, and later there was a good-looking young man. It was no big deal after I figured it out. It's not shameful to stay alive. It's enough for both of you to understand it tacitly, but saying it out loud is another matter. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, he immediately laughed unkindly, and the way he looked at Yang Weitsong changed. The end of the world is coming, laws are collapsing, and morality is declining. Most of those who have a lot of surplus food in their hands are not good people. They are trapped by the flood with nowhere to go, so they have to find something exciting to pass the time, both men and women. Yang Weitsong looks gentle and is born to be a pretty boy, so it is normal for him to be looked down upon. Jiang Ning, keep talking nonsense. Yang Weitsong was so angry that his nose was crooked. He rushed forward and roared, do you really think I dare not beat you up? As if afraid of his impotent rage, Jiang Ning opened the door directly and waved the gun in his hand at him, come here. The door opened, and the manic Yang Weitsong suddenly fell silent. Seeing everyone looking at him, he gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, don't be fooled, what she has in her hand is just a plastic toy. Yang Weitsong called on everyone to come together, but his body was as solid as a rock and he refused to move an inch. This is embarrassing. Before, people had to pry the door open, but now that the door is open, no one dares to get in. He Jian felt extremely embarrassed and secretly cursed these cowards. Being put on the fire, he gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Ning, even if you have a gun, you only have 7 bullets. Can you really stop so many people? Yes, everyone came back to their senses and started shouting again, yes, she only has 7 bullets, we are not afraid of anything. There's really no need to be afraid, it's just 7 lives. Jiang Ning looked at them and sneered, who is willing to sacrifice themselves to help Director He, please stand up, I promise to satisfy you. He will eat meat and drink wine, and your wives and children will starve to death. Jiang Ning, what do you mean? It's nothing special. I just asked you to pick out 7 people who are willing to die. Jiang Ning took a few steps forward and walked out of the stairs, pressing the cold muzzle of the gun against He Jian's head. As the building manager, you must be the first to sacrifice and contribute. I'll start with you. The muzzle of the gun was cold, pressed against He Jian's forehead, and it didn't feel like cheap plastic. His heart instantly suffocated, He Jian's face turned pale, and cold sweat kept coming out, you don't mess around. It's you, the building manager, who's causing trouble. You bring people up here to threaten the 18th floor again and again. Do you really think the people on the 18th floor are pushovers? Jiang Ning's eyes were like knives. I don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. You've been causing trouble several times, so I can only return the favor. After he finished speaking, his finger was on the trigger. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Ning and He Jian. Jiang Ning's eyes showed murderous intent and he slowly tightened his finger on the trigger. Ah! A sudden and shrill scream suddenly came from the stairs. Ah, murder, murder. The people crowded at the stairs were in a panic and tried hard to squeeze into the aisle. The butt of the gun hit He Jian's forehead hard, and Jiang Ning kicked him down. At the same time, Coke pounced out like lightning, knocked down Yang Weitsong who was trying to escape in the chaos, and opened his bloody mouth to bite him hard. Ah! Screaming, running away, and dodging were happening one after another in the crowded aisle. Someone squeezed in from the stairs, holding his hand tightly to his neck, which was bleeding. He fell down before he could take a few steps. He lay on the ground, twitching constantly, his eyes wide open, and his mouth open to breathe. Jiang Ning yelled, Coke! The dog was ferocious and only stopped biting Yang Weitsong until he bled. It then turned around and rushed upstairs. The moment it jumped in, Jiang Ning quickly locked the door, keeping the influx of people out. Several people were knocked against the door welded with iron nails by the collision and squeezing, and they let out blood-curdling screams. The incident happened suddenly and many people had no time to prepare. Through the iron fence, I saw a man with a crazy look on his face, holding a bloody kitchen knife, slashing at people indiscriminately, roaring like a beast, "Ha ha, damn it, I want you to pay for my daughter's life. Go to hell, I will go to hell with you." Some people reacted quickly and pulled out knives from their clothes, but they were crowded together and could not move. When they tried to resist, they accidentally cut their own people. The madman had no scruples at all. He kept swinging his sword with red eyes. For a moment, the corridor on the 17th floor was like hell on earth. "Open the door and let us in. Please, help me." Many people were frightened and kept banging on the doors of the residents on the 17th floor, trying to get them to open the doors and go in for shelter. Including the person on the 18th floor, who was so ferocious just now flutters around like a frightened bird. Faced with death, everyone is terrified. Jiang Ning didn't open the door. With a numb expression, she looked at everything outside coldly through the iron fence. It was as if I was just watching a TV series. Zheng Weili clenched her fists tightly, opened her mouth but couldn't say a word, and finally turned her head away. The madman's face was covered in blood and his expression was hideous and distorted, like a bloodthirsty beast crawling out of hell. There were also a few fat and strong tough guys who raised their knives and slashed at the madman. The sharp knife chopped him on his body, back, hands and feet. The madman covered in blood was not afraid at all, and seemed to have no sense of pain. He seemed to recognize these people and said hysterically, "You killed my daughter, I want you to be buried with her." Like an invincible demon, he fought against several people alone, covered in blood, until all of them fell. But he did not stop. With his bleeding body and red eyes, he rushed through the panicked crowd, like a devil wielding a sickle. Others who reacted quickly swung steel pipes or machetes at his head, tearing him into pieces with ferocity. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. The madman was shot in the head and fell to the ground with a bang. A gentle smile appeared on his bloody face. "Don't be afraid. Dad is here to accompany you." It wasn't Jiang Ning who fired it, but it shot out from behind her. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu turned around and saw Huishan holding a gun in his hand. Their pupils dilated. It was amazing, they could even blow someone's head off in such chaos. Huishan looked solemn, no emotion visible on his face. He didn't shoot again, but turned and went upstairs. One bullet brought the slaughter to an abrupt end. There were wailings everywhere on the 17th floor. He Jian and Yang Weizong, who fell to the ground, were not hit, but were constantly crushed. They were unconscious in a pool of blood. No one knew whether they were alive or dead. Coke refused to accept the result and wanted to rush out to fight. Every time it sees Yang Weizong, it will bite this bastard. "Save me, save me." Some of those who were chopped asked Jiang Ning for help. The scene was horrific, with people being slashed, trampled, crushed, accidentally injured, and stabbed by iron spikes. Jiang Ning is a student of the medical school. He can cure diseases and save lives. They don't want to die. Someone spoke up, and the others followed suit. Why save them? Now that it's cured, let's go to the 18th floor. Jiang Ning turned and went upstairs, ignoring the tragedy behind him. Zheng Weili and the others were shocked and felt a little bit reluctant, but when they thought about the threats they had just made, the kindness in their hearts was instantly extinguished. Believe it or not, they will just forget the pain once the wound heals. No one is born bad, but the extremely harsh environment and the instinct for survival make them commit evil. The few of them exchanged glances, then turned around and went upstairs silently, ignoring their angry pleas or insults. When the 3-layer stainless steel door was closed, the sound was reduced a lot. Zheng Weili came back to her senses and asked, "Aining, how come you have a gun?" Jiang Ning smiled and threw the thing in his hand over. Zheng Weili took it and immediately realized something was wrong. "Is it fake? Where can I get the real thing?" The one just now was the real one, but Jiang Ning switched it as a trick. Zheng Weili played with it repeatedly and said, "Don't tell me, it's a high-quality imitation. Most people can't tell the difference. Even I was fooled by you. I found this by accident when I went out to look for dog food last time. I have another handful here, so I'll give this to you to bluff you." Jiang Ning specially bought a few when he was stocking up, thinking that they might be able to scare people at a critical moment, but he didn't expect that Huishan had the real thing in his hand. The apocalyptic order has collapsed, but the core departments of the government are still operating. However, the flood has submerged everything and the efficiency is as slow as a turtle. However, this thing is still strictly controlled. Therefore, she would not resort to real force in public until the last moment. Alerting the authorities was one thing, but she couldn't find a reason to explain to Zheng Weili and others. But one never knows what will happen tomorrow. If the situation really gets out of control, she will shoot without hesitation. Looking at the closed door of room 1801, Zheng Weili pulled Jiang Ning into the room and couldn't help but ask curiously, how did he get a gun? He was a special police officer, so he probably has connections. TSK, I didn't expect that he is not only good at fighting, but also a sharpshooter. Now, not only has the madman who was hacking people been killed, but He Jian and his group will probably be able to behave themselves for a while. To be honest, Zheng Weili and others were relieved to see the madman die at the hands of Huishan. This is a great yet pitiful father. It is impossible for him to survive with such injuries, but if he falls into the hands of those people, he will probably be killed without a complete body. It's better to be free, to leave cleanly and with dignity. Zheng Weili and others felt more at ease knowing that the team had real guns, but they were still a little worried about being investigated. I thought there was going to be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect it to be disrupted by a madman. It was a blessing in disguise. Several people paid attention to the movement downstairs. Those who were not injured turned into birds and beasts and scattered, while the injured saw that the people on the 18th floor were determined not to help, so they could only leave cursing. Soon, the 17th floor became quiet. Many people came to this confrontation, but there were also many people who just agreed on the surface but did not participate at all. The people on the 17th floor were even more cautious and locked their doors tightly, refusing to open them. After all, they are too close to the 18th floor, and if there is any retaliation, they will be the first to bear the brunt. However, the fire at the city gate affected everyone in the pond. When they opened the door, they were horrified and angry. The corridor was covered with blood and there were many corpses on the ground. What have they done to offend anyone? Why does the 17th floor always become a battlefield? The three households cursed and discussed throwing the body into the water and then cleaning up the blood-stained corridor. What kind of life is this? Is he going to let people live like this? Just as they cleaned up, the relatives of the victims rushed up and, upon learning that the bodies had been thrown away, they started a big argument with the people on the 17th floor. The clayman still had some temper left in him. The long pent-up anger on floor 17 completely exploded, and he rushed into the room and took out a kitchen knife. Damn it, who did we offend? They keep coming to our place for no reason. We didn't kill the person, so why do you blame us for not opening the door? Knowing that they were breaking the law, why didn't you stop them? Now that someone has died, they come to blame us. Why didn't you come and drag away the body earlier? You can still fish it out by diving into the water now, go and get it. Honest people don't lose their temper, because losing their temper can be fatal. Seeing several kitchen knives waving around, the family members of the deceased dared not cause trouble for them. They had no choice but to leave cursing. Before coming up, they calculated how much they could get, but they didn't expect that not only the supplies were lost, but their men were also hacked to death by a madman. How are these orphans and widows going to live in the future? Oh God, please open your eyes and stop raining. Around noon, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao got some information. The crazy man who attacked people with a knife lived on the 7th floor. He had been divorced for many years and lived with his daughter. His house was broken into by a masked gang in the middle of the night and all his belongings were stolen. With no other options, the daughter had to secretly sell her body in order to survive. When he learned the truth, he angrily slapped his daughter twice. The daughter was so ashamed that she jumped into the flood. The man, who had been dependent on his daughter for survival, could not bear the stimulation and went crazy, so he took a knife and started killing people to retaliate against society. Several people were hacked to death on the spot, a few died of heavy bleeding, and a few were not seriously injured. Many were also trampled and squeezed, but the rain was too heavy and it was impossible to go to the hospital without a speedboat. I can only endure it at home. Yang Weizong and He Jian are in a coma, I hope they die. The enemy was defeated this time, morale was low, and the entire apartment building was filled with grief. Jiang Ning was thinking about another thing. The group of people with red faces in the confrontation were probably the masked robbery gang. Although several people were hacked to death by the crazy men, a few others escaped. We must be extra careful with this group of people in the future. The fight didn't happen, and Coke felt uncomfortable all over, whining and making a face. There was no way around it. The Malinois was naturally aggressive, so Jiang Ning could only comfort it with delicious food. Do you have a grudge against Yang Weizong? The shit shoveler was very curious. I only bite him. Coke gnashed his fangs and continued to hum proudly. It's not just a grudge between it and the bastard, it's a blood feud. Jiang Ning hugged the dog, his eyes gradually becoming deep. I just woke up from my nap when a voice rustled through the intercom. Jiang Ning, are you teaching Dao today? It was Huishan. Jiang Ning replied, sure. There was no fight today, but conflict will eventually be inevitable. The only way is to improve ourselves. There was a knock on the door. Coke ran to open it with his paws, and then he consciously exchanged with Dao and brought dog food to 1801 for training. Dao was locked in the house by Huishan, but she was not completely ignorant. She was a little listless. Sister, when can I grow up and protect you and my brother? Jiang Ning comforted her, study hard and grow up quickly, and you will be able to protect us soon. Dao didn't understand, if Coke is okay, why can't I? You are different from Coke. Dogs grow fast, but we humans grow slowly. Jiang Ning encouraged her who was feeling lost and uneasy. Listen to your brother. He will make you grow up as quickly as possible. Dao was happy then and secretly lifted up his clothes to show her, sister, I actually think I can do it. Brother helps me exercise every day. When Jiang Ning saw Dao's abs, she was shocked, she didn't even have them. The child is still growing, and excessive exercise is not good for him. However, this is a special period, and Jiang Ning does not think Huishan is wrong. Accidents can happen at any time in the end times, and the most important thing is to have the ability to protect oneself. Practice, roll up, and get those six-pack abs. There is no need to meet. The consciousness on the 18th floor is very high, and the days ahead will be even more difficult. Even through the wall, you can hear the pounding sound of Zheng Weili's punches. I had noodles with Dao for dinner. I scooped a spoonful of meat sauce and mixed it with the noodles. It was very delicious. The intercom rang again. Do you want to practice with me later? Jiang Ning said without hesitation, yes. After entering 1801, Jiang Ning went straight to the point of practice. He didn't let out any anger from the morning and practiced quite vigorously. Everyone has secrets, and she kept her mouth shut and didn't ask about the gun. Facing her fierce attack, Huishan's defense was as strong as a solid wall. For 2 full hours, Jiang Ning sat on the anti-slip mat, gasping for breath, as if he had been fished out of the water. He handed over a clean new towel and said, wipe it off. Jiang Ning thanked him and almost collapsed from exhaustion. Huishan said something shocking, the recoil of your gun is quite strong. You need to adjust the way you hold the gun. Otherwise, it's easy to hurt your arm. Jiang Ning was a little confused. There were so many people crowded together, and the light was dim due to the heavy rain, so she deliberately adjusted her position, but she didn't expect that he would still see through her with his sharp eyes. Jiang Ning smiled and pretended to be stupid. Pull your shoulders back, lean forward when holding the gun, and bend your elbows slightly. Jiang Ning took the master's instructions to heart and started practicing at home. They understood each other tacitly and no one asked the source. After the gunshot, the entire apartment building fell into silence, and no one dared to attack the 18th floor easily. Life has to go on. If you stay in the house all day, you will go crazy. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu have grown biceps. They are full of confidence. They knock on the door of 1801 and make an appointment to go out to look for supplies. The water level was rising higher and higher, and they had given up hope that the rain would stop. This is the end of the world, who knows what we will face next. Supplies are being consumed every day, and the fact that they are only going out and not coming in is worrying. Huishan agreed, Dao also wanted to go, and the cunning Coke decisively lined up, woof. The dog has matured and has its own ideas. Jiang Ning can't lock it up. Protect yourself. Coke went back to the house and dragged out the anti-slash and anti-stab suit and dog-style raincoat. Come, it's going to the battle, shit shoveler, hurry up and put on its battle suit. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He dressed the dog and joked, "Oh, my dog has to go out to earn food again." The black dog's face is proud and shy. "The shit shoveler is waiting, I'll get you some meat." Standing upstairs and watching them leave the community, Jiang Ning took out the sable fur, measured the size and planned to make clothes for the dog. The rain continued to fall, but the weather was noticeably colder. Jiang Ning vaguely felt that extreme cold was coming. Compared with floods, extreme cold is the most deadly. Malinois can quickly adapt to any harsh environment, but Jiang Ning was still very worried. It was extremely cold, with temperatures of -60 to 70 degrees Celsius. Even if humans wrap themselves up like bears, they might not survive, let alone a short-haired Malinois. Thinking of it in its previous life, with frostbite and pus all over its body, Jiang Ning's heart twitched violently. This time, we must not let it suffer this kind of pain. Zheng Weili came to visit and saw her taking apart the fur. She was surprised and asked, "Making clothes for Coke?" "Yeah, I feel like it's getting colder these days. I was even woken up by the cold yesterday." Jiang Ning deliberately reminded, "First there was the typhoon, and now there have been heavy rains for more than 2 months, and we don't know what the weather will be like in the future. We are in the south, and the winter is not that cold, unlike in the north where the temperature is more than 10 degrees below zero. Yes, in previous years, it would have been snowing in the north. Do you think there will be floods in the north?" Jiang Ning asked curiously. "It's winter now, so it won't be frozen for thousands of miles, right?" Zheng Weili didn't dare to think about it. That would be hell on earth. Fengcheng isn't cold. We still wore short sleeves last winter. I wonder what it will be like this year. Jiang Ningjin reminded, "I think it may be much colder than last year." Zheng Weili had a bad feeling after hearing what she said. "It's cold but there's nothing we can do. We stockpiled some clothes and firewood, so it should be fine." As they were chatting, she thought of something serious. "Aining, the people in the apartment building are shocked now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Your supplies must be stored separately, so that if the 18th floor is breached one day, they will not be robbed." It was Zhang Chao who suddenly thought of it. They acted overnight, ripped open the ceiling of the kitchen and toilet, sealed the food and medicines, and hid them in several places. Not only the ceiling, but also the exhaust fan pipes and toilet water tanks are not spared. "Don't put all your eggs in one basket," Zheng Weili said with concern. "Wait for Zhang Chao and Lu Yu to come back and let them help you. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by rats?" Zheng Weili was speechless. "Rats, that's better than being robbed, right? No, we have to find a way to get some rat poison or trap rats." "You guys have a good idea, I'll try it later." Jiang Ning affirmed 1803's wisdom. "You said that if I hollow out the sofa, I should be able to hide food there, right?" "Yeah, why didn't they think of it?" After seeing Zheng Weili off, Jiang Ning continued to sew fur. There was a lot of extra material, so he thought of getting some for Dahui and Xiaobai as well. These two guys have thick fur, and Xiaobai is about to give birth to her second baby, so I don't know if they can survive the extreme cold. For the sake of the Ruru project, Jiang Ning wanted them to survive. If they really couldn't survive, he would have to braise them. Everything depends on their fate. I picked up 2 of them, measured their sizes with the cloth, and they felt so warm hugging the furry ones. Maybe because of the good food, they seem to have grown a lot stronger. Especially Xiaobai, his belly is so round and bulging, probably he is carrying a lot of cubs. After successfully transforming 3 pieces of fur, Jiang Ning's confidence in his DIY skills increased significantly. Fur alone is not enough, so I thought about the space. I had stored a lot of fabrics, so I picked out some warm ones and made a few more pieces for them. Jiang Ning entered the space to search, took 2 bundles of cloth and was about to leave when he accidentally saw the constant temperature clothing worth 198,000. She took it out and decided to try out this constant temperature clothing from Puxin. It's really comfortable to wear, and the texture is soft and feels like silk. The size is a bit big, so Jiang Ning plans to wear it as pajamas. Just as I was about to take it off, I suddenly realized something was wrong. It's raining and the temperature has dropped. Today's temperature is around 21 degrees. Even though I'm wearing a casual sweatshirt, I can still feel the coolness. The thin cloth made her feel very warm, and the soft cloth wrapped around her body like a biological membrane. Wearing it, it feels much warmer than a sweatshirt. Is it really possible to maintain a constant temperature? The temperature in this space was higher than outside, so she quickly slipped in. Sure enough, the warm feeling disappeared, but the comfort was like running naked. When I came out again, warmth welled up in my heart again. This is truly a high-tech constant temperature suit. Jiang Ning thought about it and realized that he didn't notice anything special about it when he was shopping, so it should be that the temperature difference was not much. She turned on the gas stove in her thermosuit and placed her hand over the burner. The palms of the hands can feel the heat, and the arms are no exception, but the heat is much lower than that felt in the palms. Constant temperature is real, but eternal 25 degrees does not exist. But being able to produce this kind of fabric is beyond words. If it weren't for this natural disaster, once the fabric was brought to the market, it would have been a technological revolution. 198,000, it's really worth it. There are 10 pieces of Naoliao constant temperature fabric, which is 333 meters. The quantity is really too small, but as long as she uses it sparingly, it will be enough for her to get through her life even if extreme weather conditions recur. She decisively made 2 sets for herself, 2 sets of coke, large gray and small white, using scraps. Not only clothes, but also gloves, socks and scarves, which really wastes a lot of fabric. The Nei constant temperature clothing is worth a fortune, and Jiang Ning was reluctant to waste even a bit of it. He searched through the downloaded life skill materials and successfully found a tutorial on clothing design and cutting. After learning the general idea, I practiced with other fabrics. The treatment was interrupted for a few days and Grandma Zhong continued to come to the 18th floor for treatment. It's not that she wanted to stop, but the confrontation had a huge impact, and several of those who were injured and infected died. It is true that no one dares to mess with the 18th floor, but many people have resentment in their hearts and think that all this is caused by the 18th floor. If the people on the 18th floor had been willing to provide food, the tragedy that day would not have happened. Grandma Zhong said earnestly, "Xiao Jiang, people's hearts have been corrupted by this world, you must be careful in the future." Jiang Ning knew that it was Grandma Zhong who asked Zhong Ping to come and tip off. Although it didn't have much effect, she appreciated the kindness. Therefore, the 3 treatments were waived and half a bottle of medicinal wine was given as a gift. The amount is not large, only 50 milliliters, but it is very generous in the end times. Of course, Jiang Ning did not rule out the possibility of showing goodwill. After all, everyone is keeping an eye on the 18th floor. Never assume that people are good. If the Zhong family is willing to give some information, it can save a lot of trouble. Grandma Zhong, the temperature has dropped significantly in the past few days. Your waist should not be exposed to cold or moisture. Use medicinal wine to massage and activate the joints at night, and then cover yourself with a quilt. The injury will heal faster. In her previous life, Grandma Zhong froze to death, and Zhong Ping was the only one who survived in the family, but he also didn't survive long. This time Jiang Ning reminded her, if she could realize it, she would not die. "Thank you, Xiao Jiang. I'll try it when I get home tonight." After that, he introduced the patient to Jiang Ning, "The one upstairs from me, his son has eczema all over his body, scratching it until it bleeds, and he ventured to the hospital but there was no medicine, so he wanted to bring his child up here for treatment. He doesn't dare to come here rashly because he is not familiar with you, so let me ask you what you think." "Don't worry, this family is still okay. They don't get involved with He Jian and the others, and they didn't threaten us a few days ago. The onset of eczema is relatively complicated and cannot be cured by acupuncture alone. Chinese medicine treatment is slow to take effect." Jiang Ning had medicine in her space, but it was impossible for her to take it out. This disease is difficult to cure without medicine. Exercise more often to sweat and detoxify, improve your body's immunity, and you will get better slowly. Grandma Zhong doesn't force people to do things that come to her mind. She wrapped the medicine bottle with a cloth and put it in her pocket to prevent others from smelling it and having some nonsense thoughts in her mind. "Xiao Jiang, did your dog bite a boy?" As Grandma Zhong left, she asked, "That girl next door is stirring up trouble again. I can see that they don't look happy." Why are the minds of today's young people so complicated? They claim to be alumni, but they talk bad about others behind their backs every day and are always coveting the supplies in other people's hands. Those men all participated in the attack on the 18th floor. Instead of reflecting on their mistakes, they even cursed Jiang Ning behind his back. If she were Jiang Ning, even if she really had supplies, she would feed them to dogs rather than give them to these ungrateful bastards. After Grandma Zhong left, Jiang Ning closed the door and entered the space, pulling out the vegetables grown in the black soil garden. Take the planting pot out of the space and put it on the balcony, and bring a small stool to dig potatoes. The space and soil are good, and the pots are full of yellow potatoes, each one is round and plump. From dozens of planting pots, we harvested more than 100 kilograms of potatoes. The sense of satisfaction from the harvest cannot be described in words. Rabbits don't eat potato sprouts, so you can only throw them into the space as fertilizer. I replanted the potatoes, and just as I was using my consciousness to return to the black soil garden, there was a knock on the door. The dog in armor came back from the battle, standing at the door in a proud and heroic manner, with 2 black plastic bags in his mouth. The others were holding firewood in their hands, and except for the stern Huishan, everyone else had a smile on their face. Kola raised his paw, his black eyes sparkling. "Shit shoveler, what are you standing there for? Come over here quickly to take over. Its teeth are sore from biting their teeth." Jiang Ning smelled fishy. Needless to say, it went into the water again. After picking up the heavy bag, Jiang Ning stroked the dog's head and praised, "Not bad, not bad. My coke is great." It was not just a good fish. There were 5 fish in the bag, weighing almost 20 kilograms in total. There were 2 wild rabbits in the other bag, which it also got by digging a hole in the mountain. Take off your raincoats and put on dry clothes. Everyone will gather at 1803. No supplies could be found in the urban building complex, so the group went to the previous villa complex. There was nothing to be proud of in the villa, so they rushed into the mountains. I was thinking if I could encounter any wild boars, but there were none. However, I found a reservoir deep in the mountains. Fish are raised in the reservoir, and many of them flow out with the water and swim in the ravines and gullies. The water was murky and the fish were not visible to the naked eye, but I used coke to find and catch them. I don't know how many fish were washed away, but I am sure there are still quite a few in the reservoir. If there is a way to catch the fish, we can continue to exchange food with the sharp-nosed monkeys, and we will not have to worry about food and drink for several years. But we need to act quickly, as supplies are no longer available in the urban area, and we may try to find them in the mountains. If the reservoir is discovered, they will get nothing. There is water everywhere, and it is dangerous everywhere with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. It is not realistic to expect coke to bite each one of them. Zhang Chao muttered, "It would be nice if there was a fishing machine. The fish is right there, but I just can't catch it. It's so frustrating. Rain, can you make one?" "Super, this is really impossible. Fish from a reservoir." Jiang Ning was really tempted. She only had space for 100 fish, and Kola loved eating fish, so it was not enough. Grandma Zhong mentioned to me that her grandson Zhong Ping seems to be working at the Institute of Physics. Is there any way? The fishing machine relies on ultrasound, and Zhong Ping should understand the theory. Huishan asked, "Can he be trusted?" "I think the Zhong family has good character, and Zhong Ping is also a filial son, so it should be okay to ask. Even if it fails, the 18th floor will not suffer any loss." Others also agreed. After all, the Zhong family didn't know where the reservoir was, and Zhong Ping might not be able to make a fishing machine. Without further ado, I decided to ask. Su Mingyao lives next door to the Zhong family and watches them like a dog every day, so it is not convenient for Jiang Ning to show up. It's not convenient for men either. In order to get the stutterer, Su Mingyao acted in all kinds of slutty ways. Last time, she even tried to seduce Huishan. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu may not have his self-control. So, Zheng Willi took action. Jiang Ning guessed correctly. As soon as he knocked on the Zhong family's door, the door of the next door opened quickly. Seeing that it was Zheng Willi, Su Mingyao smiled pure and sweetly, "Senior sister." Unfortunately, there was no electricity in the middle of the night, and she was so thin and pale that she looked like a female ghost. Zheng Weili couldn't stand this bitch. Don't yell, we're not familiar. Su Mingyao was not angry either. Senior sister, what are you doing looking for Grandma Zhong so late at night? This bitch, I really want to beat her to pieces with one punch. Zheng Weili ignored her and continued knocking on the door. When Grandma Zhong heard the noise, she quickly opened the door. Zheng Weili took something out of her pocket and handed it over. Grandma Zhong, you left something when you came for acupuncture this afternoon. Aining was afraid you would be worried, so she asked me to bring it down. Grandma Zhong was a very smart old lady, and she knew she must have something to do since she came down so late at night. Okay, thank you. Ouch, there is water everywhere in the house. I almost fell down accidentally and twisted my waist. Is Xiao Jiang available now? Can you ask her to stretch my muscles? We are out of food at home. Zhong Ping has a new electronic watch. Do you think it can be used to pay for acupuncture? It should be possible. Zheng Weili didn't stay long and left after delivering her message. Su Mingyao still smiled. Senior sister, would you like to come in and sit down? Faced with Su Mingyao's hypocritical invitation, Zheng Weili remained unmoved. She pushed Su Mingyao over and easily pushed her 2 or 3 meters away, slamming her against the wall. Get lost. If I were a man, I would kill you. Even though he's been selling himself, he's still full of energy. He's simply a monster that's taking yang to replenish yin. I don't know where she got the courage to do that. She is so shameless. By the time the people in room 1202 heard Su Mingyao's crying, Zheng Weili had already gone upstairs. Back upstairs, Zheng Weili complained to Jiang Ning. When I heard her coquettish voice, goosebumps appeared all over my body. This woman is a venomous snake, who specifically instigates men to take the lead. I just gave her a hand. If she dares to jump out and fight us, we can take the opportunity to kill her, otherwise something bad will happen sooner or later. Jiang Ning nodded. We have to think of a way. Unfortunately, she has learned to be smart and hides behind men and doesn't show up easily. I originally wanted to let Su Mingyao suffer more at the end of the world, but who knew that he just wanted to make things difficult for her. Sorry, the knife has been sharpened. Not long after, Zhong Ping helped Grandma Zhong up. Jiang Ning didn't hide anything and asked directly, can you make a fish trap? Zhong Ping was stunned. He pushed his glasses and thought for a few minutes. I should be able to do it, but I don't have enough. He is a physics technology fanatic. His house is filled with various parts and components, some of which he bought and some of which he took out from scrap yards. He has won the Living Invention Award and was a top player in the national physics competition. Definitely someone else's child. Jiang Ning asked, can you find them all? The laboratory building should have it. It just needs a little modification. The materials room is on the 8th floor and should not have been flooded, but Zhong Ping was not sure whether it had been looted. The institute is not particularly far away, about 10 kilometers away by taking a shortcut. Jiang Ning looked at Hui Shen and asked him whether he wanted to do this. Hui thought deeply, then said to Zhong Ping, I can take you back to get it. Zhong Pingjai is not stupid. He asked the people on the 18th floor to spend diesel in the middle of the night to send him to find materials to make a fishing device. It was definitely not for catching a few fish. The family was already stretched to the limit, so he had to make a condition, if you make the fish trap, can I get a share of the profit? His request was not excessive. If Jiang Ning were in his place, he would also rack his brains to find a way out. The water is so deep, are you sure the fish trap you made can catch fish? As long as there are fish, I can catch them. It's just a matter of adjusting the ultrasonic frequency. It's very simple. In order to eat fish freely, Jiang Ning agreed, okay, but this must be kept secret. After so many things happened, how could the Zhong family not be cautious? They knew what to say and what not to say. How long will it take to make it? For Zhong Ping, the structure of the fish trap is not complicated. He worked on this subject in high school. As long as the materials are ready, I can make it tonight. It's better to hurry early than late. Hui Shen went back to the house to get the speedboat. The Zhong family does not live on the 18th floor. Jiang Ning did not want to let the people in the apartment building know, so as to avoid causing unnecessary trouble to each other, so he asked Grandma Zhong and Zhong Ping to go downstairs first. Jiang Ning asked to go along, and Huishan had no objection. She assigned 1803 a task, to cut the fish into pieces and salt them. When she came back, she would coat them with flour and make fried fish nuggets, which would be kept for several days without going bad. Skin the rabbit, clean its internal organs, and put it in the car refrigerator to keep it fresh and eat it later. I went downstairs quietly. Zhong Ping was already waiting on the 6th floor, carrying a heavy rubber boat on his back. The people in room 1202 were busy comforting the injured Su Mingyao and did not notice the movements of the neighbors next door. The speedboat quietly rowed out of the community, started the engine and drove towards the RD company in the dark. It took the three of them about 40 minutes to reach the Physics Research and Development Institute. Without exception, it was turned into a mess. Zhong Ping's face changed and he ran straight to the materials room on the 8th floor. The door of the materials room was pried open, and all kinds of things were scattered all over the floor. Zhong Ping held a flashlight and kept picking up things from the ground. Research and development materials are different from life. Various parts are precious to the staff, but to ordinary survivors, they are neither edible nor drinkable. It was a mess and there wasn't much you could actually take away. Zhong Ping picked and chose, put a lot of parts on the table, took out tools to disassemble and modify. There are still a few things missing. I will go to the lab to disassemble them. There are several laboratories. He dismantled some instruments and equipment. These machines and equipment are very expensive. Unfortunately, many of them were submerged by the flood. Zhong Ping is a cold otaku who rarely expresses intense emotions, but one can feel his sadness when he says this. Yes, floods not only swallow up lives, but also devour the treasures of human civilization. Jiang Ning didn't understand physics, so he couldn't help by standing by. I'll walk around and see if there's anything I can collect. It was dark, and Huishan wanted to accompany her, but Zhong Ping stopped him and said, "Give me a hand. This inverter needs to be modified." Jiang Ning walked upstairs. The office desk that could be used as firewood, the door frame and everything else had been dismantled, and express packaging was thrown everywhere. I picked up a few plastic plant pots and threw them into the space without any disgust. The computers in the RD room and the instruments in the laboratory are all valuable information. Jiang Ning may not need it, but someone may need it in the future. It doesn't take up any space anyway. After walking around several floors, I collected a lot of unwanted junk, as well as some imaginative exhibits in the exhibition hall. Scientific research products are so far away from life that Jiang Ning couldn't recognize them even when they were placed in front of him. Back on the 8th floor, Zhong Ping had already assembled several parts. He got this shell from somewhere. It looks a bit like an FM transformer. I took out the parts one brought from home from my backpack and spent another 2 hours before finally installing it successfully. The machine made a buzzing sound, which made Jiang Ning feel uncomfortable. He covered his ears and stepped back. The flood was too deep, so I increased the frequency. The frequency range can reach 30 meters when working. The band is harmless to the human body, but the fish can't stand it and float up with their bellies turned white. The only drawback is that it consumes too much power and can only work for about 3 or 4 hours before the battery is exhausted. After the fishing device was ready, Zhong Ping asked, "Where are we going to fish?" "You'll find out tomorrow." "Are there a lot of fish?" Zhong Ping was a little anxious and explained, "If you need help, my parents can help." He couldn't find supplies anywhere, but he knew that the 18th floor was capable, so he thought the more work he did, the more he would get. No one can guarantee exactly how many fish there are. But we have to keep someone at home tomorrow. It's such a big reservoir and a lot of fish will be washed out, so we definitely won't have enough manpower. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, 3 people from your family will gather outside the community. After finishing the fishing device, Zhong Ping put a lot of spare parts into his bag, which might be useful in the future. He came prepared, bringing more than a dozen bags with him, and swept away everything that could be swept away. Every profession has its own specialties and different ways of survival, so Jiang Ning and Huishan did not stop it. It was already early morning when they returned to the community. Zheng Weili and others were all awake. Guzi pounced on Jiang Ning and hugged him. Zhang Chao's stomach growled, "Oh, you guys are finally back. We almost starved to death. As you enter the door, the room is filled with the aroma of fish and golden fried fish pieces. Jiang Ning was puzzled. How can you starve to death? Zheng Weili didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can ask Coke. Sister, I know. Dao Du raised his hand to answer. Kola caught the fish, and he didn't let his brothers and sisters eat it. Ah. There is such a thing. Jiang Ning was completely confused. The dog was so cute, how could it be so domineering? Woof. Kola pulled her sleeve and dragged her to the dining table. A large bowl full of crispy fried fish pieces, the smell makes people drool. The dog stood up and leaned on the dining table, pushing the large basin full of fish forward with his paws. Shit shoveler, eat. Jiang Ning was confused and looked at Zheng Weili and others. It was not easy for Zheng Weili and others either. They marinated the fish pieces but did not wait for Jiang Ning to come back. They thought they could not rely on her for everything, so the three of them worked hard for a long time and finally made the fried fish. Unexpectedly, Coke's eyes were filled with ferocity, and he stared at the fish pieces, not letting anyone touch them. It was drooling, but it wouldn't let anyone touch it. The 18th floor is relatively democratic. After all, it was Coke that caught the fish. Besides, it is now a big dog with full survival skills, and no one dares to offend it. No matter how greedy you are, you have to endure it. Zhang Chao cried out in despair, eat quickly, we are almost starving to death. Jiang Ning laughed unkindly, our Coke is awesome. He even supports his master. Coke was excited, woof. The dog's eyes sparkled, as if saying to her, shit shoveler, I will support you. Jiang Ning took a piece of fried fish and started eating. It was crispy, fresh and fragrant. It wasn't easy, but 1803 finally succeeded. Looking at the clever dog, Jiang Ning suddenly joked, Coke, I've already eaten it, who's next? Woof, woof. The dog wagged its tail desperately and drooled. Jiang Ning understood and put a piece of cake in the dog bowl. What's next? The dog bit Dao Du's trouser leg. One by one, Zheng Weili, Zhang Chao, Lu Yu, and finally Huishan. The dog was very satisfied with his arrangement and started eating. Huishan was ranked last. I can understand that I can't compete with Jiang Ning, and I can understand that the dog likes children, but as its trainer, I am a bit strict in class, but as long as you complete the task, there will be rewards, but I never expected. He actually became the person that dogs hate the most. Huishan didn't understand and began to doubt his life. Everyone laughed. Zheng Weili brought out the cooked white porridge and started eating. After negotiating tomorrow's tasks, everyone went home yawning. Enjoying the dog's exclusive pampering, Jiang Ning was in an especially good mood. She took out 2 smart bathtubs filled with hot water from the space, sprinkled some dried rose petals, played soothing music, and closed her eyes to enjoy a happy bathing time. Coke, with bubbles on his head, lay on his back in the bathtub, tilting his head to look at the poop scooper next door, his bright dog eyes full of stars. Well, it is also the only dog that has ever taken a flower petal bath. After taking a bath, I wrapped myself in a blanket and slept comfortably. In a daze, I heard the rustling sound of electricity. Jiang Ning, are you up? His eyelids couldn't open and his deep voice was intermittent. Since Coke came, her sleep quality has been getting better and better. The alarm clock rang and Jiang Ning was awakened. It was 4:30 in the morning. I got up dazed and changed my clothes, and the intercom started rustling again. It should be Huishan who reminded us that it was time to set off. She searched everywhere but couldn't find the intercom. That's strange, where did it go? Seeing it lying motionless in the doghouse, Jiang Ning complained, Coke, don't just stand there like an idiot. Help me find it. The dog remained unmoved, his posture lazy and charming. Sizzle, sizzle. What the hell? I clearly put it by the bed, how come it disappeared? Searching on the bed, under the bed, next to the doghouse. Move aside. The dog remained unmoved and continued to lie like Guyu. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes, thinking. Bend down and pick it up. Oh my god, the walkie-talkie is under its butt. The caught dog blinked his big innocent eyes. Hey, why does the walkie-talkie have legs? Jiang Ning was conflicted. The walkie-talkie that had been covered by a dog had a smell. Should she still keep it? Waiting online, very urgent. Disinfect with alcohol spray, then wipe clean with paper towels, got it, leaving right away. Facing the dog that was making trouble early in the morning, Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you going to stay at home or go out? Coke ran to the living room and dragged his battle suit over. Jiang Ning put it on quickly. When they hurried out, Huaishan and Zhang Chao were already waiting. Zheng Weili held Daodu, who was still sleeping, and whispered to them, "Be careful." Quietly leaving the community, Zhong Ping's family of 3 were waiting on the rubber boat. It was too dark to see clearly, so I swept the flashlight over and vaguely saw that Mr. and Mrs. Zhong were in their 40s and had very gentle looks. Tie the rubber boat to the speedboat and head towards the villa complex halfway up the mountain. It was almost 7 o'clock when we arrived, and the sky was slightly bright. After packing up their things, everyone crossed the mountains and rivers in the rain. Coke is leading the way with ease. It's a new day, let the shit shoveler continue to eat meat. The visibility is unclear and the mountain road is rugged. Jiang Ning slipped and fell backwards. Huaishan was just behind her and subconsciously reached out to hold her waist, "Be careful." Jiang Ning was lifted up steadily and quickly hugged the tree next to him. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, he has such a good waist. Not only did he carry the speedboat on his back, but he also had to hold up her and the rubber boat she was carrying. He truly is the undisputed king of waist. Huaishan reminded those behind him, "Be careful, the mud slope is slippery." At the same time, he gave an order to the front, "Kola, don't try to lead the way." The road ahead was much smoother. We walked slowly in the rain for almost 2 hours and finally saw the vast reservoir among the mountains. Kailei was very brave. He asked Jiang Ning to take off his raincoat and then he dived into the water. A few minutes later, there was a fresh, struggling fish in his mouth. He walked up to Jiang Ning and put the fish in her hands. "Here, shit shoveler, some meat." "There are fish. There are really fish." Mother Zhong's voice trembled as she stared at the fish. "Eat first, then work." Exhausted from climbing the mountain, everyone took shelter under a tree. Jiang Ning put the fish into a plastic bag, took out the steamed buns and Coke and started eating. Huaishan ate compressed biscuits, while Zhang Chao ate rice balls. The 3 members of the Zhong family took out sweet potatoes, each of them ate one slowly, and were reluctant to even peel the skin. It seems that the Zhong family has really run out of ammunition and food. But so what? Jiang Ning had no intention of giving them any help. They had to earn it on their own. After eating and regaining his strength, Zhong Ping moved the fishing machine onto the speedboat. "Let's try it first. The sound is a bit harsh. If you are not used to it, you can cover your ears." Jiang Ning plugged his ears with earplugs and held the dog in his arms. Dogs have very sensitive hearing and are more stimulated. Cover its ears and hold it tightly. Huaishan rowed the speedboat carrying Zhong Ping and stopped at a depth of about 30 meters above the water. The fishing machine was turned on and a shrill buzzing sound was heard faintly. Coke was a little agitated and kept nodding his head. Zhang Chao watched through a telescope and said excitedly after a few minutes, "There is a fish, there is really a fish, it is jumping up." Jiang Ning took the telescope and saw fish jumping out of the water one after another, and soon their white bellies turned up. After stopping at one place for about 10 minutes, the speedboat rowed to a new location. Jiang Ning inflated the rubber boat and rowed over with the snakeskin bag. The dog was in front, paddling with its paws. The upside-down fish floated away with the current. 4 people in 3 rubber boats rowed towards the upside-down fish, paddled them over and put them into bags. The fish are not small, most of them are around 3 to 5 pounds, and the big ones are around 7 or 8 pounds. There are also many varieties of fish in the reservoir, including grass carp, silver carp, crucian carp, black carp and tilapia. It was raining heavily and several people were fishing separately, so they couldn't see each other clearly. The reservoir is estimated to be about 30 to 40 acres in size. As rainwater continues to gather, the water in the reservoir continuously leaks out, and many fish are washed away by the water. If it hadn't been for this disaster, the reservoir would have been able to catch at least hundreds of thousands of fish, which would have been a huge harvest. However, the fish trap consumes a lot of energy and it is estimated that it can only catch a few fish. All the fish in the reservoir will eventually be washed away by the overflowing water. It is such a pity. While putting the fish into the bag, Jiang Ning took the opportunity to touch the fish in the water and put them into the space. Seeing that the fish in the shit shoveler's hand disappeared in an instant, Cola's eyes widened. She performed another magic trick. Under Jiang Ning's instruction, the dog has developed a habit that whenever she performs a magic trick, it will immediately be alert and start keeping watch around. He swam and fished, and in less than an hour, he had filled a snakeskin bag, weighing about 80 or 90 kilograms. Mr. and Mrs. Zhong were diligent and did not slack off, and they had already filled 2 snakeskin bags. Zhang Chao shouted from a distance, "Slow down, both of you. All the fish have been washed away." Huishan and Zhong Ping were also fishing. There were 8 bags piled under the tree, weighing about 700 to 800 kilograms. "I'm worried about having no fish to eat, and I'm also worried about the fish piling up like mountains. How do I get them out? How about we get a few hundred kilograms every day?" Zhong Ping was worried, the battery in the fishing machine won't last much longer. "Can it be charged?" "You can charge it, but where can you charge it?" Huishan suggested, "Change the fish first, and then ask them if they can charge it." They refer to the group of people called sharp-nosed monkeys. Jiang Ning had no objection, so they decided that each person should carry a bag of fish down the mountain and exchange them first. There are too many fish to carry, so someone needs to stay and watch over them. Regardless of age or physique, Jiang Ning is the only choice. After Huishan's back disappeared and she was sure that there was no one around, she moved the remaining 4 bags of fish onto the rubber boat, rowed to the center of the reservoir and opened the fish trap. A few minutes later, the fish floated to the surface and turned their bellies up. Jiang Ning took out a large net and scooped up the fish on the surface of the water and put them into the space. There are many fish in the reservoir, and they are caught in a timely manner, with about 200 to 300 fish each time. The fish trap was used 5 times and more than 2,000 fish, weighing several thousand kilograms, were caught. The fishing device was out of power, so Jiang Ning took out a solar power storage box from the space. After it was full, they scooped up another wave. I don't know how much they stockpiled exactly, but it was definitely more than 20,000 kilograms. We can't finish eating so many fish. We will find a reason to share some with them later, or exchange them for other supplies and convert them into subsidies. Jiang Ning recharged the fish-catching device halfway, then paddled along the edge of the reservoir and picked up a lot of dead fish washed by the current, enough to fill 3 snakeskin bags. After about half an hour, the dog became alert and soon heard the voices of Zhang Chao and others. Soon, they arrived at the gathering point. Seeing the 3 snakeskin bags of fish, Zhang Chao asked in surprise, "Aining, where did this fish come from? When you were not here, I searched along the reservoir and picked up a lot of fish." Jiang Ning looked up and asked, "Is the deal done?" Zhang Chao was happy and sad when talking about this. They want fish, but they can't eat so much. Moreover, 2 kilograms of fish can only be exchanged for 1 kilogram of rice. At most, we can exchange for 200 kilograms of new rice. The rest can be exchanged with other things. I understand. Scarcity makes things valuable. Besides, fish is cheaper than pork. As food becomes increasingly scarce, prices will naturally rise. It may not be easy to sell 800 kilograms of fish at once. Jiang Ning asked, "What should we do now?" Other items include medicines, canned food, salt, oil, clothes, and other miscellaneous items. Huishan was willing to contribute. "If anyone is in urgent need of food, I can give my share to exchange for medicine, canned food, or oil and salt." Jiang Ning didn't care. 1803 would definitely need food. After all 3 of them were gluttons. The Zhong family was in greater need, so the 2 shares were divided equally between 1803 and the Zhong family. If the Zhong family wants broken rice, they can order half the amount. After all, they have a family to feed. Jiang Ning asked the key question, "Are you still going to catch the fish?" "Fishing, how can I not fish? If you waste food, you will be struck by lightning." Mother Zhong already had an idea. "If they don't want it, we can make it into fried fish, crispy fish, cured fish, or pickled fish." In short, there are 100 ways to eat it. On the way back, Zhong's mother took a shortcut and discovered a large area of wild kudzu root in the valley. She could dig it up, crush it and wash it into powder. The extracted kudzu powder could be used to satisfy hunger. Jiang Ning. Human wisdom is indeed endless. After discussion, the fish trap was turned on again. As he fished, Zhang Chao frowned. Why do I feel like there are fewer fish? Jiang Ning took a deep breath and said, I didn't. Huaishan said, ultrasound has an effect on fish. When they sense danger, they will run away with the water flow. That's right, we should seek benefits and avoid harm. Anyway, we can't eat all of them even if we catch so many, so we still have to worry about what to do with them. I opened the fish trap several times and caught more than 1,000 pounds of fish, but finally I gave up. Zhang Chao was full of fishy smell, and he wanted to vomit just by smelling it. Let's finish these fish first, and then we can find a way to charge it. Everyone had no objection, and after filling their stomachs, they carried the fish down the mountain. I found a shortcut and it was much easier to walk this time. After several trips back and forth, all the fish were moved to the villa and piled up. After deducting the exchanged fish, there were still more than 1,000 kilograms. It is impossible to bring him back to the community, as the Zhong family will be targeted first. Jiang Ning exchanged glances with Zhang Chao, and then suggested processing the fish in the villa. The Zhong family was very happy. This is a good idea. So, Jiang Ning and Zhong's mother stayed to kill the fish, while the 4 men took the fish to trade. Jiang Ning gave Zhong's mother a butcher knife and squatted down to scrape the fish scales, cut open the belly, and cut the fish into pieces. Coke picked up a fat fish and went to the side to chew it happily. The gas that was not used up from making meat sauce last time is still hidden in the villa. Although there is not much left, it is definitely enough for frying fish. Jiang Ning used the excuse of searching for supplies to take out a gas stove, oil, salt, etc. from the fireplace pipe on the 2nd floor. Mother Zhong was extremely surprised and said happily, "You young people are really good at finding things." There wasn't much oil, but it was enough to fry a few before they came back. Mrs. Zhong is good at frying, so Jiang Ning continued to kill the fish. The smell of burnt fish was too strong and all the fish pieces in the pot were overfried, but Zhong's mother had no intention of taking them out. Jiang Ning said politely, "It's too dry to eat, right? We need to fry it to dry out all the moisture. It's easy to get damp in this weather, so it can't be kept for a long time. Fried food is not healthy, but filling your stomach and staying alive is the most important thing. Storage is a big issue too." Jiang Ning had a choice, so he naturally wouldn't eat overfried ones. Cola likes to eat fish, so I'll just fry mine normally. Mother Zhong was surprised, wondering how could they finish eating so many fish. Jiang Ning was cold and distant, and Zhong's mother would not deliberately try to get close to him and annoy him. "Okay, I'll fry your portion first, so that we don't have to fry it for too long." I have to say, Mrs. Zhong is really an expert at frying. The fried fish is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and tastes especially delicious. Coke was so greedy that he ran over and wagged his tail. Jiang Ning threw a lot of food to it and asked Mother Zhong to fill her stomach first. There was plenty of fish, and Mother Zhong ate almost 2 fish before she satisfied her hunger. "How long has it been since you had a full stomach? It smells so good that I can't wait to swallow it." The 18th floor is indeed capable, and Zhong's mother works even harder. I hope they can bring their own family with them in the future. After 7 or 8 pots were fried, the sound of a speedboat was heard. Huaishan and others came back with oil, salt and some seasonings. Zhang Chao was all smiles, and said excitedly, "Aining, we got another order." After trading with the sharp-nosed monkey, I thought that all the goods I had on hand would go bad sooner or later, so I had to find another way. Zhang Chao was good at doing sales, so he suggested going to the department store to try his luck and maybe find new customers. When we arrived at the department store, we found out that the government had introduced a new policy. In order to allow more citizens to survive, the government launched a market. Citizens in need can come to the market to set up stalls and exchange the daily necessities they need. There is no entrance fee to the market, but causing trouble is not allowed and anyone who breaks the law seriously will be shot. There were a lot of material exchanges, and the place was packed with people, but there were very few food transactions. Almost all of the items traded were idle items, such as clothes, shoes, bicycles, kitchen utensils, etc., and everyone, without exception, wanted to exchange them for food. The crowd was so overwhelming that a few people did not dare to take out the fish and could only look for the target secretly. Unfortunately, except for Zhang Chao who has a sharp eye, everyone else is blind in this regard. The father and son of the Zhong family are busy with technology, and Huishan is a former special police officer. It is really difficult for them to find potential customers. What if they pull out a bomb? You know, there are many people exchanging supplies at the market, but there is also no shortage of evil gangs that buy for $0. They mingled among the crowd, looking for prey to attack. So, the three of them waited in the corner while Zhang Chao went in to prospect for potential customers. Half an hour later, he came out with two ragged men. Mr. Zhong took a look and was stunned. Isn't this a colleague from his unit? Lao Gao, are you still alive? Old Zhong, are you still alive too? When comrades meet, their eyes are filled with tears. After all this time, it turned out that it was a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple. Family members don't recognize each other. However, this is the end of the world after natural disasters, and even though Mr. Zhong and Lao Gao are acquaintances, Huishan and the others did not let down their guard at all. We have fish and they have dog food. Zhang Chao pulled Jiang Ning and hurried to report the good news: Coke won't be hungry anymore. The community where Lao Gao lives is allocated housing by a government agency. Although it is old and dilapidated, it has the advantage of being full of old neighbors, mostly middle-aged and elderly people, with quite a few young children as well. They form a group and go out together to look for supplies. He acted early and was extremely lucky, and actually found a dog food workshop and brought back tens of thousands of kilograms of dog food. They survived these months by eating dog food. It's true that dog food is nutritious and can help to stave off hunger, but if you eat too much of it you'll feel like vomiting, so you can only try your luck at the market. There are mostly wise men in the Chinese and Lao communities. They are also discerning various traders and will never act rashly. What a coincidence, they were attracted to each other and I didn't expect to meet an old colleague. Now I was at peace. After some bargaining, 3 pounds of fish were exchanged for 1 pound of dog food. Zhong's father secretly cursed his colleague for being a 1,000-year-old fox, and said with great sorrow, "Old Gao, you were not like this before. Your conscience is broken." Lao Gao felt bad and said with a choked voice, "Alas, it was all because of this disaster." 3 pounds of raw fish for 1 pound of dog food may sound like a big loss, but it is not. Dog food can keep you hungry and last a long time if it is well sealed, but fish will start to stink if it is not handled for 2 days. Zhang Chao took out half a bag of dog food from his bag. We have all tasted it and it tastes pretty good. Jiang Ning refused to eat it and asked Coke to come over and try it. Cola felt disgusted in his heart, but because his owner fed him with his own hands, he ate the food with extra relish. The dog food bag is very well sealed, probably because too many preservatives are added, so the shelf life is as long as 3 years. When Mrs. Zhong heard that there was dog food, she was also very excited. If I really want to exchange it for fish, it will be enough for my family to eat for a long time. Everyone wanted it, and Jiang Ning was no exception, especially when he heard there were canned freeze-dried food for cats and dogs. Her dog deserves the best. So everyone agreed to exchange raw fish for dog food. The old colleagues played Tai Chi to test each other and found out that each other had big goods, so they finally decided to exchange 1,500 kilograms of raw fish for 500 kilograms of dog food. As a result, there won't be many fish left. But there are still plenty of them in the reservoir, just grab them. So, he packed up his stuff immediately and hid the gas stove and other things again. A few people ate the crispy fried fish and then shared the rest. Jiang Ning called Huishan and Zhang Chao to the side and said, "The Zhong family has contributed a lot, how should this batch of goods be divided?" The Zhong family is not a member of the 18th floor. Although Mr. and Mrs. Zhong are pure laborers, the fish-catching device was made by Zhong Ping. Without him, so many fish would not have been caught. Zhang Chao thought quickly, how about giving him 50%? 1 point is his, and half is his parents'. Being too harsh is not good, but giving too much is also not good. Jiang Ning had no objection. Then I'll give you 50% off. Don't have the habit of enslaving others. If there is anything, talk it out face to face. When they learned that they could get 1.5, the 3 members of the Zhong family, who had been anxious, smiled happily. They thought it would be good enough to get 1. I'm trading 1,500 kilograms, and there probably isn't much left, so I might as well take it all with me. In the darkness, the speedboat towed the rubber boat forward in the flood. The 2 parties agreed to conduct the transaction on the water in a secluded area on the outskirts of the city. Although there were old colleagues around, one still had to be on guard against others. Jiang Ning reminded everyone to put on life jackets and hide their weapons. Slowly approaching the transaction location, Coke gave a warning bark. Jiang Ning took out a high-powered flashlight and found speedboats and rubber boats not far away. There is an agreement in the transaction that there cannot be more than 6 people on Lao Gao's side, 1 speedboat and 3 rubber boats. Once the number exceeds the limit, it will be considered a violation and the transaction will be automatically cancelled. Jiang Ning counted and found that the number was correct, 2 middle-aged men and 4 young guys, holding iron bars in their hands, all with alert expressions. A strong spotlight was used to scan the surrounding water surface, but no suspicious circumstances were found. The 1,500 gene fish is very conspicuous, but there are only 500 gene of dog food, and it is relatively heavy, so it does not stand out very well. The Zhong family father and son rowed a rubber boat closer, confirmed that it was all dog food, and gestured for Huishan and others to come over. Weighing and material exchange. There were more than 1,600 kilograms of raw fish, but Lao Gao only took 500 kilograms of dog food. However, they also brought 20 cans of freeze-dried pet food. You can try it. Next time you have stock, you can trade with canned food. Father Zhong prefers dog food and scolds Lao Gao for being cunning. Jiang Ning was very happy about this deal because the dog loved to eat this stuff. So, more than 100 kilograms of fish were exchanged for 20 freeze-dried cans. Lao Gao was also satisfied with the fish produced by Mr. Zhong and his friends. The dog food had already been eaten up. Although 1,600 pounds seemed like a lot, there were quite a few people in the community, and there wasn't much left after it was distributed to each family. Old Zhong, do you have any more? Father Zhong was alert. How much do you want? How about a trade every 3 days, 2,000 kilograms each time? No, you can't do that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no such store. The mountain pond reservoir overflowed and many fish floated away with the water. Besides, who knows when the reservoir might be discovered, so of course we have to act first. The whole community eats fish and no one needs to hide it. Lao Gao and the others discussed and agreed to continue the transaction. Tomorrow night, we will meet at this place again. We will take as many as you have. It's too conspicuous during the day, so it's safest at night. After the transaction, each party retreated. Jiang Ning and others were extremely careful and only drove towards the residential area after making sure that no one was following them. 500 kilograms of dog food, and some supplies exchanged with the sharp-nosed monkeys. Today's harvest was very rich. After being happy, I realized there was a big problem. I was so busy trading that I forgot the fish trap was out of battery. What should we do now? Mr. Zhong was anxious and frustrated. We have already promised Lao Gao and the others. There is no reason to give up the dog food that is already in your mouth. Zhang Chao suggested, how about we go find the sharp-billed monkeys to charge? These people are evil-minded. They need 200 kilograms of fish to charge their battery once. Giving the fish is fine, but the key is to let them see the fish trap, otherwise they might snatch it away, and then they can calculate the location of the reservoir. Although they are still reliable so far, this is the end of the world and human nature is the most fickle. They didn't do anything, maybe they were just fattening themselves up. Jiang Ning had no shortage of charging devices, but he had no way of taking them out. Huishan said something shocking, I'll figure out how to charge the battery, you don't have to worry about it. His aura was there, and no one dared to ask him how he recharged himself. Not to mention the Zhong family, even 1803 didn't dare to ask. Even if you ask, Huishan won't answer. People are like this, they are in awe of mystery. Huishan was undoubtedly mysterious. They knew very well that curiosity killed the cat. Once they opened their mouths, the harmonious relationship would be broken and they might even lose their lives. Even though 1803 is usually cheerful, he knows in his heart that they don't get the same treatment as Jiang Ning in front of Huishan. So, not only will they not ask, they will also help cover it up. Thus, the glorious and arduous task was taken on by Huishan. It was late at night, but everyone did not let down their guard and quietly carried the supplies upstairs barefoot. The Zhong family had the biggest harvest this time. Not only did they get more than 100 kilograms of dog food, they also got dozens of kilograms of rice and fried fish. If the family eats frugally, they can survive for a few months. Grandma Zhong was in agony. She put her ear close to the ground to listen to the noise outside and quietly opened the door for her son and daughter-in-law. When he learned that his family had received a share of the 5, he lowered his voice and sighed, "The people on the 18th floor are really nice. We should remember the well diggers when we drink the water, and we should not forget this kindness." "Mom, we know what's going on." The family did not rest. They packed their things and divided them into several portions overnight, and stuffed them into the secret compartments in the closet, the ceiling, and the range hood. The human heart is like a tiger. This is a life-saving material and cannot be taken lightly. Jiang Ning had the easiest time, he just had to throw it into space. Zheng Weili said, "Aining, the 3 of us still have food. If Coke's dog food runs out someday, you can come and get it anytime. Brothers should settle accounts openly." Jiang Ning didn't hesitate to say, "Okay, I'll exchange things with you when the time comes." I closed the door and took the dog into the space to take a hot shower. I couldn't stand the fishy smell. The dog has come in several times and has become very calm. When the dog found the place where the fish were stored, his eyes lit up. There was plenty of food. It can't count, but it feels like the shit has piled up into a hill, and it can eat it with the shit shoveler until the end of time. Jiang Ning was also extremely satisfied with having a fish that can be eaten in many ways. He would slowly process it when he had time later. We were extremely tired today. After taking a shower, the men and the dog drank hot chicken soup and grinned at each other. Xiaobai came over with her big belly and squatted quietly beside Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning stroked its round belly and estimated that the second litter would be filled with cubs. The dog felt annoyed that it was competing for favor, and secretly bared its teeth in a threat. When the puppies were born, it would eat them all. I was so exhausted that I went out late the next day. Lu Yu replaced Zhang Chao, and Zheng Weili continued to take care of the baby at home. She felt anxious because she had no sense of participation and always felt like she was eating for free. No one knew what method Huishan used to fully charge the fishing device. Everyone was curious but no one dared to ask. If you want to live long in the apocalypse, you must control your mouth. Lao Gao and the others have promised to take whatever they can get, so today we have to roll up our sleeves and get to work. Afraid that Huishan couldn't carry him, Jiang Ning decisively carried his own speedboat on his back. The speedboat has an engine, and Zhong's father was worried that the little girl couldn't carry it, so he offered to carry her when they went climbing. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate, so the Zhong father and son and Lu Yu took turns carrying him over the mountains and across the rivers. When we arrived at the reservoir, we felt that the water level was even higher than yesterday. The work was hard and everyone did not save any effort. They only started working after they had filled their stomachs. Especially the Zhong family. After eating meat, they felt less weak than before. They still divided the work and cooperated. Huishan and Zhong Ping opened the fish-catching device, while Jiang Ning and others scattered around to catch fish. Zhong Ping made 2 fishing nets overnight, and the fishing efficiency increased instantly. The dog stared at Zhong Ping grimly. Shit. The chance for the shoveler to hide the fish is gone. The dog's eyes were so intimidating that Zhong Ping felt his hair stand on end. He asked Huishan in confusion, "Why is it staring at me?" Huishan was used to it. "If you don't stare at it, how do you know it's staring at you?" The choked Zhong Ping. "Well, concentrate on catching fish." With yesterday's experience, everyone worked quickly and caught nearly 2,000 kilograms of fish in about 2 hours. Just as he was about to continue, Coke suddenly looked ferocious. Woof. It was facing the distance, looking alert and fierce. Jiang Ning took out the telescope and said, "Oh no, someone is coming." There were quite a few people, about 20 to 30, and they also discovered the reservoir. There are people are fishing. What should we do? Zhong's mother suddenly became nervous. We've been discovered. Jiang Ning said calmly, they do their thing, and we do ours. It's impossible to escape with 2,000 kilograms of fish. Soon, they ran towards the reservoir, not only with a rubber boat, but also with 2 speedboats. After a careful count, there are at least more than 30 of them. They should be a team out looking for supplies. A speedboat took the lead, and more than a dozen men with weapons got on. Some of them had tattoos, and they were heading towards the center of the reservoir with ferocious looks. Huishan frowned slightly. Tie up the speedboat and the rubber boat. If you tie a speedboat to a rubber boat, you can definitely run with it. He opened his backpack, took out a nail gun, and threw it towards Jiang Ning. Take it. It was Jiang Ning's quick eyes and quick hands, otherwise he would have been doomed if he had not fallen into the water. The person who came had no good intentions, so the others became nervous, especially the Zhong family who had never seen a big scene before. They were extremely nervous, as they were all cultured people. But the end of the world has no room for gentlemen, forcing them to take out kitchen knives from their bags. The speedboat was speeding up, the people with tattoos let out roars, and the others followed closely behind in rubber boats. Seeing the fish floating upside down on the water and the bags on Jiang Ning's boat filled with fish, everyone's eyes were filled with greed. When they were about 3 meters away, the speedboat stopped arrogantly, waved his arm and took out the machete, and shouted arrogantly, "Leave the fish, the boat and the dog, and I will spare your lives." There were 2 women and 4 men, except for the tall man who looked a bit threatening. The rest were all garbage. Jiang Ning asked, "We've left everything to you. How are we going to leave?" "That's none of our business. If you have the guts, you can jump into the water and swim away. If you don't drown, you're lucky. Little sister, you are so beautiful. If you can serve us well, you can stay." Huishan frowned as he listened to their dissolute words, but Jiang Ning remained calm, so there's nothing to talk about. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to live, leave your life here. I promise to make you happy tonight." Before he could finish his words, an arrow pierced his chest. Both the man and the arrow fell directly into the reservoir. Everyone was dumbfounded to see Huishan holding a bow and crossbow with extremely sharp bamboo arrows. Jiang Ning was curious, how many killing weapons did he have? Although he thought about it, he acted without any hesitation and picked up the nail gun and fired several times. No one was shot. The target was the speedboat. The speedboat instantly lost its air, and more than a dozen people standing on the speedboat soon fell to the ground in fear. They have guns and arrows. Huishan would not act rashly, for if he did, it would cost lives. He shot several arrows in succession, and each arrow hit the bull's eye. Screams were heard, and they, who were just making threats, turned around and fell into the bottomless reservoir. Survival is an instinct. Many people struggled in the water, and even rushed towards Jiang Ning and others, trying to snatch the chance to survive. 2 people were lucky enough to avoid the nail guns and crossbows and grab the rope on the speedboat. Just as he was about to flip over, his hand was gone the next second. Cut off the whole root and drop it into the water. They were stunned for a moment, and then let out a shrill scream. Facing Jiang Ning, who was holding a tang sword and chopping people without batting an eyelid, the 3 members of the Zhong family were trembling with fear. Kill, kill. Not one, but a boatload. They didn't even have a chance to make a move before they were all killed by Huishan and Jiang Ning. He is a bit cold, but usually he is easy to talk to and doesn't care about arguments. How could he suddenly become so murderous? Lu Yu was used to it and comforted the Zhong family. "It's okay, you will get used to it in the future." The people on the speedboat were gone in just a few minutes. On the speedboat behind, the man who was originally full of murderous intent was instantly shocked. The idiot who was driving the speedboat braked suddenly and threw several people into the water, causing the speedboat to almost capsize. He is a beast who kills without blinking an eye. Everyone was stunned, and no one dared to approach for a moment, but they were unwilling to leave. With so many fish, who wouldn't be jealous? So they got on the rubber boat and tried to surround Jiang Ning and others. What now? Mother Zhong was anxious. There were more than 20 people on the other side, all armed with weapons. If they surrounded and besieged them, it would be very troublesome as they had fewer people on their side. Jiang Ning scanned the area with the telescope. The people on the speedboat should be the gangsters. The people on the rubber boats were skinny and lifeless, with a fierce desire for food in their eyes. They must have been forced to join the gangsters to survive. There are knives, guns, sticks and clubs, but there should be no guns. At long distances, nail guns and crossbows lose their accuracy and power, and lose their first strike advantage. Jiang Ning was not afraid of them rushing up, but he was afraid of them surrounding him without attacking. A stalemate was not a good thing. Apparently, it was just as she expected. The people with tattoos did not dare to come up, but instead pushed the people in the rubber boat up. The people on the rubber boat were also afraid of death, but they had had enough of the pain of hunger, so they paddled over slowly. Huishan said, "As long as they don't get close, there's no need to worry about them. Just continue fishing." Lu Yu and the others came back to their senses and used their tools to scoop the fish out of the water. The reservoir has been discovered. Today is the last chance to catch fish, so we must catch as many as possible. As for these troublemakers, it won't be too late to deal with them after we catch the fish. There's no need to waste time in a stalemate. Because of the commotion just now, many fish drifted away with the current, and the people in the rubber boat followed from a distance and caught them. "I caught it. I caught it. I have fish to eat. I got it too." Many people showed excited smiles, cut open the fish on the spot, cut the fish meat with knives and started to eat it. Unprocessed fish meat smells fishy, but it can keep people alive, which is much better than chewing leaves. Many people couldn't help but eat it on the spot, as if it were a delicacy, even if there were fish scales or blood on the corners of their mouths. Jiang Ning stood on the speedboat and stared at them with a sullen face. The fishing continued, everyone concentrated on catching fish, and Jiang Ning stood guard with a nail gun in hand. The modified nail gun can shoot up to 30 meters, but its power will be greatly reduced beyond 15 meters. The greed of mankind is unsatisfactory. The gang tried again, and they were not satisfied with picking up the scattered fish around, and wanted to move forward. Jiang Ning didn't say anything. When the first rubber boat entered the best shooting range, she raised her hand and launched without hesitation. It missed the heart, but hit the shoulder. Next shot, aim at the rubber boat. They were so frightened that they quickly stepped back and dared not move forward again. "Sister, please be kind. We haven't eaten for a few days. Can you let us have some? The children at home are almost starving to death. You guys eat the meat, and we just drink some soup. We definitely won't compete with you for it." Jiang Ning said coldly, "Back off." No matter how they begged, Jiang Ning had a heart of stone. They were unwilling to give in, but had to retreat, but they still caught some fish. The water was quite strong and the mountain wind was surging. The fish that were shaken up by the ultrasonic waves were constantly scattered by the waves. The rubber boats gradually dispersed. They no longer approached Jiang Ning and his team, and only tried to catch some fish in the surrounding area. Slowly, the harvest was not small. Some of them who were quick had already caught more than 20 fish. Sometimes when they get close, they will retreat to a safe area in time. The people below were disobedient, and the tattooed men on the speedboat were very angry, but they could do nothing about it, so in the end they had to follow them to fish. At the same time, I was thinking about waiting for them to finish fishing and then looking for an opportunity to snatch it away. One of the henchmen asked quietly, "Brother, why don't you go back and call for help?" The eldest brother glared, "Why? We only have one speedboat, and it's already dark by the time we get back and forth. Besides, those disobedient two-legged sheep have also made a lot of money. What if they take the opportunity to escape? Wait until they get ashore, then we'll find a way to rob them." What a coincidence, Jiang Ning also wanted to go ashore to deal with them. The fish were almost all caught, and fewer floated to the surface, but Huishan and others caught nearly 3,000 kilograms. As it happened, the fish trap ran out of battery. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the rubber boat was blown away. The speedboat that Jiang Ning and others were riding on had a lot of fish on it, so it wasn't blown away, but the people standing on it were unstable. Those unloaded rubber boats were useless even if you paddled hard against the wind, as they would drift farther and farther away with the current. Jiang Ning frowned, feeling that something was wrong with the water flow. It seemed like there was a suction force sucking towards the reservoir gate. Huaishan also sensed something was wrong and subconsciously looked towards Jiang Ning. Their eyes met, and they saw danger in each other's pupils. "Run! Run!" The two men shouted at the same time and pulled the rope of the speedboat engine. "Lu Yu, sit tight." Jiang Ning quickly started the speedboat and headed in the opposite direction of the reservoir gate. Lu Yu and Zhong's mother, who were riding in the rubber boat, were almost thrown out and held onto the fixed rope tightly. Huaishan was no exception. The Zhong father and son hugged the bag of fish tightly. Two speedboats were speeding across the reservoir like racing cars. "Brother, they ran away, let's chase them." "Hurry, don't let them get away, chase them." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a loud crash in the distance. It felt like a hole was pierced in the sky, and a flood of water burst out instantly. Jiang Ning didn't look back. He raced against the flood and drove in the farthest direction. Lu Yu couldn't help but look back, and saw that the water level seemed to be broken, and a constant stream of flood water rushed towards the gap, with the power to destroy everything. The water level continued to drop, and the speedboat rushed forward against the wind and waves. Finally, we arrived safely at the farthest point. "Keep the motor running to counter the suction of the flood water." Lu Yu seized the opportunity and jumped down. He climbed up the shore using his hands and feet, wrapped the rope of the speedboat several times and tied it to a tree. The Zhong family father and son did the same thing. They tied the rope tightly around the tree, and together they dragged the speedboat and rubber boat ashore. Jiang Ning went ashore and took out a telescope to observe the distance. The reservoir burst its banks, and the accumulated flood water continued to leak out. The huge water force was like an invisible tentacle suction cup, sucking the people on the rubber boat towards the breach. The tattooed men were slow to react and finally started the engine in a panic, but they were still no match for the huge suction force of the flood and were thrown onto the chopping board like a dying fish. Not only them, but all human beings trapped in the flood seem as small as duckweed in the face of natural disasters. No matter how they resist and struggle, they are still ruthlessly swallowed up in an instant. Mother Zhong's face was pale, her body was trembling, and she was gasping for breath as she watched the water level continue to drop. On the horizontal plane, the struggling person was getting farther and farther away, getting smaller and smaller, and finally turning into a black dot and disappearing. More than 20 people, gone just like that. If the two young men hadn't reacted quickly, they would have died here today. Heart, scared. Will disaster ever end? Why is it so difficult to live? Jiang Ning didn't say anything. He sat down on the grass next to him and took out some chocolate to replenish his energy. The dog came over and looked at her, its eyes full of desire. "Shit scooper, give it some too." "It's poisonous, don't eat it." Jiang Ning warned, putting the chocolate under its nose, "Smell it, and don't eat it anymore." "No kidding, dogs must not eat chocolate, they will really die." The poop scooper ate all the food, and the dog was unhappy, so he turned his face away in frustration. Jiang Ning took out a steamed bun from his bag and stuffed it into its mouth. Lu Yu was scared to death, but he was very happy that he survived the disaster. He took out his mobile phone to take pictures and even recorded videos like an idiot. He took them back home to share with his girlfriend in the evening. Huaishan was in an unclear mood, staring at the falling water level in a daze. 2 hours later, the water surface finally calmed down and the water level dropped by more than 10 meters. Lu Yu climbed up the tree and used a telescope to observe the distance. Damn, the reservoir is connected to the outside. Huaishan climbed to the top of the mountain and looked at the terrain of the surrounding mountains. The terrain at the reservoir collapse site is low, and the water flows around the mountain and eventually extends to the road outside. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, can we just follow the water and go out without having to go over the mountains and ridges to carry the fish? Theoretically, yes. Carrying more than 3,000 kilograms of fish over mountains and rivers would be exhausting. Everyone decided to give it a try. The mountain was gentle, and several people worked together to push the speedboat into the water, slowly moving towards the current. 10 minutes later, we saw a big hole in the reservoir, about 40 to 50 meters wide. At this time, the sky was very gloomy and the vision around began to blur. Jiang Ning looked around but found no trace of the group of people from before. Perhaps they were completely swallowed up by the flood, or perhaps they survived by chance but have already left. She didn't witness either outcome. We arrived at the delivery location, but it was still early for the delivery time, so the speedboat stopped where the water was calm and tied the rope to a tree. The lights were turned off and everyone sat down to rest. About an hour later, there was a faint light in the distance. Coke looked alert and said, "Woof." Jiang Ning covered the dog's mouth and took out the night vision binoculars. The visibility was not very clear at night, but I still saw Lao Gao. The number of people was the same as last night, and the things on the speedboat were covered with waterproof cloth. After waiting for about 15 minutes, I didn't find anyone following me. Jiang Ning turned on the high-intensity light, circled around 5 times clockwise, and notified them to come over for the transaction. Lao Gao thought they hadn't come, but he didn't expect them to be so vigilant. If he was cheated. Thinking of the delicious braised fish, boiled fish, grilled fish and pickled fish from last night, they, who had been eating dog food for several months, started drooling like crazy and immediately drove their speedboats over. 1 pound of dog food for 3 pounds of fish is really a good deal. You have to know that they bought more than 30,000 pounds of dog food and hundreds of boxes of canned food for cats and dogs. Many residents asked if they could get more fish so that they could store them and eat them alternately with the dog food. When he saw the bags on their speedboat, Lao Gao was finally relieved. The transaction went smoothly. I exchanged 3,000 kilograms of fish for 1,000 kilograms of dog food. I had more than 200 kilograms left, which I planned to keep for myself. After all, there would be no more fish to catch in the future. Old Zhong, don't do it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I'll come back to you in a few days. Each family can get a lot of fish, which is enough to eat for a few days. We can't eat too much at once, right? They almost lost their lives for these fish. Father Zhong thought that even if Lao Gao still wanted them, there was no way they could get them. Okay, come to us if you need anything. People's hearts are hidden. If they knew that this was the last transaction, who knows if they would want to take advantage of it. After Lao Gao left, Jiang Ning and others began to divide the pork. The Zhong family still got 50% of the food, including dog food and raw fish. Jiang Ning got nearly 200 kilograms of dog food and 8 fish. Alas, it is not easy to stock up some food for the dog. I only got less than 300 kilograms in 2 times, but it should be enough to eat for a while. Jiang Ning returned to the 18th floor in the dark and rubbed himself with shower gel for a long time before getting rid of the fishy smell on his body. Coke lay on his back in the bathtub and pushed the shower gel in front of Jiang Ning. "Come on, shit shoveler, help me scrub my back." The corner of Jiang Ning's mouth twitched. Did she raise a dog or pick up a man? Come on, what dignity do shit shovelers have? The dog is the boss. I woke up naturally and hadn't even had breakfast yet. Zheng Weili came over and knocked on the door. "Aining, what are you going to do with your fish?" Jiang Ning said perfunctorily, "I want to make pickled fish." "I'll ask Grandma Zhong's family then." 1803 got 2 portions, but he couldn't eat so much. He thought of taking half of the fish to the market in the department store to join in the fun and exchange them for some useful supplies. Jiang Ning didn't want to join in the fun. I plan to take Coke back to the villa halfway up the mountain to see if it can catch another rabbit or something. The collapse of the reservoir is too dangerous, and Zhang Chao and Lu Yu have been very tired in the past 2 days, so they don't want to go anymore. So he went to knock on the door of 1801 again. Huishan agreed to go to the market, but he wanted to take Douda there to gain experience and let her have more contact with the cruel world outside. Poor Zheng Weili has to stay and continue to look after the house. Just as I was about to go out, Grandma Zhong came up and knocked on the door, and asked in a low voice whether I wanted to go to the 18th floor to dig wild kudzu root. By taking a ride on the 18th floor, the Zhong family got a lot of supplies, but who would complain about having too many supplies? God has mercy on me this time, but I may not have the same chance next time. Aged wild kudzu roots are as thick as tree roots, and 10 pounds of roots may not produce 1 pound of powder. Not only is it half dead after being dug out, but how to break it up and wash the powder is also a problem. Kudzu root powder is good for beauty, but it tastes like paste and does not fill you up at all. All the staff on the 18th floor who had food in hand were in a bad mood, and no one wanted to participate in this unattractive project. There was no other way, the Zhong family could only do it themselves. After breakfast, Jiang Ning took the dog out. We drove the speedboat back to the reservoir, landed, and climbed towards another hill. There is a dense bamboo forest on the other side of the mountain, which Jiang Ning discovered accidentally when he was observing through a telescope the day before yesterday. Mozo bamboo produces bamboo shoots in winter, commonly known as winter bamboo shoots, and now is the season for producing bamboo shoots. Climbing along the mountain, just after crossing the col, we saw a large area of bamboo in front of us. The soil was cracked and scattered by the winter bamboo shoots, and some even had pointed heads. Bamboo shoots, real bamboo shoots. Jiang Ning took out a telescope, made sure there was no one around, then took out a hoe from the space, and reminded the dog to keep watch. Use the hoe to dig, and then shovel it down. The bamboo shoots are very fresh, weighing about 3 or 4 pounds with the shell. Dig, and keep digging. During this time, the dog made trouble and helped her dig with his claws. Go away, or you'll get your claws scratched. Kola didn't listen and insisted on moving closer to the poop shoveler. Jiang Ning deliberately frowned. Coke, be careful or I'll beat you up. The dog behaved well now and went back to get some fresh air with his face down. After a while, he scurried out. This is how Malinois are, fighting, catching chickens, and they never have a moment to rest. 10 minutes later, the dog came back with something bloody. Wow, a fat rabbit was bitten with several holes in it. It must have been a very cruel bite. Wash the rabbit, shake off the water, then throw it into the space, and throw 2 wild boar bones for it to chew on. Jiang Ning worked hard and picked up the hoe and swung it vigorously. That's right, she took all the bamboo shoots from the entire bamboo forest. How many delicious dishes can be made from hundreds of kilograms of bamboo shoots? Stir-fried fresh bamboo shoots with bacon, pickled bamboo shoots with wild pepper, bamboo shoots with red oil and chili, pickled sour bamboo shoots, and sun-dried bamboo shoots. Just thinking about it makes me drool. After a short rest, Jiang Ning took out an electric saw and started cutting mature bamboo. Soon, the old bamboos fell down in large numbers. Jiang Ning couldn't say specifically what he wanted the bamboo for, but he always felt that he could use it in the future, for building houses or sheds. With the arrival of extreme cold, all the grass and trees on the mountain will freeze to death, and it will not be easy for them to grow again. I cut down hundreds of bamboos and dug up the roots of more than a dozen old bamboos, planning to plant them in the space when I have free time. Not only bamboo, but also wild grass, wild fruit seedlings, weeds, etc. on the mountain were pulled out. Seeing that it was still early, they started cutting down trees again. There was not enough time, so she did not cut off the branches, but threw the whole branches into the space. After drying, the branches could be used as firewood. After cutting down dozens of trees, Jiang Ning would have continued to work hard if it hadn't gotten dark. She was so tired that her whole body was falling apart, but she could feel everything in the space, which made her feel very at ease. He picked up half a bundle of firewood and pretended to be there, then he returned in a speedboat with his dog. As soon as I got to the 18th floor, Dowdo opened the door and rushed over, saying proudly, "Sister, I went to sell fish today." Jiang Ning opened the door and let him in. "Have you sold the fish?" "Yeah, Dowdo sold 3 fish." Jiang Ning praised, "Wow, our Dowdo is really amazing." Dowdo dug his fingers and jumped up happily. My brother also praised me. After taking off the rain and changing clothes, Jiang Ning looked for cartoons for Dowdo to entertain herself, but found scratches on her face. "What happened to your injury?" Dowdo felt a little aggrieved. "When I was eating candy, someone suddenly rushed over and snatched the candy from my mouth." Jiang Ning frowned. "The candy was taken away." "Yeah, he picked it out of my mouth." Dowdo's tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't help but complain, that person's hands were so dirty and smelly. He even knocked Dowdo down. He touched his butt while saying, "It hurts." "Where's your brother?" "My brother is watching." Jiang Ning didn't understand. "Then what?" "The men stuffed the candy into his mouth, and my brother asked me to take it back." Dowdo didn't want to snatch the candy, but he didn't want to make his brother angry, so he pounced on it to grab the candy. The boy refused to give it to him and raised his hand to hit Dowdu. Dowdu got so angry that he fought back and beat him up easily, leaving him with a black eye and a swollen face. This was the first time Dowdu had hit someone since he was a child. In the end, he picked the candy out of his mouth and gave the candy covered with saliva to his brother. Huishan didn't want it, but touched her head and said, "Dowdu, you did a great job. You must protect your things in the future and don't let others bully you." I didn't quite understand and was scared, but I didn't expect to get praised by my brother. Remember, I can't protect you forever. If you don't protect yourself, not only will your candy be taken away, but all the delicious food will be taken away. Then you will be like them, starving with a big head and a small body, dirty and smelly, and begging on the street. Although those children didn't want to do that, the end of the world after a natural disaster is cruel. Huishan asked Dowdu to look into the boy's eyes. The child who was beaten had red eyes, as if he hated himself. Dowdu didn't understand. It was clearly him who stole his candy, which was wrong. Why didn't he admit his mistake and was so aggressive? Dowdu, when people are starving to death, there is no right or wrong. If they think they can beat you, they will snatch things from you. Huishan carried his sister away and told her patiently, "Do you know why he was so mean to you?" Dowdu shook his head. "Because you have new clothes to wear, delicious food to eat, and you don't have to starve, but he has nothing, so he will be jealous of you and want to steal your things." "Brother, are they all like this?" When she entered the market, Dowdu felt many pairs of eyes like this, which made her inexplicably nervous and uneasy. "Most of them are, but you can protect yourself with the moves my brother taught you, and no one will dare to bully you in the future." The first fight gave Dowdu a deep shock. She hugged Huishan's neck and said, "Brother, when Dowdu grows up, I will protect you too." Good. Dowdu also protects his sister, and Coke. Good. The next step was selling fish, and Huishan taught the ignorant girl with his own hands. Jiang Ning listened in silence for a long time. Huishan's way of educating children was really simple and rough, but order had already collapsed in the last days. If he followed the original 5 stress, 4 beauties and 3 loves, it might harm Dowdu instead. "Well, your brother is right." Jiang Ning was a little curious. "Dowdu, have you ever been hungry or beaten?" Dowdu lowered his head and pinched his clothes nervously. "It's okay, if you don't want to talk about it then don't talk about it. When my brother was not home, Dowdu was so hungry. My eldest uncle's brother bullied me, and my aunt scolded me. Do you want to go through this again?" "No." Dowdu shook her head desperately, her voice filled with tears. "Dowdu, no. Then remember that feeling. If anyone dares to do that to you in the future, you should fight back. Don't be afraid, they can't beat you." "But my aunt said the police would arrest me." "As long as you don't start trouble, the police won't arrest you." Jiang Ning comforted the poor little thing. "You had a fight today, but the police didn't come to arrest you, right?" Dowdu felt relieved when he heard that the police officer would not arrest him. "I will listen to my brothers and sisters and will not let others bully me in the future." Coke bared his teeth beside him. "Woof. Don't be afraid, just do it." Jiang Ning pulled its ears and said, "Don't encourage Dowdu to fight." However, Dowdu had already been tortured, and he clenched his fists like a chicken, saying fiercely, "Sister, fighting is too easy. From now on, I will beat anyone who dares to bully me." In the past, she always felt that she was very bad. She practiced so hard every day, but she couldn't even handle her brother with one hand. Who would have thought that when I had a fight with others today, I realized it wasn't that I was bad, but that my brother was too strong. The boy who was trying to snatch the candy couldn't even be defeated by her with one hand, huh? Jiang Ning was troubled by these two and had to change the subject. "Dowdu, what did you exchange for the fish today?" Dowdu opened her mouth and said, "I changed the tools, and also got textbooks, a skirt and a headband." The pink fluffy headband in the shape of a rabbit looks particularly cute when worn on Dowdu's head. But she felt a little guilty. "Sister, did my brother lose money in the exchange of fish?" Brother Zhang Chao and Brother Lu Yu both said that they just replaced some useless things. "No, as long as you think it's worth it. Everyone has different needs, but Huishan has no shortage of supplies anyway." The things that 1803 exchanged were much more practical, including 2 bags of salt, dried vegetables, sanitary napkins, and a lighter. Zheng Weili even handed her a pack of sanitary napkins. The end of the world has come, and I still have to bleed every month. It's really troublesome. There was plenty of space, so Jiang Ning didn't take it. I stocked up a lot during the previous e-commerce festival, and then I found some more when searching for supplies. You can keep it for yourself. This thing is really in short supply. Zheng Weili didn't pretend. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao are a little addicted, thinking of going there tomorrow. Do you want to join us? No, I'll stay at home for a few days. You can go out and have fun tomorrow. No need to take care of the baby anymore. Zheng Weili couldn't hold it back anymore and laughed. Then I won't be polite. It feels good to play badly for a while, and it feels good to play badly all the time. He slept until after 10 o'clock and continued to teach Dao to math and Chinese. After assigning her homework, Jiang Ning sat on the sofa and continued DIY. Finally, I finished putting the dog's first thermostatic clothing on. I waved to it and said, "Coke, come here." I chose black on purpose because I was afraid it wouldn't get dirty. The extreme cold was too severe, so Jiang Ning made a one-piece constant temperature suit and took the dog's tail out of the hole. A hole is cut at the position of the butt to make it easier for it to eat. Hey, it seems like there is one less hole. I didn't want to put a diaper on the dog, so I had to cut another hole. The Malinois has a black face and wears a black thermal suit, which makes it look like it was taken out of a coal mine. Dao said bluntly, "It's so ugly." After saying that, she realized she was wrong. She quickly covered her mouth and looked at Jiang Ning with innocent eyes. "Sister, I didn't mean it." The dog, whose self-esteem was frustrated, bared his teeth and bit his clothes. "Shit shoveler, get rid of this broken thing, it affects its majestic appearance." Jiang Ning hugged it and coaxed it. "No way, my Coke is the most handsome dog in the world." Dao, who had said the wrong thing, tried to make amends against his will. "Cole is not ugly, he is more handsome than my brother, and the clothes my sister made are so beautiful." "More handsome than the trainer?" The dog's black eyes moved and turned to look at Jiang Ning. "Woof. Really don't lie to dogs." Jiang Ning stroked the dog's head and said, "I'm not kidding you, my dog is the most beautiful puppy on this street." Cola was happy then and buried his head in her arms. "If it's so beautiful, I'll have another one." This time, I didn't make black, but chose dark green fabric. While making clothes, observe the dog's reaction. Unfortunately, the dog's fur is thick and it cannot feel the change in temperature for the time being, so it has no special reaction to the clothes. After finishing sewing the second piece of clothing, Jiang Ning used the leftover fabric to make 3 new clothes for Dahui and Xiaobai. The patched-up clothes looked even uglier. This is not a beauty pageant, so just wear whatever you want as long as it can save your life. At noon, Huaishan came to pick up Dao. Jiang Ning called him over, took out a nail gun from his bag and handed it to him. "I almost forgot to return it to you." "I'm giving it to you." Jiang Ning was confused. This was a life-saving weapon. Was he so generous? I modified it myself. I still have one. Jiang Ning only had 200 bullets, and 1 less bullet was needed. He would never use them unless it was a critical moment. I didn't expect that he would come to show his warmth. But there is no such thing as a free lunch. What do you want to exchange for? Anything I have will do. Food, wine, meat, cigarettes, and medicine, he can choose whatever he wants. You have taught Dao very well. He has learned a lot of words now. Exchanging teaching is what should happen, and Coke's progress is greater. His rapidly growing physique and muscles make her feel very secure. Jiang Ning asked him to think about it again, because if he missed this opportunity, he would miss it forever. Dao wants to eat dumplings, but I don't know how to make them. Ah, that's it. Jiang Ning was stunned. Well, sister, I want to eat dumplings. Dao raised his head, his big watery eyes full of desire. Nothing tastes better than dumplings, so he even gave her a nail gun. Today she will teach him the secret of making dumplings. Unfortunately, kneading and rolling the dough is a big project, and she couldn't take out the dumpling skins she had stockpiled. However, although Huaishan is not good at cooking, he is a good worker. So, dumplings started moving. The position was moved to 1801. Jiang Ning rolled up his sleeves and asked, "Is your car refrigerator still usable?" you can pack more and freeze them. When Dauda wants to eat them, you can just take them out and put them in the pot. Can. Thinking of stocking up some for himself, Jiang Ning took out 10 kilograms of flour, mixed it with water and kneaded the dough for Huishan. Kneading dough is strenuous work, but it is easy for him. Jiang Ning went home to cut leeks, pick green onions and pull celery, and soaked black fungus and mushrooms. He planned to make pork and leek filling, pork, mushroom and celery filling, and black fungus, scallion and egg filling. 10 kilograms of noodles is a lot, and it feels like it will take half a day to finish. Huishan was washing vegetables nearby while Jiang Ning was mixing the stuffing with a manual meat grinder he took out from the space. After the dough is kneaded, teach him how to roll out the pancake skin. There is no doubt that Huishan is a very good worker, but he has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder and always feels that the dumpling skins he rolls out are not round enough. He got a round copper sheet from somewhere and cut the dough into circles. Jiang Ning, so particular. After mixing the stuffing, we started making dumplings. Dauda came over excitedly and said, "Sister, I want to make dumplings too." Children love to play, so Jiang Ning did not refuse and taught Dauda step by step. At first, Dauda looked ugly when she pinched it, with either broken skin or holes. Jiang Ning did not deny her, "Dauda is great, the wrapping is getting better and better. I'll cook it for your brother later." Huishan. Coke was standing by and said anxiously, "Woof. The little bean's dumplings are really ugly, its dumplings must be prettier than hers, but it's a pity that it doesn't have hands. Practice makes perfect, and Dauda is no joke. My brother said that only by working can we have food to eat, and she came to help." Slowly, she mastered some skills and finally wrapped the complete dumpling. "This is for my sister." Huishan asked, "Why don't you give it to your brother?" "My sister taught me how to make it. She gave the second one to my brother, then to Coke, and finally to me. With 2 people packing, the speed is still quite fast." It was already past dinner time, so Jiang Ning steamed the damaged dumplings and cooked 2 large plates of them in boiling water. "Let's eat the dumplings first and make the rest in the afternoon." The boiled dumplings were quickly served, seasoned with vinegar and soy sauce, and the 3 people and the dog began to eat. The dough is well kneaded, chewy and strong, the filling is extremely fresh, and you can taste the hot juice when you bite into it. Dauda stuck out his tongue because it was too hot. "Brother, sister, the dumplings are so delicious." Seeing her satisfied look, Huishan smiled knowingly, "I'll do it for you often in the future." "Thank you, brother." "Thank you, sister." The dog eats very fast. He finished half the bowl of food in no time. Then he pushed the bowl over to me, "Shit shoveler, I want more." Jiang Ning discovered that Guzi was getting better and better at eating. If we hadn't stockpiled enough supplies, we would have been bankrupted by it sooner or later. Huishan seemed to like it as well and ate a whole bowl of it with vinegar and soy sauce. He also eats steamed dumplings, which are delicious when mixed with lao gan ma. The man was indeed a glutton, which made Jiang Ning wonder if they were really eating from the same pot of dumplings. After eating and drinking, continue working. The dough was rolled out quickly and Huishan helped to make dumplings. "Hey, your craftsmanship is even worse than Dauda's." Jiang Ning was extra patient because of the nail gun. "No, be more flexible with your fingers. Pinch like this." Huishan, whose fingers could not bend, asked, "Like this?" Even though I was taught step by step, I still couldn't do it well. Every time he pinched one, it broke. Jiang Ning was so helpless that he wished he could take his head off and put it around his neck. He can shoot accurately from 100 paces away, but he can't even make a dumpling properly. Even though it was so bad, he didn't even feel embarrassed. In the end, even Dauda couldn't stand it anymore and said with great disgust, "Brother, the dumplings you made are so ugly." After saying this, she was afraid that he would be sad, so she quickly said, "Sister, I will teach my brother." Hui squatted down and asked Dauda to teach him, "Is my brother stupid?" Dauda kissed him and said softly and cutely, "No, brother is the best." Believe it or not, under the guidance of the little girl, Huishan actually learned it. Jiang Ning, whose confidence was hit. Well, she is not qualified to be his teacher. Needless to say, Huishan, who had found the feeling, improved rapidly, and the dumpling skins were reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a noise coming from the corridor, and Zheng Weili and others came back. Not finding Jiang Ning at room 1802, he knocked on the door of room 1801. Seeing the two people making dumplings, they immediately became interested, washed their hands and came over to help. Dowda successfully abdicated and played with coke in the living room. 1 pound of flour mixed with water produces 1.5 pounds of dough, and each pound of dough can make 70 dumplings. With the help of 1803, 1,000 dumplings were finally made. Jiang Ning wanted to take 300 of them and exchange them for an equal amount of flour and meat for Huishan. 1803 also wanted to make dumplings, but Jiang Ning was too tired to help. He lent the manual meat grinder to Zheng Weili and cut a large piece of frozen pork that they had kept at her house. After catching up on some sleep for an hour, a voice came over the intercom. Jiang Ning, do you want to practice sparring today? Yes. If you want to practice bows and crossbows, you can come earlier. It's a good thing. Jiang Ning turned over and put on his shoes. I'll be right over. His cooking skills are terrible, but he is impeccable in other aspects, and his archery skills are also superb. Jiang Ning had participated in the school's archery club, so he had some basic skills. Fearing that the dog would cause trouble, they took it to 1803 for isolation. Dowda chased after it. Kola, wait for me. Entering 1801 again, there was a wooden round target on the wall of the living room, and Huishan took out his crossbow. The appearance is a bit strange, but the lethality is unquestionable. Jiang Ning asked curiously, did you make it yourself? This is a dangerous device that ordinary people cannot buy. Huishan said succinctly, I have changed it. The person involved didn't want to say more, and it would be annoying if Jiang Ning tried to get to the bottom of it. Huishan took out the bamboo arrows and explained to her the structure, aiming and firing of the crossbow. Jiang Ning had a solid foundation and was able to master it quickly. The living room was not far enough away, so Huishan took her to the corridor outside his room, pulled the bow out of range and loaded the bamboo arrows. He stood behind Jiang Ning and held the bow with his right hand and aimed. There was a height difference between them, so he bent forward and kept his eyes parallel to Jiang Ning's. In this way, the two of them were very close to each other. Especially when he aimed at the aiming line, his warm breath sprayed on Jiang Ning's white neck. My body went numb and instantly stiffened. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she could smell the very faint scent of soap emanating from him. Ah, isn't this too close? Jiang Ning was extremely uncomfortable with this and subconsciously tried to move away. Huishan noticed her stiffness and said, focus. Jiang Ning finally came back to his senses, threw away the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and concentrated on aiming. The warm hand gently supported her arm holding the crossbow. Move it up a little. Aim and pull the trigger. With a whoosh, the bamboo arrow shot out and landed firmly on the target. The 7th ring is a little far from the red heart. You can hit the 7 rings right from the start, that's pretty good. Huishan did not forget to encourage her, you're much better than Dowda. Ah, thank you so much. Huishan got up close and gave her several instructions. Seeing that she had mastered the movements from 7 rings to 8.5 rings, he let her practice more to improve her experience. He was sitting on the sofa, flipping through his phone, his expression grim and serious, and no one knew what he was looking at. At first glance, the side profile is almost perfect. Jiang Ning regained his composure and practiced calmly. More than 20 arrows were shot, and one of them hit the bullseye. There is nothing to be proud of. After all, the shooting range is too short, and the hit rate will drop as the distance increases. She had to catch up with him quickly, like he had done that day on the speedboat, and shoot an arrow through the heart. Half an hour later, Huishan reminded him, don't overdo it. Just come on time for 1 hour every day. The boss spoke, and Jiang Ning put away his crossbow. My house is not as spacious as the one in 1801, so I have less room to move around, so I don't make it pretentious. Next is the time for sparring, close combat. Jiang Ning helped lay the anti-slip mat and accidentally bumped into him when he turned around. Sorry. It's okay. Huishan continued with his work. Without coke to take sides, Jiang Ning had a hard time facing the unyielding fighting master, and was pressed down hard several times. After being suppressed continuously, Jiang Ning, who had a strong desire to win, became ruthless and subconsciously made a feint, picking peaches. Huishan probably had a huge psychological trauma, and his body paused involuntarily, and he was instantly knocked to the ground by Jiang Ning. He grabbed his long legs and pressed them under his body, then twisted his arms hard. The two bodies were twisted into a knot, but Jiang Ning clearly had the upper hand. Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was rare that he didn't use a fatal counterattack. Not bad, you can beat the master to death with random punches. The despicable Jiang Ning stood up awkwardly. I'm sorry to have scared you. In the heat of the moment, she resorted to dirty tricks again, feeling ashamed. They continued practicing, and after 2 hours, both were sweating profusely. Jiang Ning's face was flushed and he was out of breath. His body was sweating profusely and he felt indescribably happy. Hungry Doubta came back holding his doll, brother and sister. I'm hungry, what are we going to eat tonight? Hui looked at Jiang Ning deeply. Is she going to cook again? I want to eat space food with Coke. There was no way. Huishan gave her too much. She was too embarrassed to refuse. But she really didn't want to cook. Dumplings. Not wanting to be ruined by her brother's cooking skills, Doubta clapped his hands and cheered, Great, great, sister's dumplings are the best. The same dumplings, 100 ways of eating them. I had boiled food for lunch and fried food for dinner. Fried dumplings with chive filling are the best. Jiang Ning went back to change clothes and came back to teach Huishan how to make fried dumplings. I have to say, the fried dumplings are really delicious. The crust is golden brown and crispy, and the filling is tender and juicy. That is, it was on the 18th floor and it was raining outside, otherwise something would have happened. Doubta's mouth was glistening with oil as she ate so much. She patted her belly and boasted, Sister, look, I'm pregnant. Huishan's mouth twitched. Children speak without restraint, and Jiang Ning was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It seems that he is going to give Doubta another educational lesson. After finishing the meal, Huishan took the bowl from Jiang Ning and said, I'll do it. After checking Doubta's homework, Jiang Ning said hello and went back. As soon as I opened the door, I ran into Lu Yu coming out, Aining, come over and eat dumplings. No, I just ate. Seeing the brother and sister eating so happily, she accidentally ate too much. Lu Yu's eyes fell on 1801, and then he smiled inexplicably, Okay, come over if you want to eat more. There was a weird look in his eyes, which made Jiang Ning completely confused, yet he felt a little guilty for some reason, thinking that he probably left them alone and ate the meal. But Huishan didn't say anything, and she couldn't take the initiative to invite them over. But the dumplings are really delicious, I will stock up more when I get the chance. The next few days, I stayed at home happily. Reading, exercising, making clothes for 3 of them, all 10 rabbits survived, and they were quite heavy to carry in my hands. She weighed it and found that the largest cub weighed 3 pounds and was almost ready to be slaughtered. Xiaobai gave birth to a second litter, which was even more amazing than the first, with 12 cubs in total. Unfortunately, I was born at the wrong time and my hope of survival is slim. Grandma Zhong stopped her treatment for a few days and then continued to come for acupuncture. The food is good and I feel a lot more energetic. She took out a bag containing about 3 pounds of white powder, and said happily in a low voice, Xiao Jiang, this is kudzu powder. I brought it up here especially for you to try. These are life-saving supplies, and Jiang Ning is unwilling to accept them. Child, please accept it. This is a gift from our whole family. Grandma Zhong held her hand tightly and said, if you hadn't given Zhongping a chance, our whole family would have starved to death. Jiang Ning smiled, tell me what you want first. If I can help you, I'll take it back later. Grandma Zhong looked embarrassed and said, you kid, you are too straightforward. Firstly, she was sincerely grateful, and secondly, she knew that the people on the 18th floor had connections that could exchange food. The Zhong family has been digging wild kudzu roots these days. Zhongping made a grinder by himself, which can grind the chopped kudzu roots into powder by washing them. It is estimated that more than 100 kilograms of powder can be washed. If the end of the world hadn't come, it would definitely be a good thing. But now filling the stomach is the most important thing. Pueraria root is rich in nutrition and can beautify the skin, but it cannot stop hunger. The Zhong family wants to ask the 18th floor for help to see if they can exchange it for food. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, how are you going to change it? 1 pound for 1 pound, what do you think? Jiang Ning didn't give a definite answer, I'll ask for you. Grandma Zhong was unsure and probably thought there was little hope. If it doesn't work, you can exchange it for broken rice. It seems that the Zhong family also has an idea in mind. If it were them, would they be willing to exchange new rice for kudzu powder? In today's environment, I'm afraid only women who are rich and well-fed would want it. After giving acupuncture to Grandma Zhong, Jiang Ning went back to the room to make some kudzu powder. The taste of ginseng is slightly sweet, slightly bitter, and has an earthy smell. The taste is average, but it has the functions of clearing away heat and detoxifying, promoting fluid production and quenching thirst, nourishing the kidneys and strengthening the spleen, benefiting the stomach and calming the mind, clearing the heart and improving eyesight, moistening the intestines and sobering up. It is a rare thing in the end times. Jiang Ning did not keep the 3 pounds of kudzu powder for himself and divided it equally between 1801 and 1803. He also told them about the grain exchange of the Zhong family. The two companies were not interested. Zhang Chao couldn't forget the fish that escaped from the reservoir. It's such a pity. Later, the sharp-billed monkey contacted us and said that they wanted another batch of fish and ordered 2,000 kilograms at once. Lu Yu also felt sorry, they should have a channel to sell to rich people, otherwise who would dare to buy such a large quantity at once? When they heard there were no fish, they looked so distressed and repeatedly reminded us to look for them next time we find fish. The next day, Jiang Ning told Grandma Zhong that the other party agreed to exchange broken rice for kudzu starch, but the quality had to be guaranteed. She wanted this batch of goods. As the end of the world progresses, people's health will become worse and worse, so it would be good to use it for recuperation. Grandma Zhong was very happy. A few days later, the Zhong family prepared 100 kilograms of kudzu powder and gave Jiang Ning an additional 5 kilograms as a reward for her help. The Zhong family father and son brought kudzu powder and waited in a secluded corner outside the community. Jiang Ning took the rubber boat, brought up the kudzu powder, and took a coke for a walk outside. Go to a deserted place, put the kudzu powder into the space, replace it with an equal weight of broken rice, and come back after you have taken the dog for a walk. The Zhong family father and son were still waiting, and they were so happy to see the broken rice they got in exchange. When I woke up from my nap, I felt that the rain had eased a lot. Jiang Ning was not happy, but frowned, thinking that extreme cold was coming. By the evening, the rain had subsided and the sky seemed to be a little brighter. For more than 3 months, so many people have died in this desperate flood, and now it is finally clearing up. Looking at the sky outside, some people cheered excitedly, some burst into tears, and without exception, they all hoped that this damn natural disaster would end soon. I wish this was just a dream, and when I wake up I'll still see the prosperous world, with my family and friends still around. 1803 was equally happy, but felt heavier than the others. Aining, are you really over? When the typhoon ended, they were extremely excited, but floods came right after. The rain has stopped, what will be waiting for them? Who knows? Jiang Ning looked melancholy, and touched his arm and said, why do I feel cold? It's winter now, will the south be turned into the northeast? Bah, 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 you are a crow's mouth. Being teased by Zhang Chao, Jiang Ning just smiled and did not refute. If it was really a crow's mouth, she really hoped that the extreme cold would never come. After observing secretly, he found that Huishan was as cold as ever, with no expression of sadness or joy. Coke was a little agitated. After 4 hours of training, he still couldn't calm down, and he made a humming sound from his mouth from time to time. Not knowing when the extreme cold would arrive, Jiang Ning had a bad feeling and prepared electric blankets, duvets, and quilts in advance. I wore a thermostatic suit on purpose before sleeping at night. The high-intensity training during the day consumed a lot of physical energy. I wanted to stay up late, but I fell into a deep sleep before long. I don't know how long I slept, but I heard Coke's noisy voice and the rustling of the intercom. Jiang Ning opened his eyes and felt the biting cold. The sharp cries of rabbits could be heard in the room. When I turned on the flashlight, I found more than 20 rabbits huddled in Coke's doghouse, shivering with cold. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. Huishan's anxious voice came from the intercom. I'm here. His lips and teeth were chattering with cold. He urged on the intercom, it's getting cold, put on some clothes quickly. The air was like a knife and I felt like I couldn't speak. Jiang Ning rolled up a Coke and went into the space with a bunch of rabbits. As soon as I came in, warmth hit me. It took a while for the stiff limbs to relax. I quickly found the clothes I had prepared in advance and put them on, including warm clothes, cashmere sweaters, mink coats, a few pairs of socks, snow boots, scarves, and warm masks. I squatted down to put clothes on Coke, a constant temperature suit, a cashmere sweater, a mink coat, then on Big Gray and Little White, the 2 rabbits were wrapped like balls. The other rabbits were stuffed into foam boxes padded with several layers of blankets, and it was up to their fate to survive. After doing all this, Jiang Ning did not forget to drink a big bowl of hot brown sugar ginger soup, which made his throat and stomach feel extremely spicy. Just after coming out of the space, my ears were almost blown away by the banging on the door. Jiang Ning. The force was so strong that even the stainless steel door couldn't withstand it. Here it comes, here it comes. As soon as I came out, the air was as cold as a knife, and it was painful when I breathed it into my chest. Kola coughed and kept scratching his nose with his paw. After bringing the rabbit nest into the room, Jiang Ning hurried to open the door and found Huishan kicking it. As soon as the door opened, an anxious voice came, Jiang Ning, are you okay? As he spoke, a fur coat was wrapped tightly around her. Jiang Ning was stunned. He looked at Huishan in his military coat and was in a trance for a moment. However, she quickly came to her senses. I'm fine, I just got frozen all of a sudden and I feel like I've lost my hearing. I'm glad you're okay. Huishan fastened the buttons of her fur coat and then went to knock on the door of room 1803. 1803 had just been awakened by the sound of him kicking the door, and was anxiously looking for thick clothes to put on. Got it, got it. Wrapped in 2 furs, Jiang Ning successfully turned into a ball. Seeing that she was a little silly, Huishan pinched her shoulders and shook her, then said seriously, go back to the house immediately and light a fire to keep warm. Oh. Jiang Ning turned and went back to the house. Huishan warned, don't lock the door. Jiang Ning didn't lock the door. He went back to the room and took out the kettle. Seeing that the door of 1801 was open, he hurried in. I made some ginger soup. You and Dauda can drink some to warm your body. Dauda was lying on the bed wrapped up in a ball, his little face was pale from the cold, he couldn't even speak, and his whole body was shivering. Huishan picked her up and poured brown sugar ginger soup into her mouth from a bowl. Be careful, it's hot. After drinking a full bowl, Dauda finally came to his senses. He pouted and was about to cry, brother. Don't cry, your tears will freeze and your face will be ruined. Jiang Ning poured him a bowl and hurriedly knocked on the door of 1803. The 3 men were in a panic. They put on clothes and quilts to cover their frozen hands and feet. My hands holding the hot ginger soup were shaking. Especially the single guy Zhang Chao, his face was frozen purple. Wrapped in mink coats and quilts, the southern dogs shivered and felt uncomfortable as if their hearts were numb. They had to drink several bowls of hot ginger soup before they came to their senses. Aining, you are such a bad-mouthed person. Zhang Chao huddled on the sofa, his teeth chattering from the cold. If you hadn't picked up $1 million, we would all have died tonight. I bought thick clothes, quilts and other warm items just to waste cheap paper money, but I didn't expect that it saved my life by accident. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu kept hugging each other tightly. Her body warmed up quickly and she went to light a fire to keep warm while shivering. Seeing that the 3 were fine, Jiang Ning left with peace of mind. Seeing that the door of 1801 was still open, she walked in again. How is Daudu? Huishan was lighting a charcoal stove. Drink some hot ginger soup to warm yourself up. Daudu huddled in the bed, with only 2 bright eyes showing. Sister, I'm fine. How's Coke? Woof. The dog who had been ignored finally found an opportunity and wanted to prove his strong physique, but unfortunately he was wrapped too much and his muscles could not be exposed. When Dauda saw Coke wearing mink fur, his mood instantly improved and he reached out to stroke the black dog's face. The charcoal fire made the room much warmer. Jiang Ning stood up and left, not forgetting to remind, do not close the doors and windows too tightly, leave a gap for ventilation. In the previous life, it was so cold that some people accidentally covered themselves up and went to report to the King of Hell early. Huishan prepared 2 charcoal stoves and handed one to Jiang Ning. You should be careful too. Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he was still wearing his mink coat, so he quickly took it off. Keep it. I'm not as afraid of the cold as you. No, except for her hands, feet and face, the rest of her body was not cold but warm. I guess it's the constant temperature clothing that works, it's warm and comfortable. She observed the dog and thought that he had recovered. So, I insisted on returning the clothes to him and said, don't make yourself sick. Dowda still needs your care. Huishan did not refuse again, but insisted on giving her the charcoal stove. Unable to refuse such a kind offer, Jiang Ning had no choice but to accept it. Everyone on the 18th floor survived and breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did I have the mood to pay attention to the downstairs, where I could also hear some noisy sounds, which sounded quite loud. After closing the double doors, Jiang Ning hurried back to the room and took out the thermometer to check. My goodness, it's minus 19 degrees outside. In this southern coastal city where the average winter temperature is above 15 degrees, the historical lowest temperature has always remained above zero, and down jackets are worn no more than 3 times. The sudden drop from 20 degrees to minus 19 degrees, a drop of nearly 40 degrees, is definitely a disaster. What is more terrifying than the cold is extreme hypothermia. A large amount of body heat is lost in a short period of time, causing the core temperature of the human body to drop, and producing symptoms such as chills, cardiopulmonary failure, and even ultimate death. That's right, it was not the cold but extreme hypothermia that caused the large-scale deaths of humans. Many people don't even have the chance to open their eyes and fall into a deep sleep without waking up. In fact, their dreams are beautiful. The rain will finally stop and urban civilization will be restored. Woof. Jiang Ning regained his concentration and took out the battery box, electric heater, and electric blanket from the space. Not only Jiang Ning has an electric blanket, but the dog also has one. I chose a small cushion for it to put on the lazy sofa, plugged in the battery box, and turned on 2 electric heaters at the same time, and the temperature in the room rose quickly. Big Gray and Little White felt the warmth, crawled out of the foam box, and ran to the lazy sofa to grab a seat with the dog. At the critical moment, the dog showed his bossy style and let them arch their bodies and hug each other for warmth. Jiang Ning checked the foam box and found that 2 big rabbits were dead. He was probably scared to death. The others were also a little wilted. The newly born rabbits were confused and knew nothing. Big Gray and Little White were probably tortured by coke so much that they became very brave. The rabbit fur kept them warm, and they were not frightened when they put on their clothes. They just ignored their own cubs. Jiang Ning took out the smaller one and stuffed it into Coke's belly, then taught the 2 a lesson: you have to be responsible for raising the ones you gave birth to. Coke bared his teeth. Did you hear that? Take good care of it, what's the point of throwing it to it? Even though he disliked it, Guzzy didn't kick the dozen or so puppies away and treated them like cows and mare milk. Jiang Ning took the remaining big rabbits to the toilet, took out the electric baton and killed them all, then threw them into the space and kept them there until he had time to braise or cook them spicy. Whether you can afford it is a question, the key is whether it tastes good. Back in the room, Jiang Ning looked at the red charcoal fire, a little dazed. What did Huishan mean? He almost kicked her door open, gave her his mink coat, and gave her a charcoal stove. The man had a stern face and didn't even frown when facing life and death, but his face was full of anxiety when he knocked on the door. Are they afraid that she will freeze to death and no one will teach Dowdu? Late at night, people are so sleepy that they are confused and too lazy to think. The world is big, but sleep is the most important thing. We can talk about it tomorrow. Jiang Ning took off his coat, got into the warm bed, and soon fell asleep. In her previous life, she almost froze to death and wrapped all her clothes around herself. This time, the bed was as warm as spring, and I was really content. It's easy to feel sleepy when it's cold, and I can stay in bed until 10 o'clock without getting up. The intercom rustled, Jiang Ning, are you awake? Jiang Ning reached out and touched him. Yeah, I just woke up. The voice is lazy and a little nasal. Hui asked with deep concern, have you caught a cold? No, I'm still in bed. Jiang Ning yawned, how are you and Daodu? I'm up and making breakfast for Daodu. Do you want some? Jiang Ning quickly refused, no, I'm not hungry yet, I'll have lunch later. The dog jumped onto the bed and scratched the intercom with his paw, woof. Oops. The walkie-talkie was pushed aside. What's wrong? It's okay, Coke is messing around. Jiang Ning quickly picked it up and said, I won't tell you anymore, that's it. Well, keep warm. After turning off the intercom, Jiang Ning wanted to beat the dog, but it jumped up on the bed. Spin, jump, and never stop. Then, he crashed into Jiang Ning's arms. You bastard. Jiang Ning pulled its dog's mouth, how can you be so bad? The dog crawled into the bed, looked at her with bright eyes, and tilted his head to look cute. Jiang Ning wrapped it in a blanket, stroked its head and asked, where were you at this time in your previous life? There was ice and snow everywhere, and countless people froze to death. It is hard to imagine how it survived. Even his skin was frozen off and his body was covered with pus-filled sores. Jiang Ning didn't dare to recall that scene, and said with moist eyes, Kokili, I won't do that again in this life. I will make sure you live a good life. Woo-woo. What happened to the poop scooper? He scratched her with his claws, comforting her. I'm fine, and you'll be fine too. I stayed up until about 11 o'clock, then went into my space to brush my teeth and wash my face. It was cold outside, so I wore more clothes. I was sweating when I came in. Fortunately, I didn't stay there for long, otherwise I would have been sick from the alternating cold and hot weather. There is an electric heater in the room, which makes it feel warm like spring, but it feels like a cold knife when you open the door. The electric heater in the battery box cannot be taken out, but it is not right for the rabbit to stay in her room all the time. After turning it over, one of the little bastards was gloriously sacrificed. Clean up the other room, take out a lazy sofa, put an electric blanket on it, and move the rabbits there. At the same time, he did not forget to remind the dog, Cola, you keep an eye on them, don't bite the wires, don't urinate or defecate on the electric blanket, otherwise they will be burned. The dog said he got it, and held the big gray cat and rubbed his teeth, do you understand? Speak. Ventilate the room and then light a charcoal stove in the living room as a pretense. Holding a scalding rubber hot water bottle, Jiang Ning stood on the balcony and looked into the distance. The city that was flooded yesterday was frozen overnight. Without the sound of rain, the surroundings were terribly quiet, as if even time had stopped. Even if he experienced it again, Jiang Ning's heart was still filled with fear. Fortunately, the temperature did not continue to drop, giving humans a chance to catch their breath. But -19 degrees is still a horrific disaster for the south, and mobile phones can no longer be turned on. Close the doors and windows, turn off the heater that had been working all night, and replace it with 2 new ones to avoid it being scrapped due to overuse. With the heater and the charcoal stove, the living room finally has heating. It's cold and you need hot soup, so Jiang Ning took out the beef brisket and stewed it with radish, vegetables and rice, and added freeze-dried canned food to the dog food. Leaning against the heater, I enjoyed my meal. If you don't want to wash dishes after eating, just throw them into the space and store them for later washing. I opened the window to let the smell go, then read a medical book while holding a hot water bottle. Zheng Weili knocked on the door and said hello, just to make sure that they were both alive. She didn't even open the door and was in a hurry to go back to bed. Zhang Chao caught a cold, luckily he had medicine with him. Just as I was about to take a nap, the intercom rang, Daoda doesn't have class today, does Coke want to exercise? Jiang Ning respected the dog, Cola, do you want to exercise? Kailei tilted his head and stood up after a while, woof. I feel uncomfortable if I don't run for a day. Jiang Ning opened the door, pushed the dog out and said, go away. Soon, the sound of parkour was heard from the stairs. I was a little worried about it, but decided to go out. Gozi had taken off his mink coat and was holding it in Huishan's hand. After running a few more laps, he then took off the dog's cashmere sweater. In the end, Even the thermal suit was taken off. Jiang Ning was a little worried. Isn't it cold? Huishan explained, the Malinois can quickly adapt to various harsh environments, and covering them too much is not conducive to their exercise. Although the hair is short, it is very dense and can provide good protection against cold. Dogs get hot quickly when exercising, but their sweat glands are not that developed. Jiang Ning stood beside him holding a hot water bottle and found that Huishan was not bloated and did not even wear a mink coat. Aren't you cold? Cold. Ah, what should I do? Thinking of reciprocity, she handed over the hot water bottle and said, here you go. Huishan didn't answer. He looked at her and asked, what about you? I have another one. There are dozens of them stored in the space. Thank you. I can give it to Daodu. Well, whatever. She has done her best anyway. There was a sudden knock on the door downstairs. Xiao Jiang, are you okay?